The continent of Yahello is a world of swords and magic, a world unique and different. The strong devours the weak, and then the strong rules, so the higher the status is based on the strength of one. Power decides everything in the continent of Yahello. The continent currently possesses 3 venerables, and 4 saints, all of whom are held in the highest regard. The 4 saints founded 4 schools, and their disciples are scattered across the lands, unlike the 3 vulnerables. The 3 vulnerables have secluded themselves from worldly affairs. They are immovable by anyone, and they possess absolute control over the rules of the continent. However, the old rules were broken eventually, and new rules was created for reasons best known to them. In the woods, someone fell from the sky right in front of the wolves in the woods. When he fell down, he fell right on top of some of the wolves that we are centered in the woods, while the others were by the side. The wolves were very angry as they were prepared to tear him apart. Unaware of what was going on, his screamed that his head hurt because he had fallen down while he was still sitting on the cubs of the wolves. Then he looked around and wondered where he was in his 3rd clothing and with injuries on him. Suddenly, a wolf behind him opened its mouth to graze his shoulder while it breathed out. He quickly closed his nose and wondered who had farted, thinking that it was someone that had farted and complained that it stinked. Then he saw the group of wolves that were staring at him angrily while sitting on the kids of the wolves. He screamed out immediately, and his screams went towards every angle in the forest. He picked up the race immediately and ran away while the 3-headed wolves ran after him. The wolf then spit out an arrowed ice from its mouth in anger to attack the protagonist. The went towards Feng, and he tried to dodge from the attack. When he bent down, the arrowed ice hit a tree, which made the tree split into half. He turned immediately to see how far the wolves are from him. He was all tatted because he knows that he was in danger. The wolf opened its mouth again and tried to spit out another attack. Meanwhile, Feng complained that he was transmigrated into this world. All 3 of the wolves launched a serious attack at the protagonist without stopping. He turned and saw that the attacks were heading towards him with speed, and he doesn't know what to do. After transmigrating to that world, everything was strange, and he wondered how a wolf is able to spit of ice from its mouth. Suddenly, he bumped into a stone and fell face down to the ground while trying to dodge the attack from the wolves. Then he turned. He didn't understand how the hideous breath from the wolves had turned into a physical form. Seeing that he had stopped, the wolves stood before him angrily, wanting to launch another attack. Suddenly, the 3 of them raised their head up and screamed while creating an ultimate attack to throw at Feng. Seeing what they were doing, he was shocked, because all of these was new to him. He didn't understand how another wolf was formed in the air from the attack. Then they spitted out a ball of light from their mouth with red glowing eye, which was a sign that they were angry. Feng ran immediately while screaming like a madman. Meanwhile, the ball of light that was spitted out became huge and ran after him. Then he found out that he was in the Hua continent when he saw a notification that said that his strength and speed has increased 3-fold. He was then empowered, and then a golden light illuminated around him. He was surprised and also happy because he knew that he had been saved and can escape from the wolves that were after him. He started running was fast since his speed had increased by 3-fold, and then turned to see how far the attack from the wolves were. Seeing that they didn't want to calm down, he told them that he wouldn't go along with their plan at all. He disappeared into the woods, away from the sight of the wolves. As he disappeared into the woods, the attack thrown at him landed somewhere in the woods, not on Feng, because he had disappeared. Feng came into another area from the portal he had created earlier while running away from the woods. He stopped to rest for a moment. He hadn't expected that the plan of opening a portal to escape would work. Suddenly, he froze for a moment when he felt a familiar aura behind him. He saw a shadow that was very familiar. He shook in fear as he raised his hands and told the purpled beast that he would like to explain. The beast suddenly opened its mouth, staring right at the Feng, spitting on his face while he was there in a daze. Then he turned and ran away immediately, screaming out for help while the beast ran after him. Then he screamed that immediately, saying that he has got to scram immediately. He jumped into the wood without knowing what was I heard of him, just so that he could escape from the beast. When he jumped, he found out that he has jumped right into a cliff. And then there was a young lady down there staring at him while he screamed. The young lady that was staring at him had blonde hair and was very pretty. He then shouted at the young lady, feeling her that she should leave the road hurriedly. But she didn't move fast, which made him fall on top of her. He fell on top of her, and then his face landed right on her chest. She was shy when she saw what had happened, and then she looked down at him. Because of that, he started bleeding from the nose, because he hadn't expected that he would fall on top of her. The lady slapped him immediately, calling him a pervert. But then the noise from the beast distracted both of them, and then they turned, staring at the angry purple beast. The protagonist pushed the young lady out of the way to avoid being attacked by the beast. Dandy Beast used its claws, and then slash at the back of the protagonist, making blood come out from his body. The protagonist's stem fell to the ground in a daze. He hadn't expected that the beast would hurt him. Suddenly, an old man jumped out from behind with his sword, and then slashed it on the beast. Because of it, The beast shifted, drawing out some lines on the floor while it roared at the old man. When the young lady saw the old man, she screamed out at him, calling him grandpa, and then rushed towards him. Then the old man asked Wei Er if she was okay, which was the young lady from earlier. She smiled at him and then told him that she was okay, and there was nothing wrong with her. Then she pointed at the young man on the floor, which was the protagonist, telling her grandpa that he was bleeding. He told her to take care of the protagonist and then turn and rush towards the beast with his sword. She lifted him up slightly with her hands on his head, and I asked him if he was okay and if he could open his eyes. Then he gently relaxed on the lady's chest while he rubbed his head on her boobs. Suddenly he seemed a heart falling into a sea of conscience. Then he wondered who he was and what's that place was, because it was very dark. He couldn't help remember everything about people who had teased him, telling him that he was reading so many novels to think that cultivations still exist. He was bullied by his fellow students who made fun of him, calling him weak. Also, the lady that he loved had rejected him, telling him that he should scram, that he was a loser. Then he realized that she was with him. Because of a lost birth, he wondered why he didn't know it earlier. Because no one would like him. And apart from friends online, no one else was willing to befriend him. When people saw him, they talked about how he was a loser for spending a whole month in a net cafe, and also mockingly called him legend, which he had agreed that they were right about, because he was indeed a loser, who starred at his computer all day playing games with black eye. Everything was just a nightmare to him, he cried while thinking about it with his headset on. Suddenly he had voices of a young lady that was calling him lazy bones and told him to wake up. He slowly opened his eye. Once he opened his eye, he pulled the young lady in front of him towards himself. She fell lightly in front of him and was shocked because she hadn't expected he would pull her. They said at each other as they blushed. Then they stood up immediately and separated from each other. She asked you what he was doing. He told her that he was sorry, that he had a dream. I was a little agitated. Suddenly they had a voice calling out for them, telling them that they should get down immediately because they've got to work. She told him to put on his clothes and get ready immediately before Grandpa gets really mad. So she hurriedly told him to get dressed into the new clothes that she has brought for him. And then he told her, okay. And that was how the days went by for the protagonist at the Hua continent. He was unlucky when he died due to explosion of He computer. And then he transmigrated to Yilan continent. He stood at the balcony or washed as people threw in and out of the bar and enjoy their drinks. He was grateful for the fact that Weir and her grandpa saved him and brought him back with them. And her grandpa has the highest tire, and this tire is beyond to the theatre of which Nan has yet to attain. Again, the technique that he knows everybody else thinks that it's a scam, and the name itself, yet his younger self believes it was real, which was the Hua Assist technique. There was nothing left for him in the previous word for him to stay, so transmigration was a good thing for him. Suddenly, Wire rushed out and told him that he should stop dangling and then get to work. She now shoved a clothes to his face and told him that he should put on the clothes quickly. When he was done putting on the clothes, she couldn't type but compliments and telling him that he feel like a mercenary now that he has worn the clothes. He then gave an annoyed look, asking her if she was complimenting him or dissing him. As I was trying to fix the belt on his clothes, he couldn't, so she decided to help him fix the belt, and he was stunned. Staring intensely at Hai, he couldn't help us compliment that she was very beautiful. And he wondered why he hasn't noticed that before. You couldn't help both smile, which reflected on his eye. They started serving people at the bar, their drinks, and then more orders kept coming in. As they were drinking, the cups were piling up for him to wash. She rushed and told him that he should be careful carrying the glasses, because Grandpa was going to kill him if he breaks any of them. And then he told her that he would definitely kill him if he doesn't finish washing. The old man couldn't help but cursing, calling him a brat as a washed how he was relating with his granddaughter. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and walked in with force, which got everyone's attention in the bar, and they all turned to look at the door. Vire stood by the corner and watched how the protagon jubilated that he had finished washing the cups. As they were on their way back, she asked him if he was stupid to carry many cups at once. He told her that he wanted to save himself the trouble of making few more trips. She became angry and told him not to become careless again, and he told her that he won't do it again. Then she asked him why he saved her that time in the forest, because he clearly didn't know her, and then asked if he wasn't afraid of dying. He told her that at that time he didn't really think much about it. He just wanted to save her anyways, life was much more important. He told her that living a pathetic life as his, no one would ever care if he died, that was why he saved her. She cautioned him immediately, telling him that he is not allowed to say something like that ever again. And he was shocked when he heard what she said, that she cared for him. Then she told him that from that day henceforth, she is his family. Looking at the young girl in front of him, he couldn't help for the surprise that he is now part of a family. And then he turned his smile, and then agreed to what she said. Suddenly, someone from behind screamed out, getting their attention. He pointed at the protagonist and asked him what he was doing with his fiancée. Hearing that Wire was his fiancée, he was shocked and had an ugly expression on his face. He asked her if whether your man said was true that he was her fiancé. She told him that he should go back first, that she was going to handle the matter of the blonde hair boy. The blonde hair guy told her that she was the saint disciple, which was the president of the academy, so she shouldn't be interacting with people like the protagonist. Then she screamed at him, telling him that she was going to repeat herself again angrily. She told him that she will never be engaged to him. Hearing what she said, his gaze turned really cold due to anger. Then one of the subordinate reminded their young master that he shouldn't forgot what the Lord said, so he had to calm her down. He told her that he didn't want her to be tricked by some people, and she should accept his proposal quickly because the city lord was his father. When the protagonist heard that the city lord was his father, he was very shocked. She told him to ignore the blonde hair boy and then let them go back. The blonde hair guide reminded her that she shouldn't forget that by marrying him, he will gain the resources to study at the academy. And again, it was because many airlines all assembly at El Anshin Academy. She was very angry when she heard that, so she stood without seeing anything. When the protagonist had what he said, he rushed to protect her, telling him that he was not doing the right thing by using her background to force her into marrying him. One of a subordinator started from behind, telling him that there was no need to drag wet with the protagonist, that he should allow him to handle it. Then he gave out an order telling them that they can go ahead and do what they want to do, but they shouldn't kill him fast. So that will serve as a price of disrespecting him. So they all rushed towards the protagonist with their sword to attack. As they rushed, he narrowly dodged each of their attacks by passing them along with wire. He mocked the young master, telling him that all he does is to rely on his subordinate power to bully people and doesn't have any strength. The protagonist then called the blonde hair guy pervert, hold'em, and scum, which had angered the blonde hair guy. He became really angry and then grabbed his sword, trying to attack the protagonist, screaming out that he was going to kill him. He rushed towards the protagonist while the protagonist also charged head-on. The protagonist mockingly asked him if he had hit the sour spot because he had lost control over his emotion. The blonde hair guy angrily swung the sword at the protagonist as the protagonist continued to insult him non-stop. Decided to launch an attack and then folded his face, telling him that he should have a taste of his punch. Seeing as his face was about to London, the blonde hair guy became scared as he watched it without doing anything. And then they put iconic punch the blonde hair guy, which had caught his subordinate unaware. Then he went back, navigating so fast he punched each and every of the subordinates that we are trying to attack them initially. When he was done, he stood around and reflected on the moves he had made, which was the flurry step, and it was really amazing. Suddenly, he felt some such of power coming from him. Then he wondered if it was the technique of the Huazia cultivation they were talking about. And it means that he has internal energy, so since he has it, he can officially start cultivating the Huazia technique. And actual combat was naturally the best way to become stronger. When he saw the people lying around, he couldn't help but conclude that he might have gone a bit overboard. Then Wire, who was standing beside him, told him that if the city master dates to make troubles for them, she would tell President Lan Xin. He dragged her and ran off, saying that they shouldn't bother with them anymore, so it's better that they go outside and hide. Seeing as he helped her, she couldn't help but wonder why someone that has no fighting energy or magic make her feel so safe and secure. But then she recalled that he has never cultivated any fighting energy, and yet he was able to move about freely a crowd of swordsmen. Then she looked up, staring at him, and wondered who exactly he was. She smiled and then started to ignore it because it wasn't important. Then she grabbed his hands and told him that they should head over to the marketplace because she heard that there were many new things that were brought in that day. As they came back from the marketplace, he slowly sang a song on their way back while she watched him. Seeing how he was singing, she asked him why he was very happy. Today he told her it has because he had successfully mastered the new usage of internal power in Huaxia Niegong. She was confused when she heard of the name Huaxia Niegong, and she asked him what it was. Then he gave us a cheeky smile and told her that he wouldn't tell her. Then he told her that she just needed to know one thing, that in the future he will protect her. Then he said that her lovingly, and asked if she was touched by his speech. But she kicked him away, telling him to let her go immediately, which have caught him unaware. He whipped why she stared at him, and he had a swollen face, and then asked her if she thinks he is quack. After that, he turned and then told her that they should raise back home, that whoever arrives last at the tavern will be responsible for washing. But she called him a cheater because he ran first. When he got there, he opened the door and then screamed out to Grandpa that they were back. The old man was all injured, and someone was holding his neck tightly. They saw a blonde man that was holding the grandpa up on his neck, and every other people in the bar had been killed. Vire was shocked when she saw her grandpa all injured and in danger. Her grandpa now told her to run immediately as he shook in fear that she would be hurt too. The man that was attacking them was the Lord of Rongma. Then the boy behind him pointed at the protagonist, telling his dad that he was the one that had called him a trash and humiliated their family. Seeing what was happening, the protagonist shouted at the city lord's son, telling him that he shades a lot of blood. Then the city lord's son told him that those who dare to oppose or humiliate him will die. The protagonist rushed towards the man trying to punch him and told him to release Grandpa immediately. The city lord just held the old man casually, and then said that the protagonist was quite loud. He used one of his finger to hit the protagonist and his forehead, which had caught the protagonist unaware. The protagonist was shocked because he hadn't expected that the storm teleportation that he used can be seen. The finger kick sent you flying away from the city lord that held the old man. She shouted once she saw what had happened to him and how he had crashed on the wall. She turned towards the city lord and told him that she was going to complain to her teacher about his crimes. The man stretched that is hard to attack her and then told her that she has no chance to see her teacher. He used his power to tighten on her neck, telling her that you wanted to use her to get in touch with the Four Saint. She couldn't breathe when her neck was been tightened. When the protagonist had that, he was angry, and he was agitated because he didn't want anything to happen to Vire. He rushed towards the city lord, once again calling him assholes, and told him to stop what he was doing. The city lord flinged the old man away, and he landed on the protagonist's body. Then the city lord used his power to control his blade as his 2 days staring at them. He gave out a cheeky smile, and then pointed at them, which was an indication for the sword to attack them. The grandpa rushed and blocked the protagonist, and then the sword stabbed him right at his chest. He was shocked. He shouted at the protagonist, telling him that they should go immediately, that he was going to hold the city lord back. He turned, blocking the protagonist from the view of the man, and told him that he wasn't his opponent, that he should hurry and take Vire away. The city lord then told the old man that he was about to die, so why bother sending them away, or protecting them? The protagonist watched as blood splattered everywhere right in front of him, which was the blood that belonged to Grandpa. The city lord controls the blade as it cuts Grandpa into pieces, and his body couldn't be seen. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched in disbelief. When she saw what had happened to her grandpa, she screamed immediately out of anger. She immediately chanted a mantra so that she could counter the attack of the city lord. When he saw what she did, he told her that she was indeed worthy of for being a saint. But the thing was that she was still not his match at all. Then he increased the force that he had on her neck. Because of that, she struggled to breathe, but she couldn't breathe at all. As his father was concentrated on the girl, the protagonist was going to attack the city lord from behind, but his son reminded him that he should be careful. The man used his other hand to fling the protagonist away with its internal power, while he still held the girl's neck with his other hand. Then he used his power to hold the protagonist tightly, sealing him at a particular place so that he couldn't move. The city have told him that he shouldn't be in a hurry to die, that he has to wait to see the ending first. He told his son that he could have her since he has always wanted to have her, and he was very grateful. Feng told him that he will kill him if he does to touch Vire. He held the girl tightly while he called the protagonist trash, telling him that he doesn't have the ability to. He dropped her on the floor and immediately tore her clothes while she resisted. He told her that does she think he wouldn't touch her just because she was a saint. The protagonist broke free from the bind that the city lord had cast on him and rushed towards his son, telling him that he should let the girl go. The city lord found him interesting to be able to break free from his ind, and still called him weak. He rushed to attack the city lord, but he prepares to launch an attack on him. The man told her that even if she was a talented saint, she was still nothing but Iment that can be killed before stepping into the truth saints. Then he came up with a fake story to tell Wire teacher that a man from nowhere came and murdered her, and then gives the protagonist head to the teacher. The protagonist was angered when he had what he had said. He hadn't expected that the city lord would be so despicable. The city lord then told him that right now all he had to do is to just die and go to hell. Meanwhile, he was the one that was supposed to go to hell for all the crimes he has committed. Suddenly, he turned when he felt a force behind him that was very powerful. He saw that the girl has used her power to kick his son away from her and seemed to be doing something. She then brought out something like a crystal and smiled while staring at it, circulating every force around her. Shees looks at the protagonist with crystal-like tears falling from her eyes. She told him not to worry. Meanwhile, her tears sparkled. The city lord dropped the protagonist immediately and rushed back to protect his son because she was going to self-destruct. He watched as she sat inside a glowing bubble, and then the city lord hasting his speed towards his son. The protagonist knelt there as he opened his hand, trying to see if you can grab her, and then call her name. She was still looking as beautiful as ever, and then she smiled happily, still in tears that was sparkling. And then she said she was really happy to know him. His screamed out her name while crying. He couldn't hold back his tears at all. As her force attracted other energy around her, he rushed towards her, but then she disappeared. It seemed like he had passed through something, which was very shocking. And then everywhere exploded immediately because of the force. Most of the floors and walls of the houses were broken. The wicked city lord sat with his son. He was safe, because he had used his power to safeguard his and his son's life. The weak son was so scared as it trembled in his father's arm because he had never seen such a power. He was a weakling. A portal opened, And then the protagonist fell out of the total in the woods. He picked up Ware's hair bundle rope. He held her hair bundle tightly to his chest with his eyes shut, and then he quivered like he wanted to cry. Then he made a vow with tears trolling out of his eyes, and standing erect and in a powerful gaze he promised that he was going to kill all those bastards and take revenge. Suddenly he looked around and wondered where he was. Then he decided to stop bothering about where he was, and then concluded that he wants to go back and take revenge for Grandpa and Wire. Suddenly an explosion occurred few meters away from him. He had a group of people requesting for the dragon egg from a dragon, and they were attacking the dragon. The white-haired old man decided to use his divine sword and attack the dragon, but the dragon flipped him away, causing him and his sword to be separated. It was a black dragon. They kept on attacking the black dragon non-stop. When the protagonist saw that it was a dragon, he was very shocked because he hadn't expected to see a dragon there. The dragon roar shook the entire forest, making even the protagonist to flinch. Then it opened its mouth to bite the protagonist, but instead of running, the protagonist stood still and tried to block the attack. Suddenly, the dragon stopped when it senses something. The protagonist was an earthling. They kept on shooting an arrow at the dragon. He caught most of them, while most of them fell on the floor when it's landed on its body. Suddenly, an arrow rushed towards the protagonist. It had caught him unaware. The black dragon blocked the attack for the protagonist, causing blood to splatter around. Because the arrow that was shot at him was the dragon bow, which was something that can penetrate into the skin of any dragon. The protagonist then asked the dragon why he had saved him. Meanwhile, the dragon was angry that the bunch of level D insect had injured him. The people that were attacking them were initially asking who the boy was, but they ignored him and decided to kill the dragon and take the egg away. One of the men attacking the dragon decided to launch another attack, which was the meteor fire. The dragon used its wing to block the meteor fire from raining the protagonist. When he felt that the fire was not raining on him, he wondered why the dragon was protecting him. Then the dragon sold the boy that he was going to hold those people back first, that he had to leave. The photo could not help but remember Grandpa that had protected him. He got really angry when he thinks of that. Every single time, he's always the one that gets protected by others. Those people jumped up immediately, trying to launch another attack, telling the dragon that he should die. Meanwhile, the protagonist got their attention and became really angry, releasing different kinds of power from his body that had pushed those people away. He felt a dragon blood enter his body as a screamed different red veins appeared right on his neck as the circulated his entire body. What he just had was a King Kong rage due to the fact that he was always been protected by others, so he lost control. The dragon was shocked when he saw the force that the boy was releasing from his body. The protagonist then called those men bastards as they continued to throw attacks. He rushed towards them with speed. He then stretched out his hand to give them a punch, telling them that they should go to hell. With Flash, he was ready to move closer to the person that he was about to punch. One of the men stood still and said that he really was a trash, so he didn't take the protagonist serious. A purple hay girl jumped out, telling the man to get out of the way, that she was going to kill the protagonist. Then she swinged her sword towards him, but the protagonist first her attack head-on with his punch. Because he had faced the attack head-on, the force had pulled him back, throwing him down at the floor. The black dragon dragged the protagonist with his salt back, telling him that they aren't easy to deal with. Meanwhile, the protagonist struggled to be freed from him. The purple hair lady wondered who he was because he had resisted her blow. Department stood up and tried to go back, but the black dragon told him that he should wait. He used his flurry steps and rushed towards the purple hair lady. Then he disappeared from her front and landed right behind her without her knowledge. She stretched out his leg to kick her when he has gotten the position that he needed. But before the kick could touch her, the green-head man rushed and used his hammer to wage his kick. The force had pushed the protagonist backward, leaving piled up broken ground as he went backwards. Then the protagonist stopped his moving as he breathed due to tiredness. He hasn't expected that green hair man to interfere in his fight, and he also hadn't expected that he would see through his flurry steps. The man threw an attack at him and told the protagonist that he should go to hell. Seeing that, the black dragon shouted at the protagonist that he should be careful. He then rushed to protect the protagonist and then told him that those people had the divine blessings. He noticed that since he has fought those people that he was not able to bring any harm to them, but they were nothing compared to the powers of the City Lord. But they are still strong. He couldn't tell but wonder how strong the City Lord was. Then he spat out blood because he had used so much energy and power fighting those people. Suddenly a man rushed towards the dragon with his sword. He used the dragon's sword to injure the dragon, and the dragon screamed out in pain while blood splattered out of his body. The purple hair lady now turned to the guards that were rushing towards them and told them to come on really quick. The man that had injured the dragon landed on the floor and used his power to resist going too far because of the force the dragon had thrown him out. The dragon could not help but curse them for injuring him. Then he flew up and held the protagonist in his hand. He decided to create a portal for them to escape from the hands of those cultivators that by trying to harm them. Suddenly, they screamed out to stop them while a man shot an arrow. When the white-head man sensed that they were trying to use space magic to escape, he threw his sword at the dragon immediately. The sword stabbed right in the chest of the dragon, then it screamed in pain. But it persisted, and then flew up to the portal immediately. He went through the total and disappeared immediately into the space. As they were panicking that it had escaped, one of the men told them that they shouldn't panic because you are taking away his holy item. Then the purple-head lady told them that he wouldn't be able to escape because that salt was trackable. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up somewhere in a cave and wondered where he was. Then he turned when he had a voice, and then asked who was speaking. Then the man asked him if he doesn't remember him from his voice. He sat there with a sword in his chest. When the protagonist saw the sword in the chest of the man, he was shocked, because how is a man still living with a sword right in his chest? Then the man then revealed one of his horn and asked him why, when he saw how the protagonist had reacted. While the dragon thanked the protagonist was busy asking him if his chest hurts and if you wanted him to pull out the sword. The man that told him to wait, he told him that the sword can't be pulled out casually, if not it will cause a massive bleeding. The protagonist removed this hand immediately and apologized because he didn't know while his hand shook due fear. The man then laughed and told the protagonist that it was fun teasing him, that he pulled the sword out. The protagonist was worried, rushed towards the man and asked him if he was doing all right. The man stood up and then told the protagonist that that place was his strong hood, and those group of people won't to be able to find that place, so he should be rest assured. He asked him who those people were and why they were attacking him. He told them that they were from the 4 empires and mercenary regiments, and they are trying to steal his dragon egg. So he hid the dragon egg well. The protagonist asked him why he hid his dragon egg in the garbage dump. Suddenly he pulled out an egg, screaming that he had found it with a smile on his face. The boy asked him if it was the dragon egg because it doesn't look like one. It's just looked like a large egg. The dragon kept on indicating that the egg was a she, and then Feng asked him how he knew that it was a she since it hasn't hatched yet. She now related his story that about months ago something happened to him. He found himself had become a black dragon, and then suddenly he spat out an egg from his mouth. So he concluded that the egg that he spit out from his mouth must be his child, and asked if it isn't the same with laying eggs. Then the dragon told the protagonist that he would lend him the dragon egg for the meantime. Suddenly the protagonist recalled that the dragon had said something about Earth, and then his eye lit up when he heard Earth. Then the dragon told him it was because he had come across Earth too, that was why he knew about it. The protagonist was shocked, and he was also happy. And then the dragon reminded him that he told him that he became a black dragon. Suddenly he gripped his chest due to pain, which was the area that he had been stabbed. He comforted himself, saying that he shouldn't die after all because he was a dragon. The last a little, and then say that he can still make jokes that the protagonist shouldn't worry about him. He predicted that the protagonist still wanted to ask him other questions, like why he was still being attacked as a dragon, which the protagonist agreed to. He told him that there are less than dragons in that world. So why would the 4 Empire try to harm him and collect his egg? The dragon just explained that he was the one who suffered because there are people who always stare at his egg all day long. If he had found a way back to Earth, he would have been gone. The protagonist then further asked if there were other powers there apart from spirit and magic, because he doesn't know what was wrong with his power. The dragon told the protagonist that his strength was strange, because he couldn't sense any fluctuation of magic. The protagonist told him that he didn't know, but it seemed to be related to a kind of internal exercise that he had practiced. The dragon reminded him that power was not the same in the world they were in. Then he told the protagonist that it seemed like he had been living in that world for a while. The protagonist was speechless for a moment, and then had a sad expression on his face. They called what had happened to him earlier when he came to the world. Then he was very angry, and then saved that it was going to chill the man that had killed his family. The dragon then held the protagonist's hand, and told him that there is a goddess in this world, that was the goddess of life, and can resurrect dead people. When the head of the goddess of life then he knew that Vyre could be revived, and then he asked where she was, and how he could find her. Before he could reply, the ground shook as rocks fell from the top. Then he saw something which was like a tracker, then you know that those guys had arrived. Seeing the spirits in front of him, he knew that they had tracked him down and he was very angry. He told the protagonist that he was going to use the teleportation magic again, that he should take the egg first. Then the dragon told the protagonist that he shouldn't worry, that he should be rest assured that as far as he wants to run, no one would be able to catch him. He told the product when he said he should go first, that he will find him later after he has dealt with them. Then he threw something at the protagonist and told him to catch it. The protagonist caught the sword immediately. Dragon told him that it was a holy weapon, so he should remember not to overuse it, otherwise he will suffer. The protagonist was not happy because he was always protected and wasn't strong enough. Then the dragon opened a portal and pushed the protagonist into the portal with his powers. But because the ground and the entire cave was shaking, his spiritual fluctuations was hitting the magic circle he had created. As he was about to enter into the portal, the dragon screamed out telling him to wait. Then the protagonist raised his head, asking what exactly he was talking about, and there was blood on his face while he inquired. The blood on his face then dropped on top of the egg, and then a golden light glowed around the egg that he was holding. Because of the drop on the egg, the powers surrounding it forcefully pulled the guy into the portal. Then the portal opened up, and then the protagonist fell into somewhere else. When he fell down, he spit out blood and there was some crack on the egg. Then you stood up and then remember that he heard the dragon telling him something. The protagonist panicked when he saw that there was a crack on the egg. He held it tight. Then a golden light glowed around the egg while the protagonist held it sitting on the floor. The light was so heavy that it makes Feng to cry. Then it created a huge smoke that forcefully pushed the protagonist away. Then he saw a golden dragon that was no longer guided by the eggs. The golden dragon looked beautiful as it stood in front of the protagonist. Feng held the dragon with a smile on his face and asked if it was a girl. Suddenly, the dragon turned to a boy and kicked him, and then the protagonist confirmed that T was a boy. The protagonist rubbed his cheeks, which was where he had been kicked, and then looked at the little dragon's manhood. The little dragon kicked him again, before the protagonist could do anything. Feng Liu complained that he donated a lot of blood to make him hatch, and yet he was been beaten by the little dragon. He wondered if his conscience was eaten by his dad. Feng Liu wondered how he could stand with such a little ancestor like the little dragon. The little dragon complained that it was hungry, and the protagonist asked him what he wanted to eat. He replied that you wanted to eat meat. The protagonist told him that his young heart cannot be stimulated, so he was going to find some meat for him. Then he stood up as they prepared to head into the woods to find some meat. When they left, a group of men arrived there immediately because they had sensed a supreme power that had arrived in the human land, which has not been there for long. The dragon's dazzling eye watched as the protagonist roasted a meat for him. You couldn't wait for the food I've gone used to finish a day roasting, and then he gnawed on it. Then the protagonist told him that if it wasn't enough, he was going to get another one for him later. The little dragon looked at him angrily when he said that, like he was complaining that he was a glutton. He told the protagonist that he was averagely satisfied with the roasting, he was being stingy with his praises. Feng told him that Tate, his father, hadn't told him his name, so he wondered if he should come with one first. So he told him that because its birth had special effects, he was going to name him Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin continued to eat the meat that he had given to him, and watched him as he talks to himself. Xiao Jin then told him that he wants to go to sleep because he was full, so the protagonist should not bother him. Then the protagonist wished that Yate would be able to escape without problems, and since he handed Xiao Jin to him, he was going to take care of him. The protagonist vows that he must become stronger, so that you'd be able to protect Xiao Jin, and he would not run away again. Then he decided to practice first in the land that they were in, because it seemed like there were a lot of warcraft there. At the imperial palace of Xinglan Empire stood a man, Yadi Chen. Dai Chen turned when he heard one of his guard reporting something. The man reported that a message came from the team that we are trying to capture the dragon eggs. He was very angry and then called them a bunch of trash, saying that even with the sacred item, they still couldn't be able to capture the dragon. Then the man told him that the black dragon had a personal helper. Hearing that, the man was shocked and asked who it was. The guard told him that he was going to send someone to hunt down the dragon's personal helper. Di Chen told him not to bother about that because he had his own arrangement. Days later at the field, which was where the protagonist and the little dragon was in. They lay a lot of traps and lie in the middle of the trap just to attract their food for that day. The little dragon complains that it was so hungry with a sad expression. He comforted him, telling him not to worry, so all he has to do was to stick to their plan. Suddenly, a wolf-like creature appeared right in front of them. It had followed the symbols around the trap area. They were happy when they saw that they had successfully hooked one. Same goes to the little dragon because you knew that is dinner had arrived. Suddenly, they heard some people's voice shouting that there was someone over there, and they turned towards the direction the voice was coming from. The protagonist and little dragon turned towards where the voice was coming from. They saw a group of people standing in the middle of a field with some weapon. One of the men used a binocular, and then saw two people lying in the middle of a field, and then a wolf-like creature. He concluded that they were asking for help because they had been followed by the 7th red wolf, and they don't dare to act recklessly. Then he told his teammates that they should prepare so that they would go and save them now. One of the men stopped in, telling him that something doesn't feel right. He asked him why he had said so. Beta told him that everything doesn't feel right. The arrows that were surrounding the kids, and then the kids themselves, looked weird. The man told him that he understands that he was being cautious, but right now a life was important and their team would not stand by. Meanwhile, people were in danger. Then the man ordered 2 of his teammates that they should cover him since he was going to go forward towards the wolf. He took out his sword and saying goes to them, they prepared to cover him so that he will go attack the wolf. They all threw an attack at the wolf arrows and magical power balls. The wolf suddenly jumped towards them to attack them. But instead of fighting back, they turned and ran away in fear, screaming for help. The man then shouted at the protagonist, telling him that they were going to lead the red wolf away, that he should run away with his little brother. The little dragon watched as the red wolf ran away along with the people, and also their traps had been destroyed. Suddenly, he started crying because he knew that his dinner had just escaped because of some foolish people. The protagonist comforted him, telling him that they were trying to distract the red wolf in order to protect them. Then the little dragon cried out and rushed towards the protagonist, telling him not to leave him alone as he stretched his hand towards him. The red wolf continues to run after the group of attackers, but they were slowly running out of breath. The leader of the team asked the old man behind them why he had suddenly ran away. He replied by telling him that he couldn't get rid of the wolf. The man cried, telling his leader that he obviously could not fight the 7th grade red wolf, and he still had to play hero. As they were running, the leader crashed on the floor while the wolf and few of his other teammates were behind him. The wolf jumps past the teammate, towards the leader that was on the floor, and then the leader raised his head, staring at it, shocked. He knew that he was done for because he didn't have the power to fight the wolf. But before the wolf would attack the man lying on the floor, it was suddenly sliced into pieces. The blood rained on the face of the leader that was on the floor. He had a very shocked expression on his face. The protagonist stood there with his sword, and then the head of the red wolf on the floor. The protagonist thanked him for saving their lives. Meanwhile, the leader was still there, speechless with his mouth wide open. Xiaojin suddenly appeared with tears of joy when he saw that the red wolf had been killed. The crew gathered around the protagonist as they anxiously asked him what happened. The sky darkened and the whole crew is gathered around a blazing campfire as they ate their supper of the dead wolf. Big Brother smiled as he teased the protagonist about using him as a bait to hunt for food. Seeing that he was caught, the protagonist shyly confessed to what had happened and what he did. The Big Brother looked on in wonder as he analyzed the situation from earlier as he watched Xiaojin feed on his supper. Another crew member with a big sword strapped behind his back leaned forward as he asked the protagonist why he didn't leave when he faced danger. Closing his eyes, the protagonist dejectedly said he had no place to go. The man with the sword strapped behind his back looked on in shock at what the protagonist said. The protagonist continued to explain that he was new and didn't know his way around. The man with the sword strapped behind his back excitedly rushed to the protagonist as he told him he is well explored and can take him anywhere. The protagonist looked at the man with excitement as he asked the man if he knew where the goddess of life is. The protagonist question shocked everyone as the man with the sword strapped behind his back told the protagonist he doesn't know where it is. The monk then explained to the protagonist the reason why no god or goddess has been seen for a long time. What the protagonist heard left him shocked and speechless as he hunched over using his knees as a support. The protagonist then knelt down on the floor with his head bent in dejection and his sword beside him embedded into the floor. The man with the strapped sword placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder as he assured him that the goddess must be somewhere. The man with the strapped sword asked the protagonist if he would like to join their group of mercenaries. The man further explained that if he became a mercenary, he could get information from their union. The man went on to explain the benefits of becoming a mercenary to the protagonist, who stood with his mouth wide open. The protagonist and Xiaojin both were enticed by what they heard, and the both looked on with surprise on their faces about the information they got. The both immediately agreed, as the protagonist turned to face the group before him. The man with the sword strapped behind him clasped the protagonist on the shoulder with excitement at his acceptance to join them. The other crew happily welcomed the protagonist, except the monk, who looked on with a dull face. The man with the sword strapped behind him brought out a stack of paper for the protagonist to sign to make him a mercenary. The protagonist looked on with a face filled with awe as he contemplated how to sign them all, and where the man hid it earlier. The man with the strapped sword then offered to explain to the protagonist what is written in the contract if he couldn't read it all. The man with the strapped sword then proceeded to say out everything written in the pile of paper. The protagonist got a headache from all the talking. He lifted his hand and asked the man to stop, that he will sign the contract. The protagonist then stood in front of the crew as they all looked forward to what the future will bring. The man with the strapped sword stood with his hand on his waist as he welcomed the protagonist to their crew. They all stood as they looked at the huge sundown fortress. The crew sits around a table with drinks as they celebrate to welcome the protagonist to their crew. The man with the strapped sword then explained to the protagonist that this bar at the sundown fortress is a heaven for many mercenaries. The protagonist turned and stated that the inn was lively, which was seconded by Xiaojin, who had a happy smile on his face. The waitress then dropped on the table to beers called Dragon Blood beer that the protagonist and his friend ordered. The waitress then stretched an orange juice towards Xiaojin, who had a surprised expression on his face. Xiaojin then sat with his head folded across his chest as he complained about the orange juice given to him. Xiaojin then approached the waitress and asked to be given the strongest beer in the bar. The waitress leaned forward and asked Xiaojin how old he was to be able to drink beer. With a face full of pride, Xiaojin told her he should be more than 100 years old. The waitress was very surprised at what Xiaojin said. She leaned forward to ask him how old he really was. The woman laughed at the suggestion that Xiaojin was a dragon. The woman leaned forward as she poked Xiaojin on the nose as she called him cute. Turning around, she told Xiaojin that she will play with him later, that she has work to do. Xiaojin immediately stood up to tell the waitress to stop as the protagonist looked on with tiredness. Xiaojin angrily turned to the protagonist, asking why he stopped him from introducing himself to the waitress. Hearing a sound, the protagonist turned to see where the sound came from. The protagonist turned to Xiaojin and explained to him that if anyone knew he is a dragon, that they would be in danger. The protagonist pointed at Xiaojin, asking him if he is ready to die. The question left Xiaojin scared, and he said he won't mention it again. The man with the strapped sword approached the protagonist, asking him to pick something to eat that he will pay. Xiaojin heard what the man with the strapped sword said and asked if he was serious. When Xiaojin heard the confirmation, he shouted for the waitress to bring the menu. Xiaojin collected his order from the waitress as the protagonist asked the man with the strapped sword if he can really get the information he needs. The man with the strapped sword told him that he can get any information he needs from the mercenary Tarvan. Facing the inn, the man continued to say that they have intelligence merchants. They could ask questions. The man with the strapped sword held the protagonist by the shoulder as he told him they will continue looking for the goddess of life. The man with the strapped sword turned to the protagonist, asking him why he wants to meet the goddess of life so bad. The protagonist's mind went to the people he lost and told the man with the strapped sword about them. The man with the strapped sword placed his hands on the protagonist's shoulder to encourage him, telling him that he was glad to know him. The protagonist turned and looked at the man with a look of gratitude on his face, saying thank you to him. The protagonist and the man with the strapped sword turned on hearing a commotion behind them. The protagonist asked himself if the child they are talking was Xiaojin. The protagonist was jaw-dropped, and as he gazed at the place where the boy was and couldn't see him anymore, the protagonist and his men went further into the bar to look for Xiaojin. The protagonist and his men are shocked seeing Xiaojin gorging on food. The man with the strapped sword looked on surprise written all over his face at the food Xiaojin ate, as the protagonist explained that he was still growing. The man with the strapped sword was not convinced and asked the protagonist if he was sure it was just this food that Xiaojin ate. When suddenly the door's front bell rang, announcing the presence of a new group of mercenaries. It was the deputy head of Rhapsody Mercenary Regiment Wu Kai and his group that entered. The man with the strapped sword turned and asked in a low voice why the man was in the inn. The man with the strapped sword hooked his hand around the protagonist's neck, telling him it was time to go. This left the protagonist in surprise. The man with the strapped sword explained to the protagonist that the Rhapsody Mercenary group were once in conflict. Wu Kai sat on a reclining chair as one of his crew members massaged his shoulder, the protagonist, and the man with the strapped sword looked on. The man with the strapped sword had sweat running down his face as he tried to assure himself that everything will be okay. The Rhapsody Mercenary group approached the protagonist where they were seated as the man with the strapped sword struggled at introducing them. Wu Kai held a slender woman in his arm as he told her about the roasted chicken in this inn. As the woman agreed to try it out, the waitress appeared as was summoned by Wu Kai as she asked what he wanted to order. Wu Kai then ordered for a roasted mad beef, to which the waitress told Wu Kai that the roasted mad beef was finished. Turning to the slender lady on his arm, Wu Kai suggested they settle for a steamed dragon claw, to which the waitress told them once again that it is finished. Wu Kai angrily asked which meat they had left, to which the waitress answered that their meat is finished, that they only have vegetables available. Wu Kai's expression changed as he asked the waitress how come they are sold out. The waitress then told him that all the meat was bought other customers in the bar. At the bar stand, the protagonist and TGE man with the strapped sword are seated as they continued to laugh at the joke. Wu Kai looked at the bar and recognized the man with the strapped sword. The man with the strapped sword continued to brag to the men before him at the feat that the protagonist achieved of killing a red wolf. Wu Kai walked up to the bar where the protagonist and his crew, whereas Wu Kai taunted the man with the strapped sword. Wu Kai continued to taunt the man with the strapped sword, telling him that he ruined the burial they prepared for him. The man with the strapped sword became enraged and turned with anger towards Wu Kai, telling him not to go too far. Wu Kai didn't relent in his taunting and told the man with the strapped sword that he was bragging. The protagonist sat looking at Wu Kai, who continued to taunt him, telling him that he was not strong enough to kill a red wolf. The crew members of Wu Kai laughed alongside him as he called the protagonist weak. Wu Kai then spoke up, telling the man with the strapped sword that if the protagonist was able to kill him, then he will believe he isn't bragging. And if he didn't kill him, then the man with strapped sword will say that Sensei is a brave talker. The protagonist then angrily made the bet bigger with Wu Kai. Wu Kai growled fiercely at the protagonist. He taunted the man with the strapped sword, pushing the bet high. The man with the strapped sword glared at Wu Kai upon realizing his falsehood. He called Wu Kai out for lying to him. Wu Kai taunted the man with the strapped sword further, saying that there's no going back from the bargain. The man with the strapped sword turned to the protagonist, telling him not to go yet. The protagonist turned to the waitress to borrow her straw. He wanted to prove his power. The protagonist is seen standing next to the man with a strapped sword. The protagonist is prepared to face Wu Kai, who is standing before him. The protagonist snapped the straw between his fingers. He showed it to Wu Kai, telling him that a straw is enough to fight with. Wu Kai gnashed his teeth in anger. He threatened the protagonist in his rage. The protagonist in his braveness came close to Wu Kai and challenged him. The protagonist looked at Wu Kai fiercely and threatened him back. The man with the strapped sword and other 3 men with him are amazed at seeing someone who can challenge Wu Kai. They feared for the protagonist. Xiaojin is seen with a large portion of meat. He is so unbothered. Xiaojin is seen gorging on his portion of meat while the banter was going on. Wu Kai is charged and ready to fight likewise the protagonist. 2 different groups of people are seen on the opposite sides watching with amazement. The men standing with the man with the strapped sword wondered if the protagonist can deal with the fearful Wu Kai. The man with the sword got paranoid immediately. He became restless with thoughts. The man with the strapped sword thought to himself, if the protagonist's power can match with that of the dreaded Wu Kai. The man with the strapped sword then confirmed that the protagonist truly killed a red wolf with a sword. But his neighbor did not believe. The man with the strapped sword then placed a bet with his companions, since they did not believe him. They mocked him further. Wu Kai sneered at the protagonist and asked him if he wanted to die. The protagonist said yes daringly. The protagonist slid 1 straw into the other to make it longer, and flipped it across his face. Wu Kai is drawn backwards forcefully by the powers projecting from within the protagonist. Wu Kai was stunned. The protagonist strikes his straw in the air and whirls it round as he performs his trick. The protagonist is seen with eyes closed. His magic trick is ongoing. Immediately, Wu Kai came forward to strike a blow, but the protagonist appeared double suddenly as he blows. Wu Kai, still trying to fight back, was thrown aback by the presence of 2 same persons fighting against him. The protagonist attacked Wu Kai from behind, trying to hit Wu Kai with his magic straw. The double illusion that the protagonist created punched Wu Kai on his breasts, and he groaned out loud. Wu Kai let out a very loud sound at the punch he received from the protagonist. Wu Kai fell to the floor with a bang, and he didn't stand up again, as the people in the bar watched. The protagonist lifted the broken straw to his face as he thought that he nearly lost the fight with Wu Kai. The crew members of Wu Kai all stood around him in surprise as he was taken down with just 1 blow. Sensei turned to the protagonist, telling him that he was amazing. Turning to his crew members, Sensei asked for the money they betted on who will win. Wu Kai's crew carried him out as they told the protagonist and his crew that Wu Kai will take revenge on them later. The protagonist walked outside. He stood with his hand folded as he watched the crew members of Wu Kai carrying him out. Sensei came up to the protagonist, showing him the money they won from they betting they did. Sensei's mood turned serious as he told the protagonist that Wu Kai will surely seek his revenge. Sensei walked up to the bar where the waitress is and slammed the bags of money on top the bar. Sensei walked up to the waitress, asking her to check for all the damages done, that he will pay for it. The waitress picked up the bag of money as she opened her mouth to tell him about how much the money can cover. Dropping the money bag, the waitress told Sensei that the money won't be enough to cover all his expenses. Sensei was taken aback as he didn't believe that the money won't be enough to cover his whole bill. He requested for their bill. Sensei held the long paper in his hand as he asked Xiaojin how many dishes he ordered. Outside, the protagonist and Sensei stood without cloths on. As the protagonist apologized to Sensei about the situation they are in because of Xiaojin, Sensei waved his apology off, telling the protagonist that he already considered him a brother. Suddenly, Sensei smiled awkwardly as he reminded the protagonist that they still owed a lot of money to the Tarvan. In the bush behind them, the protagonist and Sensei heard a rustling caused by an approaching foot. The both turned on hearing a voice from a cloaked form telling them he has a commission for them. Outside a big mansion, voices are heard begging for mercy as they are being dragged into a pond. They people shouting kept being dragged into the mud as they continued to beg their master for mercy, that they would complete the next mission they are given. 3 men ran from inside the mansion as they shouted to a man in the pond that Wu Kai has been injured. The men in the pond shouting earlier for mercy were dragged to the bottom of the pond and didn't come up again, as bubbles floated to the surface. The 3 men stood there watching, not making a sound. Suddenly a head can be seen coming out of the dirty pond. The man had a scary pale appearance. He is named Mo2, and also the leader of the Rhapsody Mercenary Regiment. He walked out of the pond fully naked with no clothing. as the men who came to report to him shifted to the sides in fear. Mo too stood looking at one of the men who brought the report and asked him what the protagonist group was doing at the Tarvan. The protagonist and Sensei walked side by side as they discussed what happened at the Tarvan, and if they should take the commission. Sensei then told the protagonist the requirements that must be achieved if one wanted to take up a commission. And Sensei excitedly told the protagonist that, if they are able to reach sea level, that they will have enough money to pay the Tarvan. But the mind of the protagonist already wandered, as he wondered how he just got a commission out of nowhere. Sensei approached the protagonist with a smile, urging him to have a positive attitude towards the commission. Entering a huge hall, Sensei announced that they have arrived. Before them is a huge rock that Sensei introduced as the test stone to measure strength. It can be seen that other people surrounded the stone, testing out their strengths. The protagonist walked forward, saying he wants to test his strength, as Sensei and Xiaojin cheered him on. The protagonist went to the examiner, telling him he was there to test his strength. The examiner told him to stand in the middle and hit the stone with all his strength. The protagonist stood in the mist, looking up at the huge stone before him. The protagonist backed up and hit the stone with all his strength. The examiner looked on with surprise on his face because no effect was seen on the stone. The examiner approached the protagonist, asking him what he just did, that he neither had strength or magic. The examiner shouted at the protagonist that he can't become a mercenary if didn't have power or magic. One of the men there, wanting to test their powers, walked up to the protagonist and held his cloth, telling him to leave if he was a trash. Looking up at the man, the protagonist calmly told him to let him go. The man laughed at the protagonist, mocking him for saying the man should let him go. The protagonist stretched his hand and landed a blow on the man, making fun of him, knocking him to the ground. The protagonist's single blow knocked the man out totally. The protagonist turned to the examiner and told him that he will test his strength once again. Sensei and Xiaojin both cheered on the protagonist on his second attempt. Suddenly, the red-haired lady appeared as she talked about the rules guiding the guild. The red-haired lady, named Sophia, stood with her hand on her waist as asked who had an itchy skin. Miss Sophia walked forward as the guys around admired her and complimented her. Sensei and Xiaojin both excitedly cheered at Miss Sophia. Turning to see who it was, the protagonist's mouth opened in surprise as he muttered to himself that the lady is too sexy. They stood before the protagonist, asking him if he was the one causing trouble in the building. The protagonist pointed to the man on the floor as he narrated to the lady that the commotion was caused by him. The examiner approached the lady Sophia as he whispered something to her, which left her surprised. Looking at the man on the floor, the lady Sophia was surprised that he was knocked out in one blow by someone without strength or magic. The protagonist spoke up, saying that he believes he has proved his strength enough to be a mercenary, to which the woman agreed. The woman suddenly faced the protagonist, telling him she will like to test his strength. The protagonist stood as he asked her if she really was here to check her strength. The lady Sophia answered the protagonist by telling him that if he whined her, she will give him a mercenary qualification. But if not, he should go. The protagonist smirked as he taunted her to come fight him. The words of the protagonist got the lady Sophia very angry as she squinted her eyes at the protagonist. Sensei stood without Xiaojin on his shoulder, as he contemplated if he should cheer for the protagonist or the lady Sophia. Xiaojin angrily ranted about the woman about to fight the protagonist. Suddenly, Xiaojin jumped from Sensei's shoulder as he wanted to go to the lady Sophia. The lady Sophia stood her hands on her waist as she asked if the protagonist was ready, to which he said an okay. Sophia then rushed towards the protagonist, who just stood with full speed. The sensei opened his mouth and shouted that the protagonist should be careful, that the move is Miss Sophia assassination move. The lady punched at the figure of the protagonist, but her hand went through without causing any harm. The lady turned with surprise written all over her face as she looked at the protagonist behind her, only for her to be pushed by a sudden force in front of her. The protagonist stood as what seemed like blue fire all around him as Miss Sophia asked herself how strong the protagonist really is. Miss Sophia then concluded in her mind to use her special trick, as blue light can be seen emitting from her. The protagonist turned in time, raising his sword as he blocked the attack from the Lady Sophia. The Lady Sophia stood panting as a light pinkish flame keeps coming out from her pores. With anger on her face, the Lady Sophia told the protagonist that she will see how he evades this attack. The Lady Sophia flew up towards the protagonist, light pinkish flames all around her. Mid-flight towards the protagonist, the Lady Sophia formed what she called storm wind. The Lady Sophia attacked the protagonist with the storm wind as he shielded himself from her attack with his sword. The Lady Sophia was surprised that the protagonist was able to block her attack, as the protagonist asked her why she will use such hateful moves on him. The Lady Sophia stood with awe written all over her faces as she looked at the protagonist. The lady then stretched out her hand towards the protagonist as she told him that he is a good fighter. The protagonist said thank you as he sheathed his sword. Leaning closer, the Lady Sophia asked the protagonist if he wanted something apart from a mercenary qualification. This left the protagonist surprised. The Lady Sophia sat with her leg on top a table, as she told the protagonist that he can make any other requests he wants to, that it was just the two of them. The protagonist folded his hand as he stood watching the Lady Sophia with her leg on the table. The mind of the protagonist wandered why the Lady Sophia took up the posture she is in, seeing as she is a fierce lady. The protagonist then told the Lady Sophia that all he is interested in is qualifying as a mercenary, nothing else. Biting her finger, the lady asked him if he wasn't interested in her. Leaning on top the table, the protagonist told the Lady Sophia that they didn't know each other. Why will he be interested in her? The protagonist then told her that all he wants is his mercenary qualification, nothing else. The Lady Sophia stayed quiet for a while, and then told him that he passed the assessment. What the Lady Sophia said shocked the protagonist, who asked what kind of assessment that was. The Lady Sophia stood up and told the protagonist that she would like him to join her knighthood. This left the protagonist surprised. The lady stood up and then properly introduced herself to the protagonist, asking him to become her helper. The lady praised the protagonist's strength and character. The protagonist proceeded to ask her if this was the way she recruited her knights. The lady scoffed at the protagonist's statement, then told the protagonist that she dismissed them all because they were just after her beauty. The Lady Sophia then told the protagonist the benefits he stands to earn if he agrees to her proposal. With Huss' hand shyly placed behind his head, the protagonist declines the Lady Sophia offer, leaving her surprised. The protagonist thought to himself that only a fool would take up the position that was offered to him, and that he already had things to do. The protagonist then told the Lady Sophia that he already joined another regiment, and he didn't plan on leaving yet. What the protagonist said caused great anger in the Lady Sophia. The Lady Sophia then angrily dropped a level 7th mercenary badge on the table for the protagonist. The Lady Sophia then explained to the protagonist the reason why she gave him only level 7 mercenary badge. Picking up the badge, the protagonist smiled and told the Lady Sophia that the level was enough. The protagonist, on picking the badge, turned and shouting a thank you, left the Lady Sophia's office. With determination written all over her face, the Lady Sophia promised to make sure the protagonist joins her knighthood. The protagonist and Sensei reached a door that Sensei knocked on, calling out to the others inside that TGE should come for a celebration. Sensei started shaking in anger that maybe Huss crew have started drinking again behind his back. He kicked the door open in anger and walked in with the protagonist behind him. Then he and the protagonist both looked inside at the disheveled apartment before them. Looking up, the both saw the inscription saying Moto. The protagonist angrily turned as he marched out to go confront Motu. Sensei ran after the protagonist, stopping him from stepping out, and he explained to the protagonist that going to Motu is walking into an ambush. He then thought to himself that he must stop the protagonist before he walks into a trap. The protagonist then asked Sensei if it was okay that they leave Beta with his captors, but Xiaojin disagreed. Sensei then suggested they get the law enforcement team on my matter. But the protagonist then told Sensei that if the law enforcement would have done anything that they already would have. With fear written on his face, Senso told the protagonist that they had no other option. The protagonist closed his eyes for some seconds in deep thought. The protagonist opened his eyes, and then reluctantly agreed to what Sensei said about going to law enforcement. Sensei held the protagonist on his shoulder as he comforted him that Beta is still alive, with the protagonist saying he hoped that is the truth. What the protagonist said hit Sensei with realization that Beta might have encountered harm. Sensei turned to the protagonist asking that they should get something to eat first, and then continue later. On hearing what Sensei said, Xiaojin became excited. Sensei turned to Xiaojin asking him what he wants to eat, to which Xiaojin replied meat. He smiled at Xiaojin and told him that today Xiaojin will taste Huss food. The protagonist looked on with a bored face, not interested in what they were talking about. Sensei sat with a drink in hand as he kept calling out the names of his crew members. The protagonist just stood and watched. Suddenly, the protagonist turned and walked out the door. The protagonist stood outside the mansion of the Rhapsody Mercenary Regiment, as the people on guard scattered on seeing him. The protagonist started to walk into the mansion with determined step. As he was walking, the protagonist perceived that there are people lurking around to hurt him. The protagonist positioned and waited for them to attack him first. The mind of the protagonist flashed back to when Sensei told him that they will lay an ambush for him. The protagonist expertly countered the enemy's attack. Within few seconds, all the enemies were all on the floor. To raise his leg, the protagonist felt liquid under his foot. Looking down, the protagonist saw he was in what appeared to be a spell circle. Immediately, the protagonist jumped out of the circle as fire ignited from the circle. The protagonist thought to himself that the magic circle just appeared, meaning that the magician was near. Looking down, the protagonist spotted the magician. The protagonist then threw his sword at the magician on the ground, and it landed on his face. The protagonist stood over the magician, who had a scared look on his face. The protagonist then picked up his sword from the floor where it was embedded. The protagonist stood and wondered if there are others around. With his sword in hand, the protagonist wondered why Motu allowed his men to die. The protagonist, standing over the magician, asked him if that is his strength. The protagonist heard a voice from behind him saying that he must be the one who defeated Mukai. Looking back, the protagonist called out the name Motu. The protagonist fully turned as he continued to listen to Motu's voice telling his men to back down from fighting the protagonist. Motu's voice then told the protagonist to come fight him squarely since he is the one he came for. The protagonist kept walking deep into the empty courtyard, his sword in hand. The protagonist stood and called out to Motu to show himself. Then Motu told the protagonist that he was not hiding, that he was always in front of him. They felt the ground under shift as it started to form a quicksand. The protagonist raised his leg, trying to break himself free. As he was struggling, the protagonist heard Motu's voice taunting him about being too little. Motu's voice still rang clear in the open compound as he told the protagonist that he should just wait for his death. As the protagonist sank deeper, the protagonist then thought to himself that since this is a silent sand, he needs to be free immediately. But Motu told him it was impossible to do. The protagonist started piercing the wet soil beneath him, trying to stab Motu. Suddenly, a rope was thrown towards the protagonist, from a woman with red hair. With surprise, the protagonist caught the rope while thinking to himself that the woman's voice sounds familiar. Holding firmly onto the rope, the protagonist was dragged out from the quicksand by the red-haired lady. After the protagonist was dragged out, the quicksand took form and tried dragging the protagonist back in, asking the protagonist where he is running to. The protagonist removed his sword, asking Motu, who told him that he was running away. Smashing his sword on the formed quicksand, the hand broke into pieces. The broken hand of the quicksand regenerated very quickly as the protagonist was still mid-air. This quick regeneration left the protagonist very surprised. The protagonist expertly landed beside the lady who had saved him. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist looked around him at the men lying on the floor unconscious, and then asked the lady if she did all that. The red-haired lady looked at the protagonist seated on the ground, and told him she just used a potent sedative. As they were talking, the formed quicksand threw itself to where the red-haired lady and the protagonist stood. The protagonist angrily looked at the formed quicksand and said to the red-haired lady that the quicksand is just a summoner. The red-haired lady then suggested that they destroy the mud, that they will get Motu because he always hides in the mud. The protagonist echoed what the red-haired lady said to destroy the mud. The red-haired lady then shot out blue balls from her hand, encasing the quicksand in a crystal of ice. The protagonist praised the lady, telling her she is powerful, and asked what her strength was. The lady turned towards the protagonist, telling him that it was a little gift that he prepared for Motu. The red-haired lady then said to the iced quicksand that Motu can stay in there and he can die of cold. Motu walked out from the ice with a scarstic smile on his face. Looking up, Motu asked the lady who she is. Looking down at him, the lady told him that knowing who she is not important. The protagonist flew out sword in hand as he wants towards Motu. Motu stood and looked up, telling the protagonist that just because he didn't have his mud that he was still strong than him. Angrily, the protagonist lurched forward and told Motu to stop talking and just stay. Motu suddenly bowed as he fell on his knees, asking the protagonist to spare him. The protagonist was surprised and asked Motu why he changed his face so easily. With a smile on his face, Motu just told the protagonist that he is at fault and that he apologizes. Motu then told the protagonist that he could give him whatever he wanted, be it money or women. The protagonist asked for his friend Beta to be released, to which Motu accepted to do. But suddenly Motu shot out a ball of blue fire from his hand. This left the protagonist surprised as he let out a shout from his lips. The protagonist then used the storm wind and appeared behind Motu. Motu was surprised, asking when the protagonist appeared behind him. The protagonist then stabbed Motu from the back, tell him he doesn't need to know. Motu fell face flat to the floor as the protagonist stood above him and wished him farewell. The red-haired lady approached the protagonist and told him that he did a nice job. Holding his sword pointed at the lady, the protagonist asked who she is. Turning her back, she asked the protagonist not to be worried that it was she. She turned to face the protagonist and told him that if she hadn't arrived, he would have been in trouble. Leaning in close, the Lady Sophia asked the protagonist how he was going to repay her, since she saved his life. Still holding his sword in front of him, the protagonist asked the Lady Sophia why she saved him. Pointing at the protagonist, the red-haired lady told him it's because she liked him. The protagonist then told her that he never promised her that he will join her knighthood. The red-haired lady laughed and told him that they will do business then. The Lady Sophia brought out a long roll of paper as she listed things the protagonist is to pay for since she saved him, leaving the protagonist surprised. The Lady Sophia came close to him and said that she is expensive, hence her fees. The Lady Sophia then threw the list she had brought out to the protagonist, who caught it. The protagonist then told the lady that he has no money to pay her. The lady happily raised the contract, telling the protagonist that he needs to work for her to be able to pay her back. Hence, he should become her commander. Looking at the Lady Sophia, the protagonist told her plainly that he will pay her back in another way, but he won't join her knighthood. The Lady Sophia smiled and told the protagonist that the should clean up the mess around. Standing outside Motu residence is the protagonist and the Lady Sophia, as she told him that his friends are okay. The Lady Sophia further told the protagonist that she will clear the mess, but he will take care of the bills, to which he agreed. The protagonist gratefully looked at the Lady Sophia and told her she is a nice woman. With a mocking smile on her face, the Lady Sophia asked the protagonist what kind of woman he meant. The protagonist then became embarrassed at what he said, but the Lady Sophia brushed it aside with a smile. Then, with a serious expression, the Lady Sophia told the protagonist that with time, he will get used to rumors while being a mercenary. With a smile, the protagonist told the Lady Sophia a saying in their town and told her she is a nice woman. With a smile on her face, the Lady Sophia repeated the words said by TGE protagonist. The Lady Sophia gratefully told the protagonist that he is the only one who truly understands her. The protagonist shyly smiled at the praise he got from the Lady Sophia, and she told him that 1,000 has been deducted from his fees. This caused the protagonist to become extremely excited as he petitioned the Lady Sophia if he can say more words to reduce his fees more. The protagonist kept begging the Lady Sophia if he could just say one more sentence, but the Lady Sophia declined. Suddenly, they both burst out in laughter at what just happened. The protagonist stretched out his hand and told the Lady Sophia it was nice meeting her. The Lady Sophia equally stretched her hand and told the protagonist that it is her pleasure. The Lady Sophia then asked the protagonist of, they are now friends, to which the protagonist accepted that they are. With his eyes closed, Sensei asked the protagonist if he went to confront Motu, but the protagonist lied and told Sensei that they were brought to the door last night. The protagonist pointed at them and told Sensei that the important thing is to wake them up. Sensei told the protagonist that he is right, that he will go out to go get a magician to break the sleeping spell. The protagonist stood at the door acting as a guard as the beta and others still slept. The protagonist's mind went back to what Motu said about his combat skills, that it was weak. The protagonist became deep in thought about who he can compare with to know what his strength is. Suddenly the protagonist came up with an idea as his face lights up. The protagonist then did a mirror clone of himself. Standing before the clone, the protagonist was surprised it looked exactly like him. Looking at the clone, the protagonist asked it to strike him. In his mind, the protagonist listed things that made the clone a perfect sparring partner. The protagonist then thought about his strength, that it won't be enough to maintain the clone for a long time. Sensei ran towards the protagonist, shouting out his name as he told him things that happened to Motu. Hei paused as he looked at the clone in front of the protagonist. He rubbed his eyes to make sure if he is not seeing double. Opening his eyes, Sensei told himself that he was actually asleep before. The protagonist asked him what happened. Sensei then told the protagonist that Motu's regiment is all gone. Hearing footsteps behind them, the protagonist and Sensei asked who it is. They saw a man with a hood on, as Sensei thought that the person had much strength. The hooded man told the protagonist that he knows what he did, and that the protagonist should follow him. The protagonist's face had a look of caution and hesitated. Sensei then asked the hooded man who he is. The hooded man then told Sensei that he shouldn't involve himself in this matter. Sensei became angry at what the hooded man said. The protagonist stopped Sensei from attacking the hooded man and said he will go with him. The protagonist then told Sensei that the person before them is not someone good, so they shouldn't provoke him. The hooded man standing before them asked the protagonist and Sensei if they are done gossiping. The protagonist turned to face Sensei and told him that he should stay back and wait for him. Xiaojin then spoke up, reminding the protagonist that he promised to take him to the market. The protagonist bent down and told Xiaojin that he will meet up. Sensei held the protagonist and told him to be careful. The protagonist ran after the hooded man who was ahead of him. Suddenly the man stopped running and told the protagonist that in front is the place of Zengrin. The protagonist then asked the man who he really is. The man dropped his hood and introduced himself as the captain of the law enforcement team in Sundown City. The protagonist was surprised at who the man is. The man looked at the protagonist and asked him if he wants to make friends. The protagonist then thought about why the man is asking him questions. The protagonist then told him that his master disowned him, so he can't reveal his name. The hooded man then told to forget about it, that they should talk about something else. The man then shouted and asked the protagonist if he is the one that killed Motu. The protagonist became alarmed at what the man said. The man told the protagonist that Rhapsody was wiped out by him, to which the protagonist asked him if he had any evidence. The man touched his sword, with the intention to draw it out. The man brought out his sword and told the protagonist that he doesn't need evidence to know. The man pointed his sword at the protagonist, telling him he doesn't need evidence to kill him. The protagonist stood as he watched the man pointing his sword at him. The protagonist then asked the man if this is how he dispense his own justice. The protagonist then told the man that he is the reason Motu has been operating for a long time. The man laughed and told him that justice is who is stronger. The protagonist then asked him if his strength was really at the 9th level. The man then confirmed that he really at the peak 9th level. The protagonist said great, that if he defeats the man, then he can take revenge for Wei Er. The man rushed forward and told the protagonist that he should battle immediately. The man attacked the protagonist with wind footsteps. The man looked behind to see the protagonist behind him about to attack him. The man turned and slashed his sword at the protagonist behind him. The man slashed his sword upward at the protagonist with a shout leaving his lips. The protagonist dogged the attack and reasoned that the man's power is very strong. The man stood in surprise that the protagonist was able to block his attack. The man then mocked the protagonist that he hasn't unlocked the power of his swords. The man further told the protagonist that the power he uses is strange cause it has neither spirit or magic. The man rushed towards the protagonist as he told the protagonist that he is becoming more interested in him. The man slashed fire from his knife towards the protagonist with a loud shout. The man turned his back to see the protagonist behind him. The man turned and slashed a wind from his sword. The protagonist evaded the attack of the man. The protagonist then weighed his options on what to do to survive the man's attack. The protagonist then blocked another attack from the man. The man was surprised as he inserted his sword into the floor. The man then told the protagonist that he knows what he wants to do. The protagonist became surprised at how the man knew what he was planning to do. The man then told the protagonist that he knows he wants to conserve his power. The man's hand ignited in fire as he told the protagonist that he knows what he is doing. The man's body started being covered with an armor as he told the protagonist that this is the end of their warm-up. The scene before the protagonist left him speechless as he stood looking at the transformation before him. The man then told the protagonist that this is one power of someone at the peak of 9th level. The man then told the protagonist to come out with all his power, otherwise he will die by him. The protagonist then shouted at the man that they should start fighting. In the house, as the other crew members are sleeping, Xiao Jin can be seen eating his last chicken thigh. Xiao Jin suddenly shouted, "Why isn't the protagonist back yet?" Wu Kai stood outside a door as he thought about his master and other people in his group that were killed except him. Wu Kai entered the house of the protagonist, telling himself that he could kill Xiao Jin as a revenge for his master. Xiao Jin sat on the floor as he looked at the last chicken thigh, telling himself that he needs to save it. Wu Kai raised his dagger with the intent to stab Xiao Jin in front of him. Suddenly, a loud cry could be heard from inside the building. Wu Kai lay on the floor, blood spilling from his head as Xiao Jin continued to cry. Xiao Jin turned on hearing someone's voice from outside the door, asking about the protagonist. Xiao Jin's face immediately lit up on seeing the Lady Sophia before him. The Lady Sophia looked inside at the dead Wu Kai as Xiao Jin explained to her what happened. Turning to Xiao Jin, the Lady Sophia then asked him who killed Wu Kai. Maybe it was the protagonist. To which Xiao Jin told her that it wasn't the protagonist, that Xiao Jin just raised his hand, and the man became like he is. The Lady Sophia became surprised as she questioned in her mind how Xiao Jin brought Wu Kai down. Looking at the side, the Lady Sophia saw a bottle at the side and believed Wu Kai might have missed a foot and died. Turning to Xiao Jin, the Lady Sophia asked that the forget him, and asked Xiao Jin who called the protagonist out. Xiao Jin then explained to the Lady Sophia what the man wore and what was drawn on his robe. The Lady Sophia became alarmed on hearing what Xiao Jin described to her. Out in the open field, the protagonist and the man are still engaged in a fight. The protagonist and the man both rushed at each other. The protagonist marveled at the power of being at the peak of the 9th level. But with a determined expression, the protagonist vowed not to give up. The protagonist then rushed forward to attack the man. As he was rushing towards the man, the protagonist then did a shadow imaging of himself. The man became surprised that the protagonist could make copies of himself. The protagonist rushed forward to attack the man as he waited in readiness. The man stood watching and noticed that only one of the copies attacked him and the other stayed behind. The man then told the protagonist that this is the first time he has seen the main individual leave his clone and attack instead. The man then mockingly asked the protagonist if it was that he doesn't have enough energy. The protagonist stood behind laughing that he fooled the man, only for the man to look behind him with a surprised expression as he saw the protagonist approaching to attack him. The protagonist jumped, aiming for the man's head. The man released one of his hand to block the attack from the protagonist, while still blocking the clone in front. The man then angrily lifted his hand so as to hit the protagonist. The man raised his leg and kicked the protagonist away. The kick pushed the protagonist away from the man, as the man thought it was strange that the clone was able to fight as well. The man turned and faced the clone in front of him, anger all over his face. The Lady Sophia kept jumping from one building to another as she contemplated that this must be the direction that Xiaojin gave. The lady thought to herself that who took the protagonist away should be the captain of law enforcement team Sundown, named Aohei. She further asked herself why he came for the protagonist, that she made sure to clean everything up. Looking down, she saw some law enforcement agents moving in the same direction as her, and she wondered why. As she was going from roof to roof, she thought to herself that she must save the protagonist from Aohei. As she kept moving forward, she thought to herself that the protagonist should wait for her, that she will soon be with him. In the open field, the protagonist faced the huge form of Aohei in battle. The protagonist thought to himself that his internal power is running out, and it can't be consumed at will. Aohei looked at the protagonist, asking him if his power was running out, that maybe if he didn't have his armor, he might have lost. He then viciously attacked the protagonist, telling him it is he who will lose now. The eyes of the protagonist became focused as he betted on one last move. He suddenly flew up into the air and moved to attack the Aohei. The protagonist lifted himself very far from the ground. Looking at the protagonist, Aohei taunted him to come fight him. Aohei then angrily slashed his sword at the protagonist. The slaw sent out a white light from the sword. Looking at the momentum at which the power from the sword kept approaching him, the protagonist was extremely surprised. Looking at the approaching power from the sword, the protagonist was filled with fear, because he saw no way out, when suddenly he escaped the incoming windblade. This left Aohei very surprised, who couldn't believe his eyes. The sword of the protagonist came down at him with strength, using the fatal strike. Once the protagonist made contact with Aohei, a very big explosion occurred. Aohei's armor disappeared, and he knelt on the ground, defeated his sword beside him. The protagonist leaned on his sword for support as he panted out of breath, same as Aohei. Aohei struggled to stand up as he asked the protagonist how it was possible for him to break through his attack. The protagonist looked at Aohei and told him that there is nothing like absolute defense, and that the best attack is defense. Aohei became surprised and astonished at what the protagonist said. Standing up, Aohei praised the protagonist for his wisdom, saying that he never understood it the protagonist way. Aohei stood up and told the protagonist thank you, to which the protagonist told him he is welcomed. Aohei then asked the protagonist to rush home to go see his friends. The protagonist pointed his sword at Aohei as he asked him what he did to his friends. Aohei laughed and told the protagonist that it's because of him that his friends are still alive. The protagonist was surprised and asked Aohei if he really saved his friends. The mind of the protagonist then flashed back to Wukai from what Aohei had said. Aohei laughed and told him that he had a sharp memory. With his sword placed on his shoulder, the protagonist asked Aohei questions that left him perplexed. The protagonist asked Aohei if he believed he stood no chance at combat with Sensei, at which Aohei said he doesn't believe it to be true. With a smirk on his face, he told Aohei he shouldn't believe it. Then the protagonist's mind went to Xiaojin, who was at home. Lifting both of his hand up, Aohei told the protagonist he can go, that he can forget the Rhapsody Mercenary Regiment incident. The protagonist was surprised and asked Aohei if he wasn't here to arrest him. Aohei smiled and told him that it wasn't worth it for him. The protagonist became confused and asked Aohei why he fought him then. Aohei smiled and told the protagonist it is because he is interested in him. The protagonist was taken aback at what Aohei had just said about being interested in him. The protagonist spoke up, telling Aohei that he is not interested in getting engaged to a man, while Aohei corrected him, telling him that he is interested in his strength. Aohei went on to tell the protagonist that he deliberately provoked him into fighting him, and that the protagonist surprised him. But the protagonist waved it aside, telling Aohei that he was only able to go far because he was calculative. With a determined voice, the protagonist said that he needs to build his strength to be able to defeat the Lord of the City. The protagonist let out a heavy breath from Hus' lips after making his statement. Turning back to Aohei, the protagonist asked him what he wanted since he came to test his strength. Standing up, Aohei asked the protagonist if he knew what were humans' enemy, to which the protagonist answered orcs. Aohei affirmed the protagonist's statement, and then further told him that in few days that humans and orcs will be engaged in a battle. The protagonist was surprised and asked Aohei what he meant by what he said. Aohei then explained to the protagonist that orcs are fertile in giving birth, but their land is barren. So because their land is barren, they now want to take away from humans their fertile lands, and it's decided every 3 years in a duel. The protagonist then asked, what if humans win? Aohei answered that if humans wins, that the orcs will retreat for another 3 years. The protagonist became deep in thought as he considered if the orcs were testing humans' strength by way of the duels. The protagonist then asked Aohei, why don't they just wipe out orcs once they win? Aohei then explained to him the obstacles that they encounter. The protagonist then asked Aohei if it was really just enough to maintain safety just for a while, to which Aohei answered that it's better to maintain border safety. Aohei then told the protagonist that in their last duel that the lost to the orcs and suffered heavy losses, so humans can't afford to lose once again. Aohei then asked the protagonist to fight alongside him since they both are at 9th level cultivation, that the orcs will still send theirs. The protagonist thought about it and accepted to join Aohei in the duel to fight against the orcs. Aohei immediately rushed forward and pulled the protagonist into a hug, telling him thank you with a big smile on his face. Mid-air, the Lady Sophia thought about why he hasn't seen the protagonist and Aohei. That beyond this land is the land of the orcs. The Lady Sophia looked forward as she saw the protagonist walking leisurely. The Lady Sophia rushed to the protagonist asking him if he is okay. The protagonist became surprised to see her and asked the Lady Sophia why she came. Looking around, the Lady Sophia looked for Aohei but couldn't find him. She then asked the protagonist if he had killed him too. The protagonist was surprised at what she said, as she continued to contemplate where she will send the protagonist if had killed Aohei. The protagonist smiled and told the Lady Sophia that Aohei is fine, that he just went to do some investigation at the orc's prayer. The Lady Sophia became surprised that the protagonist addressed Aohei as brother, as she asked him if Aohei didn't take him away. The protagonist smiled and told the Lady Sophia that he needs to rest first, then they will talk. In the Lady Sophia's home, the tablet was set as the voice of the protagonist can be heard saying that he was famished from all that fighting. The Lady Sophia agreed that fighting saps energy, but couldn't believe that Aohei and the protagonist are now friends, and that the protagonist won. With food in his mouth, the protagonist explained that he didn't just rely on strength and fighting skills, cause with just that he would have lost. The Lady Sophia then told the protagonist that if he can win, it's his skill. But does he really want to duel against the orcs with Aohei beside him? The protagonist, with meat in his lips and mouth, asked the Lady Sophia what she meant by her statement. Raising her cup, the Lady Sophia told the protagonist that Aohei has hidden a lot of things from him. The protagonist became alarmed at what the Lady Sophia just said about being lied to. Twirling the drink in her cup, the Lady Sophia asked the protagonist if Aohei told him about the orc's madness, to which the protagonist answered no. The Lady Sophia then explained to the protagonist what the orc's madness is, that it increases their strength by extra %, but that it had disadvantages. The Lady Sophia explained that once they enter that state, even if they win or lose the will, go into a state of mad killing until they become tired. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist told the Lady Sophia that it seemed very dangerous. The Lady Sophia then explained that this why they have only 4 colleges and experts, one of them being Ao. With her drink in hand, the Lady Sophia suggested that the protagonist meet Aohei the next day and decline his invitation. But the protagonist refused, saying that he has already promised and that he doesn't believe he can't win against the orcs. The Lady Sophia laughed and told the protagonist that she admired his guts and requested a toast for their future heroes. After an hour, all the foods on the table were eaten and the drinks were all exhausted. The Lady Sophia then told the protagonist that if she had someone as strong as he is, the mercenary guild headquarters will allow her more freedom. With her hand supporting her chin, the Lady Sophia had a wishful look on her face. The protagonist and the Lady Sophia became engrossed in their discussion about the mercenary guild. The Lady Sophia continued to explain to the protagonist that women are not valued as an heir by King Su and his descendants. The Lady Sophia then explained to the protagonist that she is being training all through her life to take over the position of chairman. The Lady Sophia then angrily explained to the plight she was in. The lady, turning to the protagonist, asked him if he knew why she chose him to become her commander. Holding her head, the Lady Sophia wondered out loud why the protagonist refused her offer even with all the things she promised him. The protagonist looked at the Lady Sophia and told her that he never knew her situation, hence he refused her offer. The protagonist stood up from his chair as he offered to help the red-haired lady, but he won't still join their knights. The red-haired woman then looked up at the protagonist with surprise on her face as she heard that he is willing to help her. The red-haired lady stood up with excitement on her face as she announced that with the protagonist's help, she can take back the position of chairman. The red-haired lady suddenly vomited blood as she held on to the protagonist for support. The protagonist became extremely alarmed as he asked her if she was too excited that she vomited blood. The red-haired lady tiredly knelt on the floor as she explained to the protagonist that her vomiting blood was because of drinking too much alcohol. With a determined look, the woman told the protagonist that she will be fine. The protagonist thought if his powers will help heal her injuries. The protagonist held onto the lady's hand as he thought about how to go through with the process of healing the lady. The red-haired lady mouth opened in awe as she felt her internal injuries being relived. She looked at the protagonist, how he did it. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asked if what he did actually worked, and if it did, then he is smart. The red-haired lady's mind flashed back to what an elder once told her about someone having the ability to heal internal injuries, which she didn't believe in before. But it turned out that what the elder had told her was the truth. Not knowing she spoke out loud, the protagonist asked her what she said was true. On hearing the protagonist question, the red-haired lady readily left the protagonist's hand, telling him that she is okay. The red-haired lady stood and walked away from where the protagonist was, as she told him she had something for him. To which the protagonist asked what it was. Taking a sealed letter with a swirl symbol from her bag, she handed it over to the protagonist, asking him to take a look for himself. The protagonist took the letter as he noticed the symbol on it with a look of surprise on his face, as the red-haired lady asked him if the letter looked familiar. The protagonist then recounted to the red-haired lady about a man that approached him, and Sensei offering them a contract if they reached the C-level mercenary. The red-haired lady then explained to the protagonist that the logo belonged to the Huajin Chamber of Commerce. Placing his right hand on his head, the protagonist exclaimed that the name sounded very powerful. With a small smile on her face, the red-haired lady urged the protagonist to sit, that she will explain everything to him. She began by telling the protagonist that the Huajin Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 largest chamber of commerce in the mainland. The red-haired lady then continued to explain to the protagonist that your level determines the type of contract a person is given. Sitting down and starting to eat again, the protagonist told the red-haired lady that maybe the Huajin Chamber of Commerce had much money to spend. But the red-haired lady disagreed with what the protagonist said, saying that it was unusual for the Huajin Chamber of Commerce to contract a lower-level mercenary. The protagonist sat up as she told the red-haired lady that what she just said sounded weird. The red-haired lady continued to explain to the protagonist that she has talked to the other mercenary group, and all know little to nothing about the mission. With a serious expression on her face, the red-haired lady asked the protagonist she wishes he wouldn't accept the mission. But the protagonist told the red-haired lady that the need to take up the mission, prompting the lady to ask why. The protagonist then explained that they are in debt and need the money to clear their debts. The protagonist turned to look at the contract again, noting who it was entrusted to, and that they shouldn't accept the contract. Leaning onto the desk, the red-haired lady told the protagonist that if he wants to accept the mission, then she has a proposal for him. Under a bright sky, carriages can be seen being loaded up with cargoes. The protagonist appeared to the scene and asked the men loading the carriages to excuse him. The protagonist appeared to a man dressed in wealthy robe and introduced himself and handed him his report. The man with the wealthy robe collected the report given to him by the protagonist about Ken Sai. The protagonist told the man with the wealthy robe that Ken Sai has something to do. The man with the wealthy robe is still holding the report and asked about the fiery mercenary. The protagonist replied him that the 2 of them are enough. Agitated, the man with the wealthy robe agreed to the protagonist's statement. The man with the wealthy robe drew the protagonist close to caution him about the other mercenaries they are going to fight with. The man with the wealthy robe told the protagonist to be careful. The protagonist is seen happy with the advice he received from the man with the wealthy robe. The man with the wealthy robe moved forward away from the protagonist and Lady Sophia behind him. Lady Sophia is seen talking to the protagonist, asking him why he did not want to allow her follow him to the mercenaries. The protagonist asked Lady Sophia why she had to follow him, but she said she needed to be a veteran guide to him. The protagonist acknowledged to Lady Sophia that he owes her. Lady Sophia drew the protagonist close to herself and told him that he cannot owe her kindness. The protagonist and his crew entered into the carriage and left the scene. Inside the carriage, the protagonist and Lady Sophia is together. He is seen performing his magic tricks. The protagonist is seen cultivating his spiritual powers in a spiritual exercise. There is a surge spiritual of power running through the veins of the protagonist. Lady Sophia is behind observing. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped his spiritual exercise when he couldn't reach the veins, Renmei. Curiously, Lady Sophia asked the protagonist what the spiritual exercise is all about. The protagonist told Lady Sophia the name of his own spiritual exercise and how it is done. The carriages. The carriage carrying the protagonist and the crew is seen still on the move, as he is still explaining to Lady Sophia about this spiritual exercise. Lady Sophia was confused over the explanation of the protagonist. She asked him further questions. The protagonist further explained to Lady Sophia what the spiritual exercise was about and their levels. Lady Sophia softly pinched the cheek of the protagonist and flattered him. The protagonist immediately started his spiritual invocation, and a magic lady appeared him. Lady Sophia was shocked at what she was seeing, and asked the protagonist what was going on. The protagonist became aware of the surrounding. He asked Lady Sophia where they were. The protagonist opened the carriage check where they are. The carriage and the carriage men were speeding down the terrain when another mercenary group clashed with them. Feng and Lady Sophia opened the carriage slightly to see the outside when they noticed that it was a foreign mercenary group that they clashed with. Feng was anxious as he turned to Lady Sophia's direction to hear what she's saying. He and Lady Sophia are talking about the mercenaries that are outside, and it turned out they carried missions on payment. The protagonist is seen thinking deeply about the strange mercenaries and the unusual nature of the mission. Lady Sophia is seen narrating to the protagonist the 3 types of mercenaries there is. She mentioned each of the mercenaries and their connection. The protagonist is jaw-dropped at the revelation. She and the protagonist was still inside the carriage escort, and they couldn't find a way. Suddenly, the man with the wealthy robe opened the carriage curtain and offered the protagonist and Lady Sophia an invitation to meet the head of the fiery mercenary. The protagonist whispered to Lady Sophia what his moves would be. They arrived at the tent of the speaker of the fiery mercenary regiment. The protagonist and the man with the wealthy robe are entering towards the door. Inside the tent, they walked in. The speaker of the fiery mercenary regiment is dining with 3 captains from different mercenaries. The speaker paused his eating and introduced himself and the 3 captains of the other mercenaries. The speaker stretched his hand forward to introduce the protagonist. The 3 captains of the other mercenaries turned to see the protagonist. The protagonist waved shyly to say hi to the men dining. A thought flashed through the protagonist's mind that the men he is seeing have nothing to do with him. The speaker was puzzled by the presence of the protagonist, and he wondered where he got his strength from. The speaker then threw his palms into the air to address the captains and the protagonist. He told them his intentions to invite a few people to discuss the next route. The protagonist was furious, and asked the speaker upon hearing his plans if he was hiding something from them. The speaker got tensed but tried convincing the protagonist that the nothing is hidden. The speaker continued. He wanted to brief the crew on their plans, but one of the other captains looked ridiculously at the protagonist to sit down. The protagonist was a bit relaxed at this point but still wanted more clarification, so he asked the speaker to continue. The speaker brought a map showing their route plan and placed it on a table. The other 4 men looked intently to grasp all he is explaining. The speaker pointed out a danger zone and told the captains and the protagonist that they must all take caution at that zone. The captain of the bloodthirsty mercenary regiment interrupted abruptly to ask what would happen. The speaker then revealed to them that an escort was provided for the crew. The other captains were not interested in the other provisions the speaker is talking about. The protagonist seemed deep in thought. He despised the blind confidence of the captains over the risk of the mission. The 4 men were still seated when the protagonist spoke to reveal to them how big the battle is. The speaker, now furious, emphasized on the confidentiality of the details of the mission, which attracted the other men's attention. The captains and the protagonist were stunned upon hearing that the mission is confidential. The protagonist started asking more questions. The captains reasoned on the points the protagonist presented, and they felt it was logical. The protagonist is seen objecting to the speaker's words, and threatened to quit. The speaker started negotiating an increment in their payment so as to carry on with their mission. On hearing the increment, the protagonist was elated and asked if there were other requirements. The speaker declared the commencement of the mission, following no further objections. The captains and the protagonist are seen leaving the tent. The captains are discussing closely. The protagonist remembered the danger zone that the speaker talked about and felt weird, but the reward is too good to decline. The speaker is seen approaching the other men from the tent outwards. He called on them to start close. Captain of the Deathcap mercenary regiment is seen calling on the protagonist while he was behind talking with the speaker. Captain of the Deathcap mercenary regiment turned to the captain of bloodthirsty mercenary regiment and warned him not to scare the protagonist. The 3 captains then beckoned on the protagonist to come along with them. They wanted to share a secret with him. The protagonist was excited on hearing that. He was curious. At a not so far distance away from the tents, the 3 captains stood still around the protagonist as he wondered what they wanted to talk to him about. The 3 captains are seen threatening the protagonist. The protagonist now realized their scheme. The 3 captains came together to intimidate the protagonist at 3 against 1. The protagonist pretended to be in agreement with what they were demanding, and they fell for it. Bravely, he refused to surrender to their demand with a soft smirk on his face. The 3 captains were bewildered as they saw that they can't bend him. The 3 captains threatened the protagonist the more, but he doesn't seem to be affected or scared of them. The protagonist pulled his sword and dared to them fight with him. Enraged, the 3 captains charged to fight the protagonist. Captain of the bloodthirsty regiment is seen with his sword and magic tricks swinging to fight the protagonist. Captain of the Deathcap swirled fire flames around him as his own weapon. The protagonist is gulped with shock. The 3rd captain summoned his warrior beast as he's about to fight the protagonist. But the protagonist felt the magic trick is an old-fashioned one. The 3 captains formed a battle pose before the protagonist with their powers to intimidate the protagonist. They asked him to rethink. The protagonist gave a subtle smirk and dared them to prove their powers and he do his best. The blue-haired captain was furious at the protagonist's arrogance. The blue-haired captain swung his long sword towards the direction of the protagonist in rage. The protagonist dodged the attack by the blue-haired captain. The blue-haired captain pulled his magic tricks with the sword to cause rocks to attack the protagonist. The protagonist redirected rocks back to his at. While the fight was going on, The bald-headed captain invoked his fiery magic power behind the protagonist, ready to attack. The protagonist turned swiftly upon sensing an attack coming behind him. The bald-headed captain ran quickly with flames on his fists to rain his fiery blows, but the protagonist repositioned to defend himself. The captain with the warrior beast flew in with his beast to attack. The protagonist jumped up immediately to defend. The captain with the warrior beast didn't notice the protagonist had flew above him, about to pounce. Upon landing, the protagonist smiled arrogantly and asked the three captains to stop. Seeing that they had lost the fight, the three captains had to acknowledge that the protagonist had immense strength. The protagonist and the three captains set off to go back to the camp. Small boys are seen in hiding looking at the whole exercise going on. They were stunned by the protagonist's power. Lady Sophia suddenly appeared behind the boys and interrupted them abruptly. The boys were so shocked. Out of fear, the three boys fell to the ground upon seeing Lady Sophia. Lady Sophia screamed the protagonist's name, asking him to kill them. The scream got the protagonist's attention. He was shocked at the presence of Lady Sophia at the scene. The protagonist turned to the opposite direction to address the three captains. The captain with the violet-colored hair interrupted in disagreement to what the protagonist said. They wanted the fight to continue. The captain with the violet-colored hair turned and saw the boys hiding behind the cliff, and gave a ridiculous smirk. The captain with the violet-colored hair raised his voice and his sword, threatened to kill all the boys so as to cause loss in the protagonist's salary. With immediate effect, the boys hiding behind the cliff all ran for their lives, pleading that the captain should not harm them. The captain with the violet-colored hair asked Lady Sophia if she was with the protagonist to fight them, but she mocked them that the protagonist alone is enough. Lady Sophia wanted to go back to her position, because sun was drying off her cosmetic mask she was wearing. The protagonist is caught between. He doubted if Lady Sophia was simply confident in him, or she just doesn't care. Lady Sophia sarcastically blew the protagonist a kiss and told him she's optimistic about him whining the three captains. The captain with the violet-colored hair cut in. He told the protagonist that they should continue the fight, since the boys were gone. Reluctantly, the protagonist agreed to continue the fight. The three captains swiftly rose up immediately to attack the protagonist. The protagonist smiled briefly. He had a measure of confidence in himself, because the three captains had not attained his level. The three captains joined their three forces together to contact with the protagonist. The protagonist posed so as to defend the attacks from the three captains and their warrior beast. The captain with the warrior beast struck crystal weapons against the protagonist. The protagonist carefully dodged the crystal weapons, as he flew from one direction to another. The combined skills of the three captains got the protagonist wondering. One of the three captains ran towards the protagonist with so much zeal to give a strike with his sword. The protagonist is seen in strong defense of the captain's attack. Their swords clashed. As soon as the captain saw that the protagonist defended himself, he retreated. The captain with the fiery fists switched over. The protagonist growled in defense of himself as the attacks were heating up. Two of the captains are behind feeding the warrior beast to energize the it for the combat. One is roasting the meat, while the other feeds it. The protagonist grew afraid and objected their warrior beast combat mechanism, since it's a combat with few people. One of the captains taunted the protagonist for objecting. The other captain mockingly told the protagonist that they are determined to kill him by all means. The protagonist smiled and asked himself why the many always bully the small. The protagonist immediately made a mirror clone of himself, making him double. The protagonist rushed forward to attack the other groups as he told them that they have a lot of them, but he had a lot of him. The other mercenary group leaders all let out a shout of surprise as they asked the protagonist if he was a magician. The leader of the fiery wolf group raised his sword as he wanted to attack the protagonist. The leader known as Captain dared the protagonist to attack him. Another leader of a mercenary group seated on top his animal ride thrusted his sword forward to join in the fight against the protagonist. The protagonist looked as he was having fun as he moved his sword behind him as he got ready to let out a power wave. The protagonist slashed his sword in front of him, letting out a double power wave. The wave hit two of the mercenary group heads as they vomited blood, while one tried to block an attack from the protagonist. The protagonist stood watching the mercenary heads as his clone merged back with him. The mercenary group heads all stood panting as they asked the protagonist if he was at Saint level. The protagonist told them no, that he is just at the 9th level. All the mercenary group heads all became surprised that he was already at 9th level. The protagonist just turned his back at them as he heard an approaching footsteps. The person was Huan, a representative of the Huajin Chamber of Commerce. He reprimanded the mercenary group heads for attacking the protagonist. Huan continued to admonish them that if what they did went out, that it might cause a commotion. Captain spoke up that they just wanted to meet the protagonist and exchange pleasantries, nothing more. Captain walked up to the protagonist and placed his hand over his shoulder as he asked the protagonist to play along. The protagonist went along with it and told Juan that Captain was right, that they were just playing around. On hearing what they said, Juan agreed that it good, and reminded them that the mission was great importance. The mercenary heads all agreed as they waved at Juan and told him they will go rest now. After they walked away from Juan, the protagonist stopped them and asked them what he will be given since he won. Captain raised his hand as he apologized to the protagonist as the other two equally apologized to the protagonist. The protagonist said that he must be given a compensation since he won on their fight. The three mercenary group heads all came together, deliberated and came up with a decision. Captain was the one who told the protagonist their decision that they will give to him 10% each out of their commission. But the protagonist clasped the captain's hand and told them he didn't want their money. The protagonist then told them that he will take over their mercenary groups from them and they will always obey him. The three mercenary group heads agreed to what the protagonist said and said that they will always follow him and his words. The man with the long mustache stood his hand held behind him as he asked the lady standing behind him what she think about the protagonist. The woman stepped closer to the man and answered that the protagonist is very strong. The man looked slightly behind him as he asked the lady between she and the protagonist who was stronger. The lady replied saying that she is not sure, because the protagonist had a weird move. The man then told the lady that she should give the task to the protagonist. The both started walking forward, as the man told the lady that they should prepare the protagonist for the orc prayer. In the night in Sundown City, a voice was heard saying that they owe money to the Tarvin, and this made the protagonist to take up work to pay it back. The voice belonged to Sensei, who is seen writing down information on a piece of paper. Sensei further told the person that if the protagonist and Beta successfully completed the mission that they can pay off their debts. Sensei looked behind him at Xiaojin, who sat with a sullen face with a chicken lap in his mouth. Sensei stood up, walked to Xiaojin and asked him if he is still worried about the protagonist. Xiaojin then opened his mouth and asked Sensei why the protagonist didn't take him along to his mission. Is it because he is a child? Sensei leaned closer and told Xiaojin that the protagonist cares about him. Xiaojin then asked why Beta also left him. Sensei then told Xiaojin that he was left in his care so he is safe with him. Xiaojin angrily pointed at Sensei, telling Sensei that Xiaojin is very strong. Xiaojin put on a fierce expression as he tried to blow out fire from his mouth, but only smoke came out. Sensei tried to calm Xiaojin down by telling him to come eat something. Xiaojin ignored him as his cheek became bloated as if filled with air. And then suddenly opening his mouth, Xiaojin let out a big fire from his mouth, leaving Sensei surprised. Xiaojin then stood with a proud expression on his face as he told Sensei that he is amazing. Shouting was heard from below as people scrambled around to put out fire from a house that was lit up by Xiaojin's fire breath. Suddenly someone pointed at the window Sensei and Xiaojin stood, saying that the fire came from them. Sensei and Xiaojin hid as Sensei shouted that they have found them and that it is bad. Sensei and Xiaojin sat on the floor as Sensei told Xiaojin that the fire is spreading so quick. Sensei then peeped over his windowsill as he lamented that he doesn't want to lose any more money. In an open field, a traveling caravan is seen with 4 carriages and 4 single horse riders. Inside one of the carriages sat the protagonist and the Lady Sophia. Turning to the protagonist, the Lady Sophia asked him what is wrong. The protagonist became deep in thought as he told the Lady Sophia that he suddenly had a bad feeling. The lady still ate her fruit as she asked the protagonist if his bad haunts is related to his money. The protagonist became alert as he pushed open the cloth covering their carriage window to look outside. From afar, the protagonist spotted a pack of wolves approaching their caravan. The protagonist asked the Lady Sophia why she is smiling, if there was something on his face, to which the Lady Sophia replied to him that even though he looked sloppy, that he is still reliable. With a sullen face, the protagonist asked the Lady Sophia if she was praising him or mocking him. Outside, the caravan kept moving forward, not knowing the danger fast approaching. The protagonist took one horse as he had a closer look to know that the animal approaching is a blood wolf. The protagonist then approached another rider with a blue headband. The rider with the blue headband jokingly asked the protagonist what he was doing outside and where was Lady Sophia. Smiling, the protagonist told him he came out to help monitor things, to which the man with the headband told the protagonist that had things in control. Looking at the carriages in front, the protagonist asked the man with the headband if there was anything abnormal about where they are going to. The man told the protagonist that nothing unusual had happened except the Huajin Hall of Commerce withdrew as agreed. The protagonist turned and looked back, his expression sharp and focused. The protagonist kept looking at the pack of approaching wolves as the man with the head asked him what he is looking at. The protagonist then pointed out to the man with the headband, there are more and more wolves coming after them. But the man with the headband waved what the protagonist said out, telling him that the wolves can't cause any harm to them. But the protagonist disagreed with what the man with the headband said, stating he has been watching the wolves, and they don't seem normal. The protagonist further said that the wolves are not haunting for food, but are tracking them. The protagonist then made another statement, saying that he believes their mission is related to the blood wolves. The man with the blue headband immediately denied what the protagonist said. Suddenly, 3 riders approached the man with the headband, telling him about the different packs of wolves at different parts of their caravan. Immediately, the captain, the man with the headband, ordered that their camp set up. The man with the long mustache called Hawan came out and angrily asked why they stopped moving, that they haven't gotten to their destination. The protagonist then explained to Hawan that due to security reasons they need to set up camp first. If not, they might be attacked. Hawan looked back with sweat running down the side of his face, as he asked if the blood wolves are here. The protagonist then asked Hawan what he was really transporting. Hawan told the protagonist that he can't disclose what they were transporting cause it is top secret. Hawan bowing asked the protagonist to please protect the shipment since he is being paid to. Hawan then told the crew that they should protect the number 1 cargo. The number 1 cargo is a huge box covered with a brown cloth. The captain came to the protagonist and asked if the old man said what they were transporting, but the protagonist told him no. The captain then said to the protagonist that if not that he was afraid of the Haujin Chamber of Commerce, he would have tried all to know what is in the box. The captain was fuming as one of his crew placed his hand on his shoulder to calm him down, that they should prioritize surviving till morning. The protagonist agreed with what the captain said, that they should protect their camp first. Looking up, the captain shouted that they have bad luck since today is a full moon. The protagonist with a surprised look asked why the full moon is a problem. They explained to the protagonist that on the full moon that the blood wolf's power increases very much. The Lady Sophia looked out to the field and stated that they wolves are increasing in number. The captain climbed on his big cat. He stood on it and motivated his men, and promised them women and wine if they finished their mission. The captain's words boosted the morale of his men as they all shouted together, "Kill them all." Looking at the scene before him, the protagonist was in awe at the ability of the captain to boost the morale of the mercenary. Turning to the protagonist, the Lady Sophia touched his face and asked him if he needs her to hype him up too. The protagonist shrieked back and told the Lady Sophia no, that he doesn't want. The Lady Sophia laughed gleefully as she teased that she enjoyed seeing the protagonist acting meekly. The men at the front shouted, alerting the others that the wolves have arrived at their camp. The captain stood his sword drawn as he mentioned that howling can be heard from all around them, that they must be surrounded. Looking at the Lady Sophia beside him, the protagonist asked her not to go far from him, to which she replied that she is capable. With loud snarls coming from them, the blood wolves rushed forward to attack the protagonist camp. The captain stood his arm raised as he issued commands to various groups. As the wolves drew closer, the captain ordered the archers and magicians to attack. The arrows that were shot out hit several of the blood wolves, killing them. The captain then issued another command, which is to kill the leader wolf that was in front. One of the soldiers at the front shouted in a loud voice that the wolves are rapidly approaching. The protagonist jumped high up into the air, his sword set ready to strike. The protagonist jumped high up in the air to meet and attack the leader of the wolves. The protagonist slashed his sword at the wolf leader, but the wolf caught the protagonist's sword with his lips. The protagonist became surprised that the wolf stopped his sword with his teeth. The wolf then used his mouth to throw the protagonist and his sword out. The protagonist was thrown out into the open field where more wolves were. The others are alarmed, seeing the protagonist being thrown to the wolves' pack. But the Lady Sophia rushed out to go save him. The protagonist smiled as he saw that he was nor injured when he was thrown down. The protagonist created a double that jumped from his shoulder to go attack the wolf leader. The wolf was surprised seeing the protagonist back on his feet so soon. With his knife, the protagonist slashed the head of the wolf leader off from its neck. The protagonist then landed swiftly back on the ground without getting injured. Immediately, he landed. The Lady Sophia already approached him as she called out to him. The protagonist smiled at the Lady Sophia and apologized for making her to worry. The Lady Sophia stood her hand folded as she pretended not to be worried about the protagonist, that she was just passing by. The protagonist smiled and asked her to continue walking, then to which she replied that she has changed her mind. The protagonist and the Lady Sophia were alerted when the hard-pounding paws of wolves approaching them. Suddenly, all the wolves stopped as they stood looking behind them. Then, all they wolves turned and started moving away from the protagonist camp, leaving the protagonist and Lady Sophia surprised. The captain approached the protagonist asking if he can teach him the move he used to kill the wolf leader. Another person in their traveling caravan praised the protagonist on his ability to make his double move. The protagonist blushed at the compliments he received, but the Lady Sophia asked the others not to ask the protagonist any more questions. The others agreed with the Lady Sophia not to ask again, but they still praised the protagonist on his ability to kill the wolf. But the protagonist told them that what they experienced was just a warm-up, that something more will come. All of them became scared and they asked the protagonist that he should tell them what to do, that they will listen. The people around the protagonist wore a surprised expression as they heard the plan that the protagonist made. The protagonist told them that he wasn't alone, that he had a partner with him. The captain wanted to make an argument, but the protagonist stopped him from making any complaints. The protagonist then explained to the people before him that it has been done his way, because they need much manpower in the camp. With a determined face, the protagonist asked them to leave the side defense to him. The men then readily agreed to what the protagonist said. Around the camp, a hole filled with fire was built, allowing only one entrance. This stood as he apologized to the captain and the other mercenary for stressing them. The captain instead praised the protagonist for thinking on his feet. Suddenly, men on the lookout started coming in one by one, announcing that they have already sighted large packs of wolves from all sides. The captain exclaimed that they were quick to regroup and attack again. They all started moving away as the wave to the protagonist, telling him that they are going to their posts. The protagonist stood with the Lady Sophia as he said that the pack of wolves coming from their side will there soon. A pack of wolves came rushing towards the protagonist as they snarled ferociously. Walking forward, the protagonist asked the Lady Sophia to stay behind and clean up any stray wolf. As he walked forward, sword in hand, the protagonist told the Lady Sophia a story about a legend in their town. The protagonist promised that today he will become a hero, today for once, as he held his sword in his hand. That he will become a hero by killing a pack of wolves all by himself. A wolf stood and snarled at the comp in front of it. The protagonist then stood waiting for the approaching wolf pack to get closer. As the wolves approached, the protagonist took up a fighting stance, his sword in hand. The protagonist slashed an incoming wolf, killing it in one blow. The wolf that was killed by the protagonist fell to the floor at his feet. Two other wolves opened their mouth as they ferociously snarled at the protagonist before them. With a determined expression, the protagonist said to them that with him in the way, they won't move further. The wolves avoided the fire as they followed the only narrow part available to attack the protagonist. The protagonist stood his ground as he continued to slay them one by one. The Lady Sophia stood looking at the protagonist, marveling at how strong he is. The protagonist continued to slay them as he thought to himself that the wolves are really endless. The protagonist then thought to himself that he should look into how to cultivate his area damage skill. The fire below the protagonist kept on blazing and burning. The protagonist turned as the Lady Sophia shouted, telling him that he should rest soon, that she will continue in his place. The protagonist then did a mirror clone, commanding it to protect this part of the camp. The protagonist moved back as his clone continued to slay the wolves rushing in. The protagonist sat on the ground as he let out a deep breath as he said that the fight was tiring. The Lady Sophia then asked the protagonist if the cloning doesn't say his strength, to which he said that she will go next as his replacement. The moon was shining its bright light from high up in the sky. The protagonist asked the Lady Sophia to keep guard on their side, that he will go check on the others. The protagonist explained that with the number of wolves compared to mercenaries, that there are bound to be injuries. On hearing this, the Lady Sophia encouraged the protagonist to go check on them in the camp. Back at the camp, the captain is seen shouting for his men and others to kill all the wolves. The captain had a horrified expression on his face as he saw one of his crew members being killed by a wolf. With anger, the protagonist approached the wolf, his sword raised to kill it. The captain swung his sword at the wolf as it came to attack him. The captain severed the head of the wolf cleanly from its neck, killing it. The protagonist came and saw the captain on the floor, his face filled with tiredness. The face of the captain lit up as he saw the protagonist in front of him. He then asked the protagonist if his side has fallen. The protagonist answered him, saying that since the captain's side is still standing, why will his own fall? The captain answered the protagonist, telling him that though their side has not fallen, but it has taken some substantial hits. The protagonist then mentioned to Captain that they packs of wolves seems endless, that they might not be able to keep up. Captain then angrily asked the protagonist what they were transporting that made wolves attack them. The protagonist then told Captain that if the situation can't be contained, that they will force Huan to hand the cargo to the wolves. Stabbing an already dead wolf with his sword, the protagonist told Captain that even though they are being paid, that they shouldn't sacrifice their lives in return. The first attack had died down as one of the mercenary was giving out orders to the others that they should patch up to face another attack. The protagonist approached the mercenary giving out orders and asked him what the situation is currently. The mercenary answered, telling the protagonist that a third of them are either dead or injured, that they might not survive another attack. The protagonist turned as he and Captain marched towards Huan's tent, but they were stopped by the guards at the entrance, who told them that they couldn't enter without permission. The others behind the protagonist became angry, but the protagonist calmed them down and waved his hand, pushing the guards away. Huan became surprised when he saw the protagonist and other men in his tent. Closing his book, Huan questioned them on why they were here instead of defending the camp. The protagonist spoke up asking the old man what they were transporting that made the blood wolves to attack them. But the old man told them he couldn't say anything than what he has already told them. Captain then told the old man that they have the right to know what they are transporting. Juan hit his palm on the table, telling them that if they breach the contract that he will report them to the mercenary guild. The protagonist leaned on the table and asked him if really had nothing to hide. Why are blood wolves attacking them? Then the head of each mercenary group all started to quit one by one. Juan then angrily told them that even if they quit now that the wolves won't still let them be. On hearing what Juan said, the still insisted in still leaving than dying for a cause they know nothing about. The protagonist then told Juan that the wolves are after their cargo, that they leave it, that the wolves will leave them alone. Captain then told Juan that he should go hug his baby, cause this is his last night alive. Sensing danger from Juan, the protagonist initiated the quick wind step. The other mercenary group leaders all looked at the protagonist with awe written all over their faces. The protagonist then pushed a woman who appeared from nowhere to the floor, then brought out his sword and surrendered her. With his sword still at the lady's neck, the protagonist asked her why she attacked them. Juan suddenly heaved a sigh of resignation as he sat down. Captain was surprised. He then asked the protagonist who the lady was. The protagonist still placed his sword at the woman's neck and still surrendered her. The protagonist explained to Captain that she is a level assassin and very good with stealth. The others became alarmed as they heard what the protagonist said. Looking at the old man on, the protagonist asked him if he has anything to say. Juan started stammering, not knowing how to or what to explain to the people before him. The protagonist told the others that they should pack their members and leave. As they turned to walk away, the protagonist noticed a movement behind them. The protagonist turned in time as he held the assassin's hand before she could stab him. The protagonist threw the lady away as he told her not to repeat the same thing again, that he won't be that forgiving. As they turned to leave, once again Juan shouted that they should wait, that he will tell them what they want to know. Juan and the crew all marched outside with Juan in front, leading the way. One of the leaders of the mercenary group looked around but couldn't find the assassin. The protagonist agreed, but told them that she is hiding nearby, that they should be careful. The protagonist then told Juan to tell his guard to come out or he might do something drastic to her. With sweat running down his face, Juan then told the lady to show herself. The lady showed herself, but her face was far from being happy. The protagonist then told Juan that they should hurry, that they don't have much time. The group steadily approached the cargo, which had guards standing beside it. On getting close to the cargo, the protagonist paused and said that the cargo feels empty. Juan agreed with the protagonist and told him that even though the outside looked normal, but the carriage is made with silver star. On hearing what Juan said, the others opened their mouths in surprise as they couldn't believe what they heard. The protagonist then asked if it wasn't too much to make a carriage out of such a precious mineral, to which Juan disagreed. He told the protagonist that if he knew what was inside, he would agree it was worth it, and he kept walking forward and unlocked the door. The carriage door opened and Juan invited them all in. They all walked inside and Juan lifted a cloth from a cage inside the carriage. They all stood not knowing what they are looking at, only seeing a small white animal inside the cage. Captain pointing at the animal in the cage, he asked if this was just what they are risking their lives to transport. Juan then asked the people in front of him what the blood wolves are crazy over. Captain explained, asking if this animal is the child of the Lunar Wolf King. The protagonist became surprised and asked what the Lunar Wolf King was. The captain then explained to the protagonist that the Lunar Wolf is the highest ranking wolf and controls other wolves. The protagonist became angry and said that the wolves were trying to save their royalty. The others with the protagonist became angry at Juan, saying that he wants to use them as a scapegoat. Juan was hit and he fell to the floor and he wiped out blood from his lips. The lady assassin appeared with her dagger in hand to attack the protagonist and the others. The protagonist stretched his hand and held her by the throat, leaving her surprised. The protagonist, still holding her neck, asked her that she should stay put if she doesn't want to die. Juan spoke up as he gradually picked himself up from the ground. He asked them if they still want to continue the mission now that they have seen what they are transporting. Captain and other mercenary group heads all said that they are retreating and don't want the money anymore. They all turned as they heard howling from outside the carriage, and the howling was identified to be from the blood silver wolf. The protagonist was surprised, and he asked what the blood sliver wolf was. Captain then explained to the protagonist that the sliver wolves are personal guards to the Silver Wolf King, meaning the Wolf King is here. They all came outside as they watched the wolves approaching with the silver wolves in front. Turning to the lady Sophia, the protagonist asked her that they should first observe the situation first, to which she agreed. The silver wolves were at the front, leading the other wolves behind them. In the middle of the silver wolf, one wolf stood out with the symbol of a crescent moon on its forehead. Looking at the approaching pack of wolves, the crew spotted the Lunar Wolf King in the midst of other wolves. The crew stood as they watched the Lunar Wolf King walk up to them alone and wondered why. Captain didn't want to wait anymore and said that since it is alone, that they should all rush and kill it together. Captain then reasoned that if they are able to kill the Lunar Wolf King, and they still have his child, that they other wolves will obey them. The Lady Sophia then told Captain that the Lunar Wolf King ranks the eye level, so they will be walking to their deaths by attacking him. Captain turned with a flattering look on his face at the protagonist, saying that they have the protagonist with them. But the protagonist advised them not to be rash, that the Wolf King approached them for a reason. The Wolf King then spoke up, telling the caravan that they should release his pup, and then they could go free. The whole crew became extremely surprised as they heard the Wolf King speak. The Wolf King spoke up again, asking them who the boss is among them. The protagonist was surprised but decided to play it cool to see to the end of all these. The Lady Sophia then asked them why they pointed the protagonist out as the leader when he is not. Turning, the Lady Sophia asked the wolf to speak that they can hear him clearly. The Wolf King let out a snarl on hearing what the Lady Sophia said. The Lunar Wolf then transformed into a beautiful woman in front of the crew. All the people were extremely surprised and exclaimed in a loud voice that the Wolf King could transform into a human. The Lady Sophia cautioned them that they should all keep their dignity as humans and stop being loud. Captain held the protagonist on his shoulder as he offered to go on the protagonist's behalf. Opening her mouth, the Wolf King mocked them that humans are really timid creatures. The protagonist refused the captain's offer, telling him that he will confront the Wolf King himself. The Lady Sophia spoke up, telling the protagonist that she will go with him. The Lady Sophia told the protagonist that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she is likely to lie, unless he is attracted to her beauty. The protagonist immediately denied being attracted to her, and asked the Lady Sophia to follow him. The protagonist asked the Lady Sophia if she isn't scared of the Lunar Wolf. Turning back, the Lady Sophia answered him that she had nothing to fear with him by his side. The protagonist smiled and told her she did have him by her side. Approaching the Lunar Wolf, the protagonist introduced himself and asked the Lunar Wolf what she wants to discuss. The Lunar Wolf told them that they should release the little Lunar Wolf and the man who kidnapped it, unless they will face the consequences. Looking at the Lunar Wolf, the protagonist unknowingly exclaimed that she is beautiful. The Lady Sophia coughed and brought back the protagonist to his sense. The protagonist then told the Lunar Wolf that they are just transporting goods. The Lunar Wolf pointed at the protagonist, urging him not to lie to her. That wolves are good trackers. The Lunar Wolf pointed at the huge carriage and said she is sure the small Lunar Wolf is there. The Lunar Wolf then restated what she said, that they should release the little Lunar Wolf and the person that kidnapped her. That if they fail to agree to her request, that all of them will die today. The protagonist paused for a little while and thought things through in his head. The protagonist then opened his mouth and said he doesn't have authority to grant her request, but he wants to offer a proposal. The Lunar Wolf declined hearing anything else from the protagonist, except he brings out small Lunar Wolf and the person that kidnapped her. The Lunar Wolf then told the protagonist that she can lead the wolves to attack human settlements if they don't comply with her requests. The Lady Sophia then told the Lunar Wolf that if they attack human settlements, that the holy ranked among humans will wipe the wolves out. The Lunar Wolf scoffed and asked the Lady Sophia if she thinks that holy ranked are only among humans. The protagonist told the Lunar Wolf that she shouldn't talk too big, that they still have one, if their weakness. The Lunar Wolf attention was gotten by the protagonist as she asked him what he meant by his statement. The protagonist told her they still have her pup. The Lunar's wolf teeth clenched in anger as she asked if the protagonist was threatening her. The protagonist told her that he doesn't mean to, but he had to do it to save their lives. The Lunar Wolf angrily asked the protagonist to state his demands, that she will consider it even though humans are despicable. The Lunar Wolf also told the protagonist that she is only listening to him because of her pup. The protagonist smiled a little, stating that they should have started like this earlier. The protagonist asked the Lunar Wolf that, if she released them at the border of the plain, that the will release little Lunar Wolf to her. The Lunar Wolf disagreed, saying that humans are known to be cunning. The Lady Sophia also told the Lunar Wolf that wolves are cruel, so they can't trust them either. The Lunar Wolf and the Lady Sophia both looked at each other angrily. With anger written all over his face, the protagonist asked the Lunar Wolf what she wants then. The Lunar Wolf still stood by his statement that they should the pup Lunar Wolf and its kidnapper, and then they can leave. The protagonist told the Lunar Wolf that its pup will be released, but only if they arrive at the plain safely. The Lunar Wolf turned as she told the protagonist that since they didn't reach an agreement, that they can fight till the end, until one dies. The Lunar Wolf then told the protagonist that if any hurt was to come to her pup, she will unleash her wrath. As the Lunar Wolf was walking away, the Lady Sophia told the protagonist that they can't allow her leave, to which the protagonist agreed. They jumped his sword in hand as he chased after the Lunar Wolf. The Lunar Wolf looked behind her shoulder as she noticed the protagonist approaching her. On getting close to the Lunar Wolf, the protagonist slashed his sword at her, while the Lunar Wolf patiently waited. Without turning back, the Lady Sophia raised her scarf and blocked the attack from the protagonist. The block from the lunar wolf pushed the protagonist back few feet, as he marveled at the strength of the scarf. Looking back at the protagonist, the lunar wolf told the protagonist that the scarf is strong because it was mad from her own tail. The Lady Sophia moved stealthily as she rushed to attack the lunar wolf from behind. Looking behind her, the lunar wolf felt insulted that a 7th ranker came to attack her. Turning, she kicked the Lady Sophia away. As the Lady Sophia was falling, she fell in the middle a pack of wolves. Turning back, the lunar wolf commanded his wolves to kill the Lady Sophia. As the Lady Sophia was falling, she called out to the protagonist, who also called out to her. Suddenly, the image of the girl that the protagonist had lost flashed in his mind as his whole body started burning with light. The lunar wolf looked behind, shocked at how the protagonist's power grew very quickly and powerfully. The Lady Sophia kept falling as the silver wolves opened their mouths waiting for the lady to land, and they will tear her to pieces. Suddenly, several long lines of white light appeared, creating what seems like a pattern as blood splashed everywhere. The protagonist stretched out his arm as he caught the Lady Sophia before she reached the floor. The lunar wolf looked at her silver wolves all slaughtered and dead on the ground. The lunar wolf snarled in anger at the protagonist and promised to kill him by herself. She looked up at the moon and shouted, "Moon, howl berserk." Bringing down her face, it was scary, and her teeth is all elongated and looked very sharp. The protagonist and the Lady Sophia both had a horrified expression on their faces at the lunar wolf display of power. The protagonist's face squeezed with determination as he concluded that it means he now has to fight the lunar wolf to death. The lunar wolf rushed at the protagonist at full speed, her teeth locked in a snare. The protagonist pushed the Lady Sophia, telling her to go back to the camp so that he won't become distracted by her. The Lady Sophia ran back to the camp as she shouted to the protagonist that he should be careful. Captain then asked the Lady Sophia why the protagonist and lunar wolf were fighting when they agreed on negotiation. The Lady Sophia told them that the condition given by the lunar wolf was harsh, and they couldn't negotiate. Juan sighed as he said that the protagonist was still too young to master the art of negotiations. The Lady Sophia let out a scoff at what Juan said. She then told them the conditions that she gave. Immediately, he heard her demands. Juan immediately said that the conditions were too harsh. The others around him laughed, calling him a two-faced person. Looking out into the field, the Lady Sophia whispered to herself that everything now depends on the protagonist. The clash of swords can be heard as the protagonist and the lunar wolf fought each other. The lunar wolf sent her hare to attack the protagonist, who used his sword to block the attack. The protagonist had a surprised look on his face as he noticed how solid the lunar's fur was. The lunar wolf smirked and told the protagonist that her fur is as strong as steel. The lunar wolf thrust her sword forward and shouted that the protagonist should die, as the protagonist watched her approaching. The protagonist then did his double cloning. Another like him appeared. The lunar wolf became extremely surprised at what the protagonist just did. With his strength, the protagonist dragged the lunar wolf's fur that was still tangled around his sword. Immediately, the hair around the protagonist's knife uncoiled itself. The lunar wolf became alarmed as she shouted that the situation was not good. Looking up, she saw the protagonist and his double as they teamed up to attack her. As they both landed, the lunar defended their attack expertly and pushed them away. Standing some few feet away, the lunar wolf asked the protagonist what his technique is called to, which he replied, "Mirror clone." The lunar wolf didn't what the protagonist told her as she said that can't move. The protagonist shrugged and told her that what she chose to believe is he choice. The protagonist then stated that women easily trust a lie from a man, but discredit the truth. The lunar wolf smiled and then told the protagonist that she finds him interesting, and she asked him what his name was. The protagonist told her his name, and the lunar wolf told him that she will remember it, and she further asked him who his master was. The protagonist's mind was juggling a thought about why the lunar wolf wanted to know who his master was. The protagonist then proceeded to tell the lunar wolf that he was forbidden from ever mentioning his master's name. The protagonist further mentioned to the lunar wolf that if he is killed, his senior will come for her, and if his seniors are killed, their master will come for her. The lunar wolf thought to herself whether she should trust what the protagonist sighed or not. Even it was true. Then she must teach him a little lesson. The lunar lady's body started getting ignited by a purple flame, as the protagonist looked on with surprise written all over his face at her. The protagonist wondered in his mind the lunar wolf was igniting the fire since they have stopped fighting. The others watched with fear as they noticed that the power of the lunar wolf increased tremendously. The Lady Sophia turned to look at Huayan and blamed him for everything. The Lady Sophia drew her dagger as she rushed forward towards Huan with it. Immediately the level 8 assassin came out from the shadows, but Captain and the others stopped her. The Lady Sophia placed her dagger at the neck of Huayan and told him that she will hand him and the baby lunar wolf out to the lunar wolf. Huan stood as heavy beads of sweat ran down his face as he heard what the Lady Sophia said. and he prayed that the protagonist wins his battle. The lunar wolf looked up at the sky and let out a very loud howl. Looking at the protagonist, the lunar wolf asked him if he has seen the really power of a holy ranked. The protagonist courageously told the lunar wolf that she is only using her environment to reach holy ranked temporarily. The lunar wolf became surprised that the protagonist was able to see that she only used her environment to attain holy rank, how she had no idea. The protagonist kept a sharp eye on the lunar wolf, not missing a second. The protagonist scoffed at the lunar wolf and pointed his sword at her, with mockery in his voice. The lunar wolf then shouted to the protagonist that since he is a human, that he will end them one day, so she must end him today first. The face of the protagonist became alarmed as he noticed his idea had backfired. The lunar wolf jumped and stretched out her fist ready to blow the protagonist away. The lunar wolf, on getting close, kicked the protagonist, who let out a shout of pain from his lips. The protagonist landed some few feet away as he told the lunar wolf that he sees she also knows sneak attack. The lunar wolf bragged to the protagonist that she saves some energy if she sneaks attack, and that is her lesson to him. She then let out a ferocious snarl as a form of her beast was shown above her. Seeing the scene before him, the protagonist told himself that he needs to give his all now. As the lunar wolf was running towards him, she noticed she couldn't find him anymore. The lunar wolf let out a loud cry from her lips as the protagonist just appeared in front of her, sword in front, ready to strike. The protagonist used his X attack. The lunar wolf used her hand to block the attack from the protagonist. Releasing her hand power was shut out from it, and it threw the protagonist above the lunar wolf. As he was still flying through the air, the protagonist saw that the lunar wolf was already back to finish him. The lunar wolf raised up her hand with the intention to give the protagonist one fatal blow. She hit the protagonist, and the hit was so strong that the protagonist spat out blood. The lunar wolf turned back thinking that the protagonist was dead, and told him his friends will join him soon. Suddenly the protagonist opened his eyes. It was red and veins filled his eyes. Sensing that the protagonist was still alive, the lunar wolf stopped mid-step. The protagonist struggled to stand as the lunar wolf asked him if he can actually still stand. The protagonist angrily shouted at the lunar wolf that nobody is ever allowed to hurt his friends. The protagonist flew forward to attack the lunar wolf as he told her that to hurt his friends, he must first be dead. The lunar wolf stood surprised at how fast the protagonist was. The protagonist held his sword as blue light ignited all over it. The lunar wolf then let out waves of power that went towards the protagonist. But the protagonist used his sword to dispel the power waves. He cut through the power waves with his sword as if slicing bread. The lunar wolf was taken aback as she saw that the protagonist was able to break through all her power waves. The lunar was so surprised she couldn't believe her eyes at the protagonist's power. Suddenly a voice belonging to a man could be heard as he asked the protagonist why he used such a deadly move. The man held the protagonist's sword in his hand, not allowing it to touch the lunar wolf. The lunar wolf's eyes opened with dread at how close the protagonist's knife was at killing her. The man turned to look at the lunar wolf. The lady Sophia stood at and said to herself that the wolves really did have holy rankers among them. The man held the protagonist's sword in one hand as the lunar wolf moved away from the sword. The protagonist was still very much angry as his teeth was still clenched together. The man turned to look at the raging protagonist and tried to calm him down. The man lifted his other hand and touched the protagonist's forehead, telling him to wake up. The eyes of the protagonist became wide open as if he just woke from a very deep slumber. Once he got himself, the protagonist asked, "What has happened?" The man that stopped the protagonist told him that he lost control of his power and nearly made a big mistake. The lunar wolf then spoke up, saying that the protagonist already scratched her face, hence she wants to kill him. The man that stopped the protagonist told the lunar wolf to calm down and leave the situation to him. The protagonist became confused, seeing some changes in the attitude of the lunar wolf from earlier. The lunar wolf calmed down and asked the Uncle Bai, the man that stopped the protagonist, why he came. He said that he came to check up on her. Uncle Bai looked back and asked the lunar wolf why he brought along such May wolves. The lunar wolf then pointed at the protagonist camp, telling Uncle Bai that they have the little lunar wolf and they need to save her. The man turned to the protagonist and asked if they really caught the small lunar wolf. The protagonist immediately explained to Uncle Bai how he had no idea they had the small lunar wolf with them. The protagonist immediately rushed back to camp as the others came out to meet him. Juan meekly approached the protagonist, asking if they can leave now. The protagonist then told Juan that he should hand over the small lunar wolf in the next hour, that they will be left alone. Juan was reluctant as he asked the protagonist if they have any other option, to which the protagonist told him he can stay with the small lunar wolf. Turning to the others, the protagonist told them to pack up, that they will be leaving in the next half hour. Juan sighed in resignation as beads of sweat ran down his face. Juan then shouted at the protagonist, telling him that he will hand over the small lunar wolf, that they shouldn't leave him. A small time later, the protagonist approached the wolves with the small lunar wolf in his arm. The protagonist then handed the small lunar wolf to Uncle Bai. The small lunar wolf jumped out from Uncle Bai's hand over to the lunar wolf for a hug. The protagonist smiled at the scene and breathed a sigh of relief that everything is over. Uncle Bai removed a badge from his waist and handed over to the protagonist, telling him it'd allow him to move safely. The protagonist looked at the golden badge that was given to him and told Uncle Bai a thank you. Uncle Bai created a portal, told the protagonist to visit if he can in the future, but the lunar wolf told him not to. The protagonist smiled and said to himself that the lunar wolf really held a lot of grudges. Captain sat on his ride as he asked the men if they've all packed up. If so, then they should start moving. Captain and another head of a mercenary group both laughed about their encounter with the wolves, saying they have things to brag about. The protagonist just looked on with disappointment written all over his face. Suddenly the portal opened back up, that the lunar wolf and Uncle Bai went through. From the portal, Uncle Bai walked out, telling the protagonist that he had unresolved matters to attend to. The protagonist became alarmed, thinking Uncle Bai went back on his promise. But the man just shot out a line of fire from his finger at someone. The person that was shot was the Thea-level assassin, Huayan's bodyguard. The protagonist was surprised at what just happened in front of him. Huan rushed to her and caught her before she fell and continuously called out her name. The protagonist told himself that the attack was so fast he couldn't even see it, that the power of a holy rancor was mighty. As Uncle Bai walked away, he told Huayan that this is a warning to the leader of their commerce guild. Everyone just stood watching what had unfolded and how fast it had happened. The protagonist then shouted and called out to the men that they should hurry up and leave. Everyone started rushing to get away, in case the wolves decided to come back again. Morning has come as the caravan continued to travel back to the Hunan settlements. The protagonist sat in a position of meditation and cultivation, as he tried reaching the holy rank. The protagonist went back to his sit as the Lady Sophia sat beside him, looking out the window. A bird perched on the hand of the Lady Sophia, who just watched the bird, and the bird did the same, only for the bird to come closer, and whispered something to Lady Sophia, who had a shocked expression on her face. Noticing her reaction, the protagonist asked the Lady Sophia what happened, to which she answered that something happened on her family. The protagonist asked if he can be of any help, but the Lady Sophia declined, stating that she doesn't need him yet. The Lady Sophia stood up and told the protagonist that she will be leaving immediately. The protagonist stretched out his hand and held hers, asking if she was leaving already. The Lady Sophia turned, smiled at the protagonist, and told him that he will hear from her soon. She then pecked the protagonist, and immediately she rushed out from the carriage and left. The protagonist scratched his head, confused at what just happened. At night, in an open field, the protagonist sat on the ground inside a symbol. The protagonist took in very deep breaths at intervals to calm himself down. What appeared like a twirling wind appeared near his stomach, as if being sucked inside. Raising his hand, the protagonist caught one of the falling white flops. Though it is considered useless, it is magical. The protagonist still sat in the circle as he kept on contemplating what was best for his cultivation. The protagonist weighed in his mind if he had magic or not. The protagonist then further thought about things that he could do. The protagonist placed his hand on his sheathed sword, saying he needs to train more. The protagonist then made a mirror clone of himself. The protagonist then engaged his clone in a mock combat. The protagonist then asked if he really need to have a combat skill to be able to break through his cultivation. Suddenly, the protagonist mirror clone changed to resemble someone else, and they person taunted him about his dead friends. With anger, the protagonist slashed his sword at the mirage in front of him. The protagonist then promised to kill the man that appeared with his own hands. Outside the sundown city, a man with a cloak stood, saying that he is back. The man looked up and shouted that he has returned once again and blamed sly people for his misfortunes. A girl could be seen carrying another girl in her arms. The lady with white blonde hair asked someone who permitted them to touch a student of their schools. On remembering this incident, the man gnashed his teeth together and promised to take his revenge. Shouts of Jot can be heard as the people who came back alive from the animals' plane rejoiced that they finished their mission alive. Captain then held Huan on his cloth and threatened him that his money must be paid in full, to which Huan agreed. Outside the office of the Mercenary Guild, a sign read, Mercenary Guild. Inside an office in the building, a man can be seen face down on the table, heavily asleep. The captain got to a counter and handed some things over to the man behind the counter, who told them their documents is ready. Captain turned to the other mercenary group heads and asked that they should all go and get their money. Captain clasped his hand on the protagonist's shoulder with a smile on his face, as the man who was sleeping earlier suddenly woke up. The man looked at the departing men and singled out the protagonist's black hair. The man's gaze became sharp and focused on the protagonist. Sensing someone looking at him, the protagonist turned and looked intently at the man. The protagonist stood and contemplated how weird it was to see a level 8 ranker to be at the Mercenary Guild. The man then spoke up and asked the protagonist if he was interested in a drink. Looking over his shoulder at the man, the protagonist told him he wasn't interested in drinking. As the protagonist was about to walk out the door, the man mentioned a name and said the person prepared the wine for the protagonist. Immediately, the protagonist turned and asked the man if he had any news about Sufei. The man lifted his drink in despair and lamented that no one wanted to drink with him. The protagonist approached the man's table, asking that he tell him about Sufei, that if he does, he will drink with him as much as he wants. They already drank a lot of drink. The protagonist then spoke up again and asked the man if he can now tell him about Sufei. The man became angry and told the protagonist that he is impatient that they've only drank a little. But the man sighed in resignation and said he forgave the protagonist because Sufei thought about him all the time. The protagonist became surprised when he heard what the man said, not understanding how it is possible. The man then asked him if it wasn't him. Then who? That it was him that seduced Sufei. The protagonist became flustered and denied seducing Sufei. The man then told the protagonist that Sufei hurt one of her cousins badly and that she took over her own branch. And the man further told the protagonist that she announced at the meeting that she liked the protagonist. The protagonist was anxious and asked if Lady Sophia, Sufei, will be punished for hurting her cousin badly. The man continued that the Lady Sophia took out a trump card, hence she was not punished. Leaning closer to the man, the protagonist asked him what her trump card was, and he answered that she told them she can heal internal injuries. The protagonist became alarmed immediately. He heard what the man just said. Pointing his bottle at the protagonist, the man asked the protagonist that he is the one with the power. Right. The protagonist thought about it and agreed he was the one that healed Lady Sophia. The man smiled as he gulped his drink while praising the Lady Sophia for being insightful. The man suddenly stood up and told the protagonist that he has some preparations to make. The protagonist stood up surprised and asked the man what he meant. The man smirked and said that he means to go drink more alcohol. The protagonist ran after the man asking where the Lady Sophia is currently. The man answered that since she is now a major person in the family, she will be staying in Qinglan City. The man turned his head back to look at the protagonist and asked him not to betray Lady Sophia's trust. The man then waved at the protagonist, telling him that he is leaving. With a determined expression on his face, the protagonist promised himself to go look for Lady Sophia. Outside in the night sky, a bar is seen with the name House of Mercenaries. The protagonist stood before Captain and another man with mohawk hairstyle as he asked why they called him over. The man with the mohawk hairstyle pushed out a chair for the protagonist and invited him to sit. As Captain told the protagonist that he has a big contract. Captain then asked the protagonist if he is interested in the job, to which the protagonist asked which big contract. Captain and the other man with the yellow headwear looked at each other. The man with the mohawk was pouring wine for the protagonist, while the one with the headwear was presenting food to him. With a sly smile on his face, Captain then asked the protagonist if he is interested in a merger. Captain elaborately told the protagonist that benefits that they can receive if they merge together. But the protagonist declined, stating that he is not interested in switching to any new sides as of yet. The others were surprised that the protagonist rejected them so quickly and easily. The protagonist suggested that they rank up without him, but Captain explained that it involved more than name and power. The protagonist asked what else. The protagonist had a surprised expression on hearing them suggesting a merger. To this, Captain whispered to him that it involves one's connection to the mercenary guild. This surprised the protagonist. The captain and the man with the yellow headwear both lamented that they had much obstacles to face to be able to rank up. The protagonist then asked, how many factions do they have in the mercenary guild currently? Captain explained to the protagonist that they have only 3 factions at the mercenary guild. The captain named the 2, but the last one he didn't name. But hearing that it was a woman who rose to power a few days ago, the protagonist became shocked. Captain looked at the protagonist and explained how she came to power, but doesn't have helpers. The protagonist suddenly laughed and said what a coincidence. The 3 men were shocked to hear the words of the protagonist. Then they asked if he knew the woman. With a proud face, the protagonist told them that if they trust him, that they can join the woman's faction. All 3 of the men were surprised that the protagonist suggested they trust a woman. Outside the city, 4 figures can be seen leisurely walking out. Captain then asked the protagonist why he was rushing to go back, that he can rest for a few more days. The protagonist told them that he has something to take care of first. That's why he need to leave early, and that they should consider the matter they discussed. Captain then promised that they will do exactly what the protagonist has said. The protagonist then turned around to leave but waved at the people behind him, and they waved back at the protagonist. The horse of the protagonist can be seen galloping at its full speed towards their destination. The protagonist stopped and reined in his mare. He then said that he was feeling hungry. The protagonist wondered how come no monster has come attack him since has been on his journey, and because of that, he can't hunt. Suddenly the mind of the protagonist flashed back to what Uncle Bai gave to him, and wondered if the badge was really powerful to chase other monsters away. With the vast land being his only companion, the protagonist could only resign to his fate. The eyes of the protagonist became sharp as he sensed that someone or something was near. The protagonist questioned himself if it is his imagination, or if he really felt a murderous aura just now. The protagonist continued on his way with the intention to reach his destination before dinner time. As the protagonist was galloping away, a portal opened where he has just left, and it was Uncle Bai and the Lunar Wolf. Turning to her uncle, the Lunar Wolf asked why he stopped her from attacking the protagonist, to which her uncle answered that friends are better. And her uncle went further to tell the Lunar Wolf that he believes that the protagonist has a relationship with dragons. The Lunar Wolf was surprised at what her uncle had just said. Then her uncle told her that wolves are very weak as compared to dragons. Uncle Bai then instructed the Lunar Wolf to return and train so as not to lose to the protagonist once again. As the Lunar Wolf walked into the portal, her uncle looked at the far-gone protagonist and said he wants to see if he will survive Rai but woe destruction. The man continued to say that if the protagonist dies in Ribu, that the dragons won't come for them. A massive wall can be seen, and beneath that massive wall at the entrance into the Ribuwa fortress, some armed guards with armor can be seen. The protagonist and his horse rode at full speed to the gate of the Ribuwa fortress. A guard at the gate with bald head stood and mockingly asked his fellow guards who the junk who came out of nowhere is. The guard with the bald head shouted at the top of his voice that the protagonist should stop for inspection. The protagonist stopped but asked the man what happened and when did the inspection start. The bald-headed guard then explained to the protagonist that since the duel with Beast is drawing near, security is put in place. Pointing at the protagonist, the bald-headed guard asked him where he is coming from, to which the protagonist replied, Beastman Plains. The bald-headed man then said that the protagonist is a spy. This left the protagonist surprised that he was being tagged a spy. The bald-headed guy smiled and told the protagonist that he can only be absolved the suspicion of being a spy only if he is smart. The protagonist smiled and asked the man if he wanted money, to which the bald-headed guard told the protagonist that he is smart. The protagonist then smiled at the bald-headed guard and told him he has no money, to which the bald-headed guard became angry, molding his hand into a fist. The protagonist told the man he only has his fist. That is all he has. The bald-headed guard smiled and twisted it that the protagonist was refusing arrest, so because of this, he is a spy from the beasts. The bald-headed guard then proceeded to command his subordinates to arrest the protagonist. The protagonist stood a smile on his face as he mocked the guards that they are ants to him. The guards that came to attack the protagonist were all kicked out one by one. The bald-headed guard was afraid seeing his subordinates being kicked out one by one. Aohe approached the bald-headed guard and asked him what happened. The bald-headed guard then told Aohe that they intercepted a spy, but the spy didn't want to surrender but fought back. The bald-headed guard smiled and said to himself that the protagonist is finished since Aohe is around now. Suddenly, Aohe shouted the protagonist's name as he pushed the bald-headed man aside as he approached the protagonist. Aohe angrily turned to the bald-headed guard and scolded him that he can't differentiate between a spy and one who is not. He fired the man immediately. The bald-headed guard had a horrified expression on his face as he thought about what his life will be like without his work. Aohe placed his hand across the protagonist's shoulder as he asked the protagonist why he returned so quickly. The protagonist looked at Aohe and told him that he promised to join the duel, and he is back to do that. Aohe clasped the protagonist by his hands and told him that he, the protagonist, is reliable. Then he proceeded to ask about his encounter with the Lunar Wolf. The protagonist became flustered and asked Aohe what he meant. Aohe replied his battle with the Lunar Wolf. The protagonist then told Aohe that he did not win, but the battle ended in a tie. Aohe had an extremely surprised look on his face that the protagonist was able to end in a tie with the famous Lunar Wolf. Aohe laughed in glee, telling the protagonist that he is a strong man. The protagonist didn't reply to the compliment but dashed past Aohe with speed. The protagonist then told Aohe that he had some things to do that they can link up later. Aohe was surprised at the speed the protagonist used to move past him, and he wondered if the protagonist had improved more than before. Aohe spoke up and stopped the protagonist from leaving, telling the protagonist that the City Lord wants to meet with him. The protagonist immediately turned on hearing what Aohe said, and they asked Aohe if the City Lord really wanted to meet with him. Xiao Jin sat on the table, a big chicken in front of him as he devoured it, but with lack of enthusiasm. Sensei then spoke up, telling Xiao Jin that if he missed the protagonist so much he shouldn't eat much, because if he continues this way, he can't pay anymore. Xiao Jin then told Sensei that he will protest and tell the protagonist that Sensei started him, but Sensei stated that Xiao Jin just finished eating. The protagonist entered and announced his presence to the two people on the room, being Sensei and Xiao Jin. They both shouted the name of the protagonist with joy in their faces. Xiao Jin jumped on the protagonist and in the process injured the protagonist as he told the protagonist how badly he missed him. The protagonist carried Xiao Jin but advised him to use lesser force next time in hugging. The protagonist chumped down on the meat in his hand. Say he was starving. Xiao Jin then told the protagonist that he has been starving since he left. Sensei scoffed and asked Xiao Jin if what he did was unable to eat any food. 1 hour later, a huge amount of empty plates and bones laid on top the table. The protagonist then made a statement that being filled with food makes him happy. The protagonist suddenly looked up at the wall clock on the wall. The protagonist stood up and told his companions that he wants to attend a banquet at the city lord's mansion. This left his companions surprised. The protagonist then explained to his companions that he was invited to the banquet to discuss the upcoming duel. Xiao Jin suddenly jumped on the protagonist's head, asking to tag along that he doesn't to be left behind again. The protagonist tried everything to push Xiao Jin away, explaining that only he was invited. But Xiao Jin replied that he doesn't care. Suddenly Xiao Jin's face lit up, as if a great idea had come into his mind. Xiao Jin then told the protagonist that even though he can't bring a companion, but he can bring a pet along. Xiao Jin then transformed into a small wristband, and then told the protagonist that they should start going. Feng told little Jin that when they gets to their destination, he should hide properly and not reveal himself. Little Jin immediately agreed after warping himself around Feng's hand. In a hall, Ribu Luo Fortress City Lord Grand Duke Ao Te was sitting while having a discussion. Ao Te asked the blue-haired guy if the Feng he mentioned before is really strong. The blue-haired guy answered that Feng is not weak and he even suspects that Feng is stronger than him. Ao Te was surprised to hear that Feng is stronger than the blue-haired guy, which meant that Feng's rank is high. He then asked the blue-haired guy what his rank is again, but the guy asked him when his memory is going to get better. He continued saying that power is currently divided into ranks and is currently on the Thi rank. Ao Te then told him that if it is so, then they would go through his plan. One of his subordinates came in and reported that a guest named Liu Feng is outside. The blue-haired guy immediately went out to invite Feng personally, and Feng thanked him sincerely. Inside the City Lord Hall, the City Lord Ao Te sat on a chair while his maid served foods on the table. Feng could not help but wow in amazement, saying that the place where a City Lord lives is so luxurious. The blue-haired guy told Feng that the banquet is held by City Lord Ao Te just for him. The City Lord asked the blue-haired guy if the person beside him is the one he mentioned. But like before, he could not remember the name of Feng, so he started pondering to remember the name. The blue-haired guy touched Feng on his shoulder and told him that the city love's memory is not good, so he should forgive them. He then introduced Feng again as Liu Feng. Feng placed both of his hands together and greeted the City Lord Grand Duke Ao Te. But the City Lord told him that there was no need to be courteous, because he still needs to thank him for participating in the duel. But Feng told the City Lord that it is his honor to fight the beastmen on behalf of the humans. But suddenly little Jin, who was warped around Feng's hand, rushed towards the table and saying that there is so much delicious food there. This surprised both the blue-haired guy and the City Lord Duke Ao Te. When Feng saw this happening, he could not help but saying in his mind that he's screwed. Feng stretched out his hand and pulled little Jin while saying that it is his gluttonous snake pet. The blue-haired guy on the city law not home but say that they have never had of a monster with that name, and Feng told them that it is just a name he randomly came up with, so it's normal if they don't know about it. He started shaking the little Jin. I'm telling you to stop eating because it's embarrassing. But the city lord told him that it is fine, and you should let his pet eat since it likes the food there. He continued telling Feng that he heard he got a tie with the Lunar Wolf King. Feng agreed immediately, but then he asked why the city lord said that. The city have answered that some time ago the Lunar Wolf King led the wolves to surround Ribusai Fortress for a month. Feng could not help but so that they lost out because the Lunar Wolf King is not only strong, but also looked pretty. The curious city lord could not help but ask if the Lunar Wolf King is female. Feng asked the city lord and brother Ao He if they invited him to listen to his stories. The sitting on laughed and said that he almost forgot about the official matter. He went on to tell him why they invited him. Brother Ao He told Feng that academies will be sending elite students to participate in the duel with Beast, and he hopes he would be their mentor. Feng was to hear that they want to make him the mentor of the elite student from different academies. Ao He told him that his skills are already superb, therefore he is the best candidate for that matter. But Feng scratched his head and said that he had never taught anyone, so he's not suitable enough. Ao He told him that every student are willing to learn, but the city lord said it is except the crazy girl from the house of Nicola. Feng could not help but ask who the crazy girl from the house of Nicola is. Ao He told him that it is just a daughter of a noble and her temper is terrible, so Feng became afraid. Little Jin, on the other hand, could not help but say that he can't eat anymore but there's more tasty food left, so he decided to use his magic ability to digest the food faster than normal. Ao He was surprised to see what the protagonist pet is doing in order to digest the food it ate faster. He could not help but ask Feng what his creature is because he could sense the energy of heaven and earth on its body. But Feng told him that it is a random snake he picked up from the wild, and he also does not know what the monster is. He told Feng that his pet seemed interesting, and asked if he can lend it to him to do some research on it. Feng could not help but say that he had noticed Little Jin, and probably his agent still be reviewed soon. So he immediately grabbed Little Jin on his neck, which surprised it. Feng told the city lord that he would consider being a mentor, but he still had other stuff to do, so he would excuse himself. The city lord could not help but ask why he scared them, but he answered that the pet seems to be a holy rank monster. The city lord Grand Duke Aote was surprised and questioned if he is sure about what he's saying. But he scratched his head and said that he didn't dare to confirm it there. The city lord attacked him and asked him what nonsense he is spotting. Feng on the other side wondered if there was anyone chasing after him left, but Little Jin kept telling him to let go. Feng angrily told Little Jin that they agreed that he'll be handing him food in secret, but Little Jin said that the food was tempting. He continued telling Feng that he thinks he's drunk and he's feeling sleepy, so he'll be sleeping first. Feng could not help but say that Little Jin only know how to eat and sleep, so he would change his name to Dragon Pig. Putting Little Jin inside his clothes, he sighed and hoped that he didn't have any suspicious. But Feng suddenly heard people arguing and saying that they would beat someone to death. Some of the people there were asking why the red-eyed, black-haired witch always stick around. Feng saw a young child been hit by those group of people, but she kept covering her head. Then he remembered what those group of people were calling the young girl, which is a red-eyed witch. He stood behind the group of people and heard each of them said that she must be beaten to death. A middle-aged man went close to the young girl and started kicking her while others watched. The middle-aged man said that it was because he met the young girl one day ago that he became unlucky. But before the bottle would smash in the young girl's head, a hand grabbed it. Feng, who grabbed the bottle, told the middle-aged man that it is enough. He questioned if the man will leave on his own. The middle-aged man seems to have recognized Feng from somewhere, so he asked Feng what he's doing there. But Feng ignored the middle-aged man's question and went close to the young girl and asked if she is all right. The people there started gossiping and saying that Feng is disgusting for going close and caring about the young girl. And one of the people there courageously told Feng to let the young girl die. But Feng continued caring for the young girl, which resulted to the young girl look up at him. And Feng felt that the cold stare of the young girl gives him a familiar feeling. It reminded him of his childhood when people also call him a cursed child because of his parents' death. So the young girl looks like a younger version of himself with their identical situation. Touching her on her arm, Feng asked her if he should take her to a pharmacist for treatment, also telling her that he's not a bad guy. But he smiled and told her that it seems like every bad guy also say that. The young and wounded girl could not help but ask Feng if he doesn't hate her. And Feng pat her in her head and asked why he would hate her, also telling her that she's cute. The middle-aged man behind Feng became pissed off and brought out a dagger while rushing towards Feng. He screamed that it is all because of Feng that he became the way he is, so Feng should die. But Feng activated his mirror clone, which teleported behind the middle-aged man's back and held his hand. The surprised man could not help but ask how Feng duplicated and appeared behind him. Feng covered the eyes of the young girl and told her that children are not allowed to look. But even after covering her face with his body, the young girl still saw how Feng's clone killed the man. The people there immediately started screaming that someone has committed a murder. And the young girl pushed herself away from Feng, which surprised and confused Feng. The young girl then gently got up from the ground, and there is a blood stain on her face. And the shocking thing is that his young girl licked blood and wondered if that is the taste of other people's blood. Feng was surprised when he saw the young girl lick the blood off her face instead of wiping it off. Putting it at the back of his mind, he told her that she should tell him where she lives, so that he would take her there. But the young girl did not take Feng's hand. Instead, she told him that she doesn't have a home. She then turned around and started leaving. Feng could not help but say that her personality is hard. But the young girl has not gone far yet, and she suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing that the young girl had fainted, Feng picked her up and decided to find a doctor quickly. As he rushed with the young girl in his arms, a person covered in clothes passed him. It turned out to be Lading, who turned around after passing Feng and angrily said that Feng is not died yet. Holding the red eyes witch, Feng ran for some while, but was flustered that he couldn't even find a pharmacy in sight. Looking at the girl, he decided to do the same he had done to Su Fei. He'd used to internal energy heal her the last time. Feng thought that it was possible it would work on the girl, so he activated his internal energy, which emitted a blue Zhou Qi, while still holding the girl on his arm. He was shocked and felt that it was impossible, because he could feel the rhythm of the girl's meridian, and it was similar to his. If Feng had not looked closely into the girl's meridian, he would have thought she transmigrated like him. And just as he was still examining the little girl, she started staring her eyes open, little by little. She opened her eyes and saw Feng right in front of her face, who exclaimed that she was awake. Looking at the close face of Feng, the Red Eyes girl immediately pushed his face away with her poker-cold face. Then the Red Eye girl decisively jumped out from Feng's embrace. She felt so embarrassed, although it wasn't showing on her poker-cold face. She started walking forward, but the worried protagonist raised his hand up to stop her because she was injured. But the protagonist made a very big mistake. He who didn't know the quality of the cloth the girl was wearing held her on her shoulder and mistakenly tore it. Now the situation was awake. Feng looked so stupid as the little girl looked back at him whose hand was still raised up. He had brought another expenses to himself, from the food-gobbling little Jin to the Red Eye girl. He then took her to a clothing shop. Feng paid the attendant a huge sum of money, and he was asked to pick up any shirt from the shop. He felt that her behavior was too enthusiastic. Feng told the Red Eye girl that he would repay her with another cloth for the one he tore. But she questioned if she was not going to be indebted to him. Feng smiled stupidly while ruffling his hair and stating that it was a reasonable repayment that he owes her. Looking at all the dresses hanging on the wall of the shop with different designs and color, the Red Eye girl pointed at a red dress, which complemented her eyes. Looking at the red-colored dress, it made Feng feel uncomfortable, so he asked the girl to pick something else. Then he brought out a very pretty gown with glowing sky blue color for her. But that gown definitely won't complement her looks. The Red Eyes girl didn't even budge as she looked at him coldly and stated that she only wanted the red dress. Then he started introducing different clothes to her, from the maid's outfit to the female shirt, but she rejected them. He continued on, and she ignored all his blabbering and crossed her hands on her chest, facing another side. When Feng was done blabbering, his face became odd since she didn't choose any other clothes, but insisted that she wanted the red dress. Feng picked out the red outfit and walked towards the keeper with a smiling face and asked her to help the Red Eye girl bath as a favor of the gold coin he gave. The shopkeeper felt that Feng was a strange person who picks up a beggar as his sister, but she still agreed to help the Red Eye girl bath. The keeper walked out from behind the cabinet and told the Red Eyes girl to follow her to the bathroom at the back of the shop. The Red Eye girl immediately became vigilant and glared fiercely at the shopkeeper who was trying to guide her. The shopkeeper was shocked by the cold red eyes of the girl and panicked. It was emitting a demonic vibe, which made her stay far from the girl. She was even more startled when the Red Eye girl jumped down from the cushion and told her that she could wash by herself. After the Red Eye girl closed the door leading to the bathroom, the shopkeeper walked closely towards Feng and whispered to him that the little girl was a witch. Feng immediately rebuked her, stating that the Red Eye girl was his sister and for her to hold her money and shut up. Then he sat down on the cushion and started waiting for the little girl. After some while, he yawned tiredly. Suddenly, he heard some noise and was startled. Then he immediately rushed outside and looked around vigilantly. Feng didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, he had sensed a murderous intent outside and rushed out. Just as he was looking around, he heard a loud sound coming from the room where the girl was bathing. When he rushed back into the shop, he saw the flustered shopkeeper who was waving her hand and shouting that she didn't do anything. Feng immediately ran towards the room where the girl was. He felt that someone might have tried to harm her, so he was lured out on purpose. He immediately pushed the door open anxiously and ran in, asking if she was all right. The little girl sat on the ground beautifully with water dripping down from her hair. She didn't look out of place. Then she looked up with her beautiful cold face and faced the anxious-looking Feng, who was worried about her. Feng brought her out from the bathroom and sat her on the cushion. Then he started drying off her hair. The little girl was very calm like some adult, a behavior that was rare to see in children. And SGE asked Feng why he was not afraid of her and why he saved her. Feng smiled stupidly as though he didn't understand what she meant. Instead, he questioned why he should be scared of a kid like her. The Red Eye girl explained to Feng that she was a person cursed by a demon, and even her family wants to kill her because she would bring deserter to them. Feng, who was ignorantly about the matter, questioned what she meant by being cursed by a demon. To him, she looked nothing abnormal. The girl pointed at herself and stated that she had blood-red eyes which was blessed by demons. Then she asked if he was scared or felt disgust. Feng patted her head and stated that on the contrary to what she said, he only felt that she was kind and cute. The Red Eye girl felt that Feng was a very big liar. He said she looked much better with her red ruby eyes, but she had been mocked by her own relatives. She became agitated and shouted that no one acknowledged a cursed person, not even her parents. Then she coldly looked at him and stated that she didn't believe that Feng will acknowledge her. Feng held her hands and calmed the agitated little girl. He understood her. It was the same feeling he had when he was young. He calmly told her that he acknowledged her, and she was stunned looking at his confident eyes. Feng hugged her and stated that in the future he would be her family member. He wanted to give her Tigat family she always wanted. The little girl was surprised, and also shocked that Feng was not afraid of her eyes and even acknowledged her. After he finished hugging her, he separated and realized that he had not asked for her name. She told him that her name was Hongyi, while looking at her shoulder where Feng patted her. Feng ruffles her hair and stated that he would bring her back home. Then he sat up straight. When Hongyi heard the word home, she was surprised, because she had never had a home, not the one her parents and relatives chased her out of. He smiles happily and told her that anywhere he went to in the future will be her home. He held her and walked to the entrance. Then Feng told Hongyi that the house where he lived at had rules, and she immediately understood. He told her that the first thing to care about was the house rule, and that she didn't have to care about anyone else. After saying that, he realized that she was dressed unkempt. Her hair was messy, and he didn't even know how to tie a butterfly knot. Back at Grand Duke Aote's mansion, a figure clad in a dark cloak walked into the mansion. Ao He, who invited the cloaked man, stated that he didn't expect the man to be strong, and with his help, they would win the fight. The cloaked man stated that he had a big grudge against the beast, so he would help humans kill them. Aote clapped and was happy that the Ribu Luo fortress finally had 2 9th rankers, and it calls for a celebration. Ao He told the cloaked man that he would invite Feng to come the next day and celebrate with them. The cloaked man realized that Feng was now a 9th ranker, which was why he felt his killing intent back at the cloth shop. The cloaked man rejected Ao He's invitation, stating that he wanted to focus on cultivation and appear on the day of the duel. Aote advised the cloaked man to stay at the Lord Mansion, stating that he would provide the best cultivation spot for him. The cloaked man rejected him, stating that he only wanted to represent Ribu Luo Fortress in a duel. Then he left. Aote complained to Ao He that he felt the cloaked man was a spy, but Ao He assured him that the cloaked man was human. Lord T stated that if it was as Ao He said, then the humans will be able to avenge what happened to them before. After the cloaked man walked out from the mansion, a black cat rushed towards him with a fast speed. Then the black cat meows and asked the cloaked man if he finished the job. Just as Aote thought, the cloaked man was indeed a spy. The cloaked man told the black cat to report to the fox lady that he had already gained the trust of humans, and that the plan was being carried out. The black cat immediately ran off to report what the cloaked man told it to the fox lady, while the man promised to make humanity pay. At Chirei Group House Base where Feng lives, he walked together with Hongyi into the building. When the door was opened, everywhere was in a mess, and Hongyi was surprised. She asked if the place was his house, and stated that it didn't seem different from the garbage she lived in. Feng felt awakened and stated that she should wait for some minutes so that he would show some miracle. Immediately he created a small tornado which immediately and efficiently cleared all the rubbish. He raised his hand up and showed her the now clear room. He explained that it was the wind step skill. Hongyi was surprised by the show of power. She had never seen such a skill before. Feng asked if Hongyi wanted to learn the skill, and she questioned if he could teach her the technique. Hongyi looked at Feng and stated that the others had said she won't be able to cultivate since she was cursed. Feng patted her head and told her that he would teach her, and she would surely be able to learn if she listens to him. Then he looked up, stating that he wanted to look for brother Ken Si and ask if there was an empty room. Then he saw the stupidly drunk Ken Si under the table mumbling that he wanted to drink more with little Jin. Feng shouted at the sleeping Ken Si, telling to stop sleeping and wake up because they had a new family member. Ken Si was still drunk when he opened his eyes and questioned why he was hearing Feng's voice in his dream. He immediately threw away the bottle of wine and chicken he was holding when he was fully awake. He didn't know that he was under the table trying to stand up and ended up hitting his head, which left Feng speechless. Feng then introduced the flushed Ken Si to Hongyi, stating that she would be living there from then on. The flushed Ken Si looked at the red-eye cold-looking girl standing at the side with confusion. But when he fully understood what was going on, was when he saw the monster floating at Hongyi's back. He went close to Feng and whispered that Hongyi was the legendary Red Eyes witch spoken of in the town. It was said that once she was born, her family was killed, and all the other relatives thought it was her cause and wanted to kill her. Listening to Ken Si's word, Feng asked him what happened next. He was very curious about Hongyi's origin. Ken Si told Feng that her parents' house suddenly caught on fire, and they died leaving her to roam the street. Of all the things Ken Si said, the only thing Feng had in mind was that Hongyi had suffered a lot. Brother Si whispered to Feng that they couldn't keep the little girl, because she would bring them misfortune. Just then, the supporting leg of the shelves behind Ken Si broke, and the shelf fell on him, causing blood to spill from his forehead. Feng looked at Ken Si, who stated that the misfortune had happened before fainting, and felt that he had drunk too much. Feng turned and told the red-eye girl that Ken Si might have been happy and fainted, so it was better to greet him tomorrow. Then he took her out and started demonstrating the Tai Chi art, stating that a watermelon is cut in half and divide by 2. After circulating his mana for some while, the red-eye girl also followed his demonstration. Then both of them exhaled. Then he told her to slow down a little and stretch her right hand, then lower her stance and continuously repeat it. 1 hour later, Feng Feng was pleasantly surprised to observe a gradual accumulation of energy around her. A promising development. She could already circulate the energy around her abdomen, just as he demonstrated in the beginning, a testament to her quick learning. He was stunned and shocked because that was the first time the girl was circulating energy. It usually wasn't easy. Finally, the red-eye girl reached her limit. She released the tightly coiled mana from within her, allowing it to disperse in a gentle cascade. Feng was surprised that she already invoked the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and questioned if she was a legendary genius. She turned and looked at him and questioned if she had messed something up when she was demonstrating the move. Feng became envious and told her that she did great, but he thought in his mind that he was a trash because she learned the Tai Chi set in 1 hour. The red-eye get questioned what he had taught her, and how she could use this slow skill to kill someone. Feng told her that martial art was not learned to be used to kill people, but to protect herself. And just then, Ken Si rushed in. Feng waved at him, signaling that he was finally awake. While Ken glanced over at the red-eye girl standing near Feng, her presence was obvious. He gently bypassed her and approached Feng, questioning the presence of the red-eye girl, his curiosity evident in his cautious approach. The red-eye girl looked at Ken Si, who was acting weird again with a confused and questioning look on her face. Feng told him to calm down and decide if she could stay at his place. Ken Si asked what he meant. Feng told him to fight a match with the red-eye girl, and if she won, she would stay, but if she lose, she would leave. Both Ken Si and the red-eye girl was stunned by the protagonist's word. They never expected him to say that. Ken Si started having wild fantasy, thinking that the protagonist wanted to kick the girl out but felt bad doing it himself. He then agreed but told the protagonist that the red-eye girl didn't have strength or magic and asked she would fight. Feng told Ken Si that he also didn't have strength or magic, but still, Ken Si was not his match. But then Feng told him not to use his strength, but only % of his force when fighting her. Feng then patted the red-eye girl hair and told her to go ahead and fight Ken Si using the move he taught her, so she would see how powerful it was. Red-eye girl mustered up her courage, making a fighting pose for herself as she answered affirmatively to the protagonist. Standing in a fighting stance, she confirmed her readiness to fight when Ken Si inquired, displaying her readiness for the impending battle. Ken Si rushed towards her, announcing his attack and urging her to be cautious, emphasizing the imminent danger she was about to face. Appearing before her suddenly, he struck her with his full body strength, catching her off guard and causing her to be startled by the blow. Red-eye girl almost fell to the ground because of the force, but was caught by the protagonist in her shoulder. Feng cautioned the red-eyed girl to exercise caution and avoid confronting Ken Si directly, emphasizing the importance of strategic thinking. Feng then turned to Ken Si and questioned why he used more force when they had agreed for him to only use %. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Ken Si admitted to Feng that he had only used % of his strength. Feng then told the red-eye girl not to use force against force, because the essence of Tai Chi is to follow the flow of the force. Ken Si then told the red-eye girl that he was going to use only % of his strength this time around. This time, Ken Si restrained his power to % as he cautiously advanced towards the red-eyed girl, showing a calculated approach. Just as she watched the first appear in front of her face, SGE remembered that the protagonist told her to follow the flow of the force. With a gentle movement, she redirected his hand to the side, causing him to lose stability and lurch forward rapidly. Swiftly, she pushed his backside, causing Ken Si to topple forward and fall face down onto the ground, effectively conceding defeat. Ken Si, who was lying on the ground, questioned if it was an illusion, and asked how he had fallen to the ground. Feng smiled and stated that the slow move was powerful, and the red eyes girl agreed with a slit smile on her face. Feng told Ken Si that he lost, and Brother Si told him that as a man he never goes back on his word, and since he lost, the red eyes girl can stay. Following the victory, Feng demanded that Ken Si swear that the red-eyed girl, Hongyi, was not a witch, to which he readily agreed. Just then, Feng heard someone in town shouting that a spy of the orcs was killing in town, and for the captain to be notified. Feng was shocked that a spy of the orcs was killing in town, since entering the town was not easy for beasts. The people in town were running around in different location, as a huge beastman was causing massacre. A huge bull wearing beast skin and a ring on its nose was being surrounded by some brave warriors of the town. The leader among the warrior told the other warriors to block the bull and not let it run into the crowd. At the top of a building near the fight, a man and a small black animal was seen watching over the crowd. The man was none other than Lading, the former lord of Rongma City. He stated that his guess was correct. They had only needed a spy to disturb the town, and could figure out the whole defense method and secrets in the city. The cat stated that it cost his clan much to get the bull to town, while Lading told it that the higher the cost, the higher the gain, and the more information they can collect. All the defense system and the secrets of the town had been exposed to them now, and they can determine how to attack the town people. The bull went berserk and attacked a warrior, sending him flying as he watched an old lady holding a young boy running away. Just then, the old woman lost her step and fell down together with the young boy, and the bull's attention was completely drawn to them. The old lady felt horror because what just happened could determine her and the young boy's life and death. The bull found the opportunity to leave the warriors behind and rush toward the old woman and young boy. Just as the old woman succumbed to the incoming bull, Feng swiftly appeared right in front of it, ready to confront the danger head-on. Feng gathered his Tai Chi energy and told Hongyi to look carefully and see how the Tai Chi 1,000 pounds from 4 Troy works. The bull was approaching with a fast speed as Feng gathered the Tai Chi energy right in front of it. The horn of the bull appeared right in front of the protagonist, and he caught hold of it with his strong energy. Channeling his Tai Chi energy, he deftly swung the bull around, the concentrated energy flowing through his hands with precision and control. Feng swung the bull around continuously, causing it to develop a massive headache from the relentless motion. The surrounding warriors perceived Feng's actions as mere showmanship, but Hongyi recognized his true power. The cat remarked that the bull should snap out of it, as it wasn't a donkey pulling a mill. Lading stated that it was not that the bull didn't want to break out from the grip of the protagonist, but it couldn't break out. The black cat questioned what he meant, and Lading told it that Feng's skill was magical, and the more force used, the harder it was to break free. Lading frowned deeply, his expression reflecting concern as he observed the intense struggle between the protagonist and the charging bull. With graceful movements, Feng expertly wielded the bull with the flowing energy of Tai Chi, manipulating its massive form with ease. As the protagonist relinquished control, the bull tumbled in disarray, stars seemingly orbiting its bewildered head, a testament to the strong force. Finally succumbing to exhaustion, the bull collapsed, its once formidable stance now reduced to a defeated heap upon the ground. Feng, satisfied with the outcome, brushed the dirt from his hands with a sense of accomplishment, relieved to have completed the daunting task at hand. Hongyi, astonished by the display of power, rushed toward Feng, her admiration evident as she expressed her newfound appreciation for his abilities. Feng, acknowledging the potency of Tai Chi as the cornerstone of Chinese martial arts, emphasized its enduring strength and effectiveness in combat. Inspired by Feng's prowess, Hongyi eagerly attempted to emulate his techniques. Her curiosity piqued as she sought to understand his skills. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, Feng agreed to teach her, promising to impart his knowledge once they returned home, ensuring her continued growth. Approaching the fallen old woman, Feng inquired about her well-being, concerned for her safety after the ordeal. Grateful for the protagonist's assistance, the old lady expressed her thanks, while Feng remarked on her modesty. Unaware of the danger lurking behind them, the trio began to depart, oblivious to the bull rising from the ground. In a sudden display of fury, the bull's pupils transformed, glowing red with anger. Unlike any other beastman, the bull angrily turned its red eyes, fixating on Hongyi, who was slowly trailing behind the group. Feng's astonishment grew as he realized the bulls in this world mirrored those on Earth, prone to aggression when confronted with the color red. Shocked by the bull's sudden aggression, Feng urgently warned Hongyi to evade the imminent danger, his voice filled with alarm. Suspensefully, Hongyi tried to comprehend the situation, her mind grappling with the overwhelming uncertainty unfolding before her. She remained rooted in place, observing as the bull approached, while Feng hurried towards her, determined to intervene. Launching itself toward Hongyi, the bull aimed to strike, but Feng swiftly whisked her to safety. As the bull descended, Feng adeptly evaded its assault, his movements fluid and calculated. Comforting Hongyi, Feng reassured her to stay calm and await his resolution of the situation. Facing the bull head-on, Feng drew his blade, infusing it with the harmonious energy of Tai Chi, preparing for the impending confrontation. Feng stated that he had planned to let it go and give it to Ao He, but since the bull tried to harm Hongyi, he won't spare it. He had changed his mind. Killing the bull was his only resort now that it annoyed him. Harnessing Tai Chi energy, he imbued his blade before swiftly slicing through the air, grazing the bull. Startled, the bull recoiled from the sensation of the cut, but the protagonist resheathed his sword without a backward glance. Feng glanced back, alarmed to see Hongyi standing perilously close as the bull's blood threatened to spray upon her. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, grasping her and leaping away from the collapsing beast. With Hongyi safely in his arms, Feng landed gracefully in a different location, out of harm's way. Reflecting on the situation, Feng remarked on his fortune in sparing Hongyi from the blood, joking about the inconvenience of cleaning her garments. The black cat was angry and scratches its claw on the wall, stating that what Feng did was infuriating and it wanted to kill him. Lading told it that it didn't need to do anything because he would kill Feng with his own hand. The black cat was surprised and questioned if Lading knew Feng, but he didn't give it any answer. The dead bull laying on the ground was surrounded by the warriors, while Feng was still checking Hongyi. Feng inquired of Hongyi if she was scared, and she vehemently denied any apprehension after the recent events. Feng grinned, praising Hongyi's valor, contrasting her stoicism with what he perceived as others' potential reactions. At that moment, Ao He arrived, instructing the warriors to scour the city to uncover the spy's point of entry. Turning to Feng, Ao He expressed gratitude for his assistance during the skirmish. Feng thought in his mind that in the movies police arrived last, and he did expect it to be like that in this world. Ao He told Feng she was late because the students from the 4 Academy had arrived and he had to welcome them. He told the protagonist that the plan was a few days later, but the Academy arrived earlier than expected. As Ao He finished speaking, he noticed Hongyi's gaze fixed upon him, prompting a startled reaction. Nearly blurting out his suspicions about Hongyi being the town's rumored witch, Ao He was interrupted by Feng, who then clarified Hongyi's familial relationship as a younger sister. Though not of the same blood, Ao He changed his words immediately and stated that Hongyi was cute, but deep down he was shocked that Feng took a witch as his sister. Then Feng introduced Hongyi to Ao He, stating that he was his friend, and also the owner of the house they were living in. Greeting Ao He with a composed demeanor, Hongyi uttered a single word, leaving Ao He to ponder her enigmatic response. Ao He silently reasoned that regardless of the circumstances, the protagonist's happiness was paramount, serving as a reassuring anchor. Then he turned around and told Feng to follow him to witness the strength of the students. Ao He told Feng he would have to observe the student himself because he was supposed to be their mentor. Feng informed Ao He that he hadn't officially accepted the mentorship offer yet. Immediately he finished speaking, Ao He's eyes changed and he acted pitifully, saying that Feng should reconsider. Recoiling slightly, Feng admonished Ao He's behavior, but ultimately agreed to accept the offer. With Feng's acceptance, Ao He's mood instantly brightened, as he eagerly agreed to guide Feng to the students. Furthermore, he extended the invitation for Hongyi to accompany them. Feng thought in his mind that it was okay, and if Wei Er was alive, she would be representing the Academy of Xinglan. The students from different academies were gathered together in a huge hall waiting for Ao He. As the anticipation lingered, Feng and Ao He entered the hall together, accompanied by Hongyi. Spotting Ao He, a young man among the students expressed skepticism about Feng's appearance, remarking on his perceived weakness. Feng told Hongyi to sit properly at the side and not run around as he would ask Ao He to bring a stool and some snacks to her. Then Feng followed Ao He and walked towards the representative of the academies standing in the front. Ao He told the protagonist that students in the front were from the 4 Academy, but one of them, a young lady, was not there. Ao He then introduced the protagonist as the mentor, responsible for the students' training, and Feng greeted them. A student with dark skin pointed at Feng and told Ao He that he was the same age as them and asked why he was the mentor. Ao He wanted to rebuke the student, but Feng stopped him and asked the dark-skinned student if he thought he was not suitable to be their mentor. Just then, a female voice sounded from the back, stating that Feng was a trash who could not use magic nor duki. Ao He felt ridiculous and stated that the female was none other than the lady who said she won't participate in the training. The lady with white hair holding a sword told Feng that for him to be their mentor, he had to win against her in a fight. Feng asked who she was, and he was told the white-hair lady was a genius from Xinglan Academy, and also the Miss of Nicola family, Nicola Snow. Snow gazed at Mr. Ao He with a self-satisfied expression, her eyes gleaming with confidence, as if silently challenging him to match her level of accomplishment. She called the protagonist a trash while seizing him up from head to toes, his clothing and equipments. Then her eyes became deep as she looked at Mr. He, questioning if he was insulting the 4 academies. Feng thought in his mind that if it was not for Mr. He who invited him, he didn't want to come there. Just then, little Loli came out walking in front of the protagonist and shouting at Snow, stating that she won't allow anyone to talk about Feng that way. The other students were all shocked by the appearance of the little girl in red outfits. Snow looked at the little girl staring at her, and felt that it came along with a strong murderess in intent. Feng came forward and stated that little Loli was great and know how to protect him. Snow folds her hands and looked at little Loli, stating that her eyes were scary, but she was also trash. Feng felt annoyed and asked Snow if she knew what a frog in the well means, and for her not to use the knowledge from her academy to judge them. Then he told her that she might be called a genius in their academy, but in his eyes she was inferior to even a fart. The other students became enraged and started shouting that Feng was crazy and for their principal to let them discipline him. Feng stated that it was especially for Snow, and she unsheathed her sword angrily. Pointing the object menacingly at him, she declared her intent, her voice laced with determination, promising retribution for his words. Feng pushed little Loli to Mr. He and stated that he would try to converse with the students. Mr. He patted the little girl on the head and told Feng not to go overkill. Feng turned and blinked with one eye at Hong Yi, stating that he won't go overkill. Hong Yi's face brightened up when she heard the protagonist word, and a small smile appeared on her face. Feng walked over and stretched and exercised his muscles, asking if Snow was going first. The dark-skinned student came out and told Feng that he would be the one to fight him first. The blue-hair student stated that he would forgive Feng if he kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, and also shout that he was trash. The blonde-hair students told Snow to wait for them to clean up the garbage, which was the protagonist. Feng stated that the three were stupid kids that want to boast themselves in front of a girl. Feng told them it was understandable that they were boastful, as they had never been treated illy in society. Then he raised his hands up and told the three to come at the same time. The other students felt that his words were ridiculous, and he was just courting death after going insane. The dark-skinned students attacked Feng, stating that he would make him call him dad with one punch. With a serene smile, Feng observed as the sinewy muscles surged with strength, hurtling towards him like a force of nature, ready to be met head-on. He moved to the side and counterattacked the dark-skinned student, making his punch hit the air. The precision and timing of Feng's attack left the two other students stunned, their disbelief evident as they struggled to comprehend his skill. Snow instead saw something different from them. The force Feng used to counterattack was strange. Feng placed his hand near the dark-skinned student's neck and told him that if he wanted him dead, he would have done so. Dark-skinned student didn't believe that he was defeated by a trash, so he linked it to Feng's luck. Feng didn't think much when dark-skinned student linked it to his luck and gently pushed him back. Dark-skinned student moved back, and the other two were startled when Feng told Dark-Skin he would give him one more chance. Feng looked at them and told the three to attack together since all of them were weakling. The blue hair and the blonde hair student were enraged by the protagonist's word. Blonde hair unsheathed his sword and pointed at Feng, stating that he never holds back and would shut Feng's mouth. Blue hair brought out his staff and told Feng that the result of angering him was not something Feng could handle. Blonde hair and dark skin attacked Feng together, telling him to go and die. Feng dodged to the side when blonde hair attacked, while blue hair used magic ice to freeze his legs to the ground. Feng felt that the instantaneous imprisonment magic of blue hair was interesting. And just then blonde hair attacked again with his sword, almost slashing the protagonist. Feng unsheathed his blade from his back and blocked blonde hair attack. Blonde hair tried moving his sword to attack more, but he couldn't as Feng's blade was suppressing his. In a sudden burst of aggression, Darkskin sprang into action, charging at Feng with raw power, intent on overwhelming him with sheer force. Feng, engrossed in his stance, he cast his gaze upon the approaching fist, assessing its trajectory with focused intensity. The students behind erupted in joy, proclaiming premature victory in the impending clash. Unfazed by the commotion, Feng's lips curved into a confident smile as he commended their teamwork and coordination. With a surge of additional strength, Feng intensified the power behind his blade, forcibly deflecting the blonde-haired swordsman's weapon. Unable to withstand the augmented force, the blonde-haired individual was propelled backward, sword and all. As the sword clattered to the ground, the blonde-haired fighter crashed onto the blue-haired magician, the impact sending them both tumbling. Now dark-skinned student's attack was getting close to Feng, but he was started by Feng's sudden increase in strength. Horror filled his eyes as the protagonist blade almost divided its head from his body. He was on hold as Feng's sword was placed on his neck, meaning that he had lost. Dark-skill student was scared and trembled before bringing his hand down and admitting defeat. The other students were all surprised that Shijian, the dark-skinned student, surrendered. At the same time, blue-haired student shouted for someone to pick Gangsa up away from him. Snow folds her hand on her chest and stated that what just happened was really shameful. Feng turned to look at Hongyi, stating that he was really strong, and Hongyi agreed. The students were gossiping about how John, Gangsa, and blue-hair student couldn't beat Feng. Feng turns to look at Snow and told her it was her turn. Then she pointed her sword at him and told him to shut up. In a swift motion, she lunged ahead, her sword poised for attack, closing the distance between herself and Feng with determined aggression. Even before getting that close to Feng, he had disappeared from there, and she was started. Stepping behind her with effortless grace, Feng quipped, questioning the speed of her swordplay with a sly grin, his confidence radiating in his words. Snow questioned in her mind why his reaction was quick, and attacked him again multiple times. Feng stated that she was definitely a child that did not fight in real battle, because all her skill missed him and landed on the floor. Fury ignited within Snow as Feng's words hit home. Insinuating her stumble was more than a mere misstep, provoking her anger to a boiling point. Feng effortlessly intercepted her attack with 2 fingers, teasingly questioning the source of her anger with a calm demeanor. Snow tried hard to draw her sword back and even shouted for Feng to let go of her sword. Feng stated that the unsheathing of her sword was too slow and not enough force while holding the sword, and her skills were all flashy but useless. He stated that at that point she didn't deserve to be called a genius. Then he let go off her sword. Snow became very angry, and she stated that she was going to kill him. Then she started attacking him with full force while Feng dodged all the attacks. Feng thought in his mind that it was a special sword move, as the trails can somehow materialize in the air. And just as he was thinking, he evaded another attack that passed through his back. But still, the attack had slashed a bit of his armor, and he knew that the sword attack was sharp. The other students started gossiping that the sword move was the ultimate skill of the Nicola family, the lunar sword dance. Feng thought in his mind that if he wanted to damage Snow's pride, he needed to break her ultimate skill and make her accept lose. Snow slashed once more as the sword, propelled by a swift motion, surged forth to assail Feng with relentless force and determination. She relentlessly continued her onslaught, her blade slicing through the air with unyielding ferocity, denying him any opportunity to mount a defense. Feng put his hand on his back and unsheathed his blade, then blocked the incoming attack from Snow. Then a huge explosion happened, and some of the students watching were sent flying back. Snow was sent flying back due to the explosion together with her sword. Snow falls to the ground and felt pain assault her, but she cleansed the blood on her mouth and squatted. Standing steadfast before her, Feng calmly asserted that the battle was hers no longer. Snow questions how she could have lost to a trash who could not even use magic or do ki. The other students were surprised that Snow's ultimate skill was broken by Feng, and stated that if it's got out, the Xinglan Academy will lose face. Snow immediately became scared, and stated that she could not lose and cause shame to the Nicola family. With confidence radiating from her gaze, she lifted her head and began to chant a spell, her voice resonating with power. Before she could speak forward, Feng caught hold of her hand and interrupted what she was doing. Acknowledging her effort, Feng gently intervened, declaring that they would cease for now, signaling an end to the confrontation. Snow told him to let go off her, but he told her he was there to be her mentor, not to force her to commit suicide. Snow's frustration flared, demanding Feng release her hand, yet his grasp remained firm, unmoved by her insistence to break free. Snow attempted a dual-handed attack, but Feng swiftly intercepted, seizing both of her hands in a decisive move, preventing her from executing her assault. Feng told her that she was such a fierce young lady, and she asked what he was saying. Feng told her he still had matters he needed to tell the others about, and didn't have time to play around with her. Snow removed her hand from the protagonist and walked away, stating that he wanted to hear what type of flower he would sprout. Feng walked in front of the others and asked if anyone had objection of him being their mentor. After deliberation, leaders from various academies reached a consensus, granting Feng the opportunity to impart his knowledge and skills to them. Feng's pride swelled within him as he reflected on the receptiveness of his peers, acknowledging their willingness to heed his counsel following his triumph. The gazes of the other students fixated upon Miss Snow, anticipation evident as they awaited her verdict and perspective. With a disdainful expression etched upon her face, Snow vehemently declared her refusal to accept instruction from Feng, her resolve unwavering. Feng found himself bemused by the situation, replacing any sense of frustration, since his intent was never to coerce anyone into learning from him. Then Feng told the students that training officially starts the next day, and they should be there early in the morning. Having conveyed his message to the students, Feng promptly dismissed them, allowing them to depart and think of the insights he had shared with them. Caught off guard, Snow's surprise was palpable as she inquired of Feng whether his previous statement pertained to the matter he had alluded to. Feng told her it was not early anymore, and if she wanted to fight him, she had to set that for another time. Then he held Hongyi's hand while telling Snow she should give up because she could not win against him. Snow was angry that Feng just walked past her and left, so she stated that she will remember him. As they walked home, Feng stated that a certain little someone who was sleeping should be awake by then. Feng asserted that the timing was opportune, suggesting it was the perfect moment to acquaint Hongyi with the newest addition to their circle. Then, side by side, they strolled towards the entrance of the building designated for Feng's use, their destination clear in their minds. However, just before they could step over the threshold, an enormous fireball hurtled towards them with alarming speed. Reacting swiftly, Feng ducked and evaded the fiery projectile, but not without consequence. The intense heat singed some of his hair in passing. Feng pointed at Hongyi and told her to stay outside so he could check the inside. He then rushed into the building. Climbing up the stairs, he could see some fire sparks flying around. When he entered his room, he saw Little Jin blowing flame at Ken Si, who was evading to the side. Annoyance bubbling within him, Feng raised his voice, demanding an explanation for Little Jin's actions. In response, Little Jin halted her fiery antics upon noticing Feng's presence, her gaze shifting to him with an innocent, puppy-like expression. With a furrowed brow, Feng scooped Little Jin up, interrogating her about the reason behind her erratic behavior. Little Jin confided in Feng, revealing that Kensi harbored desires to embark on a journey, a prospect she vehemently opposed. Kensi told Feng that Beta sent a mail over stating that they received a huge contract in Xinglan City, so he was going there. Feng was surprised Kensi was going to Xinglan City, and he himself had something he wanted to do there too. Kensi told Feng that the Xinglan City he was talking about was the capital of Xinglan Kingdom. Little Jin cried out that if Kensi left, he would become an orphan. Feng told Jin that he was still there, so it could not be considered an orphan. Feng told Kensi that he also planned to go to Xinglan City, so it was better if Kensi go and scout out first. Then, since it has been decided, Little Jin had nothing else to say except for him to be careful. Just then, Hongyi opened the door and peeked in to know what Feng was doing, and he told her to come inside. Then, with a gentle tone, Feng expressed his desire to formally introduce her to someone of significance. Perplexed, Little Jin voiced her confusion, inquiring about the identity of this individual named Hongyi. Even before the formal introduction could take place, an exchange of hostile glances ensued between the two parties. Feng proceeded to make the introductions, presenting Hongyi to Jin as his cherished younger sister, and then introducing Little Jin to Hongyi as Xiaojin. Little Jin thought in his mind that Feng used more words when introducing Hongyi than when introducing him. Little Jin felt that his position was getting replaced, and thought that Feng will tell him to leave one day. He cried out that Feng had changed his heart, so he won't be the friendliest with him in the future. Little Jin jumped on top of Kensi and told him to take him along, because Feng didn't want him anymore. Kensi's face turned green and he told Little Jin it was not possible, because he couldn't feed him. Then Little Jin thought of something and stated that since he was a man, he won't easily give up. Then he looked at Hongyi and told her he would never give Feng to her and he was not scared of her. Hongyi was surprised and pointed at herself, asking if Little Jin was really not scared of her. Disregarding Kensi's presence, Little Jin gracefully leaped from his back, alighting upon the ground with a nimble and deliberate movement. He walked up the stairs while stating that he was not leaving and he won't let anyone take over his spot. The three looking at him were confused, and Kensi questioned what the situation was. Observing the interaction between Feng and Little Jin, Hongyi formed the impression that Little Jin was a close friend of Feng. Then, with a solemn tone, Kensi announced his departure, prompting Feng to express his desire to see him off personally. Kensi declined, citing the presence of the carriage waiting at the doorstep. The following day, within the Grand Hall of the Lord's Mansion, all Academy students had assembled punctually. Accompanied by Mr. He, Feng entered the hall, casting his gaze over the early arrivals. Embarking on a count as he strolled past each student, Feng reached the 9th. Where he encountered Snow, who was the 9th, he was happy, acknowledging her honesty. With crossed arms behind his back, he proceeded past her without further interaction. Feng told them he won't waste the time, and the first lesson was to resolve their problems in battle. He told them that their largest problem was that they had never fought a life-and-death battle. Jan questioned what the protagonist wanted them to do, and asked if he wanted them to kill each other. With a warm smile, Feng expressed his approval, affirming that it was indeed a good suggestion, and assuring them that he would consider carefully. The students felt that Feng was mad and a devil for planning to let them kill each other. Snow's demeanor turned frigid as she labeled the protagonist a lunatic, her disdain evident in the icy tone of her voice. Feng told them that he would bring them to a place where they can experience those types of fight themselves. Blue Hair asked where the place was, and Feng told them it was the life and death arena. Each of the students were shocked when he said he would take them to the life and death arena. Grinning warmly, Feng inquired if anyone had objections to his arrangement, his tone inviting discussion. Snow was surprised and asked if that was his training method. She had thought he would make out a superior method for a moment. Blue Hair told Feng that the life and death arena was a place nobles get their entertainment, so they could not possibly go there and act like slaves. Feng questioned if a noble's identity was more important than their life. If so, they could not win in a life and death battle. Blue Hair told Feng that they didn't need to go there, because he could just order tens of master guards to train with them. Feng rebuked him, saying that he could only improve in a battle of life and death, and if he didn't want to join, he won't attend the duel. In that way, he won't join the battle. At least Blue Hair would not lose the face of humans, and also his life. Blue Hair questioned in his mind why Feng was angry against him when he was not the only one who didn't want to go. Feng told the students he would give them minutes to decide, and those who don't agree can go back to their academy. Snow observed Feng's departure alongside Mr. He, her gaze lingering as they made their way out, leaving behind a subtle atmosphere of tension. She then questioned Feng if he could guarantee that they'll become stronger if they go to the arena. Feng turned his head and stated that whether they will become strong will depend on their will. Upon receiving the desired response, Snow consented to accompany them to the life and death arena. her decision made with a sense of resolve. Noticing Snow's decision to go, John and gang expressed their intention to join her, their resolve firm as they prepared to accompany her. Blue Hair was surprised and startled. He asked if they really wanted to go to such a dirty place as the arena. John told him they would follow the word of the strong, and if he was scared, he could just go home. Blue Hair was annoyed, while his own people started panicking that he might refuse to go. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he instructed his companions to follow the protagonist to the arena, his tone firm and resolute. Expansive as a castle, and then the arena stretched out before them, dwarfing even the grandeur of Xinglan City's renowned battleground. The students were taken aback by its sheer size, marveling at its vastness, surpassing even the famed arena of Xinglan City. Moya, the owner of the arena, told Feng that the arena was the largest around the surrounding cities. Moya relayed to Feng that Mr. He had instructed him to heed Feng's commands, underscoring the importance of following Feng's leadership. Feng told Moya he needed an arena without anyone, and Moya stated that he would prepare it right away. Feng looked at the huge arena and stated that it was time to let the students test life and death battle. With the private arena now prepared, Moya took the lead, guiding them towards the designated location with confidence and efficiency. On getting there, Blue Hair complained that it was filled with a strong smell of blood. Just as they were still speaking, Snow interrupted and questioned where Feng was. In the center of the arena, Feng stood, his gaze fixed on the reactions of those gathered around, silently observing their responses. Snow asked what he wanted to do, and he told her to be patient because a good show was coming. Then he asked Moya to bring the people receiving them. Then Moya whistled and the prison cell opened. A huge leg came out from the prison cell, and from the look of it one could think of how powerful the person was. Then, the appearance of the owner was revealed. A weathered old man, his features bearing the weight of 40 years. The students, taken aback, were stunned by the sight of the muscular elderly figure. With a smile, Feng remarked that the emerging prisoners exuded the unmistakable aura of seasoned warriors. Moya informed Feng that the imposing individuals were the death row prisoners he had handpicked. Surveying them, Feng announced his intention to conduct further selection. He instructed Moya to unshackle them, preparing himself to engage in combat with the prisoners personally. The death row prisoners were enraged and thought that Feng was just seeking death. Feng told the big guy that if they win against him, they may have the chance to gain their freedom. Moya listened to Feng and released the shackles, and all of them rushed to attack Feng. Feng smiled and stated that when he used to watch movies, he thought the fight in arenas looked cool. With eager anticipation, he dashed towards them, seizing the opportunity to put his skills to the test firsthand. Swiftly, he positioned himself amidst the death row prisoners, ready for the impending confrontation. Despite their onslaught, he deftly avoided each attack with precision and grace. Snow, taken aback, marveled silently at the unique prowess displayed by Feng. Initiating his counter-offensive, Feng methodically subdued several of the prisoners one by one. Whether due to insufficient skill level, unattractive appearance, or lack of power, some prisoners quickly fell to Feng's superior combat prowess. The other prisoners were shocked by the strength of Feng and looked at their comrades lying on the ground. Glancing upward, Feng announced the presence of 6 remaining death row prisoners. The remaining 6 prisoners, astonished, voiced their disbelief, questioning how Feng had managed to dispatch their comrades with such ease. Blue Hair asked if Feng was a demon, and John realized that when Feng fought them, he showed mercy. Observing the fallen men, Snow pondered the extent of Feng's strength, impressed by his prowess displayed in combat. Grinning to herself, she found her impression of him improving, just as Feng unexpectedly sneezed in the arena. Glancing at the spectators' area, Feng wondered who had spoken behind him. Turning to the prisoners, he challenged them to identify the apparent weakling among the spectators. Promising freedom to any prisoner who could defeat the perceived weakling, Feng laid down the terms of their potential liberation. The death row prisoners were startled by the benefit, and questioned if Feng was really saying the truth. Feng told them he didn't have the interest of telling jokes, and if they wanted freedom, this was their chance. The elderly man concurred, recognizing the chance to break free from the relentless cycle of battle within the confines of the arena. Feng stated that the old man seemed to be the boss and asked his name. The old man told him he was Bao Te. Then he asked for the name of the remaining 5 prisoners, and they all introduced themselves. Feng was confused and scratches his hair and questioned what kind of names that was. Then he started renaming them according to their boss name, which was from Bao 2 to Bao 6. Then Feng came to the students and asked if they were ready for the battle, or if anyone wanted to quit before the battle. Snow told him to stop wasting time and start the training. Then Feng gave her thumb up for being brave. Then he told the 8 students from the 4 academy, apart from the 4 leaders, to face from Bao 3 to Bao 6. Jan called out to the students and told them to fight properly and not embarrass them. Observing the preparedness of the students, Feng signaled for the commencement of the fight with a sharp whistle. In mere moments, the students found themselves overwhelmed by the onslaught of the death row prisoners. Shocked by the swift defeat, Snow questioned the outcome, but Feng reminded her of his earlier assessment of their weakness. Zhan sought an explanation for their rapid loss, while Blue Hair accused the prisoners of cheating. Feng turned to Zhan, informing him that he would be facing Bao Tu in the next bout. Jan walked to the center of the arena and told Bao Tu that his rank was higher than his, so he was sure to win the battle. Bao Tu was annoyed and stated that it was not like he had never killed any high-rank enemy before. Blue Hair told Feng that he was sure Jan would emerge as the winner, since his rank was higher than Bao Tu. Feng did not say much but told Blue Hair that he was wrong because Zhan was losing for sure. Gathering his energy, Zhan propelled himself forward, launching an assault on Bao Tu. Bao Tu deftly intercepted Zhan's strike with his left hand before retaliating with a swift counterattack. The force of Bao Tu's enraged response sent Zhan hurtling backward through the air. Bao Tu was annoyed because Zhan had fractured his arm, so he raised his other hand to hit him. Swiftly intervening, Feng intercepted Bao Tu, preventing him from inflicting further harm upon Zhan. Enraged, Bao Tu huffed in frustration, nursing his injured arm as a result of Feng's timely intervention. Feng looked at Zhan, who was sitting on the ground, and told him he would have died if he didn't interfere. Coughing up blood, Zhan conceded defeat to Bao Tu, acknowledging his inability to continue the fight. Feng inquired if Zhan recognized his error, but Zhan admitted his confusion and lack of understanding. Perplexed, Zhan touched his head and confessed to Feng his inability to pinpoint where he had faltered in the match. Feng told him it was because he didn't go all out with his life, but Bao Tu was willing to get injured at the expense of death. Feng told all the students that the duel between a beast and a human was a bitter fight to the death, and if they don't risk their life, they can only give it. After careful consideration, Snow agreed, acknowledging the validity of Feng's statement with a thoughtful nod. Feng stated that they would be training in the arena for 5 days so they could know how to fight while risking their lives. In unanimous agreement, all present responded affirmatively to Feng's words, demonstrating their collective alignment with his perspective. Turning to Lan, Feng inquired if he comprehended the lesson, to which Lan responded affirmatively. Lan grappled with the difficulty of it all, feeling utterly lost and uncertain about how to navigate the challenges ahead. In the initial lesson, Feng elucidated the fundamental disparity between humanity and the animal kingdom, laying the groundwork for further instruction. Subsequently, he initiated their physical conditioning regimen, aiming to cultivate their strength and endurance. Meanwhile, Lan opted to rely on magic to circumvent the effort, masquerading his actions as intelligence. In response, Feng issued a stern warning, threatening to incinerate Lan's clothing should he persist in his lackadaisical attitude. Lan knelt down and begged Feng, stating that he was wrong and won't dare to do that again. Going over to combat, Feng complained that Snow dodges a lot, but was supposed to find a chance to attack. Hearing Feng's words, Snow found an opening in Bao One attack and counterattacked him. She appeared at his back and placed her sword on his neck, bringing an end to the battle. With joyful shouts, all the students acclaimed Snow's prowess, declaring her to be truly awesome. Feng offered his praise, remarking that her performance in the fight was commendable. Unfazed by his compliment, she merely huffed in response, casting her gaze elsewhere. After 5 days of training, Zhan found himself facing Bao Tu in combat once again. However, this time, it was Bao Tu who emerged defeated, not Zhan. Amidst laughter, Zhan celebrated his long-awaited victory over Bao Tu in their duel. Feng told them that the training had finally come to an end, and they had to gather at the arms drill field the next day. Expressing their appreciation, Zhan and Gang acknowledged Feng's efforts and assured him they would take care of the remainder. Lan urged the others to hasten their pace, eager to find companionship in the form of female company. Observing Snow's lingering presence, Feng questioned her reluctance to depart, teasingly suggesting she might be unwilling to part ways with him. She humphed and told her 2 comrades to leave because she had something to say to Feng. Feng stated that it was strange of her to talk to him in private, and asked if she saw his charm and wanted to confess to him. Feng told her that if she was going to confess, she should forget it, because both of them were not compatible. Snow thought in her mind that's not one word that came out from the protagonist's mouth was good. Acknowledging his mentorship, she expressed gratitude, albeit averting her gaze. As she began to depart, Feng remarked that among the girls she encountered, Su Wei stood out as the finest. Halting in her tracks, Snow turned back to query Feng about his acquaintance with Su Wei. Surprised by Snow's sudden inquiry, Feng questioned if she knew who Su Wei was. Feng questioned if Sophia was referring to the same Su Wei he knew. Snow probed further, asking if Feng's Su Wei hailed from Myoxian village and held the esteemed title of Xingland Academy's saint. Feng looked down and told Snow that Su Wei was his family, but she passed away already. Snow was taken aback to realize Feng had been speaking of himself as Su Wei's companion, without even knowing she was alive. Snow opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Mr. He, who told Feng he had a letter from Xinglan City mercenary. Mr. He looked at Snow and greeted her. Snow also greeted Mr. He respectfully. Opening and reading the letter, Feng was surprised to see that Su Fei succeeded in seizing power, and now she was the president of the mercenary guild. Mr. He stated that Su Fei was originally looked down on, but in the end, she became the president. Mr. He then hit Feng on the shoulder, asking if he was that into a relationship with Su Fei. Feng immediately blushed and told Mr. He that his relationship with Su Fei was not as he thought. Mr. He told Feng that he and Su Fei were a perfect match, while Feng told him he was too gossipy. Mr. He told Feng that since he had delivered the letter, he would go continue patrolling. Curious, Feng turned to Snow, inquiring about what she had wanted to discuss moments ago. With a dismissive wave, Snow assured him it was nothing of importance and announced her departure. She grit her teeth and thought about how Su Wei liked Feng, but he already found another partner. Snow got angrier as she thought about it, so she turned back and called him a bastard of a man. Feng was confused and asked what was going on, since she had been in a good term with him just some minute ago. At home, little Jin had drank and ate a lot, so he was now dreaming on when Feng would come back home. Feng came in and saw little Jin on top of the table. He picked up a little clothes and covered him. Scanning the area, Feng searched for Hong Yi, questioning her whereabouts. Spotting Hong Yi, he commended her diligent efforts, noting her hard work. Abruptly, Hong Yi trembled, crossing her legs in discomfort, clearly experiencing pain. Feng realized that something was wrong with Hong Yi, and decided to horridly control the Genqi in her body. Seating himself behind her, Feng assumed a crossed leg position, placing his hands on her back and channeling qi into her body. Contrary to expectation, the situation seemed to deteriorate rather than improve. Feng was surprised and questioned why he was unable to calm Hong Yi's Genqi, which was in chaos. Determined, Feng decided to try once more, infusing additional Genqi into Hong Yi's body. To his shock, he found himself unable to control her Genqi. Instead, it began to absorb his own energy. Recognizing the peril, Feng swiftly withdrew, preventing his Genqi from being siphoned. Upon closer examination, Feng noticed a looming black shadow within Hong Yi's Genqi. He exclaimed in alarm, identifying it as an evil spirit, and remained on guard, but the spirit swiftly charged at him. Drawing his sword, Feng prepared to engage in combat with the malevolent entity. Suddenly, however, the spirit began to dissipate until it vanished completely. Feng looked at Hong Yi and asked what the monster was. He questioned if the monster was her innate skill. After some while, Hong Yi opened her eyes and saw Feng standing in front of her. Feng squatted and asked Hong Yi if she was all right. He wanted to find out if she knew what happened. Confused, Hong Yi admitted she was uncertain about what transpired. Feng, concerned, held her hand to assess her condition. Observing her closely, Feng deduced that Hong Yi's dantian harbored a qi cyclone. Perplexed, Hong Yi inquired about the nature of a qi cyclone. Feng explained that her internal energy would manifest as a kai cyclone when cultivating the technique he imparted. However, upon inspecting Hong Yi's qi cyclone, Feng was puzzled by its red hue. Hong Yi asked if it was not good being red, because she had been diligently cultivating. Feng replied that it was all right, and told her he'd not even condensed his own Genqi into qi cyclone, but she succeeded. Apologizing, Hong Yi questioned if she had erred in some way, seeking reassurance from Feng regarding her actions. Feng patted her head, telling her she didn't do anything wrong, but he was just afraid she would have an accident. Hong Yi finally let out a breath in relief and stated that it had scared her to death. Immediately, she excitedly shared with Feng that she had conceived of a remarkably potent technique, eager to discuss her newfound revelation. Then she started running around picking some object, then placing them on the ground. She meticulously selected discarded items, discerning their lack of utility, as she prepared to demonstrate the potency of her newly devised technique. Perplexed by her sudden actions, Feng inquired about her intentions, seeking clarification regarding the purpose behind her current behavior. Harnessing her qi cyclone, Hong Yi caused the selected objects to levitate effortlessly in the air, demonstrating her mastery over the technique. Feng was startled by what he saw. Hong Yi's qi cyclone, like a vacuum cleaner, had sucked all the junk objects. Hong Yi told Feng she had thought of the technique while doing house chores. Now cleaning will be much easier. Feng was shocked and speechless that such a powerful move was used for house chores. Feng told her that if he'd not guessed wrong, her ability was devouring, which was a very strong ability. He told her it was just the right time to test her new skill since 3 opponents was hiding at the entrance. He then looked over at the entrance and told the 3 sneaky idiots to come out, or he would take action. The hiding trio was Gang, John, and Lan. Dark skin and blonde hair came out and told Feng that it Lan's idea to hide at the entrance. Lan cursed them for suddenly turning hostile and acting as though they were forced to join him. Feng asked what the three were planning to do by following him all along and sneaking around his house. The three told him that they were there to deliver a gift to him for teaching them. Feng was suspicious by the sudden thank you gift, and asked why they didn't thank him when he was dismissing them after the training. He stated that he was guessing that the gift was to entice him, so it was a fake thank you. Feng pointed towards them, admonishing the trio not to assume he was unaware of their scheme, his keen intuition leaving little room for deception. Feng firmly declared his refusal of the gift, asserting that he wouldn't be enticed by any form of power or manipulation. Feng stated that since they already came, he wanted help in regards to testing Hongyi's power. Lan puts on a smile and asked what Feng wanted, while begging in his mind that Feng should not call him. In the midst of his pleading, Feng summoned Lan, shattering his world and leaving him stunned and apprehensive about the impending consequences. He instructed Lan to utilize his magic in a sparring match against his younger sister, a directive that left Lan feeling both apprehensive and conflicted. Lan argued that Hongyi, being a small loli, deserved gentlemanly treatment, implying that he couldn't engage in combat with her. Lan thought that if he made Hongyi cry, Feng would kill him. Seeking to persuade Feng, Lan advocated for Zhan's selection as the opponent for the upcoming bout, expressing his belief in Zhan's capabilities. But it backfired as Feng questioned where all the nonsense he was sprouting came from. Lan felt that his world was wrong. He questioned why he was the one who always get injured. Zhan and gang moved closer and told him to fight Hongyi, because he was the one who could better their relationship with Feng. Feng pointed at Lan and told Hongyi he would let her spar with him, and asked if she was scared. Hongyi told him that she was not scared. Instead, she was looking forward to beating Lan for laughing at Feng before. Feng told her to go on and use her new move since he felt she was much stronger than Lan. All of them went outside for the fight. Then Hongyi and Lan stood in the center while the others stood by the side. Hongyi made her move and the others, apart from Feng, found out that her ki cyclone was strange. Lan saw the strange ki cyclone and attributes that Hongyi was just a kid, and so was her move childish. Deeming Hongyi a feeble opponent, Lan unleashed a single ice crystal attack, underestimating her abilities and demonstrating his disdain for her strength. He then turned around and told Feng that the ice crystal attack he sent will melt in 3 seconds, so it won't hurt Hongyi. Before he could say more, Zhan called him and pointed at a certain familiar direction. Turning his gaze towards Hongyi, Lan observed as she effortlessly dismantled his ice crystal attack, leaving him astonished. Bewildered, Lan inquired about the whereabouts of his large ice crystal and the reason behind its sudden disappearance, puzzled by the turn of events. Chan told him that it disappeared after getting sucked by Hongyi's chi cyclone, and Gang stated that he didn't feel any mana movement. Smiling, Feng offered Hongyi a thumbs up, praising her for her performance and affirming that she had executed her task admirably. Lan was still questioning how it was possible for his iceberg to disappear completely as though devoured. Feng cautioned Lan to approach the fight with greater seriousness, warning him that failure to do so would result in defeat. Smiling, Hongyi privately deemed Lan to be weak-willed, her thoughts reflecting her assessment of his capabilities as lacking strength and resolve. Lan's frustration mounted as he found himself being looked down upon by a mere child, his pride wounded by the perceived insult. Lan then brought out his magic staff and told Hongyi he was going to be fighting for real, in other to protect his self-esteem. Zhan and Gang regarded Lan's decision to employ a rank magic spell against a child like Hongyi as irrational and excessive. Feng told them not to worry because he was there. If any complications, he would stop the fight. Lan gathered magic energy and casted out the 7th rank magic Snow Dragon Fist. In the same way he was creating his Dragon Fist, Hongyi was creating a larger sucking force. Looking at the situation, the Snow Dragon Fist was rushing forward, so Feng questioned if Hongyi could hang on. Lan looked at Feng and thought that he seems to be very worried for his little sister. And just as he was acting smudge, Hongyi gathered an even more bigger sucking force. This time, the force she created was big enough, and it started sucking the Snow Dragon Fist. Lan was shocked and questioned what type of move Hongyi was using to devour everything. Hongyi finished sucking the attack but could not control it anymore because it was bigger than she could. Holding on for some moment, she shouted that she was returning his move back to him. Now Feng was questioning if what Hongyi was displaying was the Tai Chi he taught her. Zhan cautioned Lan about the unusual nature of Hongyi's Chi Cyclone, advising him to steer clear of it to avoid potential danger. Lan stated that he was an Thrank magician, and in other to retain his aristocratic honor, he'd to face it. Lan raised his staff high, calling forth the blunderbuss with a resounding shout, signaling his intent to unleash its power. As his staff transformed, a massive blunderbuss materialized in Lan's grasp, ready to unleash its formidable firepower upon his opponent. Surprised, Feng remarked on the resemblance of the blunderbuss to a Gatling gun, noting its intimidating appearance and potential firepower. John stated that it was an 8-rank magic spell Lan created after a firefight, and also his special move. Lan looked at the incoming weird, strange sucking force and fired the bus, initiating a barrage of ice bullets from the blunderbuss. Lan aimed to counteract the suction force emanating from Hongyi's Ki cyclone. John was shocked that the QE cyclone could still swallow Thing even after leaving Hongyi's hand. Lan continuously fired bullets while stating that he wanted to see how much the force could swallow. Despite Lan's relentless barrage of bullets, the suction force continued to intensify, growing in strength with each passing moment, heightening the tension. Chan told Feng that the QE cyclone was getting bigger and asked if it would explode. Feng looked at the big sucking force and told them they should wait for some while. Then he saw something from the force and realized that the situation was not good, so he appeared near the force. He then gathered some Genqi in his palm and sent it flying into the sucking force. Helplessly watching, Lan witnessed the fall, his blunderbuss, going berserk, its chaotic energy spiraling out of control and spreading uncontrollably. After a brief period, the accumulated force erupted like a colossal bomb, unleashing its pent-up energy in a devastating explosion. Inside the house, little Jin, who was sleeping, was woken up. He sat up and questioned what was going on in the backyard. He looked out of the window and was surprised to see that it was snowing, because when he was sleeping it was still summer. Little Jin questioned how the season suddenly changed and slaps himself to be sure it was not a dream. He fell backwards to the ground as his cheek hurt. Then he knew that it was not a dream. At the backyard, Feng came out from the snow with Hongyi and asked if she was fine, and she stated she was okay. He told her she had absorbed too much magic and asked if her body was feeling uncomfortable. Bounding around energetically, Hongyi reassured Feng, urging him to witness her unscathed state, demonstrating her resilience. At the other side, John was being affected by the cold snow, as he asked Lan if he was alright. Gang handed John a magical fire crystal, offering him a means to generate warmth and comfort himself in the chilling environment. After gathering together, Gang asked what move Hongyi used, because they had never heard of such move. Feng told them that Hongyi's ability was devouring, and once it swallowed to its limit, it would explode. Lan looked down and stated that the move was abnormal. Now he felt that anyone with Feng was a monster. Hongyi told Feng that her Qi cyclone felt different from what he taught her, and asked if she did it wrongly. Feng pats her hair, and told her that it may be because the person cultivating it was different, so the result was also different. Then he told her that she had to be careful, and if anything was wrong, she had to tell him immediately. Their activities were interrupted by a voice questioning Feng and the others about their actions, prompting a pause in their proceedings. Two figures leaped from the bridge fence, revealing themselves to be Mr. He and Snow, joining the group below. Feng greeted Mr. He and apologized for making a disturbance when they were exchanging moves. Mr. He questioned how such a huge mana fluctuation could just merely be an exchange. He then told Feng that there were beasts outside the city, and Feng was surprised. Mr. He stated that he received a report that a group of beasts showed up, but when they got there, there wasn't a trace of any beast. They searched the area thoroughly but found none of the beasts. It seems as if they disappeared out of thin air. Gang stated that there was no place in the city for a person to hide themselves, and questions how the beast disappeared. Feng asserted that the beast was unlikely to be hiding outside the city but rather within its confines, prompting a strategic shift in their search efforts. John asked if Feng meant that the beast had entered the city. Then both John and Gang questioned if there was a spy in the city. Mr. He told them that it explains how the beast entered the city and appeared in the middle of the city. Feng and Gang were startled when Mr. He stated that the news report he received showed that a large group of beasts had already began gathering in the North Field. Feng questioned whether the beast was confident in its ability to emerge victorious in the impending battle they were preparing to initiate. Mr. He stated that they would prepare for the battle, but the beasts who had hidden their location was dangerous. With a smile, Feng proposed a suggestion, indicating his readiness to offer a potentially beneficial course of action for consideration. At another place in the town, Lighting stated that it was good that other beasts had arrived. Lighting told the beasts that once Mr. He brother goes outside, they should kill him. Raising their hands in agreement, the beasts signified their acceptance of the proposed arrangement, signaling their willingness to cooperate with Feng. Black Cat looks at Lighting and asks if it was safe to kill Mr. Tay when a huge battle was about to begin. Lighting stated that it was right to attack, but the only variable was Feng. He claims that Feng would die at his hand. Outside Ribu Luo Fortress City, Feng and the others mounting a horse moved forward. Snow asks Mr. He why they left before the arranged day, which was supposed to be 3 days later. Feng told her that the battle of humans and beasts would take place at Yongxi City. He explains that since it was their first time going there, it would be best if they arrived early and get accustomed. Smiling, John remarked that Feng had anticipated the situation beforehand, acknowledging his foresight and strategic planning. Lan was moody. He'd thought he would stay in the city for a few days relaxing, but now a trip is being made. Feng raised his hand and signals that it was not early anymore, so they should set off. At another location, Black Cat looked at Feng and the others departing through a magic crystal. Then she asked the spy how the situation was. Lading informed Black Cat that Feng and Mr. He were present at the campsite they had established, relaying their whereabouts to him. Black Cat told the other spies that now was the best chance to attack the Lord, who was defenseless. Subsequently, Black Cat underwent a transformation, assuming the form of a humanoid cat lady, altering her appearance to suit the occasion. Then she told the spies to charge with her into the City Lord resident and kill him. At the City Lord resident, the guards were alerted when attacked by Black Cat and other beast. The cat lady killed her way into the main hall of the building. Mr. T was shocked and questioned how Black Cat entered. Now he was sure the beast had a spy in town. Black Cat laughed and stated that she didn't know that the famed Grand Duke Aote was someone who feared death. Black Cat told Mr. T that since he'd killed so many of her people, she wants to rip out his innards and slowly torture him. Mr. T let out a scream of terror as Black Cat raised her feline claws, poised to strike him with a vicious slash. When Black Cat slashed at Mr. T's stomach, what she saw inside it was Peel of Snows. Mr. T looked up and all the fear and panic before couldn't be seen. He stated that it looks like his acting skill wasn't too bad. Then right in front of Black Cat, Mr. T's face transformed back into Mr. He's face. Black Cat, initially taken aback, soon realized that it was a manifestation of transformation ability. Comprehending the nature of the skill, Black Cat broke down and stated that it was impossible, then asks if Mr. He didn't leave the city with Feng. A voice sounded in the hall, stating that he seems to have heard someone mention his name. The person who spoke was Feng. He jumped down from where he was hiding. Mr. He stated that he thought Feng was unable to make it, which made Black Cat even more shocked. Feng told Mr. He that he rushed back without stopping thanks to his Gale step. Confused, Black Cat questioned why Feng was present at their current location instead of being at the designated campsite as expected. Mr. He finally confirmed that the beast had people keeping an eye on the battle team. Feng explained to Black Cat that Mr. He's presence was due to a switch of identities with Mr. Te. Smiling, Feng remarked that the unexpected turn of events was both surprising and unforeseen, acknowledging the twist in their plans. Mr. He stated that although Feng's plan was simple, he never thought it would be so easy to lure them out. Feng told her that her assassination plan was way too crude, and asked who thought of the stupid plan, stating that they didn't even have a brain. Black Cat felt insulted as Feng stated that she was dumb. Then they were surrounded solars. Black Cat grits her teeth and shouted out that beastmen never submit, so she asked her companions to kill. Feng dodged her claw attack while telling her that she would experience what it means to submit. When Leiting saw the situation from the crystal, he realized that he had been plotted against by Feng. Then he realized that Feng had a move that helps him move stealthily, which he used to leave the tent. Leiting remembered something and stated Feng had underestimated himself. Since he was out, that means Aote was a defenseless sheep. Then Leiting rushed towards the campsite, stating that he would take Aote's life. Once he got close to the campsite, the 4 leaders of the academies sensed that an unknown force was moving close. The 4 went outside to look for Feng and Ao He, but couldn't find them. So Gangsa came to a conclusion that it might be a test. Leiting crushed the attacks of the knight guarding the campsite and rushed forward. Snow told the others that Leiting's approach was rather impressive, so it was best to block him first and leave the talk for later. Each one of them used their best skills and other to block the invader. But unfortunately, Leiting knew all these things, so he bypassed them. He appeared rather near the tent, but Snow was quite fast, so she blocked him from moving forward. She raised her sword and attacked him, but he caught hold of the sword with one of his hands and used the other to gather some energy. When Snow saw the danger coming, she left her sword and ran far from Leiting. Then Leiting threw the sword at the tent in front of him. The sword destroyed the tent, and the fake Ao He who was inside was exposed. He was startled. Leiting rushed towards Aote with the energy he gathered in his hand, shouting for him to go die. The fake Ao He watched as Leiting came close, and just then Little Jin came out from his body and rushed towards Leiting. Little Jin shouted that he was going to spray Leiting to death with his dragon flame. Leiting was shocked by the huge flame rushing towards him. He never expected a hidden attack. Covered in flames, Leiting panicked, uncertain of how to proceed or extinguish the engulfing fire surrounding him. The others jumped back and avoided the flame while stating that Little Jin was strong. Little Jin chuckled, boasting that his expertise lay in dousing people with sprays, reveling in his ability to unleash torrents of flames. Just then, Leiting, who was expected to have burnt to crisp, jumped out and rushed towards Aote. Approaching him closely, He raised his hand menacingly, poised to throttle Aote in a vicious display of aggression and dominance. Little Jin was very fast and slapped the hand that was in front of Aote's face away with his tail. The fake Aohe, who was supposed to be Aote, stated that Lading had taken the bait because Aote never left the city. Snow told the others that they would clarify the situation when they meet with Feng and Aohe. Then she thought in her mind if Feng and Aohe had planned this in the daytime. At the Lord's mansion, Black Cat was already injured and her companions had been killed. Feng told her to stop putting up a struggle and surrender since they had been defeated. Black Cat told Feng that they were the only ones who lost, but Aote would be killed by their strong ally. Then she laughed out, stating that having Aote accompany them to the grave was enough. Feng smiled and told her that they had been tricked, because the real Aote had never left the Grand Duke residence. Black Cat was shocked by what Feng said, because if Aote was not killed, then the ambush was a waste. Just as she was still in shock, Aote came in and told Feng that his plan was extremely ingenious. Seeing Aote, Black Cat realized that everything that happened was just a trap to get them. She was angry and jumped up to attack Aote, shouting that she was going to kill him. Unfortunately, Feng won't give her such a chance, so a blade penetrated her stomach and came out from her back. Blood splattered on the ground as she trembled and tried to hold on to her breath. She then looked up to Feng while still trembling and called him a despicable human before she fell and died. Aohe told Feng that all the beast spy in the city had been killed and trouble will come to them. Feng replied that he hoped so. Then Feng looked up to the moon. He didn't know if the spy at the campsite had been taken care of. At the other side, the injured Lighting, who managed to escape, grit his teeth and stated that he would kill Feng one day. Back at the campsite, everyone convened to debrief and discuss the recent events that had transpired, seeking clarity and understanding. Snow was very annoyed and questioned if making someone pretend to be Aote was Feng's plan. Qian told Snow not to be agitated, because Feng might have had a reason for doing that. Lan supported John's word, but deep down he praised Snow for scolding Feng. Feng told Snow he admitted he gambled on the factor, but he had already taken all of the factor into consideration. Feng remarked that ultimately the situation had ended perfectly, as none of them had suffered any harm or injury in the process. Angrily, Snow posed the question of what if the attacker had been Shengjia, expressing concern over the potential implications. Feng replied that if it was indeed Shengjia, then even both he and Aohe would not be of use. Snow didn't know what else to say, and told Feng that she would report the incident to the academy. Feng got up and told the students to get some rest so they could continue their journey the next day. Then he told Little Jin it was time to go. Unabashedly, Little Jin declared his desire to share a tent with Snow, displaying his shameless pursuit of proximity to her. Feng caught hold of Little Jin, stating that he was still small but already shameless, while Snow was startled. Aohe laughed and told them it was time to rest, so that they could set out early in the morning. Gazing at Feng, Snow silently pondered his identity, questioning the true nature of the enigmatic figure before her. The next day while leaving, Feng realized that Hongyi was distracted and asked what the problem was. Hongyi pointed at the sky and stated that there were some birds watching them from up there. Surprised by her statement, Feng glanced upward, scanning the sky but failing to discern any birds in sight. Aohe gave Feng a telescope to use and look up to the sky and see what was up there. Using the telescope, Feng scrutinized the sky, spotting two peculiar-looking eagles soaring overhead, their appearance piquing his curiosity. He informed Feng that the eagles were magic eagles, and expressed surprise that Hongyi had been the one to notice them. Hongyi didn't even spare him a glance because of his compliment. Instead, she turned away. Feng told Mr. He that Hongyi's eyes was a little better than others, and Mr. He stated that no normal person had such eyesight. Feng asked what magic eagle was, and Mr. He replied that it was a beast that project what they see into a special stone. Mr. He told Feng that Yongxi City had actually discovered them, and would be organizing a special welcome party. He alerted everyone that they were nearing the city and advised them to prepare themselves accordingly for their imminent arrival. Feng asked how they would be received by Yongxi City, and Mr. He replied that he would know soon. As they entered the city, rows of beasts could be observed lining the roadside, their presence signaling an intriguing development. The beast shouted out that they were going to drain the human blood and use their skull to decorate their toilet. Mr. He told the others not to be worried, because the beast won't dare do anything to them. Confidently, Lan asserted that he was unafraid, dismissing the spectacle as insignificant and unworthy of fear. But in his heart, he felt that Mr. He should have said that earlier. He was almost scared to death. Feng looked at the scene, which reminded him of when he went to watch a football match. Just then, an enraged beast throws a huge hammer at Snow and she was startled. Feng quickly reacted, deploying some of his Gen Qi in response to the alert, preparing for whatever might unfold. The Gen Qi materialized near Snow, swiftly reversing the attack and neutralizing the threat aimed in her direction. It rebounded towards the sender, striking the beast squarely on the head with precision, thwarting the intended assault. Feng looked at the beast and questioned if that was how Yongshi City treated their guest. The beast were unhappy when they saw what Feng did and shouted to kill. Nervously, Lan inquired of Mr. He, questioning why he had previously stated that they wouldn't face any attacks. Inwardly, he berated himself for placing his trust in Mr. He, realizing the error of his previous reliance on his assurances. Mr. He stated that the beasts were indeed normally like that, but something was different. Snow stated that there was nothing to be scared of, and if it was to fight, they will do so. Feng reassured everyone not to be anxious, as they wouldn't end up in a confrontation, calming their nerves with his words of assurance. Mr. He asked Feng how they were not supposed to attack when the beasts were rushing up his face. Feng explained that it was because the beast folk were not foolish, implying that they wouldn't instigate unnecessary conflicts. The beasts began to draw even nearer to Feng and the others, their movements indicating a potentially tense encounter ahead. Suddenly a voice called for the beast to halt, and Feng smiled, stating that he had landed as well. A fox lady came out and welcomed them to Yongshi village and apologizes for scaring them. The fox lady regarded Mr. He with respect, offering him a polite greeting as their paths crossed in the midst of the tension. The sight of the beautiful fox lady caused the two other individuals to blush, visibly affected by her captivating presence. Snow called them a bunch of idiots. They should have known what to expect when facing a fox. Feng asked who she was, and Mr. He stated that she was the boss of the riot pub in the middle of the city. Feng stated that the fox lady arrival was in time, and if late, a bloodbath would have happened. The fox lady glanced at Feng, remarking that she had never encountered him previously, indicating a lack of prior acquaintance. Feng informed her that he was the leader of the human race team participating in the upcoming battle, clarifying his role. The fox lady remarked that Feng appeared to be more impressive than Mr. He, acknowledging his commanding presence and demeanor. Fox lady told Feng that he had treated her unjustly and made her rush there when she got the news. Feng speculated that the confrontation may have been deliberately orchestrated by the fox lady, suggesting her involvement in the unfolding events. Fox lady told Feng that he knew how to joke, and asked who the little girl on his horse was. Feng patted Hong Yi on the back and told Fox lady that the little girl was his little sister. The fox lady extended an invitation for them to visit her pub, and they readily accepted, agreeing to join her for a drink. Mr. He asked how Feng knew they wouldn't fight, and Feng replied that it was because they were stronger. Feng reassured him that the beasts were not foolish and wouldn't endanger their lives needlessly, emphasizing their cautious nature. Feng also told him that the beasts were showing off their powers and trying to pressure them with numbers. Mr. He stated that the instigator was definitely the fox lady, and Feng told him that it was better to be cautious. Feng told him that the show just then was a warm-up, and when they get to the pub, they would face the real test. Fox lady welcomed them to the most popular and explosive pub in Yongshi City, the Riot Pub. Lan remarked that the Riot Pub appeared more run down than the rumors had suggested, noting its less than impressive condition. At that moment, two young men were ejected forcefully from the Riot Pub, their sudden expulsion drawing attention to the scene. The two young men were very injured in different parts of their body as they fell to the ground. Some voice came from the pub stating that the injured men should never come back to the pub if they didn't have the ability. The students were shocked, and John stated that he was surprised the beasts were destroying the pub because of a disagreement. Fox lady told them that the pub was booked, so she could not invite them in for a drink. Feng queried why she had extended the invitation when the pub appeared to be already crowded with patrons, expressing confusion over the situation. The fox lady explained that as a weak individual, customers often disregarded her, making it difficult for her to manage the situation. Fox lady stated that if he wanted to drink in the pub, he would have to chase the customers away. She suggested that if he was apprehensive, he could wait until the customers had departed before entering the pub. Snow wanted to go in and know how strong the customers were, but Feng stops her and said that he would go in himself. Snow looked at him, urging him not to allow the human race to lose face in the presence of the other factions. Mr. He told him not to go in because it was a trap, but Fen told him it would be harmful to the human moral. Then he told Mr. He to stay outside and protect the students while he go inside and look. He turned to Hong Yi, instructing her to wait for his return, while he ventured into the Riot Pub with the others. Then he pushed open the door, stating that he wanted to know how chaotic Riot Pub was. Upon entering the pub, he observed several large male beasts engaged in drinking, their imposing presence dominating the establishment. A wolfman stood up and asked when the humans were worthy of coming to drink in the Riot Pub. Feng reminded them that their purpose was not to indulge in drinking, urging them to abandon the pretense and focus on their mission. He instructed all of them to confront him at once, emphasizing the urgency of their situation and the need for swift action. Looking at the high-rank beast rushing to fight Feng, Fox Lady was looking forward to the fight. Not long after she thought that way, the beasts that wanted to fight Feng were thrown out from the pub. Emerging from the pub, Feng appeared, dragging the self-proclaimed high-ranking beast behind him, demonstrating his prowess and determination. He threw the beast away, stating that the 9th rank beast was tactless and impulsive. Fox Lady was surprised, while Feng told the others to enter the pub and have some drink. Feng asked if the Fox Lady was willing to treat them to a drink, and she replied that it was her honor. The students started bragging about how their instructor was strong as they walked into the pub. Feng expressed gratitude to the Fox Lady for hosting them and providing them with drinks, acknowledging her hospitality and generosity. Just as they entered the pub, a cat walked toward Fox Lady and told her that they had recorded the contents of Feng's fight. The Fox Lady laughed and remarked that her efforts in arranging the gathering had not been in vain, pleased with the outcome. Then she told the kitty to go outside the city and tell the beast that the team of fighters this time were extremely strong. The cat, bearing a striking resemblance to Black Cat, responded in the affirmative, confirming the accuracy of the statement. The Fox Lady instructed the kitty to relay the information to their stronghold, ensuring that their associates were kept informed of developments. That person receiving the information was strong, so she expects him to ride a Feng. At night in the human race courtyard, some guards still strength protecting the entrance. Feng looked at little Jin, who had been sleeping for some while in order to advance in rank. Feng picks him up and shake him, stating that it could not even get into a cultivation posture. At that moment, he heard a loud noise emanating from outside, and instinctively directed his gaze upwards to investigate the source. Mr. He, who was practicing, looks at his normal cutting force, which was not enough to cut the rock in front of him. Then he looked at his sword and added Gen Chi to it, then attacked the rock again. His sword attack this time managed to slash the rock by a whole different margin. Feng emerged and congratulated Mr. He on his increased strength, acknowledging his improvement and dedication to their cause. Mr. He attributed his newfound strength to Feng, acknowledging that it was thanks to him that he had come to a crucial realization. He stated that after exchanging moves with Feng, he was set on searching for more attacks. He proceeded to devise a new technique, dubbing it the Mr. He Original Invisible Attack Sword Armor, showcasing his ingenuity and creativity. Feng used his sword to do what Mr. He did and told him that the place he came from, it was called Strong Sword. Feeling embarrassed and speechless, Mr. He admitted defeat, acknowledging that he couldn't surpass Feng's skill and prowess in combat. Then he told Feng to give him more pointers and maybe he could advance a few more rank. Feng felt that it was bad, because back then he had casually said some nonsense. Changing the topic, Feng inquired about the stone Mr. He was utilizing for his practice, shifting the conversation to a different subject. Mr. He told him it was called the Black Steel Stone, and can receive a 9th ranker's attack. Feng expressed admiration for the stone, while Mr. He encouraged him to give it a try, inviting him to experience its benefits firsthand. Feng looked at the stone and stated that luckily he had something he wanted to try. He aimed to ascertain whether it was feasible to condense his inner force into his hand, exploring the limits of his capabilities. Having condensed his inner force into his hand, Feng delivered a slashing strike at the stone, testing the effectiveness of his technique. Mr. He inquired about the technique, questioning if it was a more profound slicing maneuver, seeking to understand its intricacies. Feng looked at the deeper slash in the stone, and stated that the strength was not as powerful as he imagined. However, before he could finish speaking, the massive stone crumbled to the ground, its structure collapsing under the force of Feng's attack. Mr. He was shocked that Feng shattered a black steel stone with a single attack. He knew that only Saint Ranker could do that, so he asked if Feng was a Saint Ranker. Feng answered that the stone has been used for long, so he dealt the last strike and it crumbled. Mr. He concurred with Feng's assessment, attributing his success to his diligent efforts and unwavering dedication to improvement and growth. Mr. He immediately stated that since both of them joined hands to break the stone, then his power can be rounded off to a Saint Ranker. Observing the effectiveness of the technique, Feng remarked that Mr. He truly possessed genius-level talent, acknowledging his remarkable skills. Just then, a knight rushed over and told Mr. He that Rebuluo Fortress had sent over urgent news. Mr. He inquired about the existence of a highly skilled beast team known for executing stealthy surprise attacks, questioning if such a force existed. In the earliest of morning, Mr. He and Feng went out and stared at the entrance to the city. They had received news yesterday that the beast race team would arrive, and it felt fishy. Suddenly, someone shouted out that the beast team had arrived. Then on the front, a tiger and leopard beast appeared. Mr. He told Feng they had lost to the two beasts the last time, and Feng asks if he'd fought both of them by himself. Mr. He stated that the Tiger brothers always fought together and were known as Tiger Duo. Feng condemned the majority's behavior as shameless for targeting and bullying the minority, highlighting the injustice. Mr. He told him that it didn't matter anymore as they would return the humiliation they had received. Mystery stated that they had 3 ninth rankers, and Feng asked if the third person was the mysterious person he mentioned. Mr. He informed Feng that the mysterious individual would be reaching the city on the day of the battle. Feng emphasized that the mysterious person was weird, so he asked if there was any problem. Mr. He started that he had investigated the person and was sure he was human. He just doesn't enjoy interacting with people. Undeterred, the Beast team pressed onward, advancing deeper into the heart of the city with determined resolve and strategic precision. Then the Tiger Beast stated that it looked like their friend from the human race was hiding nearby. In a bold declaration, it proclaimed that skulking and concealing oneself was futile, urging for a more direct and confrontational approach. The tiger took out its sword and sent it flying toward Mr. He, while telling him to stop hiding. Mr. He jumped out and used his sword to deflect the attack, while stating that a tiger nose was indeed sharp. The tiger asked Mr. He if he was the one leading the human again, while the leopard stated that the human race had not lost enough yet. On hearing those words, Feng disappeared from where he was and Mr. He was startled. The leopard was shocked and blocked Feng's attack. He questioned how Feng dared to pull a sneak attack. Feng told the leopard he happened to have learnt a new move and needed a practice bag. Feng unleashed a devastating strike aimed at the leopard's hand, employing a newly perfected technique that cleanly severed it from its body. Tiger was shocked that a mere karate chop had dismembered leopard's arm, because he'd a skin of copper and bones of steel. Mr. He urged Feng to exploit the leopard's injury to his advantage, advising him to eliminate the threat while it was vulnerable. Feng wanted to use the sword strength to finish off leopard, but he felt a strong killing intent. With lightning speed, he swiftly retreated from the leopard's vicinity, creating distance and strategizing his next move from a safer position. Fox Lady walked out from behind the beast mount and told Feng that he was indeed a great talent. Feng glanced at her with admiration, remarking on her impeccable timing, appreciating how she always seemed to appear precisely when needed. Fox Lady told Feng that looking at the fact that she treated him to a drink, that he should let the tiger cub off. Feng assured the Fox Lady that he would show her some respect by sparing the leopard, granting it mercy in recognition of her request. Fox Lady thanks Feng and asked the leopard why he was still standing there instead of leaving. With gratitude, the tiger group hastily departed, their departure quickened by the timely intervention of the Fox Lady, who had saved them from danger. With a farewell gesture, the Fox Lady bid Feng goodbye, expressing confidence that their paths would cross again on the battlefield ahead. After she left, Mr. He asks why he didn't take the opportunity to kill Leopard, and Feng told him that he felt the killing intent of a saint ranker when he wanted to kill Leopard. Mr. He told Feng that the human race had 3 gods and 4 saints in charge, so nothing will happen. Feng stated that they needed to verify if it was a saint ranker, and Mr. He asked what Feng meant. Feng decided that in the night, they would go and spy on the beast race campground. At night, outside of Yangshi City, 2 people can be seen jumping down from the city wall. The 2 are Feng and Mr. He. Feng asked Mr. He if the equipment he gave him could conceal them from the beast race. Mr. He stated that it was dark and as long as the beast didn't smell them, they won't be discovered. Then Mr. He brought out another thing, stating that they just need to robe a little of something. Feng asked what it was and was told that it was a scent concealer powder extracted from the fur of the beast men and had not been washed for years. Feng asked him why the campsite of the beast were outside the city when they entered the city in the daytime. Mr. He answered that it was because of their fear of him, but he didn't think it was that simple. Feng and Mr. He rushed towards the campsite of the beast, hiding from the sight of the beast. Both of them looked at the sleeping mount lying on the ground and also the jubilating beasts. Mr. He told Feng that the sleeping beast was the wolf of cavalry dispatched in times of war. Feng asked if the beast race were sure to win the battle and stated that it was definitely odd. Feng stated that he was afraid the backer of the beast race was inside one of the tents. Together, they approached one of the tents, swiftly incapacitating a beast guard with a well-coordinated strike, ensuring their stealthy advance continued. Then both of them peeked into the tent and saw a strange man sitting at the center of the chair. A healer beast tended to the leopard's severed hand, utilizing its skills to mend the injury inflicted by Feng, ensuring the creature's recovery. Seated nonchalantly at the central chair, the stranger exuded an air of superiority, displaying confidence and authority over the unfolding events. Looking at the man, Feng realized that the man was the one who gave off the oppressive force in the morning. The healer told the leader that the spell was complete, and after a day the leopard's arm will return to normal. Expressing gratitude, the Fox Lady praised the healer for his skillful work, and encouraged him to claim his well-deserved reward for his assistance. Leopard stated that it was his loss this time around, and when he battled Feng, he would crush him. Fox Lady told Leopard that someone else will deal with Feng, and their role was to deal with Mr. He. Feng was surprised that the beast race had gotten people to deal with him and it might be the strange man. The strange man asked the fox lady where he falls in her plan. He stated that he promised the king to take part in the battle, not to sit on the side as a spectator. Feng and Mr. He was shocked that the strong man was actually a saint ranker. Fox lady told the strange man that the battle was of great importance to the king, and he was there to ensure that no mistake occur. Then she told him to remember that the commander of the battle of beasts and humans was her. The strange man ignored her and asks leopards to tell him more about Feng. Leopard told the strange man that Feng's battle energy was extremely strange and extremely sharp. Leopard stated that Feng's hand just swiped down and his arm was sliced off, just like that. The strange man stated that he didn't know the human race had that sorts of power, and he'd never heard of it. The strange man told Fox Lady that he knew she had been planning for the battle, so he didn't want to disrespect the king's favorite. He told Fox Lady he would step back, and if the people arranged can't defeat Feng in 10 moves, he would step in. Fox Lady called the strange man Lord Ping, and told him that everything would go according to his wish. Mr. He outside told Feng that he would report to his big brother about the saint ranker. Then at least he would get 4 saints to make a move. Just then, Lord Ping stated he would like to invite the 2 people eavesdropping outside for so long. Feng and Mr. He decided to run separate when they were discovered. Just as they ran separate, the strange man rushed out and attacks Feng. Feng immediately used the quadruple attack to block the strange man, but Feng realized that the quadruple attack was harmless against Lord Ping. All the beasts in the tent ran out and asked Lord Ping if the intruder had escaped. Lord Ping laughed and stated that he would never let the intruder escape. At the other side, Feng, who had used the maximum limit of the Stormwind steps, was gnashing his teeth. Looking back, he concluded that he had successfully escaped, and stated that a saint ranker was no joke. 3 days later, the duel between beast and humans began. The beasts were lots, and shouted out that the orcs would win and kill the humans. Feng looked at the excited orcs, while Mr. He told Feng that the orcs were belligerent and always passionate since the past duel. But in contrast to the jubilating orcs, their side didn't feel the same. Looking at the spectator's seat, all was empty, no cheering or encouragement, just like cowards. Mr. He told Feng that it doesn't matter because the fugitive that escaped would not wish for their success. Feng immediately knew that it was an embarrassing duel no one cares about. Feng asked Mr. He if the clothes he gave him was similar to the spatial scabbard he gave him before. Mr. He patted him on the shoulder and told Feng that handsomeness was the feature of the cloth. Feng asks where his students were, and was told that they were at the preparation area, since they would fight first. Just as they were discussing, a warrior came over and whispered something to Mr. He. Mr. He told the warrior that they will do it according to Sir Thunderwish. Feng asked what happened, and Mr. He told him that their strongest support had arrived. He pointed at a man at the back and told Feng that Sir Thunder injured his face, so he was wearing a mask. Feng felt that this Sir Thunder was familiar, but he could not remember where he met him. In the battle, each team would assign 3 people to fight in the last battle of the duel. But the problem was the 3rd person assigned to fight the humans from the beast race. No one knows who the 3rd person was. Feng told Mr. He that he and Sir Thunder should deal with the other opponents and leave the Saint Ranker to him. Feng told Mr. He that as long as Mr. He and Sir Thunder can defeat their opponents, they can take on the others with no problem. The battle officially started as a firework bloomed in the sky. Then Fox Lady walked out and was cheered on. Looking at the beast shouting out their love for her, Fox Lady gave them an air kiss. Then she stated that the battle was about to begin, and she believed that everyone was excited about it. Then she raised her hands up to welcome the contestants from the human race and the orc tribe. All the contestants came out and stood near the dueling arena. Looking at the student, Feng stated that they were much confident than before. Fox Lady told the representative of each party to come on stage and throw the dice. Feng was confused and asked what they meant by throwing the dice. Mr. He then remembered that the night he wanted to give Feng the duel handbook, he was drunk. Then he told Feng that the honor duel was a competition where both parties send participants and below they throw the dice to determine who was fighting whom. Feng stated that the competition system was unfair. Mr. He told Feng that the honor duel was just a warm-up competition and has nothing to do with the final duel. Then Mr. He stood up and told Feng that he was good at throwing the dice, so he would do it. Rushing onto the stage, Mr. He looked at Leopard and stated that his arm seems to have recovered. Leopard growled angrily and told Mr. He we would be sure to tear him to shreds in the duel. Both of them glared at each other, but Fox Lady interrupted them and told them to throw the dice. Feng looked at the big dice and stated that they could only rely on luck to control the point. The two picked the dice up and tossed it to the ground. When the dice stopped, the Leopard laughed out that he was fortunate and got 12 points. Jan was surprised that Mr. He only got 4 points. Fox Lady stated that Mr. He would send out people to fight, while the orc would send out people according to the dice. Feng was shocked that it was a battle of verses, which means it would be troublesome. The orcs immediately started shouting for their kind to tear the humans apart. Mr. He looked at his hand and stated that he had clearly cleansed his hand before throwing the dice, but luck was not on their side. Leopard pointed at him and stated that it was fortunate of him that only 4 people had to die. The students were in panic and didn't know what to do. It was a disadvantage. Lan complained in his mind that Mr. He should not have rolled the dice. Just as he was still complaining in his mind, the other 2 leaders shouted out that they would fight. Then they stared at him with a death gaze showing that he too must fight. He had no other choice but to agree that he would fight, but deep down, he felt he was doomed. Then Fox Lady told the participant not fighting to leave the stage as soon as possible. After they had left, Fox Lady announced that the duel had began. Chan told the others to charge, and they had to deal with 3 opponents each. Snow immediately chose to deal with 3 werewolves. Gang and Lan decided to fight alongside each other. Gang stated that he would cover Lan, who was a magician, and Lan agreed. Snow slashed at the neck of one of the werewolves. Lan shoot the beast rushing towards him, and Gang shelled at his back. Mr. He immediately concluded that they had the upper hand in the battle, so they would win. Feng told him not to be carried away that it was because Snow and others were fighting with opponent weaker than them. Just as he finished speaking, the stone man told the other beast to change their opponents. Immediately after he finished speaking, Snow attacked him. Snow realized that she could not slice the stone man and was ridiculed by him. Now the 4 leaders were at a disadvantage. Gang told Lan to aim better. Lan shouted out that the werewolves was too fast, so he could not catch up with its speed. Lan stated that they had never had a versus battle in their special battle. At the spectator's seat, Feng asked Mr. He if the battle was really just an honor duel, and Mr. He replied that it was. Mr. He then added that the honor duel always end up as the cemetery of talents regardless of race. On the stage, the stone man caught hold of Snowhand and wanted to pierce into her chest. But before he could do so, Feng made a move and divided it into 2 halves. Snow told him that it was their battle, and he didn't have to interfere. Feng told her that he couldn't bear to see his students die in a meaningless battle. Fox Lady appeared on the stage and told Feng to stop. The other 3 who were still fighting stopped and panted heavily. Fox Lady told Feng he broke the rules by interfering in the battle. Feng replied that whoever is the strongest makes the rules. Feng told her that there was no need for the honor duel to continue, because the human race surrender. The students immediately started shouting out that they had not lost, and still had the strength to fight. Feng told them that the honor duel doesn't affect the final outcome of the battle of humans and beasts. Feng told her to stop wasting time and begin the final duel. Fox Lady was annoyed. She wanted to take the chance to rid of them, but Feng ruined her plan. Fox Lady announced that the humans surrendered in the honor duel, so it was time to start the final duel. 2 beasts came out, including Mr. Ping, and 3 people came out in the human side, including Feng. Feng was surprised that there was only Tiger Brothers and the Cloaked Man. He didn't know who will be fighting him. Feng asked Mr. He if it was alright of the beast to only send 2 people, and Mr. He stated that the OCR people might have realized how shameless they were. Mr. He stated that no one cares since the duel is about to begin. Now the 3rd person won't have the chance to fight anymore. Feng realized that something was wrong. He remembered that the Fox Lady stated that someone else will deal with him. Fox Lady smiles and questioned if everyone was ready for the battle. Feng asks Fox Lady if it was alright for the orcs to have only 2 people in their team. Fox Lady smiles and told Feng that it was alright because the 3rd person was already on the battlefield. Feng was shocked when he heard that just after the drum was hit, someone slashed Feng on his chest. It was none other than Sir Thunder. He asked if Feng was surprised that he was the 3rd person of the orcs team. Mr. He shouted that he had trusted Sir Thunder, but it turned out he was the orc spy. Sir Thunder stated that the human race made him reduced to such state, so they deserved to die. Mr. He asked how he could fight for the orcs as a human, and stated that he would kill a scum like him first. Feng stopped him and told him not to be reckless, because the situation was not in their favor. The students started shouting that the duel was unfair, and for the Fox Lady to rematch. Fox Lady told them that the duel rules didn't prohibit tricks, so it was within the scope of the rules. She told them that they would fall for the trap because they were dumb, and the students became angry. Lan looked at the rules and became furious, because it didn't state that betrayal was not allowed. Snow told the others that Feng had still not lost yet, so they should keep their spirit up. Mr. Ping at the back reminded Sir Thunder that he only had 10 moves, and Thunder stated that it was more than enough. The Tiger Brothers came at Mr. He stating that his opponent was them. Mr. He told Feng that he would deal with the 2 Tiger Brothers. Sir Thunder stated that Feng seems to have long prepared and asked if he already knew he was the spy. Feng told him he was the most suspicious target, so he had long guessed he was the spy. Sir Thunder removed his mask while telling Feng that he could guess he was the spy, but not that he was Lading. Feng was shocked that it was Lading and he was not dead, while Snow recognized that he was the one who hurt Su Wei. Lading laughed and asked Feng if he thought a Saint Ranker attack casted from a scroll could kill him. Lading told them Bi faked his death, otherwise he would not be able to escape from the sight of Xinglan Academy. He stated that his reputation was completely tarnished because of Feng and Su Wei, who had it easy by self-destructing. Lading stated that Su Wei was pretty good looking but was unfortunate that she died. Feng angrily shouted that he didn't deserve to mention Su Wei's name and rushed to attack him. Lading blocked Feng's attack while telling him that his irritational look was really ugly and stupid. Mr. He told Feng to calm down and not let things go Lading's way. Lading stabbed his sword into Feng's chest, but Feng was fast and countered the attack. After being stabbed, Feng realized that he'd to calm down, because fury will only make him lose his cool. Feng removed the sword from his chest and prayed that Su Wei should watch over him as he killed Lading to avenge her. Lading smiles and sends out his shadow attack, telling Feng to die. Feng used the Storm Wind Steps technique to evade the attack. Feng attacked Lading, and he was blocked. Then he teleported to his back and attacked, but it was still blocked. Lading laughed at Feng and asked why he withdrew far away since he wanted to kill him. Feng stomped on the ground and jumped up, activating his mirror clone. Lading immediately figured out who the real Feng was and attacked him. Feng was shocked and questioned how Lading could tell the real him. Feng attacked Lading again from the front, but it was blocked. Lading told Feng that his clone was weak, otherwise the winner would have been decided. Then he attacked Feng, sending him moving back. Then Feng realized that Lading seems to be able to see through his moves. Lan told Snow that Feng was clearly much stronger than the spy, but he looked like he was on the losing end. Lading attacked Feng but disappeared when he was close to him, so Feng started looking for him. He was still looking around when Lading appeared and attacked him on his chest where he was wounded, sending him flying. Feng falls to the ground and the land broke as he coughed out blood. Feng was confused and asked why Lading suddenly became faster. Then, when Feng looked up, he was shocked by Lading's appearance. Lading told him it was the enrage mode he secretly learnt from the orcs to transform himself. Mr. He was shocked by Feng's battle and called out to him. The Tiger Brothers told Mr. He that very soon he would be going to hell like Feng. Lading walked towards Feng and told him to be ready to die. Feng grits his teeth and asked Lading how he saw through his moves. Lading asked him if he still remembered his fight with the orcs at the Riot Tavern. Lading told Feng it was a trap for him by the Fox Lady, and Feng was shocked. Fox Lady told him that she recorded each and every move he used at the tavern, and the kitty near her told Feng to go to hell for killing Black Cat, her sister. Lading told Feng it took them a lot of effort to find out the loopholes of his moves. Feng was told that the beast had long studied his moves, so he won't die unjustly. Lading attacked him and stated that after sending him to accompany Su Wei, he would settle scores with Xinglan Academy. Feng was in shock as he watched the attack rushing to take his life. And just then, the system announced that his cinnabar field was warm and his cultivation was complete. So the Ren Meridian started to break through. When Lading's punch landed, it did not hit the soft flesh he wanted, instead on the ground. When he looked up, Feng was already at his back and he was startled. Feng thanked Lading for answering, while also stating that villains indeed talk a lot. Lading shouted that it was impossible because he felt that he'd definitely hit Feng just then. Feng asked Lading if his intel didn't tell him that he had a lot of trump card and the minor injury was nothing. Feng told him that his Huxia, internal martial art, finally had a breakthrough thanks to him. Feng raised his blade up and told Lading that a breakthrough was bound to happen when facing death. Feng rushed to attack Lading, telling him it was all over for him. Looking at Feng, who was rushing towards him, Lading asked Feng if he thought he could defeat him. Lading gathered lots of shadow energy and launched it at Feng, who was rushing to attack him. Feng evaded each one of the shadow attack and continued rushing towards Lading. Lading was shocked that Feng was so fast, as he evaded each of his attack. Feng charged in front of Lading and slashed his sword at him, telling him to die. The sword slash cuts a huge wound on Lading's chest, and he was shocked. Feng knew he just broke through a new meridian and his internal energy was currently very unstable, so he must quickly cultivate or it would deviate. Lading closed his wound while telling Feng that it seems like he was having a hard time putting up. He told Feng that the small wound was nothing to him, and healed it with some magic. Just as they were about to continue fighting, Mr. Ping told all the beasts to step back. Lading called Mr. Ping Lord Black, telling him that they could still fight. Lord Black told them it was his battle now and for them not to get in the way. Fox Lady gestured to them and told them to come down from the battlefield. The beast told Feng and Mr. He that they were lucky before stepping down from the stage. Mr. He asked Feng if he was alright, and Feng replied that his internal energy was a bit chaotic, but he could still fight. Mr. He told him to hurry up and circulate his internal energy, and he would hold Lord Black back. Feng wanted to stop Mr. He, but he was told to say no more because he was their last hope. Mr. He raised his sword up and told Lord Black he was his opponent. Lord Black stated that since he was asking for it, he would fulfill his death wish. Mr. He told Feng that they had no time and we could only do that much for him. Then he rushed towards Lord Black. Feng sat cross-legged and stated that he had to quickly circulate his internal energy and adapt to his current new state. He was rushing towards Lord Black, but Black didn't move from where he was standing. When He got close, Lord Black raised his hand up and clawed at his shoulder. Lord Black asked He why he was not putting on his strength more. He told him that it was because he used his strength more to protect somewhere more important. When Lord Black saw that He wanted to slash him with his sword, he violently kicked him. But unfortunately, the force from He's sword slashed at Lord Black's cloak and divided it, showing Lord Black's face. He was shocked by the feature of Lord Blackface, and exclaimed that he was a dragon. Snow told Lon that judging by Lord Black's look, he was a half-dragon, which means he was an hybrid of a human and a dragon. Lon was surprised that Lord Black was a hybrid, and asked Snow if the dragons didn't care a lot about their bloodlines. Lord Black was enraged when he heard Lan's word. He attacked and shouted out that they were not worthy of talking about him. He first sent an attack at Snow and Lan, then he turned and attacked He. But fortunately, Feng, who had finished circulating his energy, blocked the attack with his blade. He was happy and asks Feng if he was fine already. Feng told He that he was done circulating his internal energy, and his combat power was almost restored. Feng told he'd saved him just now, so it was his turn to do the same. Feng screamed out loudly and added some more energy into his sword. Then he pushed it down and injured Lord Black. Lord Black was enraged and asked Feng how he dared to hurt him. Then he transformed into his dragon form. After transforming, Lord Black shouted out that all the humans were going to die there. Feng was startled and shocked that Lord Black advanced into a saint. In the warrior city courtyard of the human race, in the A particular room, Hong Yi was busy circulating her Gen Qi while Little Jin was busy eating. It stopped eating and told Hong Yi to play with him. Hong Yi with her icy cold face told Little Jin that she wanted to cultivate and become stronger. Little Jin told her he could teach her how to become stronger by sleeping. Little Jin showed Hong Yi his muscles and told her to see how strong he became after taking a nap. Suddenly, Little Jin felt the aura of a saint. Hong Yi asks how a saint appeared out of the blue in the city. Hong Yi then realized that the aura was not from Feng, which leaves only the enemy, while Little Jin shouted that Feng was in danger since he was weak. Hong Yi vowed to kill whoever dares to harm Feng. Hong Yi rushed out and Little Jin transformed into his dragon form while telling Hong Yi to wait for him. At the battlefield, Lord Black had already destroyed some of the spectators' seat, and the students were worried of Feng. Tiger told Fox Lady that Lord Black had advanced to Saint Rank, and Fox Lady stated that they will win the duel for sure. Fox Lady told Kitty to inform the Wolf Cavalry to set off immediately to ambush the Midnight Sun Empire. Lord Black laughed out and stated that this was the power of a saint. Lord Black asked why there was not a slightest hint of fear in Feng's eyes, and questioned if he was not scared of dying. Feng just stood there and continued watching Lord Black, while keeping his vigilance up. Feng questioned why he should fear him, and asked what he could do if he was not strong as Black. Feng shouted that he was humanity's last hope, and even if his opponent was a saint, he must do his best. Both of them exchanged attacks many times, and the sound keeps revolving in the field. Lord Black attack had almost struck He, but he evaded in time. The attacks of Feng and Black affected the arena, causing harm to almost come upon He. He felt that his life was hard. Lord Black caught hold of Feng's hand and activated his dragon fire breath. When Feng saw the huge fire that wanted to swallow him, he moved, back with his fastest technique. Feng was startled and stated that he was a martial art trash while Black was a martial art expert. Feng immediately started evading the fire attack. He was shocked when the fire turned into serpents and tied him up in midair. Lord Black laughed and stated that a saint's spatial power was impressive. If not, he wouldn't have caught Feng. Feng struggled very hard, but he could not break free from the blazing fire serpent. Lord Black gathered his firepower and shouted that Feng should just die. Then he sent the attack towards Feng, who was still struggling. The others immediately became worried of Feng. He was questioning if that was his end. Just when Feng thought he would die, a magic portal opened in front of him. Hong Yi and Little Jin rushed out from inside the portal. Hong Yi shouted that Lord Black should not hurt Feng and created a huge red force, blocking Black's fire attack. Lord Black was angry and questioned which brat had interfered in the fight. Little Jin rushed to Feng and told him he was there to save him. Feng was surprised when Little Jin ripped of the flame on him and ate it, stating that it was delicious. Then Little Jin immediately started eating the flame on Feng. Then he questioned if Little Jin was trying to kill him by biting his arm. Feng landed on the ground from mid-air and stated that he was finally free. Little Jin was attracted to the huge flame Lord Black was using to burn Hong Yi's force. Lord Black told Hong Yi that he wanted to see how long she could hold on. Hong Yi kept holding on, but her force started breaking as Black continued attacking her. Feng saw the situation and told Hong Yi to dodge. When he finished speaking, her force was broken and she was sent flying, but he caught hold of her in time. As for little Jin, he started sucking Lord Black firepower. Feng told Hongyi that she was reckless, and she replied that he was her only family, so she could not allow anyone to hurt him. Feng asked why her power increased, and she replied that she only wanted to save him. Then a power surged out from her body. Hongyi stated that it was as though the power had been hidden within her all along. Thousands of miles away, a man came out from a coffin and stated that the ghastly Helianthus star had finally appeared. The man stated that he had been waiting for his dear disciple for hundreds of years. Little Jin continuously sucked the fire till he sucked it all. Little Jin complained that he was not full yet, and asked Lord Black if there was more. Lord Black was shocked that his fire lotus had been devoured. Lord Black stomped on the ground, stating that he was so pissed and was going to tear them to shred. Little Jin became scared and told Black not to come close because Black was ugly. Little Jin immediately smacked Black and sent him smashing to the ground. Feng and Hongyi were shocked by Little Jin attack power. Fox Lady and the other beast were all shocked that Lord Black was sent flying with only one blow. Little Jin was stunned and stated that Lord Black was that weak. Feng told Little Jin to finish off Lord Black and he would give it some barbecued buffet. Lord Black was shocked and tried to stop Little Jin. Little Jin ignored his word and tackled him to the ground, crunching on his body. Lord Black fought out with Little Jin and started panting with the wound on his face. Little Jin shouted out that he won't allow that to continue or else he didn't know what will happen to his barbecued buffet. Lord Black told Little Jin that he would treat it to eat however much he wanted. Little Jin humphed and stated that he didn't expect Lord Black to be so weak. Fox Lady and the other beast were shocked and questioned who they were. Feng, who was still carrying Hongyi, asked the Fox Lady if they had won the duel. Fox Lady told Feng that according to the rule, no one else was allowed to participate after the duel begins. Then she told Feng that besides the one who had won the battle was Little Jin, not him. Feng told them that Little Jin was his battle pet, and the rules of the battle does not prohibit battle pet. Little Jin agreed he was Feng's battle pet, but then he asked Feng what a battle pet was. Feng stated that to compare who was more shameless, it was the Fox Lady who had more men in the honor duel. Fox Lady grits her and told Feng that they were lucky to win the duel. Fox Lady turned around and left the stage, while the other beast ran after her. The students immediately jubilated when they saw the beast retreating. Snow lamented that Feng had brought about a miracle, and Sui will be so happy to find out about it. He was also happy, and asked if Feng saw the face of the beast when they left the stage. Little Jin immediately jumped out and stated that he was the best of the best because he helped them win. Just as they were happy for their victory, a voice sounded, stating that he'd come to take his disciple. Feng turned around and questioned whose voice it was. The man from the coffin appeared in the stage with blood-red aura floating around. Feng looked at the man and felt that he'd an odd aura, but he didn't even know when the man appeared. Lord Black was shocked when he saw the man. He immediately knelt down and greeted the heavenly vampire Venerable. The Venerable repeated Black's name, and Black stated that it was an honor for him that the vampire Venerable remembers him. The old man told Black that if he thought so, he should continue kneeling, and Black listened to his order. Feng was shocked that the odd man was a supreme venerable. Little Jin was scared, stating that the old man seemed scary. So looking around, Feng realized that the surrounding was too quiet. When he looked at everyone, he realized that their time had stopped. Supreme Venerable stated that he had always been low-key. That was why he froze time. The Supreme told Feng not to be frightened, because it was only a little trick of his. Mystery told the others that according to the rules, Venerable are not allowed to interfere in the duel. The Venerable replied that he'd no interest on interfering in their amateur duel. Instead, his eyes turned sharp and he told them he came there for his disciple. Venerable looked at Hongyi and stated that she was not only the ghastly Helianthus star, but also the mysterious black evil spirit. Venerable laughed and stated that he could finally cultivate a heir who has more potential in his palace. Then he laughed weirdly and asked Hongyi what her name was. Hongyi hugged Feng and told him that Venerable was so scary, and Feng told her not to be scared. Feng was surprised by the aura of the Supreme Venerable, which was more powerful than a saint. Feng asked Venerable why he was looking for his little sister Hongyi. Venerable screened Feng when he heard him call Hongyi his little sister. Feng knew that the Venerable just screened him, so he questioned what he meant by that. Venerable told him he knew Feng was not related by blood to Hongyi, and asked if Feng thought he could be fooled. Then he glared at Feng, and he vomited blood immediately. Hongyi looked up from his chest and asked Feng what was going on. Feng felt that it was ridiculous because it was only one look and he vomited blood. Hongyi glared at the Venerable and stated that he was the one who hurt Feng. Feng told her to be a good girl because he was all right. Venerable knew that the ghastly Helianthus star was evil and bloodthirsty. She never listened to anyone, but now he was seeing a different case. Then he told Feng that no matter what his relationship is with Hongyi, that he should hand her over in 10 seconds, and he would spare his life. Feng dropped Hongyi to the ground and told the Venerable that there was no need for 10 seconds to pass. Venerable thought that Feng finally wanted to give in and stated that he was tactful. But the unexpected happened. Feng pointed his blade at him, stating that as long as he was alive, he won't give Hongyi to him. Venerable stated that it was a pity to kill a young man like Feng with so many potential. Then he told Feng he would fulfill his wish and appeared in front of Feng immediately. Feng was startled but still used his blade eightfold attack to slash at Venerable. Venerable told him that he was quite powerful, but his speed was too slow. Then he disappeared from the front and appeared at Feng's back, and Little Jin was startled. Little Jin, who noticed, used his tail to slap Venerable away. Feng coughed out blood, and Hongyi rushed to ask him if he was okay. Then he replied that it was only a minor injury. Feng then asked Little Jin if it blocked Venerable attack, and it replied that it did. Venerable asked who attacked him just now when he almost ended Feng. Little Jin was surprised, and asked if Venerable was calling for him. Venerable was confused as he looked at Little Jin, and questioned in his mind if it was the little snake that blocked his attack. Venerable called Little Jin Supreme and asked which tribe he came from. Mr. He was surprised that Little Jin was a supreme beast, and Lord Black told him he would not have lost if it was not because of that. Little Jin rolled his eyes and questioned who Venerable thought he was and told him he would not tell him. Venerable stated that it was no wonder Feng was confident, because he had a Venerable supporting him. Venerable then stated that Hongyi was more important, and he had to get her, even if it means offending a supreme. Venerable told Feng that Hongyi would gain more benefits if she followed him. Then he told Feng that for Little Jin's sake he should think twice. Feng asked Little Jin, who was on his shoulder, if he could defeat Venerable. Little Jin agreed, but also told Feng that he felt the Venerable was a bit stronger than him. Feng didn't know what to do. Even Little Jin could not guarantee that he could defeat Venerable. Hongyi told Feng that she didn't want any benefits but only want to stay with him. Feng told her that if she was unwilling, she could stay by his side. Venerable stated that it was a waste of his time and he would just deal with him. Feng felt the evil aura emitting from Venerable and told Hongyi to step back. Little Jin told Feng and Hongyi to escape first, that he would follow them later. Feng wanted to stop Little Jin from going, but Mr. He held him back. Mr. He told Feng that they were weak to join in the fight of Venerable, so if he wanted to protect Hongyi, he had to listen to Little Jin. Mr. He told Feng that if Little Jin could not defeat Venerable, he could still run. And just as he was still persuading Feng, a huge explosion occurred in the stage. Just after the explosion, the students were unfrozen from time and realized that a Venerable had appeared. All the beasts started escaping from the stage and from the battlefield. The humans escaped from the city, while the fight between Little Jin and Venerable was destroying everything. Suddenly, Feng heard Little Jin cry and looked back, while Mr. He told them not to look back. Mr. He told them that once they get to Midnight Sun Empire, they would all be safe. The ground shook and Feng turned back to know what caused it. Feng looked back and saw the beast running towards them with the wolves' cavalry. The Tiger Brothers stated that Fox Lady was right, because once the Venerable made a move, the humans could only escape. The Tiger shouted that the beast should kill all the humans running, after they would attack the Midnight Sun Empire. Feng told the students to keep running so that he and Mr. He will hold back. Mr. He shouted out that the human race had already won, and asked if the beast wanted to break the contract. The Tiger Brothers shouted out that as long as they are killed, nobody will know. Feng told Mr. He that they had to buy time for the students to escape. Feng carried Hongyi on his back and told her to hold on tightly to him. The beast charged at Feng and Mr. He, causing the land to rumble. Feng slashed the wolf that attacked him into two, and the same also happened for Mr. He. The Tiger Brothers insulted the beast for being unable to fight only two people. The two brothers rushed toward Feng and Mr. He on their mount. But before they could make a move, a voice told them to step back and leave the rest to him. It was none other than the vampire Venerable. He walked with his hands placed on his back. Feng asked where Little Jin was, and what the vampire Venerable did to him. Little Jin immediately fell from the sky in front of Feng. Feng looked at the little gold light on his hand and asked if it was Little Jin. Little Jin told Feng he won't be able to eat the barbecue buffet Feng promised, while Feng asked what happened to it. Little Jin told Feng that he couldn't fight with Vampire Venerable, while also telling Hongyi that sleeping could not make one strong but lazy. Little Jin told Feng that he was feeling sleepy, and he would give Feng the little power he had. After giving Feng his power, Little Jin fly away while bidding farewell to Feng. The Vampire Venerable stated that it serves Little Jin right, since he knew he could not defeat the Venerable but kept pestering him. Feng screamed out angrily and broke through the Dew Meridian. Mr. He caught hold of Hongyi, who was thrown away due to the breakthrough. Feng acquired a new skill, which was Blade Storm, the ultimate skill of martial arts. Feng told Mr. He to leave the fight to him and take Hongyi away. Hongyi's aura surges out, and she stated that if anyone dared to hurt Feng, they would face the consequences. The other beast moved back due to fear, but only Vampire Venerable was still standing with no fear on his face. Mr. He ran away, while Feng used the Blade Storm to attack Vampire Venerable. Feng's Blade Storm created a huge beast on his back which had an intimidating aura. Fear immediately appeared on the face of the beast, and they retreated. Vein popped out from Feng's forehead as he summoned a windstorm. A very huge windstorm appeared, and the beast were scared so they started retreating. Feng used his ability to connect the windstorm to the sky, and it grew even more larger. The avatar Feng created told him that to master the Blade Storm, the windstorm had been formed, only a blade was needed. Feng shouted out that he was the blade and some wind blade came out from the storm and attacked the beast. Vampire Venerable immediately used Hu's energy to create a barrier and block the storm attack. The beast shouted for Vampire Venerable to stop Feng before their wolf cavalry will perish. Vampire Venerable didn't want to save them, but since there were the elite orc, he didn't want them to perish. Vampire Venerable stated that Feng was quite something for making him serious about the fight. He sent his vampire realm to wrap tightly around the storm and cracked it. The orcs were shocked when the storm together with Feng and Venerable disappeared. After they came back to their sense, Leopard asked where Venerable went, and Tiger told him to retreat and forget about them. After running for some while, Mr. He realized that Feng's aura had disappeared. He attributed that to the fact the Feng might have entered the vampire's realm. Hong Yi immediately shouted that she wanted to go back when she heard Mr. He say that in the vampire realm, the master's power increase. Mr. He told Hong Yi not to forget what Feng told her, and she cried. Inside the vampire realm, Feng attacked Venerable without even knowing the danger he was in. Vampire Venerable told Feng that he would prove to him why Venerable are known as God in their own realm. He attacked Feng with the vampire realm blood-devouring arrow. When the attack hit the windstorm, Feng immediately vomited blood. Feng realized that the Blade Storm could not last any more longer, and his energy could only cast a quadruple attack. Feng stated that he didn't care less any more longer and only wants to stop the Vampire Venerable. Feng shouted and casted the quadruple attack, slashing at the vampire. Vampire Venerable also casted an attack. It held down the quadruple attack sent by Feng. He destroyed it, and Feng was sent flying out from the vampire realm back to the real world. Feng coughed out blood and stated that if he still had more energy, he would have defeated Vampire Venerable. Then he fainted. He had handled a lot of things that even an adult had not faced, so he could not hold back anymore. Vampire Venerable called Feng an odd child, stating that if not for his vampire realm, he would not have defeated him. Vampire Venerable stated that he could not let Feng be and created a blade from his hand. He raised his blade to slash Feng into two halves but remembered the word of Hong Yi. Vampire Venerable was afraid that if he killed Feng, Hong Yi would do something dangerous. But since Feng's meridian had been damaged, he just needed to deal another blow. Vampire Venerable stated that it was not worth it for him to kill a trash. Vampire Venerable laughed sarcastically and stated that Hong Yi was his now. He left without knowing that the Chui of Little Jin came out from Feng's body and started healing him. It dispersed around Feng's body and started healing his meridian. At the other side, Mr. He, who was running together with Hong Yi, was frozen on his step. Hong Yi was surprised and startled, so she called Mr. He, who was frozen. Vampire Venerable appeared and told Hong Yi that Mr. He could not answer because he was frozen. Vampire Venerable told Hong Yi that they meet once more. Hong Yi grits her teeth and asked Vampire Venerable what he had done to Feng. Vampire Venerable told Hong Yi Feng wasn't dead, but if she didn't come with him, he would kill Feng. Hong Yi asked if she would become stronger if she followed him. Vampire Venerable told Hong Yi that she would definitely become stronger than him. Hong Yi jumped down from Mr. He's hand and walked towards Vampire Venerable. Vampire Venerable laughed and stated that he knew Hong Yi was a smart child. Vampire Venerable stated that the world Vampire Venerable will be jealous once she finds out he had such a strong disciple. While Hong Yi murmured that the day she surpassed him, she would avenge her brother's hatred. As for Feng, he was condensing reality with imagination to form a cinnabar field. Feng was still sleeping when he broke through the 8 meridian to surpass the extraordinary. Black walked towards the unconscious Feng and questioned why he injured himself so badly. As for Hong Yi, Vampire Venerable carried her and started running towards Hu's dwelling place. Hong Yi told Vampire Venerable he had said she was a ghastly helianthus and asked what it was. Vampire Venerable was annoyed that Hong Yi did not show respect when calling him as an elder. He pretended to be okay with it and told Hong Yi that since she asked sincerely he would tell her. He then told her that the ghastly helianthus star is a person born of evil yin energy gathered from the universe. He told her that only 2 had appeared in the world and she asked who they were. Vampire Venerable told Hong Yi that the first was a saint known as an Olympus. The Olympus fell in love with a dragon deity, and when he encountered danger she saved him using the star bead she created by herself. Hong Yi was now puzzled about another thing. She asked what the star bead was. He replied that it was a treasure possessed by only ghastly helianthus stars. But he knew that the most valuable thing about the Olympus was the fact that they can condense starbead. Hongyi asked what happened next, without knowing that Vampire Venerable was having an evil thought on how to take her starbead once she creates it. He replied that a battle happened between deities, but deep down he knew that the battle happened because of the starbead. Vampire Venerable thought that Hongyi was stupid, but he didn't know that she was already planning to condense a starbead for Feng. Hongyi looked up to the sky and asked who won the battle of deities in the end. He replied that although the dragon and Olympus were strong, but in the end they both died because of being outnumbered. The self-destruction of the Olympus wiped out the 70% deity in the world. And ever since the battle ended, the news of deities disappeared, and the age of deities ended. And just when he finished speaking, a group of dragons appeared in front of him from some portals. Vampire Venerable asked why the black dragons were surrounding him, in an unrespectable tone. The black dragon told Vampire Venerable to release Hongyi, and they would let him go. Vampire Venerable was shocked, and asked how the dragons knew he caught Hongyi. Vampire Venerable stated that Hongyi was his disciple, and the dragons was in no place to ask him to do so. The dragon asked if he wanted to provoke the dragon clan, but Vampire Venerable told him that he cared about the dragon elders but not them. Vampire Venerable was startled when a voice sounded from the void, stating that he was quite bold to say that. The voice came from the person standing on a dragon, who looked exactly like Black. The man stated that if he hadn't saved someone in the last minute, he wouldn't have known that Venerable was rude to the dragons. Then the man told the Vampire Venerable that if he doesn't hand over Hongyi, he would demolish his vampire palace. Vampire Venerable looked at the dragons surrounding him, and concluded that they are no match for him. But he knew that the strange man standing on the dragon was not easy to deal with, so he devised a plan. He pushed Hongyi to them, stating that he didn't want to be their enemy. The strange man smiled as he thought he had won and told Hongyi to follow him. Hongyi rolled her eyes because she knew it couldn't be that easy for Vampire Venerable to give in. Then Vampire Venerable attacked the strange man, stating that he won't so easily give Hongyi to them. The strange man was surprised when Vampire attacked, but another person blocked the attack. Then some portals opened and different dragons with different colors came out. Vampire Venerable was startled because the black dragons was expelled from the dragon clan. But what he was seeing was different. Hongyi looked at the dragons and stated that they looked very different from Little Jin. Then another dragon with 2 heads came out from another portal. This time it was a golden-colored dragon. Then all the other types of dragons with different colors bowed to the Golden Dragon King. Sweat dripped down the Dragon King's face when the strange man started complaining about how the vampire bullied him. Vampire Venerable was shocked that even the Golden Dragon King appeared. The Dragon King told the Venerable to release Hongyi, but Vampire Venerable asked why he was interfering in the matter. The Dragon King told the vampire that the dragons made an oath to help the ghastly Helianthus star when in trouble. The strange man stated that if Vampire Venerable didn't let go of Hongyi, he would cease to exist. Vampire Venerable decided to retreat, because as long as he was alive, he had a chance to fight back. Vampire Venerable stated that he would give in and hand over Hongyi. After releasing Hongyi, he turned around and left like a shadow. The Dragon King looked at Hongyi and told her he had something to tell her. At a different place, Feng had just woken up from deep sleep and was in a daze. Feng sat up and was confused. He knew he had changed location since the room didn't look like the Orc's prairie. Then Feng saw Black sitting on the floor and reading a comic and acting strange. Feng jumped up and made an unsheathing blade stance, but then he asked where his blade was. Feng vigilantly asked Black if the Orcs had invaded the Midnight Sun Empire. Black raised his hands up and told Feng to calm down, because they were teams now. Feng thought that the Orcs was trying to poach him, and stated that he would never give in. Black told Feng that he no longer worked for the Orcs, and that the Black Dragon King had told him to give a crystal to Feng. Black dropped a crystal and told Feng to watch and understand. A holographic projection of Yate the Black Dragon King appeared and told Feng that Black was his younger brother. Feng was shocked that Black had changed from an enemy to a friend. Black Dragon King told Feng that he faced many problems before he found Little Jin, who was injured. Black Dragon King started telling the story about how he overcame his problems, while Feng asked if he was done talking. When Yates saw that the crystal could not last long, he told Feng that Little Jin and Hongyi were all right. Feng was so enraged that Yate talked nonsense and left the most important news for the end. He picked up the gem and smashed it on the ground, and just then Black woke up and asked if Yate had left. Feng asked why the dragons saved Hongyi, and Black told him it was because the altar ordered everyone to save Hongyi. When Feng finished hearing the story from Black, he then realized that the golden light that descended on the altar was little gold. Black told him that the dragon deity altar ordered the Dragon King to accept the black dragons. Then he told Feng that Hongyi was taken away by the Vampire Venerable, and Feng was shocked. Black told Feng that the Dragon Clan had already chased the Vampire Venerable away, and Feng was confused. Feng grabbed Black's neck and told him to explain very well what he meant. Just as they were still arguing, the Dragon King messenger appeared and flied towards them. The messenger gave Feng the crystal it was carrying, while Feng threatens that Black better be telling him the truth. Yate appeared and told Feng that Hongyi was now the disciple of the worldly vampire Venerable. He explained that the vampire Venerable and the worldly vampire Venerable were different. The vampire Venerable was crafty, while the worldly vampire Venerable was benevolent. Both of them were enemies of each other. He told Feng that the vampire palace of the worldly vampire Venerable was located in the Orc Empire, which means he could not visit Hongyi for the time being. Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Hongyi was safe and sound. Black poured some coin into the mouth of the little Dragon King messenger, and it swallowed it. The little messenger turned and left, while Feng concluded that Hongyi left because she didn't want to be a burden to him. Then Yate told Feng that since he was done telling him the important thing, he would continue with his adventure story. Feng and Black immediately attacked the crystal and broke it. They didn't want to listen to Yate's long story. Feng looked at the energy emitting from his hand, surprised, and questioned if he was already a saint. Black told Feng that when Yate carried him back, he was already a saint. Feng only remembered forcing his energy to fight Vampire Venerable, but he didn't know he would gain a blessing in disguise. Feng turned and asked how long he had been unconscious, and Black replied that it had been 6 to 7 days. Feng was startled and asked if the orcs had retreated. Black replied that the orcs lost the battle and retreated, calling it a truce, while the students went back to their academy. Some orcs disagreed and Mr. He led some warriors to teach them some lesson. Black gave Feng a letter left by Mr. He. Feng stated that the letter was definitely not written by Mr. He, and questioned if Snow wrote it. When he read the letter, he was shocked to find out that Sophia was being forced into an arranged marriage. Feng stated that Sophia was his most important friend, and he needed to help her. After dressing up, Feng called Black consecutively and found his name Black Parker weird. Black was confused when Feng told him they were leaving for somewhere. When he asked where they were going to, Feng told him they are going to Xinglan City. Arriving at Xinglan City, Feng saw a cannon that can take down a Saint Ranker. Black told Feng that as long as he did not confront it head-on, it was no threat. Feng remembered when he first got there. A beast chased him, but now even a cannon was no threat to his life. Feng laughed proudly while Black looked at him as though he was a fool. Then Feng told him it was time to enter Xinglan City. Feng told Black that they had to stay low-key because Xinglan City was dangerous. Feng told Black to suppress his aura to the 5th tier, and Black shrinks down to a normal human size. Then both of them walked to the city gate where the guard was sleeping. The guard opened his eyes and screamed, shouting that it was an enemy attack. Some warriors ran out and surrounded Feng and Black, telling them not to move. Black shouted out that he was a half-dragon acknowledged by the Black Dragon King. The chief guard laughed and stated that Black was just a snake with scales on his face. Black became angry and rushed to attack the guard for making jest of the deity dragon. The chief guard stated that he was just a 5th tier and he didn't have to be scared of him. Both of them activated their energy and clashed with their fist. The chief guard was sent flying back by Black, and the other guards were worried about him. Feng stated that it serves them right for picking a fight with a Saint Ranker. The guards were anxious and asked the chief guard if he was alright. Feng told Black it was better they don't waste time anymore and enter the city. When the chief guard finally woke up, the guards told him that Feng and Black had ran away. The chief guard told the other guards that they are not allowed to tell anyone about what just happened. The chief guard grits his teeth and stated that he had to tell the third prince about the half-dragon. Inside the city, Black asked Feng why he had to cover his head, and Feng replied that he could easily get in trouble. Black was annoyed and stated that humans are troublesome, while Feng told him they had arrived. A huge building stood straight different from all the building around it. This was the Mercenary Union. When the two opened the door, a chair came rushing towards them and they dodged. Looking inside, the situation was wild, and it seems like someone was fighting, which piqued Black's interest. A muscled dark man can be seen surrounded by some warriors. Feng was surprised and asked why no one was stopping them, but Black was busy shouting for the muscled dark man to hit a warrior's nose. A door inside the building opened and a lady's voice sounded out, stating that they seemed to be having fun with the fight. Sophia came out and stated that the two mercenary regiment that fought would have point deducted. The muscled dark man told Sophia that the warriors stole his commission first. The warrior who stole the commission was even bold and asked what if he had stolen it. Sophia asked the warrior if he forgot that the rules states that commissions are not allowed to be stolen. The warrior mocked Sophia by stating that the rules were a lot, and not every one of it can be remembered. The warrior told Sophia she was not suitable to be the president and for her to marry the second prince who was chasing her. Sophia was enraged and rushed to attack him, stating that she would kill him. The warrior proudly told Sophia that he was the grandson of Legu of the Thieves Guild, and asked if she dared to kill him. The thief told Sophia that she was able to avoid the assassination, but her mother could not. Sophia realized that the Thief Guild was behind the scene of the assassination that had happened. The thief stated that those who offend the Thieves Guild won't end well. Then he turned around and started leaving while chatting happily with his friend. But the angry Feng put his blade on the man's neck. Feng told the thief that if he wanted to leave, it was either he kneel and beg for forgiveness from Sophia or he die. Sophia was attracted by the commotion in the back. She turned and was shocked to see that it was Feng. Feng immediately turned and announced to Sophia that he had arrived. Sophia angrily humphed, telling Feng not to call her intimately, stating that they were not that close. The thief asked Feng if he wanted to be Sophia's hero, then he told Feng that Sophia won't buy it. Some warriors around started insulting Feng, stating that he was a poor boy worse than their pet. The thief laughed and stated that he won't leave and wanted to see how Feng would befriend Sophia. The people around felt that Feng was looking for his death as he walked towards Sophia. Feng reached where Sophia was and gently told her not to be angry, but she turned and humphed. The thief laughed and stated that Feng was asking for the moon. Sophia blushed and stated that she wrote a letter to him, but he didn't reply. The others who heard Sophia's word were all shocked and felt that their youth was gone. Sophia held Feng's chin and asked if he found someone else out there. When the others saw how Sophia reacted, they felt heartbroken. Feng told her that he participated in the duel but got injured and turned unconscious. And after waking up, he came to find her. Sophia was shocked when she heard that Feng was injured. She started undressing his top to see his injuries. When Sophia realized what she was doing, she blushed and told Feng he had to reply to her letter next time. Black was sitting on the side looking at Feng and Sophia acting lovey-dovey. The thief was shocked that Sophia was so close to Feng and didn't care about the second prince. The thief wanted to hurry and inform the second prince so that he could get a reward. He turned to leave but didn't know that Black was glaring at him with a death gaze. Black asked the thief if he allowed him to leave, and the thief questioned what he wanted. Feng turned and told the thief to kneel down and apologize to Sophia. Sophia wanted to stop Feng, but he told her it was best there taught the thief a lesson, or it would happen again. The thief prepared to fight, and felt that Feng was ridiculous for wanting to fight him. Black told Feng to leave the matter to him, as his strong aura spread in the hall. The people were shocked that Feng's subordinate was a 9th-tier ranker. The thief was scared and told Black that if he dared to hurt him, his grandpa would not let him off the hook. Black told the thief to tell his grandpa to avenge him in his dreams. After hearing Black's word, the thief immediately activated his stealth mode and turned invisible. Black didn't have to start looking for him. He just sprayed his dragon flame at the thief's original location. The thief was shocked and tried to run away, but the flame caught him and burned him to crisp. The thief's weapon fell to the ground, while Black stated that punching him would dirty his fist. The other people felt that Black was insane for killing Wright, the grandson of Legu. Black humphed and looked at the gossiping people coldly. Looking at his eyes, they all shuddered in fear, and the one who said Black was insane fell to the ground. Feng told Black it was enough, and Black stated that it was not fun teasing the bunch of weak people. Sophia wanted to tell Feng more about the Thieves' Union, but Feng told her not to worry. Just then, a young man came in and called Sophia his dearest one, asking who was causing her trouble. The young man asked Sophia why she didn't tell him about it. Sophia ignored the young man, stating that he was annoying, while Feng asked if the man was her fiancé. Sophia leaned towards Feng and told him to help her if he was a friend. Before Feng could understand what was going on, Sophia already started acting, stating that she was scared. Then she looked up at Feng and stated that it was all thanks to him that no one could harm her. Feng felt that he was going mad. Sophia started acting without giving him any hints. Before Feng could say more, the young man pointed at him and told him to let go of Sophia, his beloved. Feng humped and questioned who he was to call Sophia his beloved. The young man grits his teeth and told Feng that he was Artis, the second prince of Xinglan Empire. Sophia looked at Artis angrily and told him she was not his fiancé. Artis asked if she wanted to annul the marriage contract made by her father, and Sophia told him to go and marry her father, who made the contract. Sophia then turned to Feng and told him not to misunderstand, because she was forced into it. Feng was shocked and exclaimed in his mind that Sophia was the best actress he had ever seen. He then cleaned the tears that dropped down from her eyes and told her he believed her. Black felt goosebumps and almost puked out everything he ate, even though he knew it was an act. Artis was angry because the two were flirting in front of him without care. Artis asked Sophia what she liked about Feng and if he could help her gain the head position. Sophia stated that she liked everything about Feng, and Artis won't understand that feeling. Artis immediately became murderous and stated that he would kill Feng, and then Sophia would come back to his side. Then Artis shouted for his shadow guards to kill Feng, who he was calling a pheasant. The guards immediately threw 3 swords to attack Feng, and he scattered it with one hand. Sophia was shocked that Artis ordered the shadow guards to attack in the mercenary union. Artis stated that it was his freedom to order his shadow guard wherever he want. The people present stated that no one had ever made it out alive from the hands of the shadow guards. Black lamented that a few guards was enough to make the people scared. He referred them to cowards. Sophia told Feng to watch out and be careful of the shadow guards. Artist looked at Feng and asked him if he was afraid, and told Feng it was already too late to beg for forgiveness. Before Artist could finish speaking, he saw that Feng had already beaten the shadow guards. He was shocked that Feng defeated the 3 shadow guards in less than a second. The others were also shocked that Feng defeated the renowned shadow guards in a second. Feng told Sophia not to worry, and her eyes was twinkling in stars. Feng dropped the shadow guard and asked Artist if he called him a pheasant. Feng asked him if as a prince of the empire, he was that crude. Feng moved close to him and the prince moved back, stating that he was the future king of the empire. Sophia held Feng and told him it was enough, that the prince had learned his lesson. Sophia asked Feng if he wanted to go against the entire Xinglan Empire because of the second prince. Feng turned and told the prince to get lost, and for him not to appear in front of him again. Artist rushed out and told Sophia to better not annul the marriage contract. Feng told Artist that he would be waiting for him, as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Artist entered the chariot and told the rider to contact the Elder of Shadow Guards. Leg, the Elder of the Thieves' Union, told the Shadow Guards to relay the message that he would bath the mercenary union with Sophia's blood. The 2 men in front of Legu told him that if he didn't get approval, he would violate the rules. Legu kicked a stand beside him and told the men to do as he said, as he no longer cared about the rules. The 2 men bowed their head and told Legu they understood. Legu madly shouted that as long as the Shadow Guard are there, no one can make it out alive. At another place, Sophia and Feng were having a meal without knowing the danger coming their way. Sophia thanked Feng, and he told her he would help her win the head position. Sophia told Feng that her team were away for a mission and would drink with him next time. Feng then flirted with her, and she stated that he was a smooth talker. Sophia apologized for pulling Feng into the situation regarding the Thieves' Union. Feng stated that it didn't matter since they were friends. Sophia stated that it was quite troublesome now that they had offended Right Grandpa and the second prince. Feng told her that she must fight back, so that they won't think she was easy to bully. Sophia told Feng that she was not a saint, so they won't listen to her. Then he told her to leave it to him. The 2 continued silently drinking some wine. Sophia told Feng she had never slept in peace since she became head of the mercenary. Feng told Sophia he'd a medicine that can cure insomnia. Sophia was surprised and asked if Feng knew medical skills. Feng brought out a perfume medicinal bottle and told her to breathe it in. Sophia rejected and told Feng that she would try it out another day, since she was worried the mercenary would be attacked. But suddenly she mistakenly breathed in the medicine and felt sleepy. She almost fell to the floor, but Feng caught hold of her. He carried her and tucked her into the bed as he watched her sleep peacefully. Feng whispered that with him there, no one can harm her. Black was reading a comic and stating that the male lead and female lead should kiss already. Black then saw Feng and asked if the medicine he gave Feng worked out. Feng blushed and told Black that he and Sophia were only friends. Black thought in his mind that Feng was lying because he was a very good expert in shoujo comics. Feng asks Black if he knew anything about the Thieves' Union, and Black replied that he had only fought them a few times. Feng asks if the Thieves' Union had any saints supporting them in the empire. Black told Feng that the Thieves' Union had tremendous power in almost every city. Black asked if he was worried that the Thieves' Union will take revenge. Feng told Black that the Thieves' Union dared to assassinate Sophia not once, but twice, and it was only when they beat them hard would Sophia truly be safe. Feng bet that the Union will make a move tonight, so he would sit and wait for them. Indeed, what Feng said proved true, as the Thieves' Union already started making move. Legu ordered the assassin to kill all the people inside, except for Sophia. The assassin bowed to him and stated that they understood. Up in the roof of the building, Feng and Black were feeling sleepy. Suddenly Feng smiles and told Black that their delivery have arrived. Legu ordered the assassin to use their stealth ability and move. Feng told Black that he would deal with the back while he'd deal with the front, and since a big fish would appear, he would leave the fish to Black. Just as the assassin were running to the door, Feng suddenly appeared and blocked them. Legu told the assassins not to panic because Feng can't see them. Legu and the others laughed and stated that Feng didn't know he'd stepped into the siege of death. Feng disappeared from where he was and walked toward Legu. Legu smirked and thought in his mind that Feng should come to his death step by step. Legu wanted to attack Feng, but was shocked when Feng, who they thought could not see them, asks him if he was right grandpa. Legu was shocked that Feng had already noticed him all along. He immediately moved back and stated that anyone from the assassins who killed Feng will take Sophia. Feng drew his sword and stated that he didn't want to kill them, but they asked for it. At the backyard, Black are sitting on top of the bunch of assassins, calling them weaklings. He complained that the protagonist was making a lot of noise by just killing weak people. The protagonist had already beaten all the assassins to the ground, remaining their leader. Legu suddenly brought out a scroll and stated that he needed to retreat. After activating the scroll, Legu busted and started disappearing. Feng realized that the scroll Legu used was a space teleportation scroll, but he still leaped up to the roof knowing that Legu wouldn't be far from Jinglan City. His words were indeed true, as he found Legu hopping from one roof to another. Feng then used his Stormwind Step to appear in the front of Legu, who was startled. Legu told Feng he could not be killed, or the Thieves' Union will not let Feng and Sophia go. Feng stabbed Legu and shouted that the Thieves' Union should try it then. Legu coughed out blood as the blade stabbed his chest and he asked why. Feng looked at him and seriously replied that Sophia's enemy was also his enemy. Just when he finished killing Legu, a mist appeared and made him feel dizzy. Feng used his blade to hold himself while he questioned what the mist was. Feng started panting and stood at the place. Then an assassin appeared, rushing towards him. Feng turned around and dodged the attack. Then he slashed the man who attacked him. Feng looked at the man sitting on the ground and stated that the night big fish had finally taken the bait. The man sitting on the ground looked at Feng, who was standing, and asked if he wasn't poisoned. Feng told the man that he only poisoned his clone, and the real him had been waiting for the prey. The old man sweated and stated that it was a clever trick. Feng told the man that he could praise him later, but for now he wanted to know who sent him. Feng told the man that since he didn't flinch when he killed Legu, the man was not from the Thieves' Union. Feng stated that besides the Thieves' Union, only the second prince was the other party causing him trouble. The man threw a light bulb at Feng and turned to run away. Feng told him not to think of running away, as he chased the man. The man used stealth ability, but Feng still stabbed him on the leg. The man suddenly disappeared, and Feng realized that it was a magical clone. He was confused and asked if all the old men in Jinglan City have a teleportation scroll. Feng complained that a 9th-tier assassin was more challenging to deal with. Then Feng stated that he'd received second prince kindness, and would be sure to repay it back. At the palace, the second prince asked Elder Ying if he failed, and Elder Ying told him it was no match for Feng. The second prince stated that Feng was stronger than Elder Ying, and asked if it was because he was a saint. Elder Ying stated that it was most likely that Feng was a saint. Second prince was having a headache, and questioned how Sophia knew such a crude man like Feng. Second prince stated that he didn't care if Sophia flirted with other men. Elder Ying was confused, and the prince told him that if he didn't act that way, his elder brother will attack him for not upholding the royal dignity. Then he stated that the Shadow Guards were defeated because of their inability, so his father won't punish him. The prince asked if it was true that Feng killed Legu, and Elder Ying replied that it was true. Then he told Elder Ying to arrange a meeting with the Thieves' Union. He wanted to have control of the Mercenary Union and Thieves' Union so that no one can compete with him for the throne. Elder Ying told the second prince that he'd a presumptuous request. He implored the prince to use the bloodbath order so that they could kill Feng. He stated that the blood-killing warriors were used to deal with saints by the royal family. The second prince stated that he could only use the blood-killing order once before ascending the throne. Elder Ying coughed and told the prince that if there was no pain, there will be no gain. Prince grits his teeth and thought about it. Besides, they were already in Feng's bad side. He stood up and stated that he would use the order to send blood-killing guards to kill Feng. The next day, Sophia woke up and stretched her body, stating that she had not slept like that for so long, relishing each moment of the rejuvenating stretch. When she looked out from the window, she saw that it was already afternoon, the golden rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains. She remembered what happened last night and realized that Feng had pranked her, the memory of his mischievous antics. But after looking at her body, she realized that Feng did not lay a hand on her. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. She blushed and thought that Feng should have at least kissed her, her cheeks tingling with the imagined touch of his lips. She slapped her face lightly, a self-deprecating gesture as she acknowledged her own longing, and stated that it was as expected of the man she likes. Feng and Black were busy making barbecue, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, while Sophia was looking for them. Black blew some fire on the skewer in his hand, and stated that he cleared the mess of last night by burning them. Feng felt like vomiting. If the bodies were burned, then the ashes would still be floating around the yard. Sophia, who finally saw the two people she was looking for, ran towards Feng and he greeted her politely. She stopped and asked if Legu came to seek revenge last night after she fainted. Feng told her that Legu won't threaten her again, and asked her to have some skewer. Sophia was surprised and felt that it was impossible. Then she came up with an idea that Feng might have killed Legu, and that would mean more trouble from the Thieves' Union. But they still deserved what happened to them. But she felt good that Feng had helped her take revenge. She didn't care about the consequences. Feng told her that he was there for her, and she could sleep peacefully every day. Feng smiles happily and asks if he was a helpful aid to her. Sophia hugged and thanked him, but instead of hugging back, he told her to be careful of the skewer. Black felt that Feng was a dumb male chauvinist, Instead of hugging Sophia back, he was caring about the skewer. Just then, someone knocked at the door, and Sophia told them to hide. Sophia was surprised and startled when the two people disappeared so fast. When Sophia opened the door, she could not see anyone standing there. As she was confused, a boy came out from behind the door and introduced himself as Artigan, the third prince of the Xinglan Empire. Feng felt that the boy had a serious 8th grade syndrome. Black asked what it was, and Feng replied that it was a peculiar syndrome that occurs to adolescents like the boy. The third prince told Sophia that he had some urgent matters to discuss with her. Sophia told the third prince to come in and asks how she could help him. The prince looked around and asked if she was the only living there, and she affirmed that it was so. Then he brought out the picture of Feng and Black to show Sophia. She laughed and stated that the drawing was sloppy, but she didn't know who was in the picture. The prince told Sophia that he didn't have any ulterior motive and wanted to learn some information from Feng and Black. Sophia agreed and wanted to call them, but the two already come out and started shouting that they wanted to kill who drew the painting of them. The prince brought out a book and told the dragon to sign an autography for him. Feng stated that he knew the boy had 8th grade syndrome and a big fan of Black. Before he could complain more, the prince shook his hand and asked if he could join him on building a world where everyone was equal. When Feng heard a world where everyone was equal, Feng felt that the boy had a brilliant idea. Sophia told the prince to be serious, and he apologized, stating that he had never seen some people who could slap his second brother's face. Then the prince told the gentleman that his second brother had launched the Bloodbath Order to deal with Feng and Sophia. The prince told them that the Blood Killing Guard was an organization established by the ancestor of the empire. He stated that the Blood Killing Guard were feared by the Supreme Venerable when at their peak. Sophia was shocked when she heard those words, her heart skipping a beat at the unexpected revelation. She started worriedly walking around, her mind racing with questions about what they should do, her steps quickening with each anxious thought. Feng told Sophia to stop turning around, his voice tinged with irritation as he struggled to keep his balance, his head spinning from her constant movement. Sophia stated that she had to call Shuilang and the others to come back, her tone urgent, her fingers trembling with anticipation. When she looked back to ask Feng for his opinion, she was surprised by what she saw, her eyes widening in disbelief at the unexpected sight before her. Feng was sleeping and snoring softly, his peaceful expression belying the chaos around them, while Black was reading, his attention absorbed in the pages before him. Sophia became enraged when she saw that the two were carefree, her anger simmering beneath the surface as she struggled to contain her emotions. Feng woke up because of the noise, his eyes fluttering open as he tried to make sense of the commotion. He turned back but mistakenly kissed Sophia, his lips brushing against hers in a moment of confusion. Black pretended that he was not seeing anything, his poker face betraying no hint of amusement, while also closing the eyes of the prince statue, a silent gesture of respect for their privacy. Feng wanted to feign innocence, his mind racing for an excuse, but Black told him to stop acting, his voice firm as he cut through the tension with a pointed remark. Sophia told Feng to stop sleeping and think of something, her patience wearing thin as she struggled to maintain control, but he told her to leave it to him. Sophia slammed her hand on the table and told Feng that they will be dealing with two major force. At the top of a roof, an assassin was looking at Sophia's chest, drooling. The man turned to tell his comrade that Sophia's chest was huge, but saw Feng and his own comrade lying on the roof. Feng kicked him down the roof and stated that he had to deal with the Thieves' Union. At night, in the Thieves' Union, Feng and Black appeared at their roof. Feng and Black jumped down and stated that it seemed like the Union were already expecting them. Some assassin rushed out to attack them, but Feng killed them all at once with his blade. Another group appeared, this time with a master, stabbing at Feng's back. When the dagger was stabbed, the man realized it was a clone. Feng appeared at the back and slashed at them, stating that they were too slow. The master stated that he had to use his ultimate skill, or Feng will kill him. Black stated that they could not come and go as they please without his permission. Suddenly an array appeared on the ground where Black was standing. Black realized that it was the shadow killing array and tried to stop it from completing. Feng saw Black's situation and rushed towards him, asking what was going on. Black looked up and told Feng that it was the power of the law. He exclaimed that it was the true power of gods. Then a voice sounded, stating that their heritage can no longer deal with saints like Feng and Black. Feng angrily slashed at the array when he heard that the Thieve Union were going to kill Sophia. Feng was pushed back, and he realized that his attack was ineffective. Black told Feng that the barrier was the power of law that can only be controlled by gods. Feng asked if it was the same god as the goddess of life. Suddenly Feng froze after a voice stated that he was correct. Feng looked back and saw a lady coming out from a portal leisurely. The lady yawned and stated that she woke up, thinking that she was going to deal with a strong opponent. Then she moved her hand and a purple force appeared. She started shooting some arrows at Feng, but he evaded all of them and rushed towards her. Feng appeared at her back, but obviously the lady knew and smiled. She caught hold of the sword with only 2 fingers. She told Feng that she was impressed by his bravery. Feng shouted that he didn't believe he could not deal with the woman and slashed down again. His attack hit a barrier blocking the lady from any damage. Feng was shocked that his plan didn't work out. Then Feng remembered that there was a status in the portal where the woman came out from. The woman yawned lazily as she felt that Feng was too weak. Feng activated his Blade of Storm and slashed down. The lady stated that Feng surprised her for being able to harm her clone. Feng told her that the real surprise was yet to come. She was shocked when she saw him holding her statue. Feng told her farewell and crushed the statue. Gradually, the purple robe lady started disappearing. Black gave him a thumb up and told him it was amazing. Feng thanked the stupid god for reminding him about the statue. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around him and questioned who he called a stupid god. The lady stated that she would remember his name and come to find him again. Then she completely vanished as the two were watching. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that she was finally gone. Feng told Black it was time to return to the mercenary union. At the mercenary union, a bloodbath was going on, and Sophia was beaten up. She knelt in the ground and prayed that Feng should come back. The leader told Sophia that before she die, he would ask people to console her. He then laughed happily and grabbed her on the neck. He lifted her up and asked if she was so eager to throw herself into his arm. Sophia stated that since she was in their hand, she might as well die. Sophia wanted to stab herself, but the man grabbed her hand. He told Sophia that Feng was long dead, and he and his subordinate laughed. When she heard that Feng was dead, Sophia cried. Suddenly a voice sounded stating that the thief union must die today. Black shouted that those who dare to harm his sister-in-law will die. Then he turned into a dragon and sprayed fire at the assassin. The man was shocked that Feng was still alive. The Supreme Elder had said that the statue could deal with them. He grits his teeth and stated that as long as Sophia was in his hand, he won't act rashly. But on looking at his hand, Sophia was no longer there. He was shocked. Feng told Sophia he was sorry for coming late, and Sophia blushed. Sophia told Feng that he scared her, and he told her not to cry so as not to ruin her makeup. Then Feng turned to the man and told him to get ready to die. The man told Feng that if he had to die, he would take Feng with him. The man then used his stealth ability to turn invisible. Sophia told Feng to be careful, and Feng told her not to worry. The man brought out a scroll and told Feng that he would be back. Feng stated that he was going to end it there and then. Feng smiled, and told the man that the teleportation scroll was just a piece of paper in a saint's solidified space. Feng then slashed down at the old man with all his might. The man was shocked to find out that Feng was a saint ranker. Feng apologized for putting Sophia's safety to a risk, and Sophia stated that it was all right. Sophia turned and told those who could still stand to treat wounded. Feng was still in shock, because Sophia kissed him when she was thanking him. Feng told Black to help people, and he replied that he only know how to kill people. Feng told him that he could at least carry the wounded when transformed. But it was a pity Black didn't have wings. Outside Xinglan City, a campsite can be seen, and the people around were busy. A man came into a camp and Shuilang that he had a commission for them. They opened the commission to see what the mission was. The group were shocked when they saw that the commission was to kill Sophia. His subordinate asked why the chief accepted the commission, when they had already broken Sophia's trust by not protecting her. Shuilang stated that they could accept the mission and not do it. He told his comrade that the commission shows that Feng was in trouble. He stated that they had to break ties with Feng, and also tell him about the commission. At Sophia's mansion, Sophia was sleeping and having a nightmare calling Feng's name. Feng rushed in when he heard Sophia panting, and asked what happened. Sophia's woke up in a daze and asked what was wrong. Feng immediately had nosebleed when he saw Sophia's chest. Sophia greeted Feng and stated that he broke into her room early in the morning. Sophia dragged her word when she asked if he wanted it, and Feng shouted with panic that he didn't want it. Sophia stated that she wanted to repay him properly, but it was a pity he rejected. She enchantingly lifted up the bedsheet while looking at him. Feng immediately had another nosebleed, and Black asked why he was woken up. Feng pushed Black back and left, so he would not see Sophia's body. Sophia touched her cheeks and stated that Feng was so cute. After leaving the room, Feng started training Black on his movement skill. When Sophia appeared, Feng blushed and coughed as he looked at the incoming Sophia. Feng asked Sophia about the losses of the mercenary union last night. Sophia replied that more than 20 brothers died in the battle, and around 60 of them were wounded. Sophia asked Feng if she was worth being the head of the union, and Feng told her not to overthink it, because he was there for her. He told her that he would help her think of a way to improve her strength. Just then, a warrior came in and reported that Sophia's cousin had arrived. Sophia, together with Feng and Black, walked to where Sophia's cousin was. The people were gossiping about how the Thief Union had been expelled from Xinglan City. Soshi, the leader of the Lion Mercenary Regiment, stood at the center of attention. He was also one of the heirs of the Mercenary Union. Soshi looked at the incoming Sophia and greeted her. Sophia asks why he came, and he gave her a letter stating that he was ordered by the elders to participate in the mercenary battle. After reading the letter, Sophia was annoyed and asks why she had to hand the Mercenary Union to him when she was the one who kicked the Thief Union out. Soshi smiles smudgy and told Sophia not to take credit for what she didn't do. Feng asked Sophia what else was written in the letter apart what she already said. Sophia told Feng that the elders wanted her to marry the second prince and support the Mercenary Union. Feng grit his teeth angrily and stated that the elders were a bunch of useless people. Soshi told Feng to watch his word, while asking Sophia if she wants to go against the elders' order. Sophia blocked Feng and asks what will happen if she refused to follow the order. Soshi stated that if she was persistent, he would enforce the family rules on behalf of elders and force her back. Sophia told Soshi not to try scaring her because she also had followers. Soshi told Sophia to rely on herself because the people at her back were weaklings. Sophia shouted out that she would never hand over the Mercenary Union of Xinglan City to him. She became more confident when she saw Xuelong and told them to get Soshi out of the union. The people began contemplating on who would win the fight. Xuelong told Soshi he was sorry for the intrusion and would leave after he was done there. He turned to Sophia and Feng, stating that he was there to bid them farewell. The people were shocked that Xuelong and his team were running away instead of helping their president. Xuelong stated that they're accepted a new commission, so they need to leave Xinglan City immediately. Sophia was disappointed and asks if they came all the way there just to say those words. The bald hair told Sophia that their Blood Wolf regiment was tiny and cannot interfere in the fight. Feng felt disappointed in Xuelong and his teammate. Sophia asks if the Blood Wolf regiment had decided to kick them when they are down. Soshi told Sophia to give up since her subordinates have given up on her. Feng and Black patted Sophia on the shoulder and told her that they supported her. Soshi was angry and asks Feng what right he had to interfere in the matter. Sophia told Soshi that Feng can speak on her behalf. Feng told Soshi that the head of the Mercenary Union can be decided in a duel. He stated that if Sophia lost, the union will belong to Soshi, but if Soshi lost, he would leave. Soshi thought in his mind that it was a good idea. At least he could use the chance to teach Feng a lesson. Soshi agreed and stated that both of them will fight to determine the winner. Feng told Soshi that it was better he picked Black as an opponent. Soshi thought that Feng was pushing someone else to replace him, and told Feng that for the sake of Sophia he won't end his life. Soshi brought out his sword and told Feng to bring it on, and Feng agreed. The people whispered that Feng as a toy boy didn't know his place. Xuelong told his team it was time to go, because they were sure Feng could not win against Soshi. Before they could leave, an aura of space solidification that only Saints knows descended on them. Feng told them not to be in a rush, and Xuelong realized that Feng was already a saint. Feng stood there, and Soshi attacked him feeling that Feng was a weakling. When his sword stabbed into Feng, it dissipated, and the real Feng appeared at his back. Feng did not use his blade to attack, he smacked Soshi, and Soshi got injured, asking how strong Feng was. Feng asked why he had to tell him, and told Soshi to get lost since he was the loser. Soshi disagreed and stated that he won't leave. Feng's face turned cold, and he asked Soshi if he intended to violate the contract. Soshi told Feng that his purpose was to participate in the battle, not to be the guild leader. Feng didn't know if Soshi had a thing for Sophia, so the decision to stay was a problem. Xuelong and the others were unreliable, and Sophia will need the support of a strong mercenary regiment. Sophia caught hold of Feng's hand and told him to let Soshi stay. Since Sophia had spoken, Feng told Soshi that he could stay. Sophia told Soshi to settle his Lion Mercenary Regiment. Then she dismissed everyone. Everyone started leaving the hall since the show already ended. Sophia looked back and asked Xuelong and the others why they were still there. Xuelong stated in his mind that they also wanted to leave, but didn't know that Feng had already become a saint. Feng told Sophia to forget about Xuelong and the others. Sophia was surprised that Feng called her Fia. Black was so furious about the lovey-dovey act. Suddenly a female voice sounded and narrated everything Feng had done, stating that Feng really planned it well. The person who said those words was none other than Snow. Sophia asked what brings Snow, the granddaughter of the Mage Union, to the Mercenary Union. Snow asked if the Mercenary Union was a prohibited place, and she was not allowed to enter. Sophia stated that if Snow was jealous, she could also find someone as strong as Feng. Snow grabbed Feng's hand, and Sophia also grabbed Feng's hand. Soon a drag started. Snow told Feng to follow her, and Sophia told him not to. Feng was feeling uncomfortable. Feng was dropped at the side, and Snow and Sophia were arguing. Snow told Sophia that the Mage Union were always first every year, and the Mercenary Union was the last. Sophia was shocked and told Snow to get out if she was there to brag. Black was eating watermelon happily, and murmuring that women are the most entertaining. Both of the women glared at him and he was scared into throwing his watermelon away. Feng separated the two girls and asked what was wrong with them. Feng cleared his throat and asked Snow what she wanted to tell him. Snow called Feng and the others shithead, and Feng rebuked her angrily. Snow told Feng that he had already forgotten what he promised and did. Feng dragged Sophia away and told her to ignore Snow. Snow told Feng that he better not regret it if he left. Feng told her that there was nothing to regret. Snow then told Feng that it was about Su Wei. Feng stopped on his track when he heard that it was about Su Wei. Feng appeared in front of Snow and asked her about Wire. Snow told Feng that Su Wei was her junior, so she could bring her up. Feng wanted to say that Su Wei had passed away, but Snow interrupted his word. Feng was shocked when he heard that Su Wei seems to be alive. Snow told Feng that at that time, she had used her teacher's scroll to save Su Wei. She brought Su Wei, who was on the verge of death, back to the academy. Feng was surprised that it means only one thing. Snow completed his word, telling him that Su Wei was still alive. Feng remembered the times he stayed with Su Wei. Sophia walked close and asked Feng was wrong. Black was even more confused and asked where another girl came from. Feng gripped Snow tightly and asked if Su Wei was still in the Xingyian Academy, and she agreed. Feng immediately disappeared from there, telling Sophia that he was going to Xinglan Academy. Snow touched her hand and stated that Feng was a rough and anxious man. Sophia was the most confused. She asked Snow who Su Wei was. Too bright light was rushing towards Xinglan Academy. Feng was lamenting how he used to be a martial art trash that couldn't protect Su Wei, but now he had the strength to do so. Black told Feng that there was a barrier ahead, and Feng agreed to break in. Both of them hit the barrier, and a huge explosive sound spread in the areas. Teacher Landi, who was watering some flowers, was surprised that someone dared to break into Xinglan Academy. Feng and Black broke in and rushed toward where Su Wei was. Landi blocked their way and asked who they were. Feng and Black glanced at each when they realized that the man was a saint. Feng introduced himself and stated that he was sorry for barging in. Hearing Feng's name, Landi was surprised that Feng was the one distracting Su Wei from cultivating. Landi told Feng it was enough of the bullshit and attack him. Feng had not even dodged anything before being sent flying back by him. The student began clamoring about the person fighting President Landi. Black told Feng to go and find Su Wei and he would block Landi. Before he could finish speaking, Landi knocked out some blood from his mouth. He asked who gave them the courage to discuss before him. Feng realized that E&D had been a saint for many years and stronger than them. However the situation was, he could not give up until he saw Su Wei. He used his blade double slash to attack Landi, but it was stopped. Landi sent him flying back with just a wave of his hand. The student stated that with Feng's ability, he won't defeat the president. Feng saw that Landi had a tremendous power and realized that he could not fight him head-on. Then he decided to try his newly realized skill, which was the threefold mirror clone. Feng had used his vitality chi to condense two clone with the same strength as him. Landi realized that the clone was equally strong as Feng. Feng attacked and shouted out, "Those who stand on his way to meet Su Wei shall die." Landi didn't move. Instead, he asked Feng what would happen if Su Wei found out that he attacked her teacher. Feng immediately break her in mid-air, not daring to let his sword touch Landi. Feng questioned if he was of the Four Saint, and he asked how he was so young. Immediately, Feng was distracted. Landi smirks and stated that he had found the real Feng. Feng woke up to realization, and cursed that even saints can actually cheat. Both of them exchanged moves after move to decide the winner. And finally their blade clashed together and a huge explosion happened. The students speculating the show wanted to know who won the fight. In the end, it was a tie. Landi felt that Feng was really unbelievable. Shouting out, Feng told Landi to come at him and bring it on. Landi thought in his mind that if really defeated Feng, Su Wei would be mad at him. Feng told him he could not stop as he pleased and mess with him. Landi told Feng that if Su Wei didn't sacrifice herself to save him, he would not have been so merciful. Then he told Feng that Su Wei was in close-door cultivation to heal her wound, and if he let Feng meet her, it won't do her any good. Feng apologized for his recklessness and asked when Su Wei will recover. Landi told Feng he would do his best to cure Su Wei and let Snow inform him when she recover. He also informed Feng that some high rankers were attracted to their battle and are on their way to them. Black told Feng he could feel several people coming their way. Feng promised in his heart that the first person to meet Wei after she recovers would be him. Feng took back his clone and told Landi to take care of Su Wei and notify him if possible. Feng also apologized for the losses and stated that he was willing to compensate for the losses of the academy. Landi was angry and asked who Feng was calling senior. Feng was confused and told him that senior was the best word to use for a renowned person of many years ago. Landi watched Feng leave and promised to make Feng regret deceiving his successor. When they got home, Black told Feng that he would have used his dragon breath to burn Landi. Feng was still worried about Su Wei, since Landi stated that he was not sure when she would recover. Feng then looked at Sophia and asked if Snow had left, and he received an affirmation. Sophia told Feng he heard from Snow about the story of him and Su Wei, and wished to meet the girl that he cared about so much. Feng was stunned and remembered that his mind went blank when he heard about Suwer. Now he didn't know how to resolve the situation. Feng thanked her, but she laughed and stated that he looked so silly. Black came behind Feng and told him that since he was already a saint, the women are nothing, but Feng told him to shut up. Sophia brought them back to business talk and asked Feng if he knew anything about the Battle of the Union. Feng cooled down after Sophia changed the topic and told her that he knew a thing or two. Sophia explained that the Battle of Union was a competition between the major unions, and the battle prolonged the feud between her union and the Thieves' Union. She told Feng that the feud between the two unions started from Suhan, and according to the records, the two fought several battles during the deity battle. However, the founder of the Thieves' Union ambushed Suhan at the critical moment, and the two of them died in the battle. After that, Suhan's younger brother inherited the mercenary union, and the battle went on for thousands of years. Therefore, the Thieves' Union won't give up. Instead, they will definitely use the chance they had to kill Feng and the others. Just as they were speaking, Snow came in with her load and told the servant to move it to the second floor. Feng was confused and asked why she was there. Snow stated that Sophia agreed to let her stay to take care of him in replacement of Su Wei. After hearing what she said, Feng immediately knew that the day to come won't be peaceful. At the headquarters of the Thieves' Union, the people realized that Legu was dead. The elder in golden and black robe asked 4 elders to go and take back what belonged to them. The 4 elders ordered to wipe out the mercenary union were at the peak of 9th tier. The golden robe elder also gave them the statue of the female god Feng fought with once. The golden robe elder told them that with the statue, even a saint will die. At night in Sophia's courtyard, the light was still on inside the house. Feng felt that he was going insane. It had been over their days since the girls cooked many times and asked him to tell who was better. Feng asked if he really had to decide who cooked better. He told the girls that their dishes was delicious. The girls didn't agree and told Feng that he must decide. Feng wanted to ask Black for help, but was told by Black that he refused to involve himself in Feng's matter. Sophia told Snow that she was a guest, so she should not bother cooking. Snow told Sophia she was doing it in replacement of Su Wei, but Sophia warned her not to use Su Wei to push her, and Snow asked if she was guilty. Just as they stopped quarreling, they both asked Feng who was sneaking away where he was going to. Feng felt that his whole world had been destroyed after the 2 girls told him to come back. Sophia asked what was wrong when she saw his expression change, and he told her that the rat of the Thief Union had finally appeared. He laughed a little and stated that a lot of people had also come to spectate as well. Feng went outside and told the hiding thieves to come out. The people from the Warrior Union and Archer Union were spying and gossiping about how to sleep with Sophia. Feng slapped the mouth of the Warrior Union spy with a stone when he stated that he wanted to sleep with Sophia. Feng shouted that he would count to 3, and if the spectators did not leave, he would kill them all. Sophia came out and supported Feng's decision, stating that she was not afraid to be their enemy. The Elder Thieves told the Shadow Guards to use their stealth skill and assassination ability to kill Feng. Snow wanted to go and help Feng, but Sophia blocked her way and told her that Feng could settle it. Feng started counting the elders of the Thieves Union, and when the number reached 3, he prepared to attack. The 3 elders were shocked when Feng used space solidification to lock them in their position. It was then that they knew they were fighting a saint. Even the spy from the Warrior Union was shocked that Feng was a saint. Even Snow was surprised that her instructor was a saint. After locking the elders, Feng told Black that it was his turn to take action. Black blew fire on the 3 elders who were shouting for Black to spare them. The spies from different unions stood up stating that they won't let Feng cause any trouble anymore. Feng exclaimed when he saw that someone slipped away. Before he could move, another group blocked his way, and this time it was the blood-killing guards. The spies concluded that Feng was doomed, since it must be an order from the second prince. Feng calculated the strength of the blood guard and felt that it was going to be troublesome. The leader rushed towards Feng angrily, telling him to go to hell. Feng used his double slash to block the blood guard leader's attack. But Feng was startled when the leader diverted and rushed towards Snow and Sophia instead. Feng immediately used space solidification to freeze the leader in one place. Feng told Black to stop him when the leader broke free from the space solidification. The leader was sent flying back by Black and clashed with Feng's blade. His comrade fell to the floor when he used the bloodstring to draw energy from them. Feng was surprised and questioned if the bloodstring could cause damage to others. Since that was the case, Feng decided to use his mirror clone to cut off the bloodstring. The blood guard leader won't let that happen, so he used his blood energy transmission. Looking at the growing energy, Feng realized that the leader was close to being a saint, so he decided to sabotage his growth. Feng felt that if he was still a newly leveled up saint, it would have been troublesome. but he was not. Feng used his eightfold attack to destroy the huge energy created by the Blood Guard leader. Feng panted heavily because his attack had consumed too much of his vitality ki. The leader appeared at the back of Feng and attacked him. The two ladies were anxious and shouted for Feng to watch his back. Feng told the leader that he was sorry to let him down since he still had vitality chi to protect himself. The leader was angry and told him not to be complacent as he expanded his body. Feng had lost his patience, so he slashed and divided the leader into two halves. Then the two ladies rushed to support Feng, who had used too much energy. Feng pats Sophia's hair and told her it should be peaceful for some while. Snow was annoyed and called them adulterous couple. Black, who was still single, felt that Snow was cursing him instead. Feng then told the spies who had been watching to go back, so they all left since the show had finished. After Feng saw them leave, his stomach grumbled and he felt hungry. Immediately he finished speaking. The two girls served their food at the same time and told him to dig in. In the Dragon Valley, little Jin, who was eating, questioned why Feng had not come to look for him. Then the little dragon had an idea and decided to slip out and find Feng and Sophia. At another place, Artist's forefather asked him if he used the bloodbath order and he agreed. The ancestor asked if he investigated the mission target background and strength before using the order. The second prince told his ancestor that Feng was at most a 9th tier ranker. The ancestor attacked him and stated that a 9th tier ranker cannot wipe out the blood guards. His ancestors advised him to play his role as the second prince and not solely fixate on being crowned the king. The second prince, though discontent, found himself compelled to make compromises due to lack of alternatives. Subsequently, the ancestor instructed someone to extend an invitation to Feng early the next morning. He was eager to discern the prowess of anyone capable of besting the bloodbath guards, meticulously honed over decades. Summoning an earth stone, he promptly shattered it, expressing his desire to gauge Feng's strength. Black wallowed in schadenfreude over Feng's misfortune, relishing the opportunity to jest at his expense. Feng lamented that he had been coerced into consuming 8 meals the preceding night. Black asserted that Feng's intellect was lacking, criticizing his inability to seize advantageous opportunities. When Feng heard what Black said, he angrily attacked him. But Black told Feng that he can't get him. But they were both interrupted by someone who declared that the third prince of Jinglan Empire has arrived. The third prince himself knelt down in front of the two and called them his idol, telling them that he is back. But Feng was confused and asked the third prince why he came back again. He told them he came to express gratitude and also represent his father to invite the two to the royal palace. Feng was surprised that the king of the Jinglan Empire wants to meet them, so he wondered if he wants to avenge his second son. But his thoughts were interrupted by Sophia and Snow, who told that it is time breakfast. Feng immediately grabbed the third prince, telling him that they should leave immediately, and that a palace. Feng said that the royal palace of the Jinglan Empire is majestic. But the third prince said that they got this through exploitation, so there was nothing amazing about it. And Black told them that when he was at the Orc Empire, he could just fight his way in instead of waiting. The third asked if he is that powerful, also begging him to bring him along next time, and Black agreed. After getting to a stone gate, the third prince announced that they have arrived at their destination. The king of Jinglan Empire Yadishenao laughed and welcomed the protagonist and Black. Black and Feng immediately bowed respectfully and greeted the king, but he told them there was no need for the formalities. The third prince noticed his second brother kneeling on the ground, so he asked him what was wrong. Pretending to tell him to get up, he congratulated his second brother for being out of the picture. The king looked at Feng, saying that he is the talented young man who won the duel with the orcs. Feng thanked the king for the praises, while telling Black he feels like something is off, so he should be careful. The king turned to his son, the second prince, who was kneeling on the ground, and told him to apologize to Feng. But Feng laughed and told the king to ask his friend who is hiding in the dark to show himself. No long after he said that, an explosion went off in the place, but him and Black was standing. But the king activated his shield ability and protected his two sons, as if he was expecting that to happen. After the explosion subsided, an old man appeared amidst the smoke and stood in a dignified manner. Feng realized how strong the old man is and became confused because he thought they were only 3 venerable in that world. The old man immediately said that the reason Feng wipe out his blood guards is because he is already a saint at such a young age. He continued saying that unfortunately talents usually die at a very young age, while rushing toward Feng. Before the man could get to Feng, Black attacked him, so he turned and counterattacked with his fire ability. After throwing off Black, he became surprised because the protagonist suddenly appeared behind him. He could not help but say that it is not Feng's strength nor magic, but his power is very odd, while dodging the attack. Black, who was thrown off, rushed and started attacking the old man, but he condensed a battle shield. Feng immediately activated his ability, the 8-fold attack, and directed towards the old man's shield. and the old man also attacked with his fire ability, directly smashing most of the building there. The king was surprised that Feng could draw a tie, their forefather, so he wondered what kind of backing Feng has. The third prince, on the other hand, wondered how he could make Feng and Black stand by his side. The old man knows that if Feng gets serious in the fight, then it would be hard to deal with. But Feng is surprised that the old man could easily withstand his eightfold attack. Black told him that the old man is at least a second-level saint, but Feng asked what it is. A laugh resounded as the old man apologized to Feng and Black for offending them and caused the start of the battle. But the protagonist told the old man if he thinks they could stop as he please, just because he apologized. The old man acknowledged the fact that Feng has a half-dragon by his side, so he apologized with his name, Yadi Shengzhan. Feng called the old man an old fox in his head and accepted the apology. Black asked in shock if Yadi Shengzhan is the monarch that survived in war and nearly wiped out the entire Orcs Empire. The old man told them that it was in the past, and continued saying that Feng didn't seem to know about the level of a saint. He agreed, saying that the old man is right because it is his first time hearing of a second-level saint. The old man told Feng that those who newly advance to the saint realm are known as junior-level saint. After that is the first-level saint, and Black is almost near to becoming a first-level saint. Then there comes the second-level saint. He said he had just became one after cultivating for centuries, and the last is venerable. That surprised Feng, and he told the old man to tell him everything in detail. But the old man told him that it is inappropriate to talk there, so they should talk somewhere else. Feng thanked the old man for resolving his doubt. The old man accepted the thanks sincerely. Feng immediately left with Black, saying that they would come back for the old man's advice if there is a chance. The old man told the king to relay a message saying that Feng is his distinguished guest. Although it is nothing but a future venerable is different, and Feng might be one of the future venerable. While at the other side, someone knocked at Sophia's door, and she opened the door while asking who was there. She immediately rejoiced when she saw that it is her father that is standing in front of her. But she asked him if he also wants her to hand over the mercenary union of Jinglin City to him. Her father, the president of the mercenary union Sopo, told her that the elders have some new thoughts about the union. Sophia told her father that they were not strong enough. So what other ideas would the elders have beside playing up to the royal family? But her father told her that he heard what happened in Jinglin City. He also asked if Feng likes her. But she asked him when he was suddenly talking about Feng, since he was originally talking about the elders. And her father told her that the elders said that if Feng likes her, the hope you would assist them in the battle of the union. But Sophia rejected immediately, saying that Feng has already helped her more than enough, so she can't ask him to fight for those meaningless things. Her father told her that the elders promised to make her the next head of the mercenary family if she have Feng join the battle of the union. Touching her on her shoulder, he reminded her that she had been fighting for the head position for a very long time. However, with her current strength, she can't really fight her cousins over the head position. But Sophia disagreed, saying that if she obtained the head position through that kind of deal, she won't like it. But her father used his authority as a head, ordering her to do everything in her power to make Feng join the battle on their behalf. Sophia was surprised when she had her father other her using his authority as the head, because he had never done that before. And her father told her that if she had any respect for him, she will do according to what he said. Sophia immediately asked him when he became like that, also saying that he promised her mother would leave better if he got the head position. She started blaming him, asking him where he was when her and her mother was humiliated, and when she was forced into a marriage between Artis and her. But her father immediately landed his hand on top of the table, telling her that he had enough of her complaining. But Sophia continued to say that today he stood on their elder's side and treated her as a chess piece. She started crying, asking him if he was really her father, also questioned if he was still a man. And her father immediately raised up his hand about to slap her, screaming that she should shut up. But someone screamed that he should stop, and his body froze in one place, causing him to be unable to move. Feng rushed towards Sophia and told her not to be scared. But her father realized that Feng is already on a saint level. When Sophia saw Feng, she immediately hugged him while sobbing in his chest. Black, who was hiding under the table, could not help but say that that place is the best place to watch the show. Feng hugged her back, while comforting her and saying his mind that she is really stubborn and won't listen. After Sophia calmed down, she released Feng and told him that she was not fine, also telling him to release her father. He snapped his finger and Sophia's father was immediately released as he trembled after being frozen for so long. Sophia's father told Feng that since him and his daughter have feeling toward each other, him and the elders would agree to their relationship. But Feng apologizing that he had misunderstood because him and Sophia are not in that kind of relationship. When Sophia had what Feng said, she wondered if he is always thinking about where. Sophia immediately told her father to stop spewing nonsense and grabbed the protagonist on his hand, telling him that they should leave. But Sophia's father told Feng that if Sophia cannot marry him, the elders would marry her off to the Midsummer Empire. He continued saying that that is the elder's intention, and he has no power to object, so he hopes Feng reconsider. But Sophia said that she was going to quit the mercenary family, so the elders should come to her personally if they dare. Her father said that the mercenary union had been in last place for so many years, and if there were still in last place that year, he will lose his position. Sophia asked him what was so good about the head position, also questioning if he cares so much about it. Her father told her that it doesn't care about it, but he cares about her mother, and she needs precious medical herbs from the family to help her recuperate. He continued saying that he knows he is useless, but her mother's life is in their hand, so he has to continue fighting over the head position. He told her that he have had enough of the head position, but not only does he not have power, he also have to bear responsibility, which surprised Sophia. And he also had enough of lowering himself before the elders, but he must tolerate it. And things might be different since she has Feng, who is a saint. And if he becomes the head, the elders will definitely pay her some respect. Black, who was still under the table, could not help but say that the world is much the same everywhere. So how could there be such a ridiculous thing? Feng started considering what Sopo said, and told Sophia that they won't lose in the deal, so they should accept it. He then asked Sopo whether Sophia would become the next head of the mercenary family if he participates in the Battle of the Union. When Sophia's father agreed, he told them that he would represent the mercenary union in the Battle of the Union. However, Sopo have to relay a message to the elders that day, better not others to fear around in the future, and they will regret it if they do. Sophia's father immediately agreed, saying that he would send someone to relay that message right away. Feng, watching Sophia's father leave, he wondered what kind of people the elder of the mercenary family are. Sophia apologized to the protagonist, but he told her not to act like a stranger. But her father seems too serious about marrying her off to him. Sophia immediately closed the protagonist's mouth, telling him that she already said her father was talking nonsense. Black already came out and wrote on red clothes that they should have a harmonious love. Sophia started blushing and ran away while the protagonist asked Black what he was saying. He continued telling Black to stop messing around because he should spend more time thinking about who the elders are. Black immediately told Feng that there are many more strong people hidden secretly from other races. So Feng asked if Black think the elders of mercenary family are saint or vulnerable. But Black disagreed. But Feng told him that no matter what, there should not underestimate a saint, because he thought he was strong to protect himself before, but that didn't seem to be the case. He continued telling Black that he was going to cultivate close door for some time to see if he could break through, so he would leave the house matter to him. Black yawned, telling him to go ahead, also saying that humans are troublesome, and being a dragon is better because the more he grows, the stronger he'll get. But Feng ignored him and climbed up the stairs, saying he would inform Sophia first, before going into closed door, as he wondered if he should also inform Snow, because if Wire comes out while he's cultivating closed down, Snow could notify him. He immediately walked towards Snow's door and knocked on it, but everywhere was quiet. So he opened the door and entered, wondering if she's not around, so he decided to leave her a note. But what he saw surprised him. He didn't expect Snow to like cute stuffs, and it is beyond his imagination. Snow, on the other hand, who had just come out of her bathing room, freezed when she saw the protagonist inside her room. A scream could be had with resounding throughout the mansion and the sound of someone being slapped. Feng was surprised because he wasn't given a chance to react, and was pushed outside her room with a hand mark on his face. Sophia, who came out after hearing the scream, asked Feng if he likes to peep on girls bathing. Feng immediately started weaving his hands while blushing, tell her that he doesn't like doing such. But Sophia told him that he should have told her because if he likes it, she could do it anytime with him. Feng immediately ran away, saying that he was going to cultivate closed door, while weaving goodbye to her. Finally, in his room, he sat silently, saying that all of his power comes from the Huazia internal martial arts. However, the moves he has awakened are all shattered, so he was going to try cultivating a set of move. He went through moves that he could use, such as immersing the chi into the cinnabar field, and learning through the techniques. He started gathering it as blue light shined around him and some of the energies going toward his dantian. But he suddenly woke up because he felt something dropping like water in his dantian. He could not help but wonder what is going on, and when his vitality ki turned into liquid. And compared to gaseous vitality ki, liquidified vitality ki is clearly more majestic. He wondered if it could be that vitality ki is gradually going to condense into a liquid. But he was suddenly surprised when he saw the fishes of Tai Chi, so he wondered if it is because he started learning Tai Chi. He immediately tries to calm his chi and clear his spirit platform, also stabilizing his cinnabar field. He noticed that his vitality chi has become thicker enough for him to cast the eightfold attacks 6 times, and even stronger attacks. However, at the same time, the liquidified vitality chi is harder to control, and it is like a puddle of water. But he knew that something like that shouldn't have happened. But in that case, he decided to try out his wind ability. It turned out to be effective, so he moved on to try moving an entire lake so that he would see the outcome. As he was trying to move an entire lake, he saw that it worked, so his screamed that he did it. The king and Weir's master could not help but say that Feng already managed to break through as they watch him fight. On the stage, the protagonist was fighting against his opponent. He activated his imprisonment ability. The audience who were watching his battle against his opponent could nothing help but say that he has reached the saint level, while the opponent Feng is battling against was screaming that he should have mercy on him. As the battle went on, a voice going hard, telling Snow to be gently, because she was pulling the old man's beard. Feng turned and immediately knew that the old man is the vice president of the Mage Union, and he could resolve a saint's spatial imprisonment. The old man immediately told Feng and his opponent to stop fighting for his sake. Feng's opponent agreed, but continued saying that the Mage Union is the head of all unions after all. But he turned and told Feng not to become complacent just because he is already a saint, or he would easily lose his life. And that pissed off Feng as he tried to attack the man again, but was stopped by Sophia. While Snow, who was standing behind her grandfather, screamed that Feng should not make a move against his opponent. Feng apologized for being almost late for the Battle of the Union, but she told him that he is more important than the battle. Sophia's father immediately introduced Feng as the representative of their mercenary union. A man from another union could not help but say that it didn't expect the mercenary union to be able to convince Feng into joining them. Snow's grandpa immediately said that since everyone was there, the Battle of the Union would start, so everyone should come and draw a name. But Feng's formal opponent refused to draw a name, saying that he wants to have a duel with the mercenary union instead. Feng asked Sophia if it is possible to appoint an opponent in a duel, and she agreed, saying that there was no problem in doing that. After that, Sophia told President Ying Sha that she agreed with his proposal about battling with Feng. Ying told Feng that today was his day of fall, but Feng told him that he has heard similar phrases a lot, but nothing works at the end. But Ying told Feng not to think he could do whatever he wants just because he had broken through to the saint level. Feng crosses this hand on his chest, saying that he can indeed do whatever he wants, since he has already become a saint. Snow's grandpa immediately announced that the first duel would be the Mercenary Union versus the Thieves Union. Sophia told the protagonist that the Thieves Union must have something up their sleeves again, so he should be careful. And he told her to believe in him, as he heads and stood on the battle arena, standing face to face with his opponent. Ying immediately told Feng that he should cherish his last moment, before he will die in the hand of his people. As the opponent rushed toward the protagonist, he used that opportunity to activate his own ability, stretching out his sword and pointing it forward. Both him and his opponent exchanged several blows and attacks, trying to find each other's weakness. As he's opening stretched out his claw to attack him, he condensed his spatial imprisonment. But he immediately noticed that something is wrong with his opponent, because he is unable to truly attack it. And he can't feel any trace of living energy on it, and the gray energy surrounding his open, and could absorb the energy around, so it's devoured his spatial imprisonment. Ying, who was sitting on the audience watching his puppet fight, Feng suddenly brought out a whistle and blew it, and it gave a beep sound. The puppets that is originally freezed by Feng suddenly charged up and destroyed the attack that froze it. Snow's grandpa could not help but scream that Feng's opponent is a blood sacrifice wraith corpse. Snow immediately pulled his beard, asking him what that is, also telling him to get to the point and not beat around the bush. So the old man told her that a blood sacrifice wraith corpse he's created from an evil sacrificial method in the era of ancient deities, and that it is created using a blood essence instructed from thousands of people who were born on Sunday, and it is also immune to many attacks. Ying immediately praised the old man for knowing about that, and told everyone to start spectating the death of the youngest saint, Feng. Feng, who is still on the battle arena fighting with his opponent, realized that it could also teleport. When the wraith corpse appeared behind Feng, it attacked immediately, not giving him time to react. Snow, who saw this happen, could not help but scream out in concern for her instruct, so that he would be careful in the fight. And Sophia herself also screamed out to Feng with deep concern showing in her eyes. As Feng battled with his opponent, he realized that the wraith corpse has pure and terrifying power. But he never backed down. He pointed his sword in the direction of his opponent, saying that he would like to see how tough it is. He started attacking his opponents repeatedly, using his quadruplet attack ability. But when he slashed it with his sword, he realized that it could even devour his sword aura, and its body is hard as steel. It could also devour any type of energy, literally like a turtle. Also, the death aura could penetrate Feng's body, and he knew that that can't go on any longer. Sophia held onto her father's arm tightly while praying that the protagonist should not give up on the fight. Snow also shook Grandpa, praying that Feng would think of something. But her grandpa heard that he also has no way to destroy the wraith corpse. He turned to President Ying and told him that if the Church of Light finds out, he wonders if the Royal Highness would talk to him in person. President Ying started panicking and also stopped blowing the whistle that he was about to blow. But since the whistle was what controlled the Wraith Corps, it halted in the middle of the fight, causing Feng to have an opportunity to attack it. Feng immediately turned and realized that the whistle in Ying's hands is what controlled his opponent in the fight. You could not help but say that if he got the whistle, he would obtain a saint fighter on his side. But he realized that the death aura is getting thicker, and the magic barrier can't understand it anymore, so it started cracking up. Feng was surprised when he saw that the death aura is flowing into his cinnabar field. Not only that, it has also been assimilated by the fishes of Tai Chi, and Tai Chi is organized into yin and yang, which means life and death. So the death aura of the Wraith Corps is incomparable to the fishes of Tai Chi. In that case, if he activated the fishes of Tai Chi and used the yin fish to turn Vitality QI into Jet aura, he might be able to harm it. Feng activated the two forms of Tai Chi called the Life and Death counterattack. Immediately after that, he attacked the Wraith Corps with his sword pointing at the corpse chest. President Ying, who was sitting on the audience, immediately coughed out blood when the Wraith Corps is injured, which he found unbelievable. While in the battle arena, Feng already punched a huge hole on the Wraith Corps' chest, and blood splashed everywhere. Then Feng realized that the consumption of Chi of Death Aura conversion is equivalent to 2 8-fold attack. It is also very powerful, but hands high consumption rate. President Ying immediately rushed to attack Feng, saying that he dared to kill his wraith, so he will kill Feng for that. But Feng suddenly disappeared from his original standing spot, and appeared in the air with his sword rise up. He then slashed President Ying to death, not even giving him time to resist. Only the whistle was left. After killing President Ying, Feng stretched out his hand and caught the falling whistle. He then named the move he used to kill President Ying the Slash of Life and Death. The Mercenary Union, whom stated that Feng is representing, immediately rejoiced of their victory. Feng jumped down to the ground and told Vice President Nicholas that he may announce the results, while the people in the Thieves' Union kept saying that Feng dared to kill the President Ying Sha. But Feng told them that his opponent was supposed to be Ying Sha, and life and death do us matter in a duel, so there's no problem with him killing Ying. Snow on the other side kept pulling her grandfather's beard and telling him to hurry up and announce the battle results. Her grandfather immediately announced that the winner of the duel is the Mercenary Union. Sophia rushed and hugged Feng, saying that she was scared, but it is a good thing that he won the battle. Sopo rejoiced, saying that they finally got back at the Thieves' Union and even killed Jing Sha. Many other unions there started coming to Sopo one after another to congratulate him on his whining. The Thieves' Union called Feng, and he turned and asked them if they want to take revenge for their dead president. The man told Feng that he is indeed capable of killing their president, but he hoped he would return the blood spirit whistle to them. And Feng pretended to have lost the whistle. He said that it was there a moment ago, so how did it vanish into thin air? The man told his teammate to take down the Wraith Corps, because it would be useless even at Feng-less the blood-spent whistle. But Feng blocked their way, saying that the blood sacrifice Wraith Corps is his loot from the battle. They immediately told Feng to wait until their forefather came for him before leaving. Feng could not help but say that it seems that every family has an old saint hiding in the dark as an ancestors. Snow's grandpa immediately continued the duel, saying that they should draw a name since they are the only ones left. Sophia heads towards Feng, telling him that both of them should go and rest somewhere else. On the resting place, Snow brought some food for Feng, telling him that he must be tired so he should have the snack. As he was about to take another bite, Sophia asked Snow if she was there to impress Liu Feng, with a sly smile on her face. Snow told her not to misunderstand, also saying that she fed those foods to pigs, then asked Sophia if she wanted some. Her grandpa was shocked when he heard what she said, so he wondered if he is one of the pigs since he is eating one of Ven's snacks. Feng decided not to eat the snacks, or Sophia and Snow would fight each other at any moment. He told the two ladies that there would be more duels, so he should nurse himself before the duel. As he was cultivating silently inside a room, he had no idea Sophia is kneeling in front of him and admiring his face. But he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Sophia's face, bought him, and her became startled. Because Sophia was starting, she almost fell backward, but Feng grabbed her and she fell on top of him with a thump. Sophia immediately stood up and said that she came to inform him that it is his turn in the duel. Feng scratched his hair and asked Sophia who he would be fighting with in the duel, and she told him that it is the last round, and he's going to be fighting against the Mage Union. She smiled and told him that the unions there drew surrendered, so they only have to face the Mage Union. Snow's grandpa turned to Feng and said that it must have been had for him to train Snow, so he is thanking him for that. Feng smiled politely at the old man and accepted his thanks sincerely. When the old man saw how sincere Feng is, he told him that he looked forward to Feng enlightening him. But Feng told him that there was no need for the duel, because the Mercenary Union surrenders. The old man was surprised that Feng surrendered for the Mercenary Union, so he turned and asked for President Sopo's approval. But President Sopo said that Feng speaks on their behalf, and they are more than satisfied to be in the second place. The old man then announced that the first place of the Battle of the Unions is the Mage Union. Feng asked Sophia if she blames him for deciding on his own. She disagreed, saying that he already helped them more than enough. However, he surrendered for Snow, so she feels a bit sad about it. But Feng told her that he thinks their mercenary union currently does not have the capability to be the head of the unions yet. Sophia immediately asked if it is so, and the old man announced the second place as the mercenary union, while the third is the warrior union. But someone fell and crashed on the floor behind Feng, and he turned around to see who, and A turned out to be Black. Black, who crashed and cracked the floor, told Feng that he must avenge him. He told Feng that Lan to say that Wire had fully recovered, but he ambushed him when he was unguarded. But what caught Feng's attention is the fact that Black said Wire has recovered. At the entrance of the Jinglin Academy, Feng asked Sophia if she is done with preparing a gift, but Sophia asked him why he's in a hurry. She questioned if he intended to break into the academy again. He told her he wished he could, and also asked her if she really is not coming with him to the academy. And Sophia told him that he is going to meet Wire, so why should she have to go along with him? Feng wanted to complain, but Sophia told him that everything is alright, so he should start leaving. Black, who is behind Feng, asking if he doesn't think they prepared too many apology gift for Lan Di, and also told him to store it on his space ring. Feng told him that he put the Wraith Corpse inside the space ring, but Black complained that Lan Di beated him, yet he still have to carry those apology gift. So Feng comforted him by saying that he would pay for all of Black's shoujo mangas, and Black immediately agreed. When they got to Jinglin Academy, many people were saying that they most get into the academy. Some young ladies were looking at President Lan Di's statues and saying that he is so handsome and their ideal boyfriend. Finally, Feng and Black got to the inner courtyard entrance of Jinglin Academy while still carrying the gift. But before the both of them could pass the entrance gate, they were stopped by one of the female disciple. She told them that outsiders are prohibited from entering the inner courtyard, and if they like to take a look at the president's statue, they could do it outside. Feng immediately introduced himself and told them that he came to visit President Lan Di, but the female disciple laughed as if she heard a joke. She then asked Feng if he is a martial trash. Also pointed at Black, saying the Feng came with a weird-looking and ugly man, so they are not worthy to meet the president. Feng asked her why she can't speak nicely, but she said they were low-lives and don't deserve it, so they should get lost. Feng realized that President Lan Di purposely assigned her there to stop him and Black. Snow, who was passing by, heard the female disciple and told her to go and reflect on herself for insulting others. When the three girls ran off, Snow apologized to Feng, saying the girls are quite spoiled. Feng told her that it is all right and she doesn't have to apologize on the girls' behalf. She told him that Teacher Lan Di asked her to come because he was worried that Feng wouldn't be able to compensate again if he broke into the academy. After Snow took Feng to see Wire, she left. Feng immediately hugged Wire the moment he saw her. He started crying, saying that he is glad that she is really alive and kept repeating that she is alive. Remembering all their memories together, he vowed that he will never let her get hurt again. But they were interrupted by Teacher Lan Di, who asked Feng if we could let go of his student. Feng took the gift from Black and told Lan Di that they are apology gifts for offending him before. Lan Di became angry but accepted the apology gift and told Feng not to call him old sir again. Wire, who saw that her teacher is angry, so she went close to him and told him not to be angry. But he angrily left, saying that now that her lover is there, he's not important anymore, so we'll leave first. Snow then said that she will take Black to his room just to also excuse herself. But Black said he is not tired and does not want to miss out on the touching scene of the reunion of lovers. And Feng looked at Black in a terrifying way, asking him if he really is not tired. Black knew Feng is indirectly sending him away, so he agreed, saying that he would take his leave. Finally alone, Feng wondered what he should say, but Wire suddenly held his hand. Wire told him that she has been cultivating closed doors for so long, so let them take a stroll around the academy. As they stroll, she said that when she woke up, she was already back in Jinglin Academy. Feng could not help but say that he should have killed the person in a painful way. Two girls that are passing by started gossiping about Feng and Wire and saying the Feng is not worthy of her. Wire, who heard, then became sad and withdrew her hand, which was currently holding Feng's hand. But Feng held her hand tightly and asked the girls if they were looking for Wire, which caused her to blush. The girls waved their hand, apologizing for interrupting the two people. Wire told him that he is already a saint, so why is he still acting like a child? And Feng told her that he shows others how strong and powerful he is. But she is the only one who knows everything about him, so how could he hide his character for her? He suddenly remembered that he has something that belongs to Wire, so he decided to return it to its owner. It turned out to be her hair tie, the one she used before the accident she encountered. Feng told her that it is the only thing that was left behind by her, and he is scared that he will lose her again. Because ever since that day he has been fantasizing that he is still living with her and Grandpa, so he blamed himself for being so weak back then. Otherwise Grandpa wouldn't have died. Wire told him not to blame himself, also telling him that he had already avenged Grandpa, and if Grandpa knows what he has achieved, he will definitely be proud of him. Feng immediately imagined his grandpa telling him that he had done well, so he would leave Wire in his care. Wire placed her head on Feng's shoulder and asked him to tell her what happened all that while she's not around. He told her everything, so she told him that it is already late and asked if he wants to stay the night in the academy. She also told him that she has her own room so he can sleep in her room too. He agreed, blushing. But Wire's teacher Lan Dai suddenly screamed, saying Feng could stay at another building. Feng became disappointed that he would be able to stay in the room with Wire, but she grabbed his hand, leading him to the direction of the water, saying that she has a gift for him. She took him and they stepped on the water and started walking on it. Then she told him to close his eyes. Not thinking much about it, Feng immediately agreed to close his eyes in front of Wire. Wire grabbed him and made the two of them fall into the water, and she kissed Feng, who started blushing. Feng could not help but think that if it is a dream, then he doesn't want to ever wake up from it. Because in the past, before he met Wire and Grandpa, he was ridiculed and had no one to rely on. Until he died in his world and came to that world, he met her, Wire and Grandpa. Wire was the first girl to treat him with utmost sincerity in that world. Grandpa would tell him to be a man and not be afraid of his wife, and it was his first time experiencing the true meaning of being moved by someone. He sometimes even imagined the day of him and Wire marring with Grandpa stand beside them. Until that day, Wire told him to promise her that he would take care of himself when she's gone. But his thoughts were interrupted by someone who told him to wake up, or they will beat him. Feng saw Wire, who is telling him that the sun's already up, but he is still sleeping. But he suddenly grabbed her on her hand, causing her to fall on his chest. He then hugged her, saying that he will never let her get hurt again, and he will never leave her side. She asked him what happened, and he told her that he had a dream which reminded him of their past. He leaned close to kiss her, but teacher Landai immediately screamed that Feng should try it if he dare, also destroying the building that Feng was staying on with Wire. But Feng is fast enough to protect Wire. After placing Wire on the ground, he asked President Landi if he is out of his mind. But Landai told him that he hasn't even brushed his teeth, but he wants to be intimate with his student. Feng asked if Landai isn't afraid of hurt Wire, and he told Feng that his attack will automatically dissipate when I come contact with her. Wire told him that her demeanor as a saint will be affected if he throws such a big tantrum early in the morning. But Landi angrily told her that she would never know what Feng will do to her if he came late. He then turned to Feng, saying that he has his eyes on Feng, but Feng is fully ready and stared back. Landi told Feng to pay for the cost of the dormitory, but Feng replied that Landi is not making any sense. So Landi asked him if he couldn't afford to pay for the dormitory, even though he is a saint. Feng agreed to pay, but said that since Landi destroyed his room, he will sleep in Wire's room. Wire told them to stop arguing and pushed Feng, telling Win to go and wash himself up. But Feng kept saying he was going to sleep inside Wire's room happily, which caused Landi to say that he is going to end Feng's life. Opening Wire's room to go out, Fenny could not help but say that the weather is pretty good, also saying that Landi is ruthless for slapping on his face, but to him sooner or later he is going to get his revenge. But we are told that he kept on provoking her teacher, so that serves him right. And Feng told her that he didn't fight back Landi because he is Wire's teacher. Wire told him that she knows and tries to wipe Feng's injured face, also telling him not to move. She continued saying that Landi has sacrificed a lot for her, and he treats her like his own daughter, so the two must learn to get along. Feng, who now has a bandage on his face, complaining that his face is ruined, and his handsomeness has also reduced. But Ware told him that he is still handsome, so he should go on a shopping with her, because her teacher refused to let her out when she was cultivating closed door. She wants to shop to her heart's content, while saying in her mind that the most important thing is for her to meet Sophia, whom Feng talked about. So after Ware grabbed Feng to the street to shop, she ran around happily, while Zheng followed along. She pulled Feng into one of the groups that sell clothes and started pointing at the dress she wanted. But Feng is attracted to one of the clothes. He could not help but have a nosebleed on imagining Wire wearing the clothes. Wire entered the changing room and changed into a wedding gown, which amazed Feng. But she made him dress in a lady's cloth while laughing at him behind his back. After shopping for clothes, Wire went and bought a flying magical beast. Feng, who was close to the beast, got struck in his head by the beast. As the eagle-like creature carried the two up, Feng and Wire sat there silently enjoying the calm breeze. After getting down from the creature, Wire continued running around on the street. So Feng asked her if she's not tired from all the running, but she told him that she isn't tired because she haven't been so happy for a long time, and she thanked him for being by her side. and Feng partner on her hair, saying that there is no reason for her to thank him, but she made a funny face and say that he's stupid. Feng, who is carrying what they bought, asked where they will go, and also asked if they should go back to the college. Wire told him that she doesn't want to go back to the college, but her name was suddenly called by a red-haired boy. Senior Luo Kai continued asking Wire who Feng is and what her relationship with him is. People started surrounding them and gossip and saying that Luo Kai has been pursuing Wire and Len, that she is with another man. But Wire gave him a dangerous look, saying that all her business has nothing to do with him. And Lu Kai told her that he has been chasing her for a long time, but she actually opening hangouts with a trash, Feng. Lu Kai looked at Feng, telling him that if he wait for him to attack, his life will be worse than death. Feng smirked and told Lu Kai that his tone is not bad, but he would like to see his power. But Wire told Feng that it is inconvenient for him to fight since he's holding things, so she would take care of it. She rushed to Luo Kai and attacked him, sending him flying backward with blood coming out of his mouth. After that, Wire asked him how many times he has chased her, also saying that next time it won't be as simple as getting injured. Feng looked at the defeated Lu Kai. I was amazed at how fast Wire defeats the red-haired guy. Wire then turned to Feng, telling him that they should go, but to the mercenary union instead of going back to the college. At the other side, Black is sitting down crossed leg and reading his shoujo comic, and also eating watermelon at the same time. He then turned to Sophia and Snow, and could not help but ask if women are competitive because of the game they were playing. Feng, who suddenly came in, caught they are playing Tool, and said that he taught them badminton to let them exercise, not fight themselves to death. The two ladies rushed to Feng, and Wire waved at them asking how they are. Snow suddenly changed direction and rushed to Wire, ready to tell her how much she missed her. Sophia immediately held on to Feng's hand and told him to personally introduce Wire to her. Feng started blushing because of how she held him, and also became unable to complete his words of introduction. But Wire gave her no chance by holding Sophia's hand and personally introducing herself as Wire. She also continued thanking Sophia for helping her take care of Feng during the time she was injured. Feng, who was standing at the side, could not help but say in his mind that he had been waiting for a long time to be together with Wire. But looking at the fact that Wire called him Brother Feng, instead of her usual way of calling him, he continued that we would like to browse and ask for help on what he should do in that situation. Black appeared beside Feng, saying that Sophia declared her sovereign as soon as she came up, but Wire's rank is very high. He also told Feng that it is the reason he read shoujo comics, and an idiot like Feng would not survive even half a chapter in the Gongdu manga. Feng immediately asked Black to teach him, also asking him what he should do in that situation, and Black told him to just take them into his bedroom and sleep with the two ladies. But before he could continue telling Feng what to do, he was kicked away by Sofer and Waiter. Then both of them turned and looked down at Feng, asking him what he was talking about with Black. But something fled in Feng's direction, also screaming out loud and telling Feng that it is back. Feng immediately realized that it is Little Jin that is flying in his direction, because after Wire blew herself up, it was Little Jin who showed up and helped him get through difficult time. From it being a dragon egg to birth, and to eating and sleeping together and finally fighting against the Supreme. And now Little Jin is finally back safely. Finny concluded that it could miss him too. So he rushed to hug Little Jin, but he fled past Feng and hugged Wire on her chest. After that, Little Jin said that he finally felt the caring softness and warmth he used to feel again. But it mistakes Wire for Sophia, because as he hugged Wire, he kept saying that we miss Sophia so much. But it feels that Sophia's chest has become more softer than before and is still very warm. But Little G does not care about those small details and continued hugging Wire. When he realized that it is not Sophie, he hugged all those, while he asked Wire if she is Lu Feng's new girlfriend. Wire immediately smiled and asked Little Jin to tell her how many girlfriends Lu Feng had before. Little Jin said that they are a lot, such as Sister Fell, Sister Snow, Snow Wolf King's daughter. But Snow disagreed, saying that she not Feng girlfriend. Feng grabbed Little Jin and covered he mouth, telling Wire not to listen to Little Jin nonsense. But Little Jin suddenly burst into tears and started telling Liu Feng that he missed him so much. And Feng told Little Jin that he didn't believe him. So Little Jin tried to explain that he really did miss Feng. But before he could say more, he turned and started calling Sophia and Sister Snow, trying to wiggle out of Feng's hand. His eyes immediately changed to love as he screamed that he missed the ladies and sisters so much. But Feng immediately told Little Jin to stop fooling around with the young ladies. Little Jin kept struggling to leave. Feng's embrace, saying that he wants a beautiful sister, so Feng should let him go. Wire asked Feng what kind of person would bring up a child like Little Jin, and Feng immediately threw Little Jin away, telling Wire that dragons are naturally lustful, and that is the inherent attribute of Little Jin's bloodline, so it has nothing to do with him. He continued saying that he is the purest successor who grew up under the red flag and learned the 5 principles and 4 beauties. Wire told him that she had wanted to accompany him tonight, but since he is pure, she better go back to the academy. Soon after, she said that she slapped her checks and asked of herself what she is talking about. But Feng told her that there's something he have been forgetting to mention. He told her the he is the descendants of the dragon. Black at the other side is asking Little Jin why we haven't received any notifications since this already with Feng. Little Jin told him that it is because he sneaked out secretly, which surprised Black. So he could not help but say that there might be a huge commotion at that side. At the place where Little Jin ran away from, Yate and other dragons are having a discussion, saying that Big Dragons is just disappearing. While at the Thieves' Union, an angry voice said that the dignified president of the Thieves Guild was killed, and his body was taken away as a blood sacrifices. The young man kneeling told the great elder of Shadow Tomb that Feng has just been promoted to the holy level. So they thought the strength of the blood sacrifice was enough to kill Feng, but they were mistaken. The grand elder of the Thieves Guild said that Feng already destroyed the two idols, so why is apologizing? Shadow immediately begged the grand elder to take action to recapture the resentful spirit corpse. So the grand elder told him to keep his life until we finish dealing with Feng, then he come back and settle the score with Shadow. On the other side, Sophia told Wire to come and try her cooking, and if she likes it she can come to their house for dinner often. Wire also told Sophia that she should try out what she baked because Feng seemed to enjoy it. Sophia and Wire immediately started looking at each other intensely, as if there were enemies. Little Jin, who was sitting on Feng's laps, told him that he didn't finish what he wanted to say before. He continued saying that after leaving the Dragon Island, he followed Feng Breath all the way to Xinglan City, and he also met many bad guys, but defeated them all. And one time, he fell into a trap from the Sea Tribe, for calling their princess flat-chested. He continued saying the Grand Elder from the Thieves Guild also wants to capture him and keep him as a pet, but he escaped. Sophia immediately told Feng that she received news that the Thieves Guild is making another move, so he should be careful. But Feng said that he didn't bother them, but they came to his door. Sooner or later he have to get rid of them. Black immediately agreed with Feng, saying that it won't take a minute to destroy the small Thieves Guild. And it just so happens that he has been so busy that mushrooms are growing, so they should start fighting the guild tomorrow. Feng stood up saying that, since they have all eaten to their full, then they should all go to bed early. Sophie held Wire's hand, saying that there were not enough room, so she should stay in her room. But as for her, she has matters to deal with about the union affairs, and she'll just sleep in Feng's room. Wire rejected, saying that she will sleep in Feng's room since she already agreed to stay with him. Feng agreed with Wire and told Sophia that Wire want to accompany him tonight. Sophia became sad but still agreed, and she tried to cover up her sadness, as though nothing happened. Little Jin rushed to Wire, disagreeing with the arrangement, by saying that she haven't accompanied him yet. But Feng grabbed him and threw him at Black, telling Little Jin to sleep in the same room as Black. He then held Wire on her waist and jumped away so that the two of them would go and accompany each other. Finally, Feng and Wire are alone in Feng's room. But he became nervous, wondering what would happen that night. As they were about to get intimate, something suddenly banged on the door, so Feng asked who. The little dragon outside told him that Master Yate has sent him a message, so Feng should come and receive it. Feng could not help but scream angrily after the little dragon messenger interrupted him and Wire. When the mana crystal is dropped, Yate appeared, saying that Little Jin sneaked away, and His Majesty Long Yan was furious. So he guessed that Little Yin must have gone out to find Feng. Then he let the dragon messenger come and find Little Jin as soon as possible. Feng remembered the last thing Yate said, which was for Feng to remember to get up and pee, so he became pissed off. Yate continued saying that Little Jin would suffer if he doesn't break through in time, so he hopes Feng would bring him back as soon as possible. Not only that, but His Majesty, Long Yan, the Dragon King, also wants to see Feng. Feng could not help but wonder why the king wanted to see him, so he asked Yate if it was because of Little Jin. When the mana crystal expired, Yate waved at Feng and telling him that they would meet on Drayson Island. Feng smashed the mana crystal with his leg when he heard Yate repeat that he remembered to get up and pee. After smashing the crystal, he said that him and Yate are at odds with each other. Putting that at the back of his mind, he stretches out his hands and tells Ware that they should go back to the room. But she ran and told him that she will go to bed herself, so he should go and squeeze in with Black. That surprised Feng. The next day, Sophia and Ware were in the kitchen making breakfast, while Feng and Little Jin were still in bed sleeping, not caring about their sprouting. But Feng suddenly woke up and kicked Little Jin away from his body and started calling Sophia. So Sophie rushed in, asking him what was wrong while carrying a pot of soup in her hand. She suddenly turned and saw a man kneeling with blood dripping down from his face. She realized that he is a member of her father's guard. She asked him why he hadn't returned to his family and is all injured. The guard told her that they encountered an attack by the Thieves Guild on the road, but something happened to the clan leader. Sophia immediately grabbed him on his shoulder and asked him what happened to her father. And the guard told her that after her father he was seriously injured by their guild. Their capture him. Because of what the guard said, Sophia, who was shocked, dropped the plate of soup and asked how that happened. Feng appeared behind her and asked her what happened, and she told him that her father was attacked and kidnapped by the Thieves Guild. She started tearing up and turned to start asking Feng what they should do. But Feng told her not to worry, and that she should leave it to him, and he will definitely bring her father back. He called Black and told him that they should go. Black agreed immediately, and said that his hands are already hungry. But Wire stopped them, saying that she would like to go with them, since it might be too dangerous. Feng disagreed, saying that him and Black are going to fight the Saint-level warriors from the Thieves Guild, so it is too dangerous. Wire told him that it seems like he thinks she is a burden after he advanced to the hold level. But Feng told her that not what he meant, that he was just afraid that she would get hurt. And Weir told him that she knows, but she can't always be protected by other. She continued saying that she's a saint recognized by Teacherland DI, and now she is also a dignified 9th level powerhouse. Sophia thanked her for wanting to help, but crunched her for say that she is also going. Feng told Sophia that Wire is saying nonsense, so why is she following suit? He told her that the Thieves Guild is so dangerous to the extent that she can't even protect herself. Wire immediately comforted Sophia, saying that she should not worry about her father, because she will definitely bring him back. After hearing everything they said, Sophia agreed, saying that she would wait there for them to come back. Black interrupted, saying that they would be back in 2 days. So why are they talking as if they would never come back? Feng told Wire that they would go together, but she would have to listen to everything that he said. Little Jin started running after Wire, saying that she told him to protect her, so she should want for him. Wire agreed and carried up Little Jin, who was carrying a backpack filled with snack. Sophia watched them leave and felt lonely because she had wanted to go with them, but is not strong enough. Feng and the others traveled to the Thieves Guild after one day. At the city, in the Thieves Guild. Inside a hall, Shadow told his Grand Elder that everything has been done according to his instruction, and that Sopo has been imprisoned. Once someone comes to rescue him, the Shadow killing array will activate, and the idol will be trigger. The Grand Elder asked about their other preparation, and Shadow told him that he has prepared it, and even if a saint is not dead, they would be crippled. But he could not help but ask the Grand Elder if they really need to spend their money on someone who just became a saint. And the Grand Elder told him that he lost the corpse of blood resentful spirit sacrifice, so haven't he learned his lesson yet? However, he hopes that Feng will use the blood sacrifice of the resentful spirit corpse to deal with him. And at that time, he could use the mother whistle to seize control and counterattack. He could not help but laugh. But just then they heard someone say that it is polite of them for telling him such an important news just after he arrived. The Grand Elder of the Thieves Guild was surprised because he didn't even notice any breath at all. Putting that at the back of his mind, he immediately activated his ability and attacked the house rooftop. Feng and Black immediately jumped away, and Feng said that the Grand Elder is cruel. The Grand Elder told Shadow that Feng is worthy of being the youngest saint in the mainland, and his speed is much faster than he could imagined. But unfortunately, it goes faster than it came. He jumped up and started attacking both Feng and Black. After landing several blows, Black told Feng that the Grand Elder is at the 2nd level of the Holy Order. Feng could not help but say that the attack that seems to be a casual blow is actually his full attack, but that Grand Elder suddenly used his spaceban ability to appear beside Black, about to stab him with a knife. When Feng saw that, he immediately rushed towards Black to save him from being stabbed by the Grand Elder. Not long after he dragged Black away, the Grand Elder's sword struck the air. Feng immediately told Black to go and rescue Sophia's father, and leaves the Grand Elder to him. Seeing Feng activate his mirror clone that has the same strength as his main body, the Grand Elder could not help but say that it is a good idea, but it is a pity that it means nothing to him. So he activated his own ability to destroy Feng's clone. He activated his own shadow clone and it rushed toward Feng's mirror clone, which surprised Feng. The two people fighters exchanged several blows together without finding each other weakness. Feng immediately activated his sword ability and attacked the Grand Elder and struck him to the ground. Concluding that he got the Grand Elder, he wondered where the Grand Elder's blood shadow clone is. He then turned around and noticed Black and the shadow blood clone following behind him, so he told Black to be careful. Black, who had not noticed the shadow blood clone that is holding a dagger about to stab him. But before he noticed, he is already stabbed beside his chest, so he coughed out blood. And immediately he transformed into his dragon body and say that he will kill the Grand Elder. He turned around and attacked the shadow blood clone with his liquid fire, which shocked the owner of the blood clone. Black then slumped to the ground, but Wire and Little Jin were hitting at one of the building there. Wire comforted Little Jin, saying that the dragon clan is thick-skinned, so they should wait a little before acting. The Grand Elder told Feng that although his shadow clone is not as agile as his, it can still be exchanged for one. Feng, who is not sure if black is fine after using a massive fire ability, screamed that the Grand Elder should die. He then attacks the Grand Elder with his sword, and using one of his repairing rose attack. The Grand Elder wondered why Feng burst out with such a terrifying energy in an instant. But Feng did not give the Grand Elder a chance to counter his attack by using his chill violence and injured the Elder. That attack destroyed some rock and building, causing the new president of Thieves Guild, Shadow, to call out for their Grand Elder. When the surrounding area calmed down, the Grand Elder could be seen in the air with his clothes tattered. The Elder said that he was almost, just a little bit close to dying from that attack the protagonist unleashed at him. But it is a pity that it didn't. He said that as his blood started pouring out of his body like a red energy. Soon his body started evolving and transforming from a normal human color to a red blood color. After that, his body finished evolving into a monster form. He told Feng that he actually forced him to use that form. He gave a creepy smile, saying that he is going to eat Feng alive, but Feng acted as if he didn't hear the Elder. Feng attacked the bloody-colored Grand Elder with his mirror clones, and they stabbed the Elder's wing. But the Grand Elder easily eliminates all of Feng's mirror clones, as if they were nothing. But the real Feng immediately appeared behind the bloody monster Grand Elder and stabbed it on the chest, and said that he also thinks it's great for him to trade 2 of his clones for one to make himself stronger. The Grand Elder that had been stabbed on the chest started falling from the sky. Shadow, seeing his Grand Elder falling, rushed toward him and catgut him before he could hit to the ground. As he carried his Grand Elder, he could not help but say that his Grand Elder was defeated so quickly. But Feng would not let them escape, so he activated another sword skill, saying that the skill will completely destroy them. And Shadow told his men to prepare the demon-breaking crossbow and use it to attack Feng. All his men immediately set their demon-breaking crossbow to point at Feng's direction. Immediately, Shadow told them to shoot. They all shot their arrows at the same time. Feng, who is surrounded by arrows, realized that those crossbow arrows could actually interrupt his storm's charge. So he immediately created a space berry to protect himself from the crossbow arrow's massive power. But he found out that not only can the arrows break the space barrier, it can also ignore his body-protecting energy. Shadow told Feng what the arrows were specially prepared for him, and it could break all magic and fighting spirit, laughing that it is ironic that the youngest saint will die in his hand. But Feng ignored him and kept slicing the arrows. But he realizes that using brute force is too exhausting, and he won't be able to last for long, and he doesn't know what to do. An LCE pierces the mystery ability, suddenly struck Shadow from the Thieves Guild in his forehead. Immediately after that, Shadow turned into an ice statue and braked into pieces. It turned out to be Weir, who had been hiding, that killed Shadow, and also created an ice wing for herself. She turned to Feng smiling and told him to let her help him a bit. All the men from the Thieves Guild tried to run away, but Weir froze all of them with her ice ability. They were all stuck after being frozen inside the ice, and they know they would be creaked into pieces. And Weir soon said that they should break, and all the places the frozen broke into pieces with the people inside. Feng could not help but say that it is a nice ability, and Weir asked him if he thinks she's awesome. He pat her on her head, saying that she's the most powerful, and Little Jin jumped up and down, saying he is also powerful. He told Feng that it was him who lent his power to Weir, and she became so powerful. Feng told them that it was not the time to celebrate, so they should go and see Black, while going to find Sophia's father. The Grand Elder on the other side is angry that Feng has destroyed his Thieves Guild, so he wants to drag Feng down with him. He started forming a killing array to trap both Feng and Weir. Then they would die together. But Feng remembered that it is the secret technique to summon the goddess from before. The Elder told Feng not to think that everything is over because he would bury Feng with him. As he brought out a statue, he started enchanting that the desperate howl to scream under the shadow. But as he was about to continue his enchantment, a purple light suddenly appeared around the goddess statue. Feng told him that when he was talking nonsense, he seemed to have completed the sacrifice. He used the soul power contained in the blood to communicate with the remaining breath of the statue. When the Grand Elder heard Feng, he disagreed with what he said, saying that it is impossible. He immediately started calling for the sacrifice to activate, but only his red energy lingered in the air. The statue in Feng's hand rushed out of his hand, which confused him because he is the holder, and a great purple light shines, blinding everyone around that area for a few seconds. The Grand Elder also covered his face with his hands and started asking what was going on. A portal opened and the statue goddess came out of the purple portal while walking gently. The goddess asked why they always choose when she's sleeping. But because the soul power is tempting enough, she has to come. She suddenly paused when she saw Feng. She told him that they meet again. Fanny told Weir that the statue lady is the goddess he told her about when they were in Jinglin Academy. Little Jin could not help but say that although the goddess is a bit scary, but she is very beautiful. The goddess turned and thanked the Grand Elder for calling her because she happened to have a grudge against Feng. But Feng smiled at her and told her that it was him who summoned her. That surprised her because the people she originally gave her statue is the Thieves Guild. Feng then told her that she should help him kill the Bat Monster, which is the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, who is standing on the ground and looking at Feng, and his body starts to restore from being a bat to his human. But the goddess rushed to attack Feng, asking him if Is thinks a mere mortal like him can command God like her. And Feng interrupted, telling her that he feels that there is a contract between him and her, and it is a kind of contract that once she breaches it, she will not be able to get the sacrifice she wants, and it'll also be forcibly returned. She became angry and asked Feng if he thought she cared about those small details. Feng replied saying that she cares. If not, why would she give mere mortal a chance to call there? Which means that before she acts, she needs the so-called mere mortal soul to assist her. Wire wondered if that woman is really just a goddess because she looks like a vixen who is after Feng, to her. But the goddess activated her ability, and it started relighting Feng down to show how powerful she is compared to a weakling like him. The goddess then distanced herself away from Feng and looked at him angrily. She then stretched her claws to attack Feng while screaming that he should go to hell. Feng immediately protected himself, and Wire also used her ice to protect herself. Feng stood and stared intensely at the goddess, not backing down as the attack reaches face. Then the attack suddenly stops and rushes toward the direction of the Grand Elder. The attack hit the Grand Elder and he screamed out in pain from the powerful attack. After killing the Grand Elder, the goddess floated in the air as stone flew everywhere because of the attack that killed the Grand Elder. Feng sighed in relief after seeing that the Elder was killed. He then turned and thanked the goddess, but she ignored the sincere thanks that Feng is offering her and directed her attack toward him. Her intense attack affected both Wire and Feng, not giving them chance to guard themselves properly. Little Jin immediately activated his ability, saying that he will protect Wire with all his power. The goddess rushed to Feng and started attacking him, but Feng dodged each and every of the goddess' attack, and the goddess stared down at Feng, while saying that he should wait till she comes back for him. And it won't be long before she comes to Feng herself. By that time she will devour his soul. But before she could leave, she was stopped by Zhang, who told her that his brother was injured, so he wondered if she is able to save him. But the goddess told him not to push his limit because she can kill him at any time if she wants. And Feng stretched out his hands, saying that he would add another soul power to the one he is supposed to give. Only after hearing what he said did she turn around and ask him who he wanted her to save with her healing ability. Black, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and there was a dried blood stain on his mouth. After waking up, he screamed that he is going to kill the Grand Elder, who had used a sneak attack to injure him. Wire asked him if he is feeling okay after waking up, but he asked her what was going on. Little Jin suddenly jumped on top of Black's head and asked him if he was still in pain from his injury. Black saw that his injuries are all treated, but what puzzled him is that he was attacked by a sneak attack. So how is he fine? As for the goddess, she told them that since she has already healed Black's injuries, she would leave first. When Black saw her, he could not help but ask if she is the same as that old statue person they fought the last time. The goddess became angry when Black called her old, so she asked him, old, what did he call her? Wire tried to appease the goddess by that saying that Black was saying that she's beautiful and also thanking her for helping him. But the goddess told them that if the space channel hadn't been closed, she wouldn't have come down to collect soul power. Feng told her that since it's a transaction, maybe they could have a long-term cooperation. The goddess said in her mind that there are not many statues left of the original god, and Feng's soul is alluring. She told Feng that although she doesn't know where he got her idol, but there is a price for sacrificing soul power. She continued that the soul is an aspect that even gods need to pay attention to, and when the contract is completed, he will know the consequences. She then turned and told Ware that although her soul is incomplete, still very tempting, so Ware should wait a little longer, then she would come for her. After saying her last word, the goddess disappeared into the purple portal in front of her. Feng held Wire's hand and asked her why the goddess said that her soul is incomplete. He questioned if she's hiding something from him. But before she could answer, Feng suddenly dropped to the ground and started sweating, and trembling on the ground, and Ware could not help but ask him what was wrong with him. Black carried Feng on his back, saying that they should go back to the mainland quickly to check what was wrong with Feng. But Waiter, who is standing beside them, suddenly coughs out blood and holds onto her chest tightly because of the pain. Little Jin immediately started powering Ware with his ability to help her hold on for a little bit before they got to the mainland. Black could not help but say that those two are truly a match made in heaven, and even their injuries come in pairs. He carried the two unconscious people on his shoulder and started going back to their place for treatment. Feng, who is unconscious outside, appeared inside his inner conscience, but he started wondering where he is. He stood up and looked around, and everywhere is white and desolate. Not a single life except standing him. and he realized that he is not at the Thieves Guild headquarters, so he wondered how Wire is doing. But he suddenly heard a voice, and if the voice of the goddess, and she is complaining that Feng is not a good person. Feng walked to the direction he heard the voice coming from, which is the purple portal in front of him. He put his hand inside the purple portal. After testing, he finally decided to enter the portal. In a room that is purplish in color and a circle portal at the corner of the room, and a figure could be seen coming out of the portal. When Feng appeared inside the purplish room, he started wondering where he was at. The goddess was telling her subordinates to forget about something because there was still time to study it, so let her take a bath first. Feng is surprised and started blushing when he saw her bare body. He finally realized that he is not wrong in the voice he heard beforehand, because he is in the goddess's palace. The goddess, who was about to take her bath, started calling some of her female subordinates to come help her take a bath. Feng, who was watching all this happen, could not help but have a nosebleed as he watched the beautiful goddess. He decided that he should go because there is so much spiritual entry there that he could be seen with the naked eyes. But the spiritual energy started coming toward him. But he started wondering why it was coming towards him, and it started surrounding him, almost pulling him out of the purple portal bubble that was hiding his aura. The goddess could not help but feel that the spiritual energy in her palace is going to a particular direction. She immediately screamed out, asking who is there, while attacking that direction the spiritual energy was heading to. When Feng saw her attack, he felt like he would be finished if he allowed that attack lands on him. The goddess's powerful attack broke the purple portal bubble that Feng is staying inside and threw him backward. But Feng suddenly woke up to reality and saw that he was laying on the bed with sweat dripping down from his face. Sophie immediately rushed and held him on his shoulder, saying that he is finally awake after fainting for what they don't know. Feng said he was back, but asked if he was just in a dream, when he remembered entering the goddess palace. Sophie asks him what dream, also questioning if he is okay, and anxiously telling him not to scare her. But Feng pats on her hair, telling her not to worry because he is absolutely fine and wide awake. But Black came in and told him that after he fell into a coma, his cultivation fell to the 3rd level. That severed as a surprising thing to Feng that his cultivation has declined from Saint level to 3rd level. But Black continued telling him that before he woke up, his cultivation's level recovered inexplicably. And Feng realized that not only has the energy in his body been restored, it is expanding, and it seems that he is about to break through at any time. Little Jin, who is sleeping, touched something he shouldn't touch on Feng's body, which is Feng's private part, but because he is asleep, he didn't realize what he was doing. Feng, who was about to ask about Little Jin, screamed, asking him what he is doing there. Sophia told him that during the time he was in a coma, Little Jin had been watching over him and he just fell asleep. So Feng immediately asked Sophia where Wire is, because since she was with them there, she should have showed up. Black and Sophie immediately fell silent, not saying a single thing when they recall what happened to Wire. But Feng told them to answer quickly about what happened to Wire. Wire's teacher Landi broke in, rushing to attack Feng, saying that he handed her over to him, but he didn't take care of her. He continued saying that he will kill Feng, as both of them landed a blow at each other. Teacher Landi then realized that Feng's power seems to have increased and his energy is much stronger than before, because the attack destroyed one side of the build, showing that the defense attack is very powerful. Feng, Sophia, and Black were surprised by that attack, so Feng asked if he was the one who did that, while looking at his hand, and Black questioned Feng angrily if he was asking him. Feng told him that he just subconsciously blocked the attack, also questioning what the silvery white light in his hand is. He realized that it is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that poured into him in the goddess palaces. Teacher Landi came back and asked the confused Feng how he was able to use such attack power. Feng told him that he is not sure either, but that was not the point. He asked how Wire is. Teacher Landi fell silent when he heard Feng's question about Feng Wire's whereabouts. So he told him that Wire's situation is not very good, so Feng should come with him if he really wants to see Wire. As they entered a nice place, he told Teacher Landi that the goddess said that Wire's soul was incomplete. But the teacher asked, "Didn't gods leave the mainland 1,000 years ago and go to other planes?" And Feng told him that that goddess needed to absorb soul power to heal herself. He asked Landi if he knows anything else about gods, but Teacher Landi said that all he knew was just legends about when the god fought. More than % of them died on the battlefield. After the armistice, the surviving gods left the continent and went to the plane of God. Since then there has been no new god for continent, and Feng asked him if a person could still go to the plane god. Teacher Landi disagreed, saying that the gods can't come back, and the most they could do is to let their own projections come for a short time. After hearing what Teacher Landi said, Feng wondered why he appeared in the goddess palace, but immediately forgot that he is thinking about when he saw Wire inside an ice berry filled with water. He rushed forward and placed his hand on the LC barrier and started calling Wire, who slowly woke up. Wire asked Feng what he was doing there, and also asked if his injury has healed. But teacher Landi said that she is so injured and she still cares about the stupid Feng. But Wire told her teacher that she is the one who is careless, so she can blame whatever happened on brother Feng. Feng, who is clueless about what happened to Wire, could not help but ask Landi what happened to Wire. He told him that although Wire saved her life after she blew herself up, her soul was also damaged, resulting in unstable physical condition. Feng asked Wire why she didn't tell him, and she replied that not that she doesn't want him to worry. It was because she wants to be by his side all the time. Moreover, she didn't know it would be so serious. Teacher Landai told Feng that there is currently no way to completely cure the injury to Wire's soul, so she can only use the elves' water of life to relieve it. Feng immediately apologized to Wire and she told Win that she is okay. Landi said that nothing good happened to Wire when they are together, and he wants to separate them, but changed his mind after seeing the punch Feng made. He continued saying that legends have it that there is a place where the gods fell, the lost paradise of gods, and there may be a way to cure Wire there. Feng said that as long as he can save Wire, he will go to the plane of God to find treatment for Wire. But he wondered if the goddess in the god's plane have a way to treat Wire. But he no longer have a statue of God. Landi told Feng that God's lost paradise may be more dangerous than God's plane, because it is the cemetery where the gods fell tens of thousands of years ago. Legend has it that countless souls of gods have wandered there for thousands of years, and monsters that feed on it learn various unknown dangers. And countless powerful people wanted to enter God's lost paradise, but they never came back. Wire told Feng that her injury only needs to be nursed back to health in the elves' water, so he doesn't have to go. But he told her that she is hurt because of him, so how could he just sit back and do nothing to help her? Then she asked him what would happen if he doesn't come back, and he told her believe him because he won't die easily. He then asked Lasti how to get there, but he said that we don't know how to get there. He told Feng to go to Dragon Valley. Maybe the Dragon King might know how to get to the god's lost paradise. When Feng heard the Dragon King, he remembered the huge golden dragon he saw. He then turned to Wire, not knowing how to tell her that he was departing to go to the Dragon Valley. So he came close to the ice protecting both Wire and the elves' water and kissed LT. After that he left the last word that she should wait for him to come back, and this time he wouldn't make her wait. Seeing Feng leaving, Wire started calling him, but he didn't turn back and continued walk-ins forward away. Teacher Landi told her not to worry because Feng is very clever and will definitely come back alive. When Feng got to the outer side of the ice care, he saw Sophia and Black still waiting for him. Black could not help but say that Feng finally came out, but Sophie asked how Wire is. He answered that she's fine, but continued saying that him and Black would be going on a long trip. Black and Sophia were confused, so Sophia asked Feng where exactly they are going to, and Feng answered that they are going to the Dragon Valley while putting on a serious expression. 3 days later in the sea, where white seabirds flying around and catching fishes on the sea to feed on. A purple and blue light could be seen moving very fast. Feng asked Black how far there are, and he answered they would be there soon. After running another mile, he asked Black again how far they were, and Black replied that they are very far. Feng angrily said that Black has said that a dozens of times, but Black told him that whoever set the holy steps must know the way. Little Jin could not help but say that Black is obviously a big dragon, but he still acts like a baby. Black suddenly pointed in a particular direction, saying that there seems to be a small city over there. Little Jin immediately agreed that they should go because there would be BBQ and beautiful system there. In the city, a group of people were telling the poisonous wolf that they all accepted the mission to fight against the Sea Clan, so he asked them if they want to go to Nejiang. A man from the poisonous wolf asked the girls, but what was so good about that uncle also told them to follow his brother and he will make them happy. But a red-haired girl called the young man Sleazy Man, who is so oily and dirty, but still wants to touch her. The young man angrily says that if she doesn't eat toast, she'll have to drink it as a penalty. He called his brothers, telling them to bring her to him. But a leg could be seen out of nowhere, flying straight at Poisonous Wolf. It turned out to be Feng, who attacked the Poisonous Wolf and knocked him and his people all down. He then turned to the other group, telling Brother Kenzie that he hasn't seen him for a long time. All the men with Brother Kenzie immediately recognized form and started welcoming him. Brother Kenzie hugged Feng, saying that he didn't expect to meet him in Tia High Empire. Feng told him that they made an appointment to meet at Star Blue Empire before, but he already left when he went there. Brother Kenzie said that it is fate they met again, so he decided to introduce Feng to his new members. He introduced Maid Schweeb, Hor as 5th level's thief, and the priest Saint Lotus Leaf. Feng immediately waved a hello greeting to the 3 young ladies that were introduced to him. Schweeb, the red-haired girl, also greeted him back while calling Feng a handsome boy. Little Jin eyes turned into love as he asked if he is the one, he's the one the young lady is calling handsome. Feng suddenly stopped talking and asked his brother Kenzie who that person he attacked is. Brother Kenzie said that it is Poison Wolf, but he is not familiar with him. He told Feng they ran into them when they are looking for a recommendation. Feng immediately say that it seems they have to deal with them first before they could reminisce about old times. The Poison Wolf said that Feng is bluffing because he has 4 6th level ones with him, so he told his brothers to come. Hauer asked if Feng could deal with them, and Shuab said that Poison Wolf is just showing off but has no magical fighting spirit at all. But Brother Kenzie said that a mere 4 6th level ones may be nonsense in Feng's eyes. Hauer became surprised, but Shuib told Brother Kenzie that he might be drunk to say something like that. The Lotus Leaf on the other side felt. The name Liu Feng is very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she heard it from. Until Brother Kenzie completed what he was saying, that Feng is the one in the rumors. Which is the youngest saint on the mainland continent. Feng continued fighting with Poison Wolf Group and his group, while Brother Kenzie continued saying that Feng is also his friend proudly. All the female, whether it is Hauer or Shuib or even Lotus Leaf, they were all surprised to hear that news. The Poison Wolf heard everything Brother Kenzie said, so he told Feng that it is because of his blindness that we offended Feng. But Feng did not stop and kept coming close as if he was about to attack, and the young man begged him to spare his life. But Feng suddenly passed the Poison Wolf and caught a weapon that is about to stab Poison Wolf. He then threw it back at the sea creature and stabbed it to death, which surprised Poison Wolf. People started panicking and screaming that the sea tribe is coming out of the sea to the humans' land. The warriors on Tiahai Empire immediately rushed toward the sea creatures that were also running towards them. Shuib asked Feng why he let Poison Wolf go, also saying that even if that kind of person is not killed, he should be castrated. But Feng told her to castrate him herself, so Hauer told Shuib that they have to deal with the sea tribe first. Brother Kenzie told Feng that the scales on the fishman's foreheads are the trophies of the mission, and if they collect it they could also make a fortune. Feng then told everyone to follow him so that they could start attacking the sea tribe that are increasing in number. Little Jin could not help but say that when Brother Kenzie is making money, he should remember to treat him a meal. The sea tribe and the Tiahai Empire immersed in an intense battle and killing each other. On the human side, all the injured people are sent to the Lotus Leaf for healing. As the price at St. Lotus Leaf is healing, the injured people, Black asked Feng what he is looking at. Feng told him that the St. Lotus Leaf is obviously a 9th level priest. So why does she claim to be a 50 level, hiding her strength? While Little Jin kept saying that the shrimps, fishes, and crabs seemed to be delicious. He suddenly told Feng that last time he was chased he was almost captured by those sea tribe monsters. The people started running when they saw a giant shark fighter. The giant shark fighter started chasing after the people of Tiahai Empire with their huge riding monster. Immediately after they climbed onto the land, they started killing the Tiahai people with their weapon. The shark man laughed at the people, also telling them to surrender to them, the sea tribe. Brother Kenzie wondered why the 7th level giant shark fighter appeared there, so he told everyone to escape. But Feng suddenly acted and struck all the giant shark's fighters, till they coughed out blood. He then started to control all the weapon of the giant shark fighter towards himself. By using his space solidification, he directed his energy to control the fork weapons. He then told the controlled fork weapons to come to him in a serious and focused manner. After that, he commanded the controlled fork weapons to strike the giant shark fighter. In the end, the Saint Shark fighters were killed by their own weapon. Shuib immediately say that Feng is amazing, but another sea tribe person came out of the water. One is wearing a crown and the others are standing beside him as a guard. Feng looked at them with hatred when he remembered Little Jin said they attacked him. The blue-haired guy with a crown on his head said that Feng is a strong human. He has been the 2nd prince of the North Sea royal family. He told his guard to tear Feng apart and make him completely despair. But Black said he heard giant shark fighters are extremely physically strong, so he wants to try it. Prince Bodyban snort, saying that Black is comparing physical strength with the giant shark fighters, which is asking for death. But Black easily knocked down the 2 giant shark fighters with one move. The prince was surprised when saw that. He finally realized that Black is at the saint level, and Black appeared in front of Prince Bodyban saying that it is his end, because he is going to take his life. The prince told Black that the battle is between the human race and the sea face, but Black asked what would happen if he insisted on interfering. A young lady comes out of the water telling Black to wait to be surrounded and suppressed by the saint warriors of the sea tribe. She sat on her chair majestically with a beautiful crown on her head signifying royalty. With her hands on her laps, she told Black to let go of her royal brother, Prince Bodyban. Prince Bodyban immediately started screaming that his little sister should save him from Black. Black threw away the prince and asked the princess how dare she threaten him, Black. Little Jin immediately told Feng that it was that flat-chested princess who wanted to catch him last time. The princess became angry when she heard little Jin addressing her as a flat-chested princess. She stood up and activated her ability and used the seawater to form a water sword. She immediately directed her attack toward Black as a blue, shining water surrounded her. Feng and Black was surprised when they saw the water coming in their direction. Black laughed and asked the princess if she wants to bath him with the water. He then told her that he would give her a gift in return. He blew a fire out of his mouth toward her, when the fire got to where the princess was sitting, but she immediately jumped away from that place. She told him that he actually ruined the coming-of-age ceremony that her father gave her, so she is going to kill him. She activated a Poseidon heat ability that immediately rose all the water around her, and it moved like a storm, heading toward both Black and the people standing on land. Black could not help but say that the princess is playing so big, so she must have eaten gunpowder. Feng could not help but ask if the trident in the princess' possession can trigger a tsunami. All the people standing on land started running away from the water that is rushing toward them. The large storming water also moved to Feng's direction, and he tried to subdue the situation. The sea princess continued her waving rage, saying that nobody can stop her. She also created a water monster to attack Feng, who was inside the river. But he finally activated his ability and told his attack to break the huge storming wave for him. And it worked. He broke the storming wave and stood at the side, panting heavily for using a strong attack. Poison Wolf could not help but say that Feng is actual the Holy Order, while others rejoiced that they are saved. Feng smiled, realizing that the energy brought back from the plane of God is so strong. The princess immediately says that it is impossible, because Feng actually broke the Poseidon Trident's moves, and Black suddenly appeared beside her and caught her, the little princess of the Sea Clan. Not long after he caught her, he threw the little princess at Feng and the smiling little Jin. Little Jin started rejoicing, saying that the flat-chested princess has fallen into his hand. She became angry again after being called a flat-chested princess, so she tried to attack little Jin. But Feng caught her hand and said that it seems she still does not understand her current situation. Prince Bodiban told Feng that she was his little sister, Princess Jinger. He begged him to let her go for his grandfather's sake, who knows the Dragon Clan. Feng asked Black if he knows what that prince is talking about, and Black answered that he seems to have heard their grandfather has a good relationship with most of the dragons in Dragon Valley. Feng agreed that he would let her go for the sake of the Dragon Clan and there was nothing else. But little Jin disagreed, saying that the flat-chested princess bullied him so much before. Feng then told little Jin that he should let the sea princes give him some compensation. But the princess started struggling, asking Feng what he was looking at, because she won't pay any compensation. Feng remembered Brother Kenzie said that the seals on the princess' forehead are the trophies obtained when handing in Jask. He then removes the small purple scales on her forehead, saying that she should consider it as an apology. Feng could not help but ask if that scale is easily picked, because he didn't have a hard time. The sea princess could not help but say that Feng actually took her tiny scale away while blushing. But her brother dragged her away, thanking Feng for showing mercy, and looked forward to meeting him next time. After the fight and the Sea Clan left under Feng's mercy, the Lotus Leaf started treating the injured people. She was getting exhausted, but she continued telling the injured people that the God of Light is with them. So they thanked her. Feng already realized that she is not showing her real healing power, and that she also lied about her level. Lotus Leaf, who is already exhausted but kept healing the people. But she suddenly felt dizzy and fell backward. Feng immediately caught her before she would fall to the ground while looked down at her. After he let her go, she started thanking him for saving her, but Feng told her not to thank him yet. He asked her why she hid her strength and followed his brother Kenzie. He then questioned what her purpose is, but she told him that she doesn't have bad intentions, and that she likes to travel, so she happens to meet brother Kenzie on the way. Feng came close to her, saying that he hoped that what she said would remain so. So Lotus Leaf asked him why he's so mean to her. She continued saying that there's nothing great about the holy steps, because her father is also a saint. Feng touched his nose and said that it is because we care about brother Kenzie. But the Lotus Leaf told him that he can't just doubt people, while calling him an unmannered Kwai in her mind. Brother Kenzie suddenly called Feng, saying that he is getting better and better and doing his own thing. Little Jin immediately said that Brother Kenzie said that he would treat them to a meal after the battle. But Brother Kenzie disagreed, saying he didn't say that. So Shweeb decided that she would treat everyone a meal. At the end, she could not help but shed tears when she saw the bill of everything little Jin had eaten. Feng stood up and hugged Brother Kenzie, telling him that he is about to leave. After they part, Brother Kenzie immediately waved farewell to Feng and his partner, and they returned it by waving back. While the Lotus Leaf is still angry with what Feng had told her before, so she said she is going to remember him. As Feng and the others continued their traveling through the sea, Feng started sneezing. So he told Little Jin and Black that Ware must be missing him, and Little Jin asked why he didn't sneeze. Was it that nobody miss him? But before Feng could answer, little Jin, a water came out up the sea and splashed him on his body. He turned around in a fighting position and asked who was there, while little Jin was shaking the water out of his body. The amount of water coming to Feng's direction increased, but Feng started dodging them one after another. Little Jin immediately said that the dodging is very fun, so Feng should quickly hide from the water. Feng on the other side is wondering why the water is acting up because the water column is very slow. Black, who has been bathed by the water, told Feng to stop hiding because there's nothing there could do about it. But Feng begged Black to stop teasing them in their current situation. Feng suddenly stopped talking. Then he asked if the island is alive because he felt something move. The thing Feng felt moved again, and it looks like stone with life in it. Feng was about to ask the silent Black what that thing is, but he was shocked when it came out in full. It turned out to be a sea creature of a turtle joined with a phyton. Feng could not help but scream that thing is the mystical beast called Xuanwu. An old man who is gently rubbing his bears appeared on top of the mythically beast Xuanwu, and he told Black that it has been a long time since he came to play with him. But Feng interrupted them by asking the senior if he is the legendary beast Xuanwu. The senior could not help but say that Feng also knows about that, so he asked if Feng is from that world. Feng wanted to ask the senior how he knows. He decided against it as asked if the senior knows. The senior started rejoicing, saying that he is right. Both of them held hands as if they were lost sibling who just found themselves. The senior then told Feng to come closer to him. He told Feng that he is sealed at the sea by some gods, and even if his soul leaves his original body, he can't even leave his body behind. Feng bowed and said that a junior like him has met his senior. The senior told Feng to follow him, and he won't have to explain himself to a gentleman. Feng asked if the explanation the senior mentioned is the Chan Jiao that explains the teaching and intercepts the teachings. The senior agreed, saying that when he traveled through time, it was during the time called the period of becoming a god. He suddenly stopped talking and said that Feng should play a few games with him as he draws the card he's holding. Feng then asked in shock if there was poker during the conferred gods period. Black told him that the senior only used it to relieve his boredom. As a result, the old man was completely addicted to it. As Black was explaining things to Feng, the senior was busy drawing the blue cards he is holding. Feng looked up at the mana crystal that shows some dragons play instruments called Happy Land Lord. He could not help but say that if the producers knew that their music could appear in another world, they would wake up laughing. But the senior interrupted Feng's thought by telling him not to be stunned and grab a card. Little Jin whispered that the senior is the scary big turtle he talked about, which is more scarier than the Supreme. But the senior said that last time he chased Little Jin because he felt the blood of 5 Tian in his body. He then told Feng that he was robbing the landowner, so we asked if Feng wants to double, but Feng disagreed. Feng told the senior that Little Jin has Liu Jian's bloodline inside him, but the senior rejoiced that he has won a super double card. And the senior told Feng that Liu Jian mistakenly ate Little Jin, but the energy backfired and confused his memory, so he thought the Little Jin egg was his child. The senior continued showing Feng his 3 red cards, but Feng is surprised with what the senior said. The senior continued asking Feng if he wanted the cards. Then he played the cards quickly, but Feng said he didn't want. The senior told him that during the Battle of the Gods, him and Liu Jian were sucked into that world by the turbulent flow of space. Later, they were tricked by the gods, and Liu Jian fell and only his bloodline remained at the Dragon Valley altar, but he was blocked there. He told them that there are 3 2 and 1 pair, so that means that there's only 1 card left. Black, who is interested in the game, then the story told by the senior said that he has a bomb card. And the senior stared at Black intensely, as if he is going to kill him if he played his card. Black trembled and asked if he should blow his card up or not, but the senior asked him what he thought, and then he dropped the card in his hands, which is a red card. So the senior screamed that he won. He said proudly that his poker skills are amazing, so he told Black that he should give him money. Black agreed. The old man, seeing that Black has money, he said that Feng does not need to give him any. Feng could not help but say that it is no wonder that Little Jin returns to the dragon tribe after being injured, because he is the child of the dragon god. And he also issues orders to let the dragon clan save Hongyi, but a powerful energy suddenly surrounded Feng. And the senior, who is originally old transformed into a strong mid-liege man, said and that Feng explained well. He continued asking who dared hurt his son Liu Jian, and his eyes flashed red in deep angry. Black immediately say that it is over, because the senior's violent side appeared, but Feng asked him what it was, and he explained that the senior looked like a kind little old most of the time. But whenever he gets angry, he becomes dangerous, and that is called his violent side. Feng and Black hugged each other, saying that the senior has clearly changed into a different person. The now dangerous senior told them that they are people who had hurt his Chinese son, Liu Jian. The senior continued asking Feng and the others if that is how they are going to take care of his son by hurting. Feng starts trembling under the strong pressure of the senior. Even little Jin, that is on Feng's shoulder, felt the pressure. Black told the sender to calm down, telling him that the matter is not intentional by Feng. But the senior, Yahello, attacked Black and threw him backward while calling him a waste. Feng started blaming the old senior, saying that he couldn't even resist his own momentum. Little Jin immediately prostrated himself in front of Feng and told the senior that he is not allowed to bully Feng. But the old senior used one of his black magic ropes to tie little Jin and telling him to stay still. He then turned to Feng and told him that from then on, little Jin will follow him. But Feng disagreed, saying that little Jin can decide who he wants to be with, and little Jin agreed. But the old senior increases the amount of energy of his black magic rope and said that little Jin doesn't deserve to choose. The black energy started hurting little Jin, so he started crying out in pain, and Feng screamed that the old man should stop. But little Jin suddenly transforms into his golden dragon form and destroyed the black rope. After doing that, he rushed to the old senior about to attack after him. But the old senior carried little Jin on his hand, and little Jin repeatedly called him a bad guy. The senior said that Liu Jian worked so hard for little Jin, and he would be so angry that he would crawl out of his coffin if he hurt little Jin. He then hands little Jin back to Feng, telling him to take good care of little Jin for him. Now carrying the already sleeping little Jin, Feng could not help but say that the old senior character changes to quickly. The old senior, who is now back to how he was told Feng that children can play with whoever they want. So lenient. Black finally came out of the water and told the old man that Feng was only at the 9th levels at that time, but his opponent was a supreme powerhouse. The old senior could not help but ask how a mere supreme bee could be called a strong person. He then held Feng's hand, telling him that he should not be offended because he was sick a moment ago. Feng told the man that it is indeed his lack of strength that he failed to protect little Jin. He promised that it will never happen again. The old man suggested Feng practice in his body, and he will definitely be able to make further progress within 2 months. And those energy have been condensed by him over countless years and become gentle in nature, just good enough for his practice. When Feng felt the surging energy from the old man's body, could not help wonder what would happen if he practiced with it. Feng thanked the man but told him that he has urgent matters to go to, which is the Dragon Valley. But the old man told Feng that those decisive battles he is about to have will last until dawn. But Feng apologized, saying that he has urgent matters, and it is also related to little Ji, but he will come back next time. And the old man started complaining, saying that Feng would say that, but definitely will not come back. But Feng apologized and told the old senior that he has something he wanted to ask. He asked if there was any way to heal the injury of soul loss. The old man said that he has contributed to a fight but can't do anything to heal. He continued, saying that Feng should promise to come back. Feng could not help but say that the old man is jumping topics so fast, which seems childish. Both of them hooked their hands together, and the old man said that if Feng did not keep his word, then he will kill them, which immediately scared both Feng and Black, but little Jin is sleeping and clueless. But the old man said he forgot to give them a greeting gift, so he gave them poker cards, saying they should use it for self-defense. Feng received the poker cards and started wondering if the card could really be used for self-defend. They continued their journey of crossing through the sea till the sun set, making everywhere sparkle. Black started rejoicing and pointing at a particular direction, saying that they are finally at the Dragon Valley. Feng and little Jin were looking at the golden light that is changing the color of the surrounding area in shock. But little Jin snored, saying that there are no ladies there, so it is not going to be fun at all. But Black told him that adult dragons can transform into human form, so there definitely is a female dragon in the Dragon Valley. Little Jin immediately said that he is stupid for not thinking of that possibility, so he told Feng to speed up. The three of them rushed to the Dragon Valley, which is now near enough for them to see. But when they got close to the Dragon Valley and passed through, Feng felt something unusual. So Black told him that it is the defensive barrier of Dragon Valley, which can identify and lock outsiders immediately. A blue dragon suddenly came out of Novia and rushed toward them at a calm pace. But when it saw Feng, the dragon rushes to attack, saying that it is Feng who abducted little Jin, so he will swallow Feng alive. But Feng jumped backward with little Jin on his shoulder. Feng wondered what the blue dragon was talking about, so he told the dragon to repeat what it said. The dragon ignored what Feng said. I'm starting to gather his magic energy in his mouth. He gathered enough energy of miles away on his mouth, about to attack Feng. But little Jin stepped forward and started asking the blue dragon what he is planning to do. The blue dragon's eyes widened open when he saw the little young Master Jin. He started coughing because his energy gathering was interrupted, and the attack despises. He immediately as hell they interrupted attack with a sight, then looked at little Jin. He then transforms from being a blue dragon to his human form. while turning little Jin that he have finally came back. But little Jin suddenly attacked to the blue dragon and knocked him down some of his teeth. And then he said that the blue dragon has been keeping an eye on him for a long time. The huge blue dragon go carry Fang and the others, and flies to their destination after being beaten by little Jin. As they flew, the blue dragon immediately burst into tears, saying that he is fine as long as little Jin is okay. Black question. If Lan Linden is still as sentimental as before, Feng agreed because of Blue Dragon's attitude. Little Jin asks the Blue Dragon where he is taking them because he wants to find a female dragon in the Dragon Valley. But the Blue Dragon answers saying that they have to see His Majesty the Dragon Emperor first. Feng and Black, together with little Jin, looked at the huge door in front of them in silence. Inside the hall, the dragons are engaged in different activities, and some of them were gambling. Feng asked the Blue Dragon, "Didn't he bring them to see the Dragon King, so why were they in a casino?" Someone suddenly slammed their hand on the table saying he wants to kill everyone with his card. And it's turned out to be Yate, who won not long after he used his 2 poker card. Feng asked if that is the legendary cultural invasion of another word. He then praised, saying that although him and Yate are both time travelers, but Yate awesomeness has exceeded his imagination. Black told Yate that the Dragon King expelled him once, and if he continues like that he might get expelled again. The confused Yate turned around and turned Black to look at the senior man he defeated. The all-gold dressed man immediately said that he doesn't believe Yate can kill him with poker cards. Black was surprised with what his saw, because the senior man is the Dragon King himself. Linden started whispering something to the Dragon King, who immediately gave a serious expression. The Dragon King immediately activated his ability and extended it to the surrounding area. Feng could not help but say that unexpectedly, without him being aware of anything, he suddenly moved. And the worst fact is that so many people moved at the same time. He could not help but say that the Dragon King is terrifying. But before he could think more about what happened, someone grabbed the little Jin from his shoulder. Yate carried the little Jin, saying that he finally got to see him again, in happiness. Little Jin asked him who he is and why he is so friendly with him, because he did not remember Yate. So Feng told little Jin that he should be a little kind with words because Yate is his mother. Yate little Jin that he was still an egg when he gave birth to him. When he returned to see him, but the altar was closed by the Dragon King. But the Dragon King started wondering if nobody noticed his sense of existence. He then curved and told Yate to bring little Jin over to him so that he would take a look. Little Jin put up a fight, saying that it is the king who made people stay at him every day, so he hate him. The king replied, saying that it is because little Jin is the son of the dragon god, so they can't be enemy mistake around him. A continued saying that Liu Feng seems to be little Jin friend, but little Jin stared at him intensely. Feng placed both of his hands together and greeted, saying that it is an honor to meet His Majesty the Dragon King. The king said that since Feng and little Drink are friends, there's no need to be polite. But he has some doubt. He stared at Feng and asked him seriously if he was really the one who hatched little Jin out of his egg. Feng could not help but it's not imagining things, thinking that the Dragon King is calling him a hen helping his chick hatch. He disagreed, saying that time he was running for his life, and his blood dripped onto the eggshell, and little Jin suddenly broke out. The king said that it is how it is, because the dragon god said that only his own kind can bring a dragon into the world. Feng was surprised, and asked if there was something like that because he had never heard of it. He then wondered why Yate was unable to hatch little Jin out of his eggshell back then. But Yate told him that their situation is different, and that it is probably because hatching little Jin requires Chinese blood. The king asked if Feng would like to go with him to the altar to verify, and also said that little Jin would also be entering to break through. Feng immediately agreed, saying that the dragon is so polite, and little Jin rejoices. But Feng suddenly asked the Dragon King how to get to the legendary lost paradise of God. So that surprised the Dragon King. He could not help but asked Feng why he wanted to go there. Then he tells Feng to forget it, and they will talk about it after the altar matter is settled. All of them, including the Dragon King, stood in front of a stone altar that has something written on it. Feng read out what was in the altar, which is the Tao can be Tao, but it is not Tao. The name can be named, but it's not named. The Dragon King could not help but say that Feng knows the world written by the Lord Dragon God. Feng, who has not seen Chinese characters in a long time, watched as the Dragon King stretched out his hand and a golden light appeared. The Dragon King told the elders he brought to follow him as he opened the stone altar. All the elders agreed and placed their hands together, and different kinds of colors started to shine around them. And the altar starts to activate and glow a golden color that shined brightly. And some Chinese characters appeared visibly on the huge stone altar. The light shined up to the sky as Feng and the others watched its growth constantly. The light became so bright that both Feng and little Jin had to cover their eyes. But Feng's situation became different again because he suddenly did not see the golden light. So he looked around and was surprised by what he saw and where he was. He appeared on Earth in his formal world. Before he fell into another world, he could not help but say that he is back. But another man standing behind him asked if it's China thousands of years from now. Feng was surprised when someone appeared behind him because he didn't notice it. And the young man is dressed in a cultural China custom, and the young man greeted Feng. But Feng changed to a fighting position and asked the young man who he was. But the young man said that He Xuan should have mentioned to him about Chan teacher's disciple Lin Jian. Feng asked if the young man is senior dragon god Liu Jian, but he wondered if the dragon didn't fall. Liu Jian told Feng that it's just a trace of his soul consciousness that remained, and Feng asked where they were, and Liu Jian answered saying that it is Feng's conscious space, and everything he saw is his memory. Feng was surprised when he realized that he appeared inside his own memory. Liu Jian told Feng that it is his happiest memory. Then he asked Feng what he was doing there, and Feng said that it was the last time his mother took him out to play, and the toy is called a rocking car for children. But he didn't expect to see her again after entering inside his conscious space, and that was the happiest time in his childhood life. But then his mother passed away. So he became an orphan with no mother or father, with sadness creeping in his voice. But Lin Jian said that he doesn't want to hear such a sad thing, but he had watched something. And that is Feng's most exciting memory. The memory of him when he fell on top of wire. Feng became silent for a few seconds before he started blushing and his mouth opened wide in shock. He pulled the cotton to cover his privacy and told Liu Jian not to be so bold. But the dragon god said that the world would be like that in 1,000 years to come. Moreover, he felt like modern people's clothes are really cool, so he wants to try it. He started waving at the girls passing by. Feng could not help but say in his mind that it is disrespectful to do that. Liu Jian told Feng that he fell, and the senior old man He Xuan was trapped, so he didn't expect to meet his Chinese compatriots. But Feng asked him if he knew that the egg he left behind has already hatched. He answered that he knew, but he didn't have the courage to face him, because whenever he sees little Jin, he would think of Xuanv. Feng knew that Xuanyi fell because of the Star Pearl and Dragon God fighting against the gods. Liu Jian said he won't talk about old things. He told Feng that he showed up because he has something important to ask him. He told Feng that him and her Xuan relied on Chinese techniques and spells to compete with the divine level. Later, Xuanvi used the star bead to save his life, and used it to help him break through the Lord God. And he heard that people call the battle place the lost paradise of God. He told Feng he hoped he could bring him and Xuan'er bodies back and bury them together. He brought out a scabbard and said that of course we wouldn't let Feng go there in vain. He told Feng that it can be used directly as a weapon. Although the sword Feng uses sharp, it can't display the true power of his sword. And when Feng steps into the battlefield of God with the scabbard, he could be able to find his sword. Feng thanked his and said he would help because they are of the same blood. But he is afraid it would be hard to return into China. Liu Jian said that it is the second thing he wants to tell him, because when the War of the Gods broke out, all the gods were involved. They used the divine curse. Plain exiled during the battle, the two main gods disappeared into the void under the gaze of countless gods. But not long after they came back, that shows that they actually traveled to China, and success fully returned to that world. Later he found out that they were able to come back because the Lord God of Space possessed an artifact space guide. Feng could not help but ask if it is as long as he gets the space guide, he can be able to return to China. Liu Jian said he also wants to study it, but he was unable to do so, so he desperately wounded Chaos and grabbed the space guide. But he died as soon as he activated the space pool, and only a fragment of the soul was sucked into the space crack. And he still can't forget the scene when Xuan'er died with the gods because of his failure. But he suddenly paused and said that he saw a girl like Xuan'er in Feng's memory. Hearing that she's always wearing a rent clothes, Feng could not help but remember Hongyi. Liu Jian continues saying that Hongyi possesses star beads, so Feng should increase his strength, if not the god will try their best to seize the star beads. And until then, whether it is Hongyi or Feng, they would both be destroyed by the gods. Feng thanked Liu Jian for the reminder, and say that he would improve his strength to protect Hongyi. And Liu Jian told Feng that he believes him, also saying in his mind that Feng should not make the same mistake as him and Xuanv. Turning the tea on the table with a spoon, Feng asked Liu Jian if he knows how to cure a broken soul. And Jian answers saying that if Feng can find the soul-like artifacts or medicine left behind after the god's death. But Feng interrupted Jian by asking him to tell him how to get to the god's lost paradise. But Jian said he didn't know, because that place became a separate space due to the loss of energy, so the entrance is not fixed. And he is just a trace of spiritual thought. Only the Chinese bloodline can awaken him. So Feng should ask the current Dragon Emperor. Feng told Jian not to be so breathless when he speaks, or else his little heart wouldn't bear it. Jian immediately apologized to Feng and said that he will punish himself with a drink. But not long after he drank the wine, he spit it on Feng's face, which confused Feng. Jian apologized to Feng again, saying that the modern wine tastes a bit weird. He asked Feng why there's a trace of space energy in his body. He told Feng that space energy is a more advanced energy than magic elements and fighting spirit. The war among the gods started because of him, but the actual root cause was the decrease in energy in that realm. He also told Feng that gods can only serve the space energy from other people's bodies to maintain their divine rank. But after Xuanvi self-destructed, all the space energy in the world should have disappeared with her. Feng could not help but ask if it is because he went to the plane of gods the other time. He continued saying that when he woke up he found out that there was a silver energy in his body, but Jean told Feng that it is not the plane of the gods, but is the legendary empty space. He continued saying that the energy of the empty world in that current world was just a little bit leaked from the empty space. When Feng realized that the desolated land he entered before is the legendary empty world, he told Jian that he feels like there is nothing there except a vast expanse of white. Jean said he didn't expect Feng to have an opportunity to enter the legendary existence realm, the empty space. He told Feng to find a way to integrate the energy of the ethereal realm into his cultivation, because if he continues to use it, it'll grow weak, and the remaining energy should be used to fulfill little Jin's needs, and that would be his compensation for him as a father. Feng asked if there's any way to revive him, but Jean told him that he's just a trace of soul consciousness. He said that if Feng found the fragment of his soul that were sucked by the cracks in the space before his death, then there might still be some chance. He jumped up as a golden light shines around and said that he is happy to meet his old friends in a foreign country. So he turned and told Feng that he hoped they could meet again when he could live. In reality, the stone altar still has a golden light on it with the Chinese characters written on it, and everyone was waiting for Feng to come out of the stone altar. Little Jin could not help but say, "The Feng is slow." But a bigger golden light shines around Little Jin, who was caught off guard. As if something is controlling Little Jin's body, he could not help but ask why he is flying. Liu Jian appeared telling Little Jin that he really wished he could give him a hug. The Dragon King was surprised and wanted to ask Liu Jian if he is the dragon gods. The other elders immediately knelt down and bowed to him, while Little Jin asked Jian what he wants to do. But Jate was wondering why he got a familiar feeling from Jian. He wondered it is because he is also Chinese. But before he could think more about it, the two elders beside him grabbed his head and slammed it to the floor. And Little Jin was tiring to run away, but the golden light, which he had no idea where it came from, is holding him tightly. Liu Jin placed his hand on Little Jin's forehead, saying that is his last spiritual energy. He then pushed out all the magic energy from his body and directed it to Little Jin's body. Little Jin suddenly got filled with so much power, and he roared as his body grew a little larger and longer. Feng, on the other side, suddenly came out of the stone altar, with golden light from the altar shining around him. The Dragon King was surprised to see him appear again because he thought he would not be approved by the Dragon God. Feng questioned if they are too polite to give him such a big gift as bowing, as soon as he came out from his conscious space. But the elders of Dragon Valley started asking Feng where the Dragon Gods and Little Jin are, since they suddenly disappeared. But the Dragon King told them that the Dragon God fell asleep again because his power was exhausted. And he continued saying that Lu Feng has been recognized by the Dragon God, so he would be the prince of the Dragon Clan. Feng was surprised, but before he could object, all the elder were bowed down and greeted him. But Little Jin, who has just appeared, suddenly rushed to Feng in a fast pace, and Feng could feel the speed. He immediately hugged Feng with tears in his eyes because he missed Feng and thought he wouldn't see him again. But because Little Jin has grown bigger and longer, he knocked Feng backward, causing him to cough blood. Little Jin then slowed down his speed and asked Feng if he is okay from the hit. But Feng told Little Jin to stop coming closer in a fast pace, so Little Jin agreed and started walking in a slow pace. The Dragon King proudly said that Little Jin is worthy of being the son of their dragon god. But he told Little Jin to restore his body because the elders can't withstand his dragon power at close range. But Little Jin told the Dragon King that he can't seem to be able to charge back to his human form. At a cliff, the Dragon King thanked Feng for summoning the dragon god, so that they could meet the dragon god in their lifetime. He brought out a token and told Feng that it is the dragon token of his dragon clan, so Feng should accept it. He also explains that the object can be used to mobilize any dragon in the dragon family, although it is supposed to be handed to Little Jin, but he is too young, so Feng should keep it temporarily. Feng asked the Dragon King if he was really relieved to give that kind of important thing to him, a mere human being. But the king said that if the order of the token is not harmful to the dragon plan, it won't be carried out naturally. Feng told him not to worry, because he will never make things difficult for the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King asked Feng if he had made up his mind, because with his current strength, he will die if he goes to the God's Lost Paradise. But Feng told the king that his lover's soul is broken because of her injury, and he heard that there may be a cure in God's Lost Paradise. Moreover, there is also a task given to him by the Dragon God, Liu Jian. The dragonkind asked if Feng was saying that their Lord Dragon God is still alive. Feng disagreed but said that the dragon gods still have hope of resurrection, and the hope is hidden in the gods' lost paradise. The king told Feng that legend has it that there is a way to advance to the divine level, but it disappeared from the continent. And the help of the conflict energy between heaven and earth, the paradise lost can be temporarily brought back to the mainland. However, due to the limited soul power that the lost paradise can hold, they kept it a secret for generations. And only on the eye of every day when the sun swallows the moon, they will send out strong men with qualification certificates. When Feng heard that they would be promoted to the divine level, he knew it meant that there is energy from the void realm in Paradise Lost. The king continued saying that the day before the sun swallows the moon, all men with qualification certificates will have a final fight, and one person from a different kind of race and place would be allowed to enter the gods' Paradise Lost. And over the past thousands of years, hundreds of saint-level warriors have died because of that. The Dragon King asked Feng if he is ready to die at any moment inside the gods' lost paradise. But Feng said firmly that he will definitely go to the gods' Paradise Lost. And the day the sun swallows the moon only happens to be once every 100 years, and Feng can't wait to become a grandfather. But the Dragon King told Feng not to worry, because the time the sun swallows the moon will appear in a year time. And he continued saying that he believes that with Feng's ability will be enough to get the qualification certificate. But Feng said that the Dragon King is powerful, so doesn't that mean he already has the qualification certificate? And the Dragon King told Feng that there are many important people that has withdrawn from the Continental Heroes, so the certificate has been invalidated for a long time. Feng could not help but feel that there's a huge stone placed on his head when he heard the Dragon King. Someone suddenly announced that him Poseidon of the North Sea is there to visit, so the Dragon King should come out for them to talk. So the Dragon King told Feng that the person delivering the qualification certificate has arrived. He continued telling Feng to stay where he was, and he would go and get him the qualification certificate. But an orange suddenly appeared on Feng's hand, so he wondered if the Dragon King did it on purpose. And Feng suddenly heard little Jin screaming that he could finally change back, so we happy turned around. But he stepped backward and fell to the ground when he saw how big the current little Jin is. He sat up from the ground and told little Jin to stop and slow down. After little Jin calmed down, he started toying with Feng, and Feng kept asking if he has had enough. But little Jin hugged Feng, saying that Feng used to hold him, but now him can hold Feng with his own hands. Lin Dun came and told Prince Feng that Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor invites him. Feng agreed to go immediately, in order to escape from the fat little Jin. When Feng is heading to the palace, a few giant shark fighters could be seen in front of him. Feng could not help but say that it is no wonder the name Poseidon seems so familiar to him. But before he could enter the palace, he was stopped by the giant shark fighters who called him humanity. And one of that giant shark fighter told Feng that the palace is not a place for people like him. But Feng told them that place is the Dragon Island, and the Sea Clan has no right over it. And the giant shark fighter said that Feng is a person with no fighting spirit, but he dared to be arrogant. But Feng punched the giant shark fighter while telling the shark to stay away from him. But because he attacked one of the giant shark fighter, all the other shark fighters started attacking him. But Feng is not afraid of them, so he calmly activated his ability ready to fight back. To show off his fighting attack ability, he stomped his foot on the ground and cracked the floor. Just cracking the ground was enough to knock down one of the giant shark fighter. And Feng grabbed the hand of one of the giant shark fighter who wants to sneak an attack on him. He then flipped the shark he grabbed on the hand and slammed it on the ground. But when Feng is about to punch the giant shark fighter on the face, he heard someone above telling him to stop. And before Feng could react, he saw a long fork-like weapon flying towards him. So he immediately jumped away from that place he was standing, causing the weapon to miss him and strike the ground. Feng then turned around to look at the direction the weapon came from and saw someone familiar. And it is the little princess of the Sea Clan Jinger, and she was also surprised to see him. But soon her expression changed from surprise to anger, and she started insulting him. When Feng saw that she might attack him at any time, he did not deactivate his fighting magic ability. But Feng saw an elderly man with a crown on his head, and the man said that he finally met Feng. The middle-aged man did not stop there. He continued calling Feng his grandson-in-law. He then rushed toward the confused Feng, screaming and laughing, also repeating the words his good grandson-in-law. But when we finally gave his hug, he found out that Feng had disappeared from where he was standing. Feng, who had dodged away, asked the man who he is and who he is calling his grandson-in-law. But the old man angrily pointed at Feng, saying that he can't just have the lady and not admit it. Princess Jinger asked the old man who told him that Feng is his grandson-in-law. She continued saying that if he continued talking, she'll leave. But the old man knelt down, saying that he is helpless and miserable, and his granddaughter doesn't want him anymore. Feng could not help but say that the old man is a good actor because his face changes too quickly. And the old man continued saying that he might as be killed, but Princess Jinger told him to shut up. The Dragon King came out of his palace and told the old man that his granddaughter called him Lao Bu Sha because of the way he acts. He then introduced Feng as the Prince of Dragon Clan, and then he introduced the old man as Holy Elder Poseidon. And he introduced Feng to Princess Jinger of the Beihai dynasty, but she looked away from Feng. Feng told the Dragon King that those people had attacked the human race, so what were they doing there? But Poseidon told him that the battle is just to compete for territorial resources. So the Dragon King told Feng that Poseidon wants to ask him for help. However, due to the balance of power between the sea tribe Beihai and Xia, no war broke out. But the Xia purpose is not only to destroy the Beihai dynasty, but also to obtain their qualification certificate. Feng asked if Majesty wanted him to help Beihai and use his qualification certificate to make transactions. The Dragon King told Poseidon that the Dragon Clan cannot directly get involved, but letting Feng take action won't be a problem. Poseidon then thanked the Dragon King for his generous help, but the Dragon Bing told him not to thank him so quickly because there would be an appearance fee. Feng could not help wonder if Poseidon is pretending to be deaf, since his conversation with the Dragon King was loud enough. And the Dragon King told Poseidon not to get stupid with him. He continued saying that Poseidon know what he's talking about. But Poseidon told the Dragon King that the qualification certificate was passed down from his ancestors, and he didn't dare to give it away easily. Poseidon continued saying that the one who will help him is Beihai grandson-in-law. But Feng told the old man that when he met his granddaughter, and before he had anything to do with her, he first beat her up. He continued telling Poseidon that even if he wants to marry her, she wouldn't agree to marry him. But his words were interrupted by Princess Jinger, who said that she is willing to marry him. Feng, who thought that she wanted to reject him, was surprised and asked her why. He could not help but scream and ask her what she just said. Princess Jinger told Feng that as long as he helps them resolve the crisis in Beihai, she willing marry him. Poseidon and the Dragon King immediately come together and watch Feng and the princess. Feng refuses, 3 consecutive saying that it is impossible, so she shouldn't think about. The princess of Beihai became angry when she heard him rejecting her and saying that he won't marry her. She went close to Feng and held him on his cloth collar then, and asked him why he doesn't want to marry her. She continued asking him if he thinks that she's not beautiful enough. Feng felt that she was so close and he tried to back away without touching her. He looked at her and could not help but wonder why the princess is suddenly acting up. So he told her that we don't want to marry her because she is flat-chested, and little Jin has said it before. And the princess became angry, saying that she doesn't want to marry him too, while his grandfather tried to calm her down. Feng coughed, embarrassed, because the Dragon King is standing behind him. Feng then told them that in exchange for the qualification certificate, he must go to God's lost paradise. And there is still 1 year left until the sun swallows the moon. But can their Beihai dynasty survive until that time? Feng looked at Poseidon and the princess, saying that the choice is theirs to make. The Dragon King told them that if Beihai is destroyed, it wouldn't be useful for them to keep the qualification certificate. Poseidon became silent and started thinking about what Feng has just said. He then agreed as long as he survived, he would give the qualification certificate to Feng. After all, they are all their own people. But the moment he said that, Feng and the princess disagreed. But when both of them saw that they said the same thing, they told each other not to imitate themselves. And when they said the same thing again, they started pointing at each other angrily. But Yates suddenly interrupted them by telling Feng that he had a letter from home for him. 1 day later, when Feng and the other were sitting on giant seahorse carriage as it carried them across the sea, Feng could not help but say that he have been reading the letter Yate brought to him for 800 times. In the letter, Weir thanked him because she feels much better, and she told him that she has come out of the elves' water of life. But her teacher is still watching her very closely and won't let her do anything. And she also thinks there is nothing wrong with Soul. Sophia told him that she moved to Weir's place to take care of her. And she also thanked him because her father was now recovering. Feng realized that there were 3 women in the letter. He could not help but say that he felt like something big was going to happen. Weir told him that Snow also wants to say hello to him, but she acts as if she doesn't care. Feng said that it was great that Weir is recovering. Now all he needs is to get the qualification certificate from the Heroes Association. But he wondered if it is really okay if he is the only one to take action. The Dragon King told Feng that little Jin is still unable to control his cultivation, so he planned to send him to Black's place to practice. The Dragon King then told Black that although he is going with Feng, he must not take action easily. And Black replied saying that even if Feng beat him to death, he will just watch and do nothing, which gave Feng a creep. Suddenly, Poseidon told Feng that in front of them is the national border of their Beihai dynasty. Feng asked them if there is anything he can do to breathe underwater, and Poseidon told him to put Princess Jinger's scales on his forehead, and he brought out the scale he took from Jinger before. And that time he didn't know that if he takes it, he has to be her husband. So he decided to give it back, but Princess Jinger suddenly screamed that he is annoying. Poseidon told Feng that as long as he put the scale on his forehead, he could be able to breathe freely at the bottom of the sea, and it could help him hide his human identity from ordinary sea people. Feng could not help but look at the scale in his hand. As he brought the purple scale close to his forehead, he heard Princess Jinger telling him to stop, but it was too late because he had already placed the scale on his head, and then asked her what is wrong. Poseidon started laughing, saying that all the sea people will know that he is his grandson-in-law in Beihai. Feng could not help but say that Poseidon tricked him while trying to remove the purple scale, but he couldn't. So he told Poseidon to remove the scale from his forehead because he doesn't want it. But he is punched by Princess Jinger and her grandfathers, and that Feng is a good match for her. Black could not help but say that it is the vulgar plot of having a son-in-law. All of them climbed down from the carriage about to head to the Beihai dynasty, but something seems to be coming in their direction at a fast pace, which surprised them. The water rose and turned into a shark and was to attack them. But instead of hurting them, it ends up destroying the carriage that transported the people. Princess Jinger's grandfather Poseidon immediately activated his ability and got ready to fight off the enemy. He destroyed the water shark, and him together with Feng, Princess Jinger backed away. Feng immediately grabbed the princess on her waist and started floating in the air, and the attacker finally showed themselves, and it is the Western Emperor at the peak of Saint level with second level Western Emperor. Poseidon knows that if they stop him there, then Beihai would be in trouble, so he angrily attacked the two people. But a weird-looking man said that he allowed Poseidon to escape before, but this time we will definitely kill him. Poseidon and the weird-looking man then engaged in an intense battle against each other, while Feng and Princess Jinger, who were floating in the air, were looking at the sea where the battle was taking place. Princess Jinger could not help but worry about her grandfather, so she started calling him. But Feng told her not to panic, and that she should believe in her grandfather's strength. But he is wondering why the other old man is not taking any action against them. The man told Feng that if he willingly left, him from the West Asian dynasty is willing to pay double the chips offered by Poseidon. Princess Jinger could not help but panicked when she heard the man's offer. But Feng told her not to worry because he wouldn't rebel, and he knows that the old man won't give him what he wants. But before they could fight, Black came out of the sea pissed off, and he asked the old man if he was the one who ruined his most beloved comic book, which happened a while ago when the water shark was attacking them and his comic book fell off. But the old man was surprised because he did not expect to see a person from the Dragon Clan there. So he asked if the Dragon Clan are going to break the rules and interfere with his High Clan's affairs. He said that because if the Dragon Clan takes action, then the battle will be useless, and he will be a fool if he continues the battle. But Black said that he isn't interfering. But if they broke his stuff, they should pay him immediately. And he told Feng to be careful, but Feng told him that the Dragon God gave him a magical weapon, so dealing with that old man won't be a problem. Black was surprised that the Dragon God actually gave Feng something, but he said he is not convinced. Feng did not listen to Black and just activated his ability, and a dragon symbol appeared on his hand. Feng assured the old man that Black, his brother from the Dragon Clan, will never take action, so he will do it for him. The old man became angry because he knew that Feng is not going to leave. Princess Jinger knows that the Western Emperor will be even more afraid of deliberately emphasizing his relationship with the Dragon Clan. But her thoughts were interrupted when her grandfather came out of the water, so she rejoiced. The princess grandfather immediately used his Poseidon's wrath after he came out of the sea. He then told Feng that he will deal with the Western Emperor, so he should stop Shi Huang. But Shi Huang jumped out of the sea, saying that we won't let Poseidon escape. He then screamed and activated his crazy shark slash to attack Poseidon. The attack turned the surrounding seawater into shark and rushed toward Poseidon. But Feng took the attack head on. He jumped up with his sword on his hand and screamed that it should break the attack from the enemy, so he broke the water shark into two. But Shi Huang immediately laughed and activated another shark attack. He then personally rushed to Feng with his water shark and slashed Feng. When he saw that he had really slashed Feng, he laughed and said that he has defeated Feng. Princess Jinger could not help but wonder if Feng could really die so easily. But Feng appeared behind Shi Huang and asked him what he is so happy about. He also told Shi Huang that what he just broke was just a clone of him while smirking. Shi Huang was surprised and shocked at the same time because he thought he had killed Feng. But Feng did not give him time to dwell on his thought by using the magic power given to him by Dragon God. And Shi Huang was surprised by the quadruple attack that Feng just performed. But before he could react, the golden magic dragon pissed through his body, causing him to cough out blood and his eyes wide open because of the power of the attack. Feng could not help but say that the scabbard of the Dragon God is indeed awesome and could transform into a dragon's shadow. But Shi Huang, who was pissed off, started transforming and his eyes changed from white to red. Soon his body started changing into a sea creature that has tail, and that was a great surprise to Feng. The shark Shi Huang told Feng that he will tear off all the flesh from his body, one bite at a time. But Feng told him that he transformed at the right time because he also wants to try and taste the shark fin. This made Shi Huang angrily attack Feng with his huge sword, and Feng prepared himself to counterattack. Both of their attacks landed together, and none of them were pushed backward, so they immediately started exchanging multiple blows together with their sword. Feng unleashed a strong attack and directed it towards Shi Huang, who did not back off but stood his ground. He then created another powerful attack called 8 times, and a big golden dragon appeared. When the shark formed, Shi Huang saw this. He knew he had to find a way to stop Feng, so he created a shield called the Glacial Armor to protect himself from Feng. When the golden dragon got close, he screamed that the forbidden spell should freeze it. But the huge golden dragon broke through his glacial armor, causing him to pant exhausted. He was surprised and screamed that it was impossible for the golden dragon to destroy his armor, but it already happened. But he didn't notice Feng, who was hidden under the golden dragon with a sword point at the shark Shi Huang. And the other old man said that if Feng dared to stab the Western Emperor, he will bury both him and Poseidon together. That surprised Feng because he didn't expect the old man to defeat Poseidon so quickly. The old man gently grabbed Old Man Poseidon out of the water, preparing another plan. But Princess Jinger asked how her grandfather was defeated, because he is also at the peak of saint-level expert. And Feng, on the other side, completed the attack he wanted to launch on Shi Huang without killing him. He then grabbed Western Emperor Shi Huang on his neck, and blood was dripping down the man's mouth. The old man said that he didn't expect Feng to be able to defeat the Western Emperor, because considering Feng's strength, which is still at the first level of the Holy Order. But Feng told the man to go straight to the point. Without further talk, he asked if the man wants to kill or exchange. But the man said that Poseidon is at the pinnacle of the Holy Order, but Feng wants to use a second-level Holy Order for exchange. And Feng told him that if he doesn't want to change, he will be knocked down because he is not familiar with Poseidon. Then the angry and speechless old man then told Feng that they should kill their hostage together. Princess Jinger, who was hearing their conversation, could not help but pray that her grandfather is fine. Feng, who heard the old man's suggestion, fell silent for a moment to think of a solution. He told the old man to stop acting because he knew that the old man won't let the Western Emperor die. So the man brought a new suggestion, saying that he will count to 3 and let their hostage go at the same time. He followed on with his plan and counted 1, 2, then the last number 3. The 2 people immediately released their hostage toward the other person. But the old man gave a creepy smile because he already crafted a plan on how to deal with Poseidon once he's released. Instead of throwing Poseidon at Feng, just as how Feng threw Shi Huang toward him, he threw Poseidon in the direction of the sea. Feng was surprised because he didn't expect that man to pull off such a petty trick on him. He immediately created his clone and used it to protect Poseidon from the old man's trick attack. After Poseidon's life is no longer in danger, he told the old man that he really is not trustworthy. Then launch an attack toward the direction of the old man angrily. And the old man was about to protect himself from the attack, but it passed him and landed on someone behind him. So he confusedly turned around to see why Feng had attacked somewhere else instead of him, only for him to realize that Feng did not attack him, but attacked the Western Emperors who were behind him. He could not help but scream out, calling the Western Emperor with his eyes wide open. But he turned around and asked Feng angrily, "How dare him kill the Western Emperor?" He continued repeating his question while activating his killer move. The killing attacks has not yet been launched, but already affecting Feng and the other. The old man became more angry the more he thought of how Feng killed the Western Emperor. So he said he wants Feng and the Beihai dynasty to pay for books with tens of millions of blood. He then commanded the sons of Seiya to kill Feng and others. The old man's people who are under the sea started blowing the battle horn, and they heard their master say that they should started destroying the Beihai dynasty. Poseidon told Feng that he was possessed by Shi Huang's saliva and couldn't be able to move for a few days. He told one then forward Princess Jinger to go back home and preside over the battle that is about to take place. But Jens told the princess to take the old man back with her and leave the Western Emperor to him. Princess Jinger carried her grandfather and told Feng before living that he should be careful. Old man Sidi told Feng that when he kills him, he will send the other to accompany the Western Emperor soon. But Feng said that the Western Emperor also wanted to kiss him, but it a pity he didn't make. The angry Sidi immediately screamed that he wants to kill Feng for kill the Western Emperor. He then activated his holy canopy, which made the water of the sea to connect with the sky. He continued with his power activation and transformed the water into a huge canopy shark. Feng was surprised because of the size of the shark. In front of him, he could not help but step back a little, Poseidon was surprised that Ziti actually unleashed all his fighting spirit at once, and the move is used on Feng. Old Ziti laughed and told Feng to die and be buried with the Western Emperor Shi Huang. Feng stood in front of the huge shark that has it month-wide open, and had no idea what to do, because he realized the move is a locked attack, so there is absolutely no way to dodge it. The water shark immediately dives into the water to chase after Feng. So Princess Jinger could not help but ask where everyone is because none of them could be seen. But her grandfather told her not to go there but to dive into the water so that they would get to the Beihai dynasty. She started wondering if Feng is dead, but also praying that he is okay as she turned into a mermaid and carried her grandfather away. Black activated his ability in anger when he thought the OID man Ziti has killed Feng. But before he could act, a golden light suddenly slashed the huge water shark into two. The old Ziti could not help but scream impossible after his shark was destroyed. Feng activated 2 of his attacks, the 8 borrowed attacks, and the Sword of Life and Death. Then we rushed toward the old man. He then uses his attacking power to strike the old man on his chest. But the old man was still in a daze and wondering how Feng's attack could destroy his. Black could not help but say that Feng just liked to play with people's heartbeats. Feng told the old man Ziti that for getting on his way, Shi Huang is waiting for him in the grave. To defend himself against Feng's attack, the old man activated absolute freezing and told Feng that he can't kill him. But Feng acted as if he did not hear what the man said and attacked him. The old man was surprised because Feng's attack destroyed his defense. But someone told Feng to stop and continued saying that in the High Clan area, there is no room for Feng to be so presumptuous. Old man Ziti immediately begged, saying that Seawolf, the special supreme that just arrived to help him, and that people turn out to be Seawolf Special and Sea Clan Supreme Bosden. Feng knew that if he let the Western Emperor go, it would be setting up a minefield for himself. So it is better for him to cut down the weeds without eradicating the roots, because they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The old man, whose eyes are already red, what to ask Feng if he dare to kill him. But Feng was already sliced off his head and screaming that the old man should die. After the attack is launched and old man Ziti was killed, and Feng deactivated his attack power for a moment, the red-haired Seawolf angrily says that Feng dared to disobey him and killed his people. He then rushed to Feng, saying that a mere saint dared to commit murder in his High Clan area. He continued telling Feng not to blame him for being ruthless in his attack. His activated water claw got close to Feng, about to smash him into piece. But Feng used his mirror clones and disappeared from that place and appeared in the air. The Seawolf could not help but say what Feng is a weird human who can break free from the supreme space solidification. Feng asked them if they are the 2 supreme beings of the Sea Clan. He told them that he is entrusted to help Beihai resist the attack of West Asia. But the Seawolf asked Feng if he didn't know that Saints-level holy orders are not allowed to participate in wars. And Feng told him that Shi Huang and Ziti violated the treaty first, and wanted to rely on the holy order to destroy Beihai. Seawolf wanted Feng to pay with his life, but he asked Bosden if Feng is telling the truth. Undersea, Poseidon was telling His Majesty that the Western Emperor not only ignored the treaty, but also salivated over him during their fight. Seawolf listens as the Majesty told Poseidon that he shouldn't have asked an outsider for help. Poseidon said he asked many people for help, but no one was willing to help him. He begged for the 2 supreme adults to let Feng go. Bosden then announced that the Seawolf clan started it first, so Feng must be spared in response to Poseidon's request. Seawolf then said that death penalty can be avoided, but Feng need to be punished for killing his Sea Clan saint in front of him. But Black immediately blocked Feng with his body and told Seawolf that Feng is the prince of his dragon clan. Seawolf could not help but ask now Feng, a human, could be the prince of the dragon clan. Poseidon then told Bosden that Feng is really the prince of the dragon clan and is recognized by the dragon emperor. Bosden snort and ask if the dragon clan want to get involved in the mainland's war again. But Black told them that if the 2 touch Prince Feng, His Majesty the dragon emperor would definitely fight back. But he was grabbed on his neck by Seawolf, who said that if the Dragon King was there, he would have been afraid, but he isn't. And Feng angrily told the red-haired Seawolf to let go of his friend Black. Seawolf said that Feng has not been born for many years, but he dared to yell at him. So we would like to see the human prince of the Dragon Clan. He then held tighter on Black's neck, causing blood to splash everywhere after tearing Black's skin. After that, he let go of the weak and injured Black, and he fell into the water. Feng could not but scream out to Black, wondering if he's okay. But the Seawolf asked Feng if he can't protect himself, how could he care about others? And Feng insulted him because he is very angry and his body started trembling. Seawolf said that Feng, a mere ant at the first level of the Holy Order, wants to take action against him. But Feng activated his ability and said that Seawolf was wrong in one thing. But Seawolf interrupted, saying that if Feng don't know whether to live or die, then we will help him make a decision. and Feng called out the names of the attacks he wants to use and fight with Seawolf. He then rushed and jumped towards Seawolf with his sword raised up high in the air, but all the effort he put in the seemed useless, because Seawolf easily held his sword together with the attack. Feng could not help but feel like it is a little scary that one of his powerful attack move is useless. So, instead of continuing his attack, he jumped backward because he will only hurt himself if he stays there. He used his sword to stop himself from backing away anymore. He then activated his mirror clones to pretend to be him and rushed toward the Seawolf. And Seawolf is surprised by Feng's sudden attack move, but he was not afraid. Feng, on the other hand, activated one powerful attack with scabbard given to him by the dragon god. Seawolf told Feng that he still underestimates the gap between the holy level and the supreme lev. He then attacked Feng with his water sharks, and Feng used his 16 times attack to protect himself. He directed that attack forward Seawolf and allow it to explode there. But he suddenly coughed out blood for using too much magic energy in the fight, and started falling from the air to the sea that separated and made space for him to land miserably. He hit the ground and cracked the floor of the sea, but he stayed still in pain. Seawolf immediately activated his sea spear, looking at Feng. He then threw his shark-eating spear at Feng, with intense power around it. Princess Jinger and her grandfather Poseidon were surprised that Seawolf will attack Feng on his downfall. But Feng, who fell on the seafloor, used a shadow dragon to break Seawolf's attack. He then jumped out of the previous place as the aura of life and death surrounded him. Seawolf is surprised that Feng could release death energy, but he told Feng that he can't shake a tree without overestimated his own capabilities. Then he jumped into the air and rushed towards Feng, and Feng is surprised how fast he is. Seawolf used one move and smashed Feng onto the floor again and more stone cracked. But Feng stood on his knees and used his sword to support himself. He could not help but think about those supremes. He continued saying that the feeling of powerlessness again against a supreme being. He stood up saying that he is not convinced and also doesn't want to be like last time. Seawolf suggested that Feng surrenders and he won't hurt his life and will just erase his holy level cultivation. But Feng told him that he believes that he could fight against the supreme holy steps. With his sword joined together with the dragon god scabbard, Feng started creating a blade of golden lights. The seawater moving around in circle and the golden light surrounded Feng. But the Seawolf did not attack Feng and just watched him about to unleash a powerful attack. So he said that there is a saying that those who doesn't know the truth are fearless. Boston asked the Seawolf if he was going to stay and just wait for Feng to make a move. And Seawolf answered saying that only by completely making Feng despair can be truly destroy him. Feng, on the other hand, is busy, forming the powerful attack move he needs to defeat the Seawolf. In the middle of his increasing powers, he could not help but say that his energy were not enough. He then added more energy to the attack, and the sky thunder started to connect with his attack. Not long after the thunder started connecting with Feng's ability, his attack moves were finally completed. Feng then gave a last command that the attack moves should fuse together for him. His attack powers and the thunderblots started fusing together just as Feng had commanded. Seawolf was surprised when he saw that the attack is something he can't allow befell him, because the attack just collided with the sky and the sea at the same time. It started pushing all the sea creatures away and destroying their formation. He then said that we can't let Feng continue, so he has to completely destroy Feng. He rushed toward Feng, who was surrounded by water and the sky thunderblots. The Seawolf told Feng that he will let him taste what it feels like to fall from heaven to hell. He then threw his shark spear at Feng, who was still under the attack forming. But Feng raised his hand and held the shark spear with one of his hand, and stared at the Seawolf angrily. But the Seawolf told Feng that his life is over, and Feng suddenly smiled and said he has been waiting for Seawolf to attack for a long time. Immediately after, he said that he called his storm to attack the Seawolf. The Seawolf was surprised when he saw shooting lights arrows rushing toward him, but because he thought it wouldn't affect him much, he put down his guard and got injured on his shoulder. He was shocked and said that those attack actually invades his body, so he decided to move away from Feng's attack territories and not fight so hard. But Feng launched another attack and told the Seawolf not to try to escape from him. He then directed the Thunderblot toward the Seawolf with the Dragon God's scabbard. The Seawolf started dodging each and every attack. Then Feng unleashed on him. He then stood and said that he didn't expect that he would become like that after fighting Justin Holy Step. He continued saying that no one should blame him for bullying the weak with his powers. He then activated his real Supreme Being attack power, and a blue light glowed around him. Boston, whose hands are placed behind his back, wondered if the Seawolf is planning to use his real power. Seawolf launches his echoing sound attack toward Feng, and an increasingly large circle started to cover up half Feng's powerful attack. What Feng is waiting for was finally there. The strongest attack means of a Supreme Being is their field. Not long after the circle covered Feng's attack, the both of them disappeared into thin air. Jinger asked why they disappeared, and her grandfather told her that Feng has forced the Supreme to use the domain. He continued telling his granddaughter that as long as she gave birth to a son for Feng, their future in Beihai will be splendid. But Princess Jinger knocked him on his head and asked him what nonsense he is talking about. While inside the sea wolf's domain, Feng's attack power appeared together with him and the sea wolf. Feng could not help but say that the sense of oppression he feels whenever he enters a supreme domain is larger, but he already agreed that he will use the power of the Holy Order to fight against the Supreme Being. Also adding the energy of the sky of Shendukai, the power of his blade storm would be powerful, and he is looking forward to seeing it. Sea Wolf placed his hands in front of Face and said that if he attacks, that will be the end of Feng. He then condensed the water in his domain and made a mirror from the water attack. Then he sent it flying toward Feng like an arrow attack. Power surrounding Feng protected him. Feng, who was trying to draw out energy from his empty space, could not help but wait patiently. But the Sea Wolf activated the second level of City 8 Unlimited Creation. It is called the Li Shui Xuan Giant Shark, and they rushed towards Feng, who is still drawing energy from his empty space. He used both of his hands to draw the energy even from the Thunderblot in his attack. He then screamed that he is at the last step before the empty space energy would activate. The Sea Wolf tried and told Feng that as long as he is inside his domain, he is a god and that attack is useless. Finally, Feng's hand closed and he told the Sea Wolf that he will kill him even if he is a god inside his space. He then activated the Empty World Sword Training Storm and destroyed the Sea Wolf's Li Shui Xuan Giant Shark. Not only that he created more sword training storms and started destroying all the giant shark he saw, he rushed forward with the scabbard in his hand and commanded it to break any obstacle on the way. And around him are surrounded with the sharp light arrows he wants to use against the Sea Wolf. The arrows stroked the Sea Wolf when it got close to him and injured him, making him wonder how Holy Level could shake the domain space of a powerful supreme powerhouse. And Feng told him that he is only on a supreme realm and there was naught else about it. Princess Jinger, who was praying that Feng should be fine, could not help but wonder if Feng is dead. Bosden told her not to worry because the Sea Wolf said that he will just erase Feng's cultivation and not hurt his life. But all he hopes is that Feng doesn't really end up being ruined by the Sea Wolf. Not long after Bosden said that something broke in the sky, and Sea Wolf together with Feng could be seen. Bosden was surprised that Sea Wolf's domain space has been broken, and he asked Sea Wolf what happened to his clothes. But instead of answering Bosden's question, the Sea Wolf told him to hurry up and help him fill in the territory. So Bosden asked the Sea Wolf if he wanted the two of them to join forces to deal with a holy order. The Sea Wolf said that if they don't take action, once Feng's attack is launched, all life in that sea will be devastated. Bosden then raised up from the water to the air as water started surrounding him. But before he fought with Feng, Princess Jinger pleaded for him to show mercy when fighting with Feng. But he told her that she should be telling Feng that because his attack is able to destroy what Sea Wolf was wearing and his domain space. He used his ultimate attack, Extreme Water Freeze, and the water below him start to freeze up, and block the cracked domain space of the Sea Wolf, so that Feng attack will not come out of the space. Bosden started saying that Feng's attack is very powerful, but the Sea Wolf told him to join hands together and destroy Feng's storm. So Bosden activated his double overlay area to destroy the storm while Sea Wolf used his Ogawa seal. Both of their activated skill caused a dramatic change in the surrounding area. They then started attacking the powerful storm that Feng has created. Sea Wolf started rejoicing when he thought that Feng's downfall is near. Feng, who was inside his sword training storm, immediately coughed out blood, because after being attacked repeatedly, he knew that his space energy has been exhausted. Bosden then told the Sea Wolf to complete the fight, and the Sea Wolf activated his Glacier Broken Ice, and froze Feng up while attacking him with all kinds of ice ability. After destroying Feng's training storm from Sea Wolf domain space, the three people came out from the domain to reality. Princess Jinger saw that Feng and the other had finally appeared, so she wondered who had won the fight. But she suddenly covered her eyes because she saw something disgraceful. The Sea Wolf told Feng to accept his fate, also saying that before Feng might be able to stand at the top of the mainland. But it a pity his cultivation is about to end. But Feng smirked and said that he admitted the fact that he lost while looking at Sea Wolf's lower body part. Bosden covered his eyes and told the Sea Wolf to look at his pants. Sea Wolf looked down and saw that his lower man part is publicly displayed in a disgraceful way. The Sea Wolf screamed in shock and embarrassment, so he started calling Feng an asshole. He then told Feng that he is going to kill him, without even remembering to cover that part. Bosden could not help but asked why they had to get to that point, so he wondered how he could protect Feng. Feng, on the other hand, asked the Sea Wolf if he really thinks he has won the fight. Feng continued smiling and asked the Sea Wolf if he had ever played the game called Landlord. He immediately brought out a poker card that old man in the sea had given to him. Then he threw the poker card at the two Supreme Being and commanded the card to explode. The two supreme beings were confused and had no idea what Feng was planning to do. Bosden realized that something was wrong, so he told the sea wolf to immediately avoid the poker card. But before they could escape and avoid the card, a black portal appeared in between them. The sea wolf tried to use his spring's ability to protect himself, but the black portal was starting to swallow them. Finally, the black portal surrounded the two supreme beings as they tried fighting their way out. Feng, who is floating on the air, looks down and calls out to Black, who is out of his sight. Black immediately came out of the water that he had been hiding and answered Feng's call. But Feng grabbed him, telling him not to be stunned because the poker card can't kill the supreme beings, so they should run away. Both of them started running, while the black portal kept surrounding and tightening itself around the two supreme. The two supreme beings were stocked together inside the black portal, and they tried fighting their way out. When they saw Feng and Black running away, the sea wolf immediately said that they shouldn't think about escaping, while Princess Jinger praised Feng in her mind for the first time, when he decided to run away. Minutes later, after the two supreme beings escaped from the black portal, they started looking for Jeng. Sea Wolf asked Bosden if he has locked on Feng because he must kill him to calm his anger. But Bosden asked him how he planned to bear the wrath of the Dragon Clan, causing Sea Wolf to cough out blood. And he told Bosden that he doesn't believe that the Dragon Clan would go to war with them because of a mere human, Liu Feng. But if he didn't kill Feng, he would seal him into the abyss of the sea, and Bosden told him that he had locked on Feng. At that moment, Feng and Black were running away from the supreme beings, and Feng suddenly fell into the sea with blood dripping down from his mouth. Black immediately rushed and pulled Feng out of the water, worried that something might have happened to Feng. Feng told Black that his energy is exhausted, and he really can't escape because there is only a short distance between them and the supreme beings. Black carried the trembling Feng and said that he will help Feng himself by carrying him. But the two suddenly coughed out blood, and Feng looked at Black worried. The both of them then fell into the water together because they were both exhausted. Not stay long under the water, Feng and Black came out of the water coughing. The both of them started laughing, saying that they never thought that one day they would be so miserable. Feng then calmly apologized to Black for causing trouble for him because of that fight. But Black said that their dragon clan is the most protective, and if anything happens to Feng, the dragon clan will never let them go. The two supreme being found Feng and Black. He told Feng that he will make his life worse than death. But Feng told him that he should have dug a hole and crawled in, so why was he there showing off? He also asked the man if he had mended his pants, after being beaten by a mere saint-level holy order. When the sea wolf heard everything Feng said, he became angry and asked Feng if he wants to die. Then he attacked Feng and threw him backward, and Feng, who was already exhausted, his energy couldn't fight back. Feng fell into the water, coughed out blood. Sea wolf then told Feng that not even God can save him. He grabbed Feng out of the sea and said that he will first erase Feng's cultivation, then let him die in the abyss of the sea. Black told him to stop, but he continued what he was doing and created an erasing formation in front of Feng. Feng stared as the formation got close to his face, but he was too exhausted to fight back. So he could not help but wonder if that is the end of his cultivation life, but he felt so unwilling. Suddenly something was thrown at the sea wolf, and it shattered the eraser formation on his hand. And the turtle old man came out of the water and asked how dare the High Tribe hurt the Chinese people. He continued questioning if the two supreme beings are trying to deceive everyone in China. Because of his anger, the giant turtle he is standing on started roaring, causing the two supreme beings to back away. But Bosden was very surprised at how big the Truthy is. Putting his thought at the back of his mind, Bosden and Sea Wolf used a double superimposed territory and glacier seal. But before they could finish activating the attack, it was broken by the old man, causing the two supreme beings to cough out blood because they didn't expect that attack. The sea wolf immediately told Bosden to run when he realized that turtle is the sea beast. But the senior told them not to think about running away, as in used his chain lock. He then directed the chains toward the two supreme beings through the huge green turtle. Some path of the red glowing chain is around the huge turtleneck. The senior paused because he was other surprise. He brought out Little Jin, telling him that it is his time to shine, so he should go for it. Little Jin immediately rushed past the two supreme beings, who were confused on what had passed them. After Little Jin stopped ruining, he turned to the injured Feng and told him to leave the fight to him. Feng immediately started rejoicing when he saw Little Jin at the sea with the old senior. Bosden activated his whale's shrinking ability, and Sea Wolf activated his own ability, Shark Attacker. Both of them directed the attack towards Little Jin, but Little Jin was fast enough to dodge the attacks. He could not help but say that those two assholes want to sneak up on a child like him. He then started blowing a whistle with his hand on his mouth, and his shape begins to change. The Sea Wolf and Bosden were surprised by the sudden change in Little Jin body. Feng could not help but ask, if that is the second gear, the Pirate King has invaded. The senior said that he'll let Feng and the others see the results of his special training. Little Jin started transforming into a human-like form, and a golden thunder-like blot surrounded him. Because the light is too bright, Feng used one of his hands to cover his face. Little Jin's face could be seen, and instead of looking like a baby, he looked more matured. And finally his transformation was completed, and Little Jin floated proudly in the air. He told everyone that he is a young master, and then he asked the two supreme beings if they are ready to be beaten up by him. Little Jin then used his naughty boy's whip legs. The sea wolf could not help but say that Little Jin is fast. Little Jin landed his leg on the sea wolf's head, but sea wolf used wee hand and protect his head. Little Jin then turns around and faces his butts on the sea wolf and activates his sitting on lotus ability. He then sat on the sea wolf's head in a lotus sitting position, and it weighed the sea wolf down. He continued disappearing from the sea wolf's head and used electric optical Dulong diamond under sea wolf butt. Feng and Black felt the pain for the sea wolf, because if that place is ruined, his lineage will be cut off. Soon, Little Jin blew fire at the sea wolf and called the attack his spits. The senior said it is expected of him because Little Jin was personally trained by him, so he has to be impressive. But the sea wolf said that if they hadn't been injured by the sea beast, they wouldn't have been humiliated. He continued saying that a scholar can be killed, not humiliated, so he is going to drag them down with him. Feng told Little Jin to be careful, because the sea wolf is going to blow himself up. But Little Jin scratched his head and asked if it was going to be a desperate effort. He then stretched out his hand and activated his ability, ready to beat the sea wolf to death. The attack he activated is called the Rain, Thunder, and Lighting attack. The sea wolf, on the other hand, is still trying to self-destruct himself. Little Finn directed all the attack into his hand, about to strike the sea wolf to death. Feng could not help but ask who named the attack moves, and the old senior answered that it was him. But the sea wolf, who had been filling himself with air, suddenly blew it out and it pushed him meters away. He then grabbed Bosden on his hand, telling him that they should run away. Little Jin deactivated his ability and asked the two Supremes who already ran away about the fight they promised. He immediately rushed toward the runaway direction while yelling that the Supreme Begins should stop for him. But he suddenly transformed from the grown-up Little Jin to the baby Little Jin. Then he realized that he seems to have exhausted and ran out of spiritual energy. He then fainted and stopped floating in the air. Instead, he started falling. When Feng saw this, he rushed towards Little Jin and was about to catch him. But before he could catch Little Jin, he fell into the water with the fainted Little Jin. Both of them drowned into the sea. Feng could not help but say that he forgot we also exhausted his magic energy. But when he looked around where he was, he could not help but wonder where that place was, because he remembers that after he was chased by the sea wolf, he escaped of the sea where the old senior was. And then Little Jin appeared. He stopped and wondered if he was beaten to death by Little Jin. But his thoughts were interrupted by the old senior, who said the Feng still wants to play cards with him, so we won't die. The senior continued telling Feng that place is his conscious space. So Feng asked why his conscious space is so dark. And the old senior told him that his meridians and dantian are destroyed, and even the space of consciousness is almost annihilated. So Feng asked what would happen if the space of consciousness is annihilated. The senior answered saying that he would turn into an unconscious body, and it referred to as mentally retarded. Feng became surprised and wondered if he was going to be a mental retarded person. But the old senior told him that he saved the last trace of space energy for Feng in time. And that is the Beidou star formation diagram that was passed down to him by the master in charge. He told Feng that he need to use the energy of the sky to light up the Long Dipper, and he should also use the formation diagram as his new dantian from then on. Then he no longer have to worry about overuse of space energy and causing backlash. And from then on, he would have the ability to break the seal, so no one under divine level can seal his existence. Feng thanked him, but the old senior said that he gave Feng a benefit, so Feng has to repay him. Feng could not help but ask the old senior what reward he's talking about. But the old senior did not answer, and only did a hand technique, then place his hand on Feng's head. Before Feng could ask him what he's doing, he was divided into two by the old senior. The old senior told him that there are ways to use his exclusive secret methods of divine consciousness clone. Feng asked the old man if he cut him in half just to play poker care. With answering Feng, the old senior grabbed one of the divine consciousness clone of Feng. Before he answered that if it isn't to play card, then what else would he do, while folding the clone in his hands. The old senior started laughing evilly and brought out a pink bunny toy and held Feng's folded clone on his other hand. He then brought the clone close to the pink bunny toy and placed the clone inside it, and the bunny toy came to life and told Feng to save it, while the old senior applauded at his creation. The little pink bunny could not help but stare at Feng because it felt bound with him. The old senior started running away, saying that he is going to play poker cards with the cute bunny. Fenny just stared at him and said that the old senior should just be happy for a while. He then looked at the star and said that the mind has no external objects, and the spiritual platform is empty and bright. He closed his eyes and felt the Kingzi mansion, unity of body and technique. Feng sat on the air and started to cultivate his new cultivated method. The Zuan is the earth, and the power is the time, and Kaiyan is the rhythm, and the shaking light is the star. After Feng got that information, he cultivated the 7 stars of the Northern Ox Yisu special path. A white empty space energy started rush toward the incomplete Feng. He suddenly stopped cultivating and opened his eyes while saying, "Get the energy is out of control." Only then did he realize that for him to stay in harmony with the Tao, he has to be complete. He then went out of control and screamed that the old senior should give him his other self. When the old senior returned, he was surprised to see Feng going crazy. And he said he already knew that Feng would cause problems. Fortunately, he was prepared. He then threw the pink bunny at Feng, while telling the pink bunny to go and help it other self. The pink bunny appeared beside the incomplete Feng and directed a golden energy to him. One of the incomplete Feng thanked the old senior for helping, and also asked about the money the old man was owing him. But he was interrupted by a punch from the old man. But he then completed his speech saying that it is million. Because of the punch given to Feng by the old senior, the two separated Feng immediately joined. The old senior said that the two finally joined the clapped his hands together as a glowing shined. A suddenly red glowing light burst out of Feng's body, immediately after the two joined. But someone's leg could be seen floating downward, and the owner told the old senior that's so generous. The middle-aged man said that the aura of praise was accumulated over the years, but the old senior was willing to give it to Feng. But the old senior said that the man also passed on the great master's 1Q transformation into 3 pure ones to Feng. And the man said he wants to use Feng to deduce and perfect the 1Q transformation into 3 purities. When the old senior heard the other man, he could not help but say that the man is arrogant. A quarter of an hour later, Feng finally received the bursting magic energy, and he realized his is at the pinnacle of the holy order, and if he were to face the two supreme again, he will definitely win. He turned and thanked the old senior, and the senior told him that someone was waiting for him. The old senior led Feng to a place that had a waterfall and told him that they have reached their destination. And he continued saying that it is his body. Because he was bored, he opened a cave inside his body. Feng replied, saying that if the old senior didn't say anything, he wouldn't have known that he is inside someone's body. And the senior said he built it based on Bu Palace. But Feng suddenly spots Black, Princess Jinger, and Little Jin. He rejoiced and ran towards them, while calling them by their name, but didn't include Princess. Little Jin immediately rushed towards Feng to complain about how much he misses him. He then asks if he looks handsome. At that time he had a fight with the two supreme, and Feng agreed. But Feng's eyes catch sight of the third person on the group of two. So he asked the princess what she was doing there, and why she was there in the first place. And the princess greeted Feng while addressing him as her husband. Feng was surprised, so he could not help but ask Princess Jinger what she had just called him, and she replied, saying that she called him her husband. The old senior and Black immediately sat down at the corner ready to watch the show. Feng rejected what she called him by saying that there's something wrong with her brain, and she told him they made an agreement that if Feng helped the Beihai tide over the difficulties, she will marry him. But Feng rejected the proposal the second time, saying that he doesn't want to marry anyone. He continued saying that he was kind enough to help, but Poseidon actually wants to hurt to him to avenge kindness. He then said that intentional backtesting, cunning old women are the most poisonous of women. But that angered the princess, so she angrily asked Feng if he wants to fight. Feng immediately pushed Little Jin away and also told him to run for his life. The two people started fighting, while the old senior and Black were at the side watching. The princess told Feng that if her grandfather didn't force her, she wouldn't want to get involved with a guy like him who has low emotional intelligence. She remembered that her grandfather told her that since she doesn't like Feng, he would let her brother send the qualification certificate to Feng. But she told him not to bother her brother with such a trivial matter, and her grandfather asked if she was in love. But she disagreed, saying that she's only going there because he had one help them. But Feng said he doesn't crush a woman who's unruly, willful, mean, and has no chest and butt. The princess immediately came close to Feng, and he could not help but ask her what she's doing. Then he quietly looked down at her chest and said that she is quite capable. Then he remembered that she is a mermaid, so he wondered what it will feel if he touched her chest. The princess snapped him out of it when she asked him what he is looking at, and he answered that he wasn't looking at her chest. The princess became angry and stared at Feng as if she was going to kill him. The three people who are watching the show could not help but smiles excitedly. But when they heard Little Jin say that Feng seems to like the flat-chested lady, both the princess and Feng told him to shut up. They then turned back at each other and said that the other one should also shut up. Feng turned and asked the old senior what the princess was doing there, and the senior told him that the princess said he is her husband. So Feng told the old senior that he is not her husband, but the old man said that he already is. He continued saying that when Feng was healing and practicing, he played poker cards with the princess and lost Feng to her. And he also helped Feng achieve a breakthrough, so it not too much to take him as a bet. Feng then asked about all the wealth in the space ring and artifacts that he used before, but the old senior said that all of those things were lost to the princess on the second day after she arrived. Feng was surprised, speechless, after realizing that he was now a poor man. The princess then asked Feng if he had anything to say, while addressing him as her husband. But something is suddenly heard coming from outside the turtle's body. They all immediately appeared on top of the huge turtle to see what was going on around there. They continued searching for the direction of the voice, and Feng looked up while covering his face with one of his hands, because he saw that it is the Dragon King, who is dressed with flowers on his head, and he is also holding a scroll with his mouth. Feng could not help but wonder why the Dragon King is dressed so fancy on shiny. The Dragon King and his other subordinate dragons immediately used their teeth to open the scroll in the air. Feng looked at the open scroll to read it and understand why the Dragon King suddenly acted all fancy. The Dragon King then said that he wished that the old senior He would get out of trouble and see the marriage of Prince Feng and double his happiness. Surprised when he heard that, so he asked the old senior He if he can break free from the seal. The old senior agreed, saying that if Feng uses the power of the Beidou star array, they could attack the seal. So Feng became surprised. Yacht could not help but say that it had been a long time since he saw Feng. Then he congratulated Feng for winning a beauty home. Yate then rushed toward Feng and hugged him from behind. Feng asked him about the different world Chinese engagement ceremony, specially planned by Yate with giant dragons carrying a scroll. And he continued beating down Yate and told him that he is satisfied with himself. He also asked Yate who said he was getting married. But Yate said that the Dragon Prince Feng is robbing and beating up a 100-year-old man. So Feng concluded that it must have been done by the old man Poseidon, because Yate wouldn't dare to do that. The Dragon King could not help but have a cold sweat while thinking of what Feng said. Putting that at the back of his mind, the Dragon King told everyone to come so that they would get started. All of them then jumped up in the air all together so that they could start setting up the array. Feng then told that they should start the picture appearance array formation of breaking the seal. Every one of them activated their abilities such as Nanshu, Tianxuan, Tianji, Tianyuan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang abilities. Feng told everyone to give him a helping hand, only then will the 7 stars return. The empty space energy started surrounding the old senior He, and it lifted him up from the ground, and a glowing red light chain surrounded the huge turtle and the joined snake. Feng unleashed his attack with the scabbard given to him by the dragon god. The attack landed on the glowing chain, and it started to crack up. And the old senior said that he has been sealed there for years, and that day is the day he would break out of the real. He continued saying that he is finally out even after the gods and Lord gods sealed him away. The Dragon King could not help but said that just the clenching of fist by the old senior made him tremble. So he wondered if that is a supreme being real strength, while Feng and the old senior were looking at each other. The old senior then told Feng to come with him so that they would talk. Feng flew toward the old man and asked him how he's feeling after the seal was broken. But he answered that it's just his spiritual body that can finally leave the body, but it can only last for half a day at most. Feng could not help but say that after so much effort, the old senior can only come out for half a day. The old senior explained that the second spiritual thought can come out and the main body may come out in some days. Feng angrily said that one day he will definitely let those bastards gods have a taste of their own medicine. But the old senior told Feng that since he was not good enough at the moment, he should play cards with him more often. The old senior told Feng that he would take him somewhere since the other 2 supreme beings wanted to seal him. And that place it is Zihuo, while at the other side in a dark area with the moon shining. Someone was busy killing all the ogre at that area and grabbed one of the ogre on the neck. And that person is none other than Hong Yi, who said that she felt a terrifying momentum. She turned around looking at the direction she felt the terrifying momentum and wondered who that person is. She didn't realize that the direction of that place is the Dragon's Island area. She also remembered that she heard that Feng snatched a bride in Beihai, so she wondered what is so good about a mermaid. She haven't seen Feng for a long time and she kind of miss him so much. But the next time they would meet, he'll probably be shocked because he'll find out that she is stronger than him. She then turned to all the ogre that we are rushing towards her, so she stretched out her hand to kill all of them. Killing them, she said she looks forward to seeing the shock in Feng's face when he realized that she's stronger. Under the sea, the 2 supreme beings who had tried to kill Feng before were swimming underwater. Seawolf announced to something that he and Bosden from the Sea Tribe are there to visit. But Bosden asked them if he really is planning to go to the Dragon Clan after being haunted by them. And Seawolf said that in order for the Dragon Clan to stand up for Feng, even the 5 supreme elders were dispatched. He continued saying that the beast under the sea have the same roots as their sea tribe, so they need to ask for help from the creature inside the deep sea. They suddenly realized that there was something watching them closely, so they turned around to see what it is. The creature asked, "How come the supreme being of the Sea Clan has the time to come to the territory of the deep sea?" So Seawolf placed his hand together and greeted the creature and told it that he had something to ask for. So everywhere went silent as the roaming fish passed by, and roaming around not feeling the dangerous creature. Suddenly the old senior and the others entered the deep sea of those dangerous creature. The old senior told them that the two supreme being are nearby, and little Jin complained that there were no ladies. But Princess Jinger say that it is the forbidden land that her grandfather once said that terrifying creatures live there, and Feng asked her if she could let go of his arms or at least be gentle with him. Princess Jinger blushed and stubbornly shouted that she won't let go of Feng's hand. Before they could speak further, Yahello came close and pushed them together, stating that the two in couple were getting along better and better. Feng and Jinger separated from each other, and Feng warned Yahello to stop teasing them. While Princess Jinger blushed and touched her cheeks, the Dragon Emperor called out Seawolf and Bosden name, asking how long the plan to continue hiding. The two immediately appeared and greeted the Dragon King, asking if he planned to take action in person. The Dragon King stated that if he didn't take action, others we think that his dragon clan was easy to bully. Seawolf replied to the king that it was their fault, and they had no intention of becoming enemies with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King was in a bad mood when he had Seawolf's word and asked if Seawolf deserved the peace he was asking for. Suddenly the waves shook violently and all of them became alerted as they felt something big rushing to all them. Feng pushed they still stunned Jinger to his back and told her to be careful. Princess Jinger looked at the protective Feng and exclaimed in her heart that he seems reliable than she imagined. A black shadow covered the blue sea and looked down at the Dragon King, asking the king what will happen if it was them. The Dragon King looked up in realization and exclaimed that it was no wonder Seawolf felt confident. A dark, unidentifiable shadow loomed in their face, with lots of eyes. And then it greeted the Dragon King Danger sarcastically. Looking at the ugly monster in front of him, Feng, who had typhobia, could not hold on any more longer and vomited in the water. The Dragon King looked at the evil shadow and stated that he didn't expect it to wake up from its deep sleep. The shadow evil stated that there was nothing they could do since they had been hungry for too long. The ugly monster continued saying that the Driver King, who was a fresh blood that came to the adult step, was delicious. Another part of the ugly shadow body told the front shadow not to waste time, and for them to devour the delicious fresh flesh-blooded Dragon King. Since the fresh blood of a supreme being had been tasted for thousands of years, they had great urge to eat the Dragon King. Seawolf, seeing the evil shadow make a move on the Dragon King, tried to stop the shadow, stating that they just wanted to make peace with the Dragon Clan. But the evil shadow told Seawolf to shut up, or he would be eaten first before the Dragon King. The Dragon King cut off one of the shadow's tentacles and asked if Seawolf had forgotten why the monster was known as an evil shadow. The evil shadow saw that the Dragon King had cut off one of its tentacles and sent out more to attack him. The Dragon King immediately summoned other dragons to aid him on the fight. Feng told Jinger to stay back and wait for him, since none of the evil shadow was weaker than the Seawolf. Yahello looked at the situation unfolding in front of him and told the shadows to stop fighting. The evil shadows were angry and questioned who Yahello thought he was to stop them. Then it shouted for him to die. Looking at the stubborn and aggressive evil shadow, Yahello had nothing else to say and sent out a simple attack at the shadow. When the attack came in contact with the evil shadow, it exploded, causing a huge destructive wave. The evil shadow was heavily injured and couldn't believe that Yahello, the ordinary short little old man, could be that strong. When the destructive waves calmed down, the others were all shocked that Yahello destroyed the evil shadow with just one move. Looking at the empty space where the evil shadow was supposed to be standing, Feng stated that the cannon had been bulldozed. Seawolf and Bosden exclaimed in shock that the old man Yahello was the legendary god-level ranker. Yahello acted as though nothing happened and turned to the two who were still in shock, stating that the irrelevant thing had been settled. So it was their turn. Yahello stated that the two wanted to seal Louis Feng at that time, so he would reciprocate and seal them instead. Seawolf and Bosden immediately knelt down and begged for Yahello to show mercy. They didn't have the strength to go against a god-level ranker. Feng stopped Yahello and told him that he had not practiced since he finished learning the Beidou star formation diagram. Feng told Yahello it was best if he practiced with Seawolf and Bosden since his strength had increased. Yahello stated that since Feng didn't want to admit defeat, he should go ahead and fight with the two. Besides, he was there. Seawolf whispers to Bosden, asking what Yahello and Feng were discussing, and Bosden answered that he had no idea. Feng walked towards them and told Seawolf that last time he had lost to him, so this time he wanted to fight it out with him again. He added that if Seawolf won the duel, he was free to leave, but if he lost, he was to be sealed like Yahello said. The others were startled when the prince of the Dragon Clan exclaimed that the duel of century was worth watching. The prince puts on a bet stating that if Feng lost, he would pay %, and if Seawolf won, he would pay %. Seawolf couldn't help ask Yahello if Feng meant what he said, since every other person were busy betting. Yahello wanted to hammer them when they said those words, but they immediately stated that they believed Feng's word. Feng walked towards the two, and the water stared as the three faced each other ready to fight. Feng looked deeply at Seawolf and Bosden and told the two to attack him together. Seawolf and Bosden came to a conclusion as they looked at each other, getting the same meaning. Both of them immediately chanted a two-person spell, which was the Overlapping and Area Glacier Seal. Then the two sent the attack towards Feng. But he just stood there watching the attack rushing towards him. The worried little Jin and Princess Jinger immediately cheered on Feng, feeling anxious. When the attack reached Feng, he activated his blade and counterattacked, sending wind arrows towards Seawolf and Bosden. When the two were attacked and got injured, they spoke together stating that Feng was awesome, and since they lost, they should be sealed. The others watching the show couldn't help but feel speechless when seeing the two act as though they were very injured and admit defeat. Especially Feng, he was dumbfounded. He had not even used much strength in his attack, and the two already admitted defeat. Feng was enraged and shouted out that he had not even made a move yet, so there was no reason for the pretending. Seawolf and Bosden continued pretending, stating that Feng was too strong so they could not defeat him. Looking at the two who were pretending to be dumb and other to avoid his anger, Yahello laughed funnily. Feng, who still wanted to fight, rushed toward the two, angrily telling them to get up, but Yahello stopped him. Yahello told Feng that it was time to end the matter since Seawolf and Bosden had lost the spirit of cultivators with their moves. Yahello then told the Dragon King that he would leave the sealing of Seawolf and Bosden to him, as he dragged Feng away. The others also left after Yahello left with Feng. Then the Dragon King turned to the knelling Seawolf and Bosden. In an apartment, Princess Jinger lay on the bed thinking of how Feng would be leaving the next day, and she would go back to Beihai. She was still thinking about it when she heard a knock on the door and got up to answer. When she opened the door, she saw Feng standing in front and waiting for her. Princess Jinger blushed and asked Feng why he came to see her, and he reacted by holding his front hair. Feng asked Princess Jing to help him remove the scale in front of his hair from his hair. Princess Jing was surprised that Feng had came in the middle of the night just to make her remove the scale on his hair. Feng looked at her innocently and asked what else he could have come to do, and Princess Jing was annoyed. Princess Jing was so angry that she shouted for him to get lost as she tried slamming the door on his face. Feng held the door and begged Jinger to help him since the two can be considered poker buddy. Princess Jing shouted for him not to call her his friend, since he could not even wait to remove the scale she put in his hair. Feng was surprised and questioned when he had said he hate her, and asked if she had any logic behind it. Jinger shouted that if he was her friend, he would not want to hurriedly remove the scale she gave him. As the two were complaining, Feng mistakenly opened the door wide and pressed on Jinger, touching her chest. Feng was dumbfounded and tried explaining, but Princess Jinger told him to remove his hand from her chest. Feng told the princess that her scale was pretty, but since he had to go back to the mainland, it was not easy to wear it all the time. Listening to his explanation, Princess Jinger told him to bend down so that she could help him remove it. Feng bends down as she asked, waiting for her to remove the scale, while Jinger blushed. Princess Jinger raised her hand up and picked off a purple scale from Louis Feng's hair. Then she thanked him for helping her out since in Beihai, and stated that after that day they won't cross each other's way. Feng collected the purple scale from Princess Jing's hand, and told her to leave it as a souvenir for him. Princess Jing was startled and blushed when he stated that it might be of use again one day. Turning around, Feng walked towards the entrance of the door and stopped, looking back. He smiles and stated that they would see each other again next time. Princess Jinger blushed in excitement and lamented that Feng was a fool, while Feng slipped away embarrassed. Yahello and Little Jin, together with Black, were busy watching how Feng interacted with Princess Jing. Yahello asked if it was because Feng was too dull to notice a woman's love, but Little Jin stated that it was because Feng dislikes flat-chested women. The next morning, Yahello complained that none of them were willing to accompany him, and told them to go. Looking at Yahello, Feng couldn't help but state that it was the same word he had been saying for 7 times that month. Feng told Yahello that he had to leave an other to do a little repair, and prepare to go to God's lost paradise. Yahello sadly patted Feng's shoulder and told him to go on, since young ones needed to work hard. Then he handed over the materials he had gotten over the years when he traveled to Feng. He then took out his remaining Guanwu Divine Conferment spell. AMD gave it to Feng, since it might be useful in the future. He reminded Feng to study the sword cultivation skill he taught him before, and not to waste the power of his sword. Feng smiled at Yahello and knelt down, copping his hand up and thanking him. Yahello told Feng that besides all that, he should protect himself very well. That was all he could do to show his gratitude. But Black rushed towards Feng and told him that he has a letter for him, also saying that fortunately Feng hasn't left. Feng collected the letter from Black and so that it looked urgent. Because in the letter Sophia was telling him to come to Yuhai City and find her quickly. Feng could not help but wonder if something had happened because Sophia sounded so anxious in the letter. He called Black anxiously, telling him that they should return back to Yuhai City. Princess Jinger looked at Feng, reluctant to leave him after knowing each other for a while. Feng looked at Hand and told her that he would be leaving first, so she shouldn't wait for him. But Princess Jinger don't have face to the other side, telling him that she also have to leave too. Bidding him farewell, she jumped into the sea as Feng watched her leave. Feng then told Black that they should set off. Little Jin became excited to see pretty ladies on their way back. Yade asked if Black was really following Feng and he agreed, followed with Little Jin. After Feng left, Princess Jinger came out of the sea and said that she would going and find Feng after she settled everything in Beihai. In the royal Haicheng castle, thunder strike while it rained, causing storm in the sea. In the castle hall, Brother Kenzie and his team were surrounded by some men, and the long white-haired guy told the ladies that he just wanted to invite them to his house as a guest. Some of the people there could not help but say that if the girls fell into the man's hands, they would be miserable. Brother Kenzie told the girls that they would look for opportunity in a moment and try their best to escape. But the long white-haired guy said that it is a pity while telling his men to capture the girls. But at that critical moment, Feng and Black coupled with Little Jin burst open the door of that hall. This surprised the people who were about to take action, so they turned around to see who interrupted them. Feng playfully asked Brother Kenzie why he always have a bloody plot every time they meet. Brother Kenzie immediately rejoiced when he saw Feng and said that their savior has arrived. The long white-haired guy became annoyed and told his men to break Feng and Black's leg, then throw them out. A yellow-head guy whispered to Feng, telling him to run because Taba has once covered the sky with one hand. Black already dealt with most of the people there, saying that it felt nice to bully the weak. The long white-haired guy asked how dare they resist, also saying that he is the Duke of the Empire. But before he could continue, Black punched him, saying that he doesn't care whether he's a marquise or a monkey. The white-haired guy turned around about escape, telling Black to wait for him to return back for revenge. But before he could leave, Schweeb struck him on the weakest part in his body. He fell to the ground screaming in pain, and Black covered his mouth, also feeling the pain for the boy. Feng turned to ask Brother Kenzie something, but he told Feng to save someone. He told Feng that Lotus Yi was captured by the young man who just run off. But Feng felt like it is impossible because she has a night-level power, so would capture her. Schweeb told Feng that she was captured when she was trying to heal the city Lord Odin. Thank could not help but angrily wonder if that woman Lotus Yi is really kind or stupid. He immediately started heading toward the door, while telling Black to follow him. The both of them dashed out of the royal hall, on their way to save Lotus Yi. Inside an apartment, Lotus Yi was laying on something, but she kept asking why. She was asking why her body feels weak and why she doesn't have any strength at all. The sound of footstep could be held working closer to where she was laying, and someone called her a little beauty. Finally, the city Lord Odin told Han that he could not wait any longer to do whatever he wants with her. He asked her if she thought her identity was hidden well. He continued saying that as long as it could control her, she would gain great power. But Lotus Yi told him to let her go. Otherwise she would deal with him when she is set it free. But he told her that as long as she drinks the potion in his hand for days, she will turn into an irrational beast. He used his other hand to open her mouth and poured in a purple potion, as she tries to resist. After the purple potion entered into her body, she started feeling uncomfortable. The city Lord Odin told that after she turns into a beast, he would come forward and heal her, then control her sight. But suddenly he heard one of his subordinate telling him that someone was knocking on the door. He told Lotus Yi to wait for him to settle the situation outside. Then he will return and accompany her. Lotus Yi, who was already helpless, could not help but wonder who'd save her. She tearfully called her father and mother. The city Lord Odin, who already worked out, saw that his subordinate flying in his direction. But before the subordinates could land in front of him, he grabbed him on his shoulder. Not long after he called he that subordinates a waist his smashed him into wall of the hall. Little Jin flew and landed on top of the dead subordinate, and Snort saying that no one could fight there. The city Lord Odin said that they actually there to force their way into the city lord's mansion to die. Feng asked Schweeb if it is that guy, but she told the city lord to let Lotus Yi go. But the city lord said that he is worried about having a beautiful woman, but they had sent another one to his door. He immediately called his ancient leopard, telling them to kill Feng and Black, but leave Schweeb alive. Seeing that Feng killed 3 7th level in one move, he told Feng to surrender and serve him. He continued saying that if Feng does not obey, you would let him see the horror of the night level peak. But before he could continue speaking, Feng teleported and appeared right in front of him and activated his empty space energy. He was surprised and wondered how that was possible, but Feng told him that he was noisy. After striking in the city Lord Odin on his chest, blood splashed and he fell to the ground and died. All the city lord's subordinates were surprised to see that their sitting lord is dead, so they started panicking. Fang instructed Black to deal with the rest as he entered the inner chamber and saw Lotus Yi laying on a bed. After he saw her, his sight in relief, saying that she was fine and there was no wound on her body. He then used his empty space energy again and dispelled the red rope tying Lotus Yi down. Looking down with her, he told her to stand up when she had enough sleep, but she asked him why he was there. She then started up and hugged him tightening after she realized that she was saved by Feng. But Feng tried to pull away from her and also asked her what she is doing. When he turned around and saw Black, Black told him that he saw nothing and that they should excuse him. Feng raised his hands trying to stop Black while telling him that it's not worth he thinks. But before he could rush and stop Black from spreading what he saw, Lotus Yi jumped onto his back and kissed him on his ears, causing him to blush all over while looking at her in shock. But Lotus Yi continued holding on to him tightly, so he asked her words is wrong with her. She didn't reply and tried to come closer to his face, but he used one of his hands to cover her mouth.